The city lay in ruins, a testament to some forgotten cataclysm. He took in the devastation, his expression unreadable. The monsters snarled, their red eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. Kong Tae-san found their presence annoying. He advanced, his armored boots crunching on the debris-strewn ground. Why was this fucker making things so annoying by fleeing all the way here, he wondered. He recognized the location. This was around Anyang. The hunter noticed a body lying near the monsters and exclaimed in shock. The monster loomed over the corpse, as if savoring its kill. It had found him, but to think he already offed himself. Kong Tae-san regarded the scene. Well, wasn't this a spectacle? Monster 435, Monster 221, and Monster 222 were glaring at him. Kong Tae-san's expression hardened, his violet eyes narrowed with determination. The monstrous pack howled, their crimson eyes burning with hunger. He stood his ground, the beast's energy swirling around him. The monsters lunged, but Kong Tae-san was ready to meet them head-on. Kong Tae-san focused, channeling his power into a concentrated strike. A system notification appeared. You have activated addition. You have activated multiplication. He moved with blinding speed, the activated skills enhancing his every move. His strike crackled with energy, ready to unleash its full force. The air shimmered as the attack tore through the space. The energy surged, a beacon of power against the encroaching darkness. The attack landed, a devastating blow against the monstrous horde. A fist slams against the door, the force of the blow echoing loudly. The door rattles under the assault, but remains stubbornly shut. GM Jungian, a hard mode player, greets Kong Tae-san with a wave and a relieved expression. Hyung, you came back. GM wonders if Kong Tae-san is actually not an easy mode player. He also wonders about the punk who ran away, and if someone else could do something like this. GM Jungian is shocked to hear the news. The other player is dead, his body already eaten up by monsters. Kong Tae-san explains that there were 3 A-rank monsters happily sharing the body. Kong Tae-san continues, stating that hard mode players are strong, but one A-rank monster can match a hard mode player. The A-rank monsters appear, their forms shadowy and menacing, eyes glowing with red intensity. GM Jungian, looking concerned, asks Kong Tae-san what the location of those 3 monsters is, realizing the danger if they're nearby. Kong Tae-san calmly states that he killed them all, and GM Jungian replies with an "Ah, I see." GM Jungian, hungry, suggests they go to the cafeteria. Kong Tae-san tells him to just tell him honestly. Kong Tae-san wonders if GM Jungian thinks he is actually not an easy mode player. He declared that many have broken through the labyrinth with him, inviting others to inquire about his experiences. GM Jungian countered, stating that the easy mode players besides him are all dead, and those who occasionally appear die within 2 days. He asks if Kong Tae-san is aware of this. The scene shifts to a desolate cityscape, buildings crumbling and cars abandoned. GM Jungian wonders how an easy mode player survives in such a place. GM Jungian expresses his bewilderment at Kong Tae-san's strength, admitting that even as a hard mode player, he can't compare. Kong Tae-san retorts that it's because they cleared it too haphazardly. GM Jungian sighs, noting that he is saying that again. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to the cafeteria, a tent with a sign indicating its purpose. People mill about, seeking sustenance. Kong Tae-san sits at a table, a plate of potatoes before him. He is told that they also have sweet potatoes or corn. GM Jungian wonders what they could do about potatoes being the most cost-efficient option, noting the limits of distribution even with simple cultivation. GM Jungian asks if Kong Tae-san didn't learn the simple cultivation skill. Kong Tae-san replies that he guesses that's true, adding that no matter where they went, there's food everywhere. GM Jungian slams his hands on the table, exclaiming that there's no way that's true and telling Kong Tae-san to stop joking around. He urges his young friend to calm down. He observes the scene, noting that another has cleared the area. GM Jungian seems to agree with the assessment. GM Jungian believes the protagonist will be apprehended after making a fuss. He also thinks Kong Tae-san may need to step up. Kong Tae-san clenches his fist, a subtle expression of determination crossing his face. A man on the ground questions if this is a hidden camera stunt. Another man exclaims that everything should have ended after the last return. An angry man with a sword shouts, his expression filled with rage and disbelief. Kong Tae-san is currently out on a reconnaissance mission. The man with the bowl cut wonders about Lee Tion's whereabouts. The angry man charges forward, yelling at someone not to mess with him, as other soldiers follow behind. Kong Tae-san, with a calm demeanor, tells someone to have fun. GM Jungian looks on with a cheerful expression. GM Jungian warns that if his potato is gone when he gets back, he'll kill the person responsible. The angry man continues his tirade, stating that mankind is currently on the brink of extinction and repeating his catchphrase. Kong Tae-san is accused of lying, as someone questions how there could be so few players and why they can't stop the monsters. Meanwhile, a man kneels amidst a chaotic scene, suggesting that people are going crazy because they can't accept the reality of the situation. It happens quite often, and it's not something easy to accept, a fact that Kong Tae-san knows well. Then, there's only one method left, a thought that echoes in the minds of those who refuse to accept reality. A battle request notification appears before Kang Tae-san. Lee Chang-chun asks who he is, clearly looking for a fight. Lee Chang-chun fumes, recalling how someone spammed the community board despite being an easy mode player. Lee Chang-chun scoffs, finding it laughable that an easy mode player dares to face a hard mode player. He believes the difference in strength is like heaven and hell. Kang Tae-san tells him to shut up and fight, promising to show him the real world he wants to see so badly if he wins. Lee Chang-chun's anger intensifies, his expression hardening as he prepares for the impending battle. He draws his sword, the metal glinting ominously as he prepares to strike. Augmentation activates, adding half of his base attack to his current attack. Focus activates, increasing his chance of striking. Lee Chang-chun wonders if he's using augmentation as well as power strike, realizing that he is strong. Power strike activates, greatly increasing the damage of his next attack as the sword crackles with energy. The attack lands with devastating force, the impact echoing through the battlefield. He lunged forward, his attack aimed squarely at Lee Chang-chun. The force of the blow created a burst of energy. Lee Chang-chun reeled, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What?" he muttered. Kang Tae-san stood firm, his expression unreadable. Lee Chang-chun was baffled. "My attack didn't work? What do they mean by nullification of first strike? I've never heard of something like that." Lee Chang-chun readied his sword. "Is it my turn now?" he asked. Lee Chang-chun was struck, a look of pain crossing his face. "I'm hit." He stumbled back, confused. "A mere 49 damage?" Kang Tae-san stared down at him. "Your health is over 10,000, right?" His fist crackled with blue energy, the system announcing the doubling of his current attack. Multiplication activated, squaring the attack. Ultimate Judgment was also activated, ignoring defense skills. Lee Chang-chun challenged him to take on his strike. Kang Tae-san stared back, a cold resolve in his eyes. A blast of blue energy slammed into Lee Chang-chun, the force of it visible even from a distance. The force of the attack sent him flying through the air, a small figure against the blinding light. The energy exploded outward, a cataclysm of power unleashed upon the battlefield. The system registered the damage, 9,604 points. Lee Chang-chun cried out in pain as the attack landed. A voice echoed, asking if he finally understood. This was, in fact, Earth. Kang Tae-san's expression remained stoic, his gaze fixed on his opponent. Lee Chang-chun, defeated, lay on the ground, begging him to stop messing with him. Tears streamed down his face as he wondered why the world had become like this, regretting his decision to clear the labyrinth. Meanwhile, the world, once peaceful, now bore a strange, red crystal floating above it. Suddenly, the sky split apart and monsters began to spill out. The monsters descended upon the city, wreaking havoc and destruction. A man watched in disbelief as the world around him crumbled. They could only return to Earth after clearing the labyrinth. The Earth was on the verge of ruin, overwhelmed by monsters. Kang Tae-san clenched his fist, resolving to save this current world. "What else can we do?" he thought. The protagonist is greeted by another, who calls him Hyung and praises his good work. The protagonist's companion asks if he came to see him fight. He confirms, stating he had to see it. Others watch, impressed by Kang Tae-san's strength. They remark on his ability to defeat a hard mode player with a single blow. The aftermath of the battle is evident, with several individuals receiving treatment for their injuries. Kang Tae-san activates a skill, a glowing orb forming in his hand. His companion comments on his strength. The protagonist takes a moment to eat, his companion walking alongside him. Someone speculates about the nature of Kang Tae-san's skills, wondering how he nullified the first attack. Kang Tae-san chews thoughtfully, attributing his strength to hard work. The protagonist's companion expresses surprise at the arrival of another player. Kang Tae-san observes that it doesn't look like it. Meanwhile, Lee Tion stands before a crate filled with glowing crystals, her expression unreadable. The crowd murmurs, recognizing Lee Tion's return. She offers a slight smile, her purple eyes gleaming with a hint of amusement. Her white armor accentuates her slim build, a stark contrast to the dark shorts she wears. Meanwhile, a man gazes up at a massive skeleton decoration, its bones casting long shadows in the dimly lit hall. He continues down the hallway, his footsteps echoing through the silent building. Even with humanity on the brink, the man finds himself bothered by the decorations. A gloved hand reaches out to adjust a framed picture hanging above the skeleton. The lone human who cleared solo mode seems lost in thought as he stares at the decorations. He wonders why someone like Lee Tion is the strongest person in the world. Lee Tion sits regally in a chair, stating that being fixated on something is vital in their situation. She questioned why he didn't try getting a hobby like she did. Tion also asked why he called her there. Lee Tion remarked that an easy mode player schooling a hard mode player was weird, no matter how many times she heard it. A status window appeared, showing Lee Tion's level and stats. It also indicated that she was currently scared. Kang Tae-san asked if she was bragging. He seemed unimpressed by her display of power. She stated that she was just checking something and asked him to show his status window as well. Tae-san was unimpressed. Kang Tae-san's status window appeared, showing his level and stats. Lee Tae-eun found them disgustingly weak, as expected. Lee Tae-eun questioned if he was picking a fight. Her expression was serious, almost challenging. Kang Tae-san retorted that he was just checking, as he had already told her. He added that his stats were still pretty good for an easy mode player. Kang Tae-san stood, his posture suggesting a mix of annoyance and resignation. He seemed ready to move on from the comparison. The scene shifted to a view of Kang Tae-san standing on a platform. Text explained that the labyrinth is divided into 4 difficulties. The text continued, explaining that as soon as a player clears a labyrinth, all of their growth is halted, leading to a stark difference in strength between difficulties. Lee Tae-eun is shown. The text concluded that a hard mode player's stats are easily 10 times Tae-san's. Kang Tae-san stood next to another figure. But none of them could even endure one blow from him, a testament to his power. Lee Tae-eun tells him to stay still for a moment, as she activates augmentation. Lee Tae-eun activates addition, doubling her current attack, and then activates perfect aim. The woman with purple hair's next attack is guaranteed to hit, a dangerous combination of skills. Skills can be earned regardless of difficulty, a fact that drives him forward. The protagonist is surrounded by a red aura, preparing to defend against her attack. He wonders about the quality of the skills that Tae-san obtained, questioning what he did to get them. Kang Tae-san's complete nullification of first attack is activated, preparing him for the onslaught. Meanwhile, Lee Tae-eun says that she just wanted to, and that it's nothing. The protagonist explains that he has complete attack nullification, absolute judgment, exponential attack, and simple time stop, and that he has around 230 skills. He asks if she said they were skills she obtained while playing strategically through the tower. Lee Tae-eun says that they should have explored it properly like he did, regretting their choices. He considered their past mistakes, wishing they had focused on becoming stronger. Clearing the labyrinth had been their sole focus, a choice now regretted. Lee Tae-eun's legs were crossed as she sat in a chair. She stated that he was incredible and that they might have been able to win if she played. Kang Tae-san was in solo mode. His skills were strong, but most of them used stats as their base, limiting their effectiveness. Crying people knelt at a graveyard. They lamented that if only he were a hard mode player or even a normal mode player. In other words, the current Kang Tae-san couldn't use even half of his skills. He suggested that they stop talking about that. Lee Tae-eun sat on a chair and asked him to get to the point, confirming that he came back from patrol. She simply replied, yes. Kang Tae-san looked up, a grim expression on his face. The text ominously declared that the next wave would soon begin. A monstrous figure loomed in the background, its red eyes glowing menacingly. Shattered glass floated in the air, a sign of impending destruction. Kang Tae-san's face was shown, and he thought that they were screwed. He was preparing for the next wave. During a wave, monsters attack en masse. Each time one occurred, many people died and their territory shrank. Humanity lost soul during the first wave. Players lost their lives during the second wave, and they could only protect a small city during the third wave. And now, the fourth wave is about to arrive, threatening what little remains of their world. She asks about the number of enemies they face in the coming wave. He considers the odds, 2 S ranks, several dozen A ranks, and hundreds of B ranks. The protagonist acknowledges the apostle is stronger than an S rank, making defeat seem inevitable. Still, Tae-san insists they must try, urging himself to fight the 2 S ranks. Lee Tae-eun declares that she needs to fight the apostle, and he's the only one who can challenge the S ranks. He wonders if she's going off to tell the others, believing they should at least be given the chance to prepare themselves emotionally. The protagonist doesn't think so, his expression resolute. Lee Tae-eun stands silently, a strange energy emanating from her. Her expression is unreadable as she looks away. Close up on Lee Tae-eun's face, her eyes filled with a complex emotion. She admits that she's a coward, holding a dark, glowing stone in her hand. Tae-san looks up, a single word escaping his lips. He knew this day would come, but the reality still felt like absolute garbage. The others around him seemed to share the sentiment. Lee Tae-eun stood above him, asking what he was doing. Tae-san responded that he had accepted it, considering they lasted long against an impossible situation. Tae-san called living this long a blessing, but Lee Tae-eun retorted that they were going to die. She seemed to be in a state of acceptance. The man with the bowl cut reflected on the situation, thinking the protagonist was a poor guy now that he thought about it. The man with the bowl cut continued, guessing that Tae-san must have gone through so much suffering to clear the labyrinth, only to be told he has to wait for death. He pitted his unlucky existence. Meanwhile, a swirling vortex of energy crackled with ominous power. The air itself seemed to vibrate with an unnatural intensity. The city below was dwarfed by the sheer scale of the approaching entity. Lightning arced across the sky, illuminating the scene with an eerie glow. The buildings stood as silent witnesses to the impending doom, their windows reflecting the otherworldly light. The monstrous form continued its descent, its presence causing the very ground to tremble. It was clear that the end was near. Closer now, the details of the creature became more apparent. Its claws were massive, capable of rending steel and stone with ease. The beast's maw opened wide, revealing rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth. It was a predator of unimaginable power. A cacophony of roars echoed through the ruined city, a symphony of destruction that heralded the end of days. He stared at the looming threat. Kang Tae-san questioned the situation. "Man, that's nuts. What did you say you were going to have to fight, young?" Lee Tae-yeon responded with a chilling acceptance. "See you in the afterlife. You're probably the one going there first." Tae-san asked if she could wait for him, and she simply replied, "Sure." He activated his ability. A digital display confirmed. Large leap activated. With a surge of power, the protagonist launched himself forward, the ground cracking beneath him. The air crackled with energy as he ascended, a determined look on his face. He soared above the city. A system message appeared. Complete surveillance activated. The protagonist's eyes narrowed, scanning the surroundings with intense focus. A display showed multiple targets. A message flashed. Found them. Before them, a monstrous entity loomed, its form radiating with dark energy. He braced himself, the system acknowledging his experience. "You have witnessed horrific beings with your own eyes." Lee Tae-yeon stood beside him, ready for battle. The entity seemed to taunt them. "Excited to see me?" The system ran a series of checks. Running fear check. Running instant death check. All checks cleared. "You have endured." His iron will fortifies him, the system reinforcing his mental state. The surge of power continues, developing an unyielding physique within him. The hunter's eyes glow with purple energy, a murderous intent hardening his features. He intends to kill. The hunter's gaze is intense, his purple eyes narrowed in concentration. The scale of the battle is immense, the protagonist a tiny figure against a colossal foe. Tendrils writhe around the base of the monstrous creature, lightning crackling in the air. He hopes none of these guys are the defensive type, activating complete surveillance. Monster 7 thrashes, its segmented body a grotesque display of power. The protagonist stands defiant before the towering monster, its health bar displayed above. The monster's form shifts, energy crackling around its massive body. A surge of power emanates from the monster, shaking the very ground around it. The monster roars in frustration, its single eye glowing with malevolent energy. GRRK. He activates body time acceleration, preparing to strike with enhanced speed. The protagonist faces another monster, ready for the next challenge. Then what about this one? The long-range attacking type monster boasts a staggering 1.2 million HP. The protagonist assesses the situation, calculating 1.2 million. That's doable, I guess. Kang Tae-san advances, acknowledging, "I don't have an answer for them, though." The monster unleashes a barrage of attacks, energy crackling around its tentacles. The protagonist weaves through the incoming attacks, blades flashing. Damage numbers appear, revealing the reduced effectiveness of attacks against the tentacles. The hunter leaps toward the monster, thinking, "I need to aim for the head." Bolts of energy erupt from the monster, arcing towards Kang Tae-san. The system displays a message. "Your complete nullification of first attack has activated." The protagonist is bathed in green light, the nullification taking effect. He analyzes the monster's attack pattern. Looks like the attack shoots in whatever direction the tentacles are aiming. Kang Tae-san realizes that means all that can be done is... He moved with calculated precision, analyzing the energy currents around him. Kang Tae-san realized that dodging was possible if he chose to do so, activating his ability. The monster's attack surged with raw power, crackling with electrical energy. The creature struggled, realizing it couldn't drag out the fight any longer. Kang Tae-san inflicted damage on the monster, his expression focused and determined. The air crackled with energy as the monster's attack intensified. The monster writhed, its form glowing with an eerie green light. The system announced the complete nullification of the monster's second attack. The monster recoiled, a guttural sound escaping its throat. Kang Tae-san prepared to strike again, his movements precise and deadly. Energy surged around his central point, a protective barrier forming. He realized the monster was protecting something, his expression thoughtful. The defensive-type monster protects the long-range attacker when it's in danger. He steals his gaze, preparing to forcibly initiate a battle. The protagonist has forcibly initiated a battle, the air crackling with energy. The defensive-type monster reacts with surprise as the battle begins. A series of glowing green rings emanate from the defensive-type monster. For 1 minute, only Monster 7 can damage him, a system message declares. Kang Tae-san stands ready, his sword glowing with power as he faces the monster. He thinks this would be easy if Lee Tae-yeon were here. Legendary gear and stats from clearing solo mode activate, doubling his current attack. He has activated multiplication, squaring his current attack, his power surging. Absolute judgment activates, ignoring the opponent's defensive skills. Since she has the defensive-type monster can't damage Li Tion, she'd take care of the long-range attacker first. He knew he couldn't keep fighting like this. The hunter prepared to unleash everything he had. It didn't matter if the monster was defensive or offensive. With his current stats, one blow would finish him off, he thought. 9,604, that's still not enough. The system notified him. He had activated Reset designated skill. This skill could not be activated again for a month. He had Reset multiplication. The system informed Kong Tae-san that he had activated multiplication. His current attack was squared, his eyes glowing with power. So he thought, let's get rid of the guy with a shit of health first. The hunter unleashed his attack. 9,604 squared still isn't enough to reach 100 million, he realized, which is why he needed to hit the limit. The system notified him that he had activated copy. The next attack would hit twice, doubling his chances. The force of the attack sent him flying backwards, unable to control his momentum. The system displayed the damage dealt. 92,236,816 damage to Monster 7. A massive explosion rocked the area. The system announced that Monster 7 had fallen. Kong Tae-san breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, a lone sword stood defiant against a horde of enemies, a silent promise of battles yet to come. Suddenly, the system displayed a warning. 22,543 damage to himself. The hunter was not out of danger yet. He activated Endure, nullifying a fatal attack and reducing incoming damage. Despite the skill's protection, he coughed, the impact still taking its toll. All of his attack nullifications have been spent, leaving him with only one Endure skill. 48 damage registers against Monster 5, a seemingly insignificant amount. From now on, it's a simple fight, dodge, attack, repeat, he thought, considering the problem. His MP was at 21 out of 820, a critical low for sustained combat. He realized he had no more skills left, and 1.2 million HP needed to be shaved down with nothing but regular attacks. He's going to lose it. His HP was at 655,212 out of 1,255,212, a significant drop from the start of the fight. The hunter's health continues to diminish, now at 368,281 out of 1,255,212. He grits his teeth, a surge of pain coursing through him as his health plummets. He held his blade, the fight's intensity still echoing in the air. A system message appeared, stating he was in a state of complete concentration, body and mind as one. A miraculous power had imprinted onto his soul. The landscape lay in ruins, a testament to the battle's destructive force. Another system message appeared, stating that because he escaped the labyrinth, he was unable to obtain the skill. It had been sealed. He told it to shut it. The defeated monster lay prone, its form dissolving into ethereal energy. Its final, desperate cry echoed across the ravaged landscape. Kong Tae-san stood amidst the destruction, panting, his armor battered and stained with a monster's ichor. He wondered how long he had fought, feeling as though it had been more than a month. He cursed his stats. The protagonist began to walk away from the scene of the battle. He decided it was time to head back, his figure growing smaller against the horizon. A ringing sound echoed, accompanied by a visual representation of the noise. Meanwhile, Kong Tae-san found himself in a new, brightly lit location, the ringing still echoing in his ears. He muttered his displeasure. He stood amidst the carnage, the fallen bodies of his comrades surrounding him. The air hung heavy with a metallic scent of blood. His shadow stretched long across the battlefield, a stark reminder of his solitude. The only sound was the soft squelch of his boots on the blood-soaked ground. The fallen lay still, their armor stained crimson. Their journey had ended here, a silent testament to a battle hard fought and lost. He wondered aloud, his voice a low murmur against the silence. Why was he, an easy-mode player, the only one left in this world? His thoughts drifted back to a time before, a memory of camaraderie. Why'd I come back from my victory to see that you all had died off? The scene of devastation replayed in his mind, a grim reminder of the cost of their struggle. The weight of their sacrifice pressed down on him. He remembered their words, their unwavering determination. You guys went on and on about being the few remaining hard workers. His expression hardened, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. He would not let their sacrifices be in vain. He would carry on. The memory of their camaraderie fueled his resolve. He would honor their memory by continuing the fight, no matter the cost. A faint smile touched his lips, a silent promise to his fallen comrades. He would not falter, he would see this through to the end. Meanwhile, a lone figure watched from afar, their presence a silent mystery. Their gaze was fixed on Kong Tae-san, their intentions unknown. The woman's lips curved into a knowing smile, her eyes gleaming with an unreadable light. She seemed to anticipate what was to come. Supporting Li Tion lies defeated, blood staining her white outfit. Her body is covered in wounds, a testament to a brutal battle. The text speaks of her status as the soul clearer of solo mode difficulty. It also mentions the one who killed her. A dark figure stands amidst a pool of blood, seemingly responsible for the carnage. The dark figure looms, its presence radiating an ominous aura. The text refers to the figure as an apostle, a being of immense power. The apostle's gaze promises death, a chilling declaration of intent. He stands defiant, telling the apostle to shut up and get out of here, resisting the apostle's power. The apostle's power crackles as Kong Tae-san activates Aim True. Kong Tae-san takes damage, but remains standing, ready to fight. His eyes glow with determination. Kong Tae-san dares the apostle to come at him. His eyes glow with a faint, purple light, a stark contrast to the blood staining his face. The ruined cityscape loomed, a silent testament to the battle that had transpired. He coughed, a bloody spittle escaping his lips. Shit! A crimson aura enveloped him, a desperate attempt to stave off the inevitable. Blood trickled down his chin as he thought, so this is how it ends. A system message flashed. Your HP has reached 0. Fortitude is activated. You will be forcibly kept alive for 1 minute. He wheezed, bastards. Let me die in peace. He couldn't feel the lower half of his body anymore, his spine severed. Kong Tae-san knew fortitude only delayed his death. It wouldn't heal him. He thought, I'm dead in a minute. He cursed his fate. Damn it. Energy crackled around him, a visual representation of his fleeting life force. He reflected, if he hadn't chosen easy mode back then. He kneels, bloodied and broken. Even normal mode was too much, he thinks, as he whispers a single, defeated word. His hand rests on the ground, slick with crimson. You useless fucks, he thinks, bitterness lacing his thoughts. Blood drips from his face, a mask of exhaustion and regret. His mind drifts back to the failures of his comrades. How could they have been so weak, even after choosing normal or hard mode? He replays the scene in his mind, the labyrinth still haunting him. His fist clenches, knuckles white. If only they had done half the work he did. He thinks, the frustration palpable. He looks up, a flicker of what could have been in his eyes. They could have, but they didn't. His hands, once strong and capable, are now stained with blood and marred by battle. The weight of his failures presses down on him. He collapses, his body giving way. The end is near, and the weight of his choices settles upon him. He looks down, a grim acceptance on his face. Whatever. It's already in the past, and it was something he chose to do. No use in blaming others, he thinks, his gaze fixed on the ground. This is where humanity ends. His fingers tighten around a small, glowing object. A last resort, a final gamble against the inevitable. His eyes widen. He sees her, a beacon of hope or perhaps a cruel illusion in his final moments. Lee Tion is there. She'd been trying to protect something, too. Kong Tae-san found himself surrounded by the monstrous entity and Lee Tion. His back was to the wall, blood splattered around him. Kong Tae-san raised his arms, bracing for the inevitable. The monster loomed over them both. It commanded them to stay right there, its red eyes burning with malice. He was falling, the message clear, last chance activated. One skill could be used without any restriction. Time stop activated. Kong Tae-san had stop time within a 100-meter radius for 2 minutes. He had to check. The Ouroboros Bezoar floated before him, a Bezoar of the gods that controls the cycle of all life. What? Turn back time? Kong Tae-san wondered why Lee Tion had done what she did. The red monster was still there, looming, even in the stop time. Its presence was suffocating. The monster spoke, its voice dripping with venom. It promised to see him next time, calling him a bitch. A blinding light erupted, engulfing everything. The air crackled with energy, a surge of power. The world dissolved into a blinding white, filled with the intricate workings of gears and mechanisms. Kong Tae-san, a voice echoed, filled with contempt. He was nothing but a useless piece of shit. A lone figure, small and huddled, sat bathed in an ethereal glow. A voice echoed, laced with scorn. Just why was he born? A looming figure towered over him. When he was little, his parents used him to relieve stress. He believed their words and thought he had no worth. That weakness, that feeling of worthlessness, led him to choose the easy mode. He embraced a path of least resistance, seeking solace in simplicity. But that isn't the case anymore. Kong Tae-san stood tall, a newfound confidence radiating from him. He knew his own worth and talent now. So this time, a foot descended, poised to crush the past, to rewrite the narrative of his life. Kong Tae-san lay sprawled on the floor, disoriented. A sharp crack echoed in the room, the sound of something breaking. His eyes widened, a mixture of shock and confusion etched across his face. What had just happened? His gaze drifted around the messy room, taking in the scattered bottles and discarded containers. This is... A sense of unfamiliar familiarity washed over him. Kong Tae-san sat up, his attention drawn to his phone. He stared at the screen, a growing realization dawning on him. The cracked screen displayed the time. 11:02 p.m., December 31st, 2019. He really went back. He had traveled through time. Meanwhile, January 1st, 2020. Kong Tae-san stood amidst a crowd, the city lights blurring around him. He was back at the beginning. He reflected on the dawn of the new year, a time that would mark a turning point. Earth's fall, he knew, would begin then, an unavoidable cataclysm looming on the horizon. The protagonist savored a slice of pizza, a taste of luxury he hadn't experienced in what felt like an eternity. He wondered how long it had been since he last had pizza, a simple pleasure, now a distant memory. He exhaled, thinking about the item Lee Tion possessed, the one that could turn back time. Kong Tae-san wondered why she hadn't used it, not even until the very end, a question that lingered in his mind. The protagonist considered that the Lee Tion he knew would have run away, a stark contrast to the current situation. He muttered that it would be soon, a promise or a threat hanging in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. Meanwhile, the clock ticked down to 11:58 p.m. on December 31st, 2019, the world unaware of the impending doom. Everyone in the world must be counting down the time, celebrating the coming new year with fireworks lighting up the sky. Welcoming the new year, a couple hoped things would work out for the better, blissfully ignorant of the impending catastrophe. A family watched TV, enjoying a peaceful moment together before the world would change forever, unaware of the impending doom. Unfortunately, as the new year strikes, the world faces an unforeseen crisis. The sounds of celebration are replaced by murmurs of unease. People wonder if they heard something just now. A growing sense of alarm spreads through the crowd. What is that? Panic begins to set in as the source of the disturbance becomes clearer. From his vantage point, he recognizes the threat. It's a monster. The clock strikes midnight as a monstrous entity appears. It's around B rank, a monster that a hard mode player can fight without any problem. In any case, he thinks it is about time. The protagonist prepares for the coming battle. A message appears amidst the chaos. Hello. The message continues, revealing the grim truth. Your world is going to be destroyed by invaders. The weapons that you have, all so carefully crafted, are of no use against them. But do not worry. The monstrous form looms, radiating an ominous power. A merciful being who has taken pity on you. The world burns. People flee in terror from the inferno. A blond man cries out in anguish, surrounded by the fallen. A disembodied voice echoes, offering everyone a chance. The man on the ground looks up, hope flickering in his eyes. The voice continues, promising a choice. The man sees a glowing circle, a path forward amidst the devastation. The blond man begs for help. A message appears. Clear it and gain power. Desperation etched on his face. A man scoffs, dismissing the idea of mercy. He stands amidst the chaos, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding destruction. The man's words hang in the air as a screen displays difficulty modes. Someone remarks that they're just crazy for entertainment. A lone figure sits huddled, bathed in an ethereal glow. The weight of the world seems to rest on their shoulders. A man walks towards a blinding light, a path to something unknown. The city lies in ruins behind him. He stands tall, the light reflecting off his determined eyes. A new path opens before Kong Tae-san. He looks down, contemplating the choice before him. The weight of the decision is evident in his expression. He steels his gaze, resolve hardening his features. The world's fate may rest on his shoulders. Easy mode promises abundant food and rest areas within each labyrinth. Normal mode suggests that even ordinary people can clear the labyrinth with enough effort. Food is scarce in hard mode, and rest areas are fewer than in easy mode. Survival will be difficult, but possible with perseverance. Hard mode challenges one's limits, with severely lacking food and rest. Monsters will throw their lives away just to kill you, and without safety, you will die a horrible death. Solo mode is a place where you are alone. You will not meet anyone else from your world. The only beings you will see are hostile monsters and NPCs. The protagonist extends his hand, a somber expression on his face. This place tests your luck, talent, wisdom, and strategy. You will not be able to survive. If you value your life, do not choose this difficulty, the system warns. Crackling energy fills the air as a voice asks if he's beyond that. He paused, hearing a voice call out, as if from a distance, pleading for him to wait. A message appeared before him, wishing him luck on his journey ahead. The world around him shimmered, the light bending and twisting as if reality itself was in flux. He felt a strange sensation, a pull towards something new and unknown. He found himself standing in a town square, the buildings around him radiating an old-world charm. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, a feeling of familiarity in this new, yet somehow known, place. He breathed a sigh, taking in the sights and sounds of the quaint town. The words, "returned here once again," echoed in his mind, a sense of purpose settling within him. He noticed a community post and wondered who had already been active in this new area. There's a post already? He thought, impressed by the speed. The community board showed a post by Kong Junhik, who seemed quick-witted, wishing Kong Tae-san good luck. He considered the community feature, realizing he could only effectively use it later. There was no point in using it now. What he needed to check right now was something else. Tayson wondered how the NPCs were in easy mode. The long-haired figure explained that they just repeated their set answers, like NPCs. She asked if his were different. The woman pondered the NPCs in solo mode, wondering how she should put this. They acted with intelligence and were able to move freely, as if they were real people. The archway shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Someone sat against a brick wall, seemingly exhausted. The air crackled with unseen energy. The figure looked up, surprised by the newcomer. He seemed to be asking, "What the? You're?" Tay-san was already here? He thought it would take at least a month. This guy, he mused. Before them loomed a massive, shadowy figure, radiating power. The air thrummed with anticipation. Well, congratulations, first of all. Brockman introduced himself as the guardian that protects this place, and also their guide. Broken Man, the one who failed his attempt, becomes the gatekeeper. Isn't that kind of cool? Brockman assumed they had heard the gist of it outside. Their world was facing destruction by the invaders. This was the opportunity that the magnanimous Transcendent was giving to them. The man's arms were crossed, a chain visible around his neck. He mused about mercy, stating that annihilation would have led to more happiness. The man with blue hair learned that the NPCs in solo mode are actually living beings. Brockman spoke of people who have come from destroyed worlds. Kong Tayson's purple eyes narrowed as he listened intently to the explanation. One of the figures wondered why the blue-haired man was so calm, even if he came from a peaceful world. The other man considered beating him up and then explaining, but the blue-haired man wasn't showing any response. Brockman stated that this was the labyrinth, which some people call the tower. There are a total of 100 floors, and there are big changes every 10 floors. Naturally, it gets harder the deeper you go. Kong Tae-san asked if that was really all there was to it. Brockman asked if he wanted him to explain what's on the first floor, what's on the second floor, and so on, adding that there's a guy in there that sells you stuff. A chibi character complained that the gatekeeper guy was so annoying and would beat you up if you complained, adding that she nearly died before even going into the labyrinth. He thought to himself that he should just shut up here. Brockman gestures with a glowing finger, explaining that he'll at least tell him the basics. The sword gleams with a faint, ethereal light. The blade sings as it is tested. Kong Tae-san watches the demonstration with a stoic expression. The sword cuts through the air, leaving trails of light. The light reflects off the scarf around his neck. Kong Tae-san watches as the sword is offered to him. The sword is presented, ready to be taken. Brockman tells Kong Tae-san to take it. The sword and armor are described as worn leather armor with defense, +1, and a rusted sword with attack, +1. Brockman asks why Kong Tae-san doesn't like it, but Kong Tae-san simply replies, no. He paused, his fingers tracing the worn edges of the wrist protector. A man inquired about his contemplation, but he dismissed it, claiming it was nothing. Kong Tae-san examined the worn wrist protector, noting its defense stat and degraded condition. He wondered what it was, thinking it could block a beast bite, and recalled Lee Tion not mentioning receiving such a protector. Meanwhile, a figure in armor stood beside him, the two silhouetted against the light. Kong Tae-san stood with his arms crossed, a contemplative expression on his face. Someone recalled that he was smiling, as if looking forward to entering the labyrinth. His expression was calm, a slight smile playing on his lips as he considered the labyrinth. A gatekeeper reflected on the many labyrinth challengers who were called geniuses. Despite their brilliance, none were able to clear the labyrinth, but that guy just now. He walked away, his figure receding into the distance. He's different, someone thought. It's not simply talent or skill, but a more foundational quality that sets him apart. The labyrinth demanded one thing above all else: power to survive. He sat against the cold stone, a grim assessment echoing in his mind. It'll be good if he lives. The labyrinth's oppressive atmosphere seemed to weigh on him, a tangible burden. This was the labyrinth, created by a great magician long ago, and rumored to grant a wish to whomever cleared it. Before the figures stood a gate, a barrier to a sealed world, and the challenges within. Terrifying beings moved silently, and living beings died within the labyrinth's depths. Everything here existed to oppress him, but if he could push through this deep and dark hell, eternal glory awaited. A blinding light emanated from the depths, promising either salvation or oblivion. A blade stood ready, a silent promise of the battles to come within the labyrinth's walls. Floor 1, Labyrinth Entrance. Beings that die if stabbed lived here, but their powers were not that strong. He steeled himself, a quiet determination hardening his gaze. Shall he start? There were many secrets and hidden areas to be found within the floor. Kong Tae-san began his quest, stepping forward into the unknown. The message appeared, indicating that he must defeat the boss of Floor 1 to pass. A stat-boosting potion was available as a secret reward, but its location remained a mystery. Lee Tion asked Kong Tae-san if he had a shopkeeper in easy mode, wondering if that was the reason for his success. Kong Tae-san confirmed that he did, recalling the simple merchant at the level where he bought potions. Lee Tion remarked that things weren't the same as in solo mode, where they sold a lot of things, and asked if he was flexing. Li Tian showed off a pure black bracelet, describing it as an incredibly strong item that decreases damage. Kang Tae-san wondered if they sold something like that at the shop, his expression thoughtful. Kang Tae-san admitted that there was a lot more than that, but he didn't have enough gold, so he couldn't buy them. The shopkeeper stood amidst displays of shields, his back turned to the newcomer. A hazy atmosphere filled the air, obscuring the details of the surroundings. Kang Tae-san's expression hardened as he thought about the shop's limitations. He recalled that he only half paid attention before, but the situation had changed now. The shopkeeper stood in the dimly lit shop, a pipe in his hand. The system notified Kang Tae-san that he had met the Lost King. Kang Tae-san's gaze was steady, his expression unreadable as he looked forward. The Lost King greeted him, remarking that he looked like he had some wits about him. Kang Tae-san asked if he was a shopkeeper, identifying himself as Tae-san. Kang Tae-san recalled that there was nothing in the shop. The Lost King scowled, calling him a brat and stating he didn't want to display all his items. The Lost King gestured towards his items, his back still turned to Kang Tae-san. A disembodied voice echoes, declaring that the entirety of the floor would not be enough. The Lost King, pipe clenched between his teeth, listens intently, his expression unreadable. Kang Tae-san tilts his head, questioning the shopkeeper's reluctance. He asks why he's even here. The Lost King slams his fist on the counter, retorting that he doesn't want to be here either. He laments his lost kingdom. The Lost King explains he doesn't want to show his wares to someone who knows nothing. Kang Tae-san simply replies, I see. The Lost King says that if Kang Tae-san can show him what he's made of, that story may change. The Lost King gestures for Kang Tae-san to go and prove himself, his words echoing in the stone chamber. Kang Tae-san wonders if the condition of purchase is survival, his expression thoughtful. The Lost King leans on the counter, observing Kang Tae-san with a scrutinizing gaze. The Lost King, taken aback by Kang Tae-san's question, calls him weird and apologizes. The Lost King asks if Kang Tae-san needs to clear the labyrinth to see his wares. Kang Tae-san says it's not that, and that he'll be going. Kang Tae-san turns to leave, the Lost King musing that usually people get scared and shake. He continued down the corridor, unaware of the thoughts swirling around him. Why was he so confident? It was as if he couldn't feel fear. The idea of someone existing like that seemed impossible. How could someone be so fearless? The torches lining the corridor flickered, casting long shadows. The layout of the floor was the same as in easy mode. Kang Tae-san continued forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Just looking around, there didn't seem to be any danger. The sound of skittering claws echoed through the corridor. Kang Tae-san glanced back, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. But that's not true, he thought. Meanwhile, a monstrous rat, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent, stood guarding a skull. A notification appeared. A big rat appeared. Big rat, Kang Tae-san wondered. The boss monster of floor 5 in easy mode is just a random mob here? The rat lunged, claws extended. Kang Tae-san took 10 damage. The giant rat stood before him. Its defenses seemingly low, but its presence was still imposing. Due to its incredible speed, it was difficult to follow with the eye. It took a long time for them to defeat it. But for that guy to be just a random mob on floor 1, he could feel the difference now. A surge of power emanated from his blade as he prepared to strike. It's as fast as he thought. Kang Tae-san launched a kick, aiming to exploit the rat's weakness. When they fought him in easy mode, the players worked together to chase it here and there until it tired out. But now, on top of being alone, his stats are lower than at that time. So logically speaking, this is an impossible fight. The screen displayed his stats, a stark reminder of the challenge ahead. It's so bad that Li Tian told him she ran away at first. From the start, among the players who passed floor 1 in solo mode, none of them engaged in a fight with the big rat. The giant rat's maw opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Blood splattered across the floor as the battle intensified, the air thick with tension. Meanwhile, an old man stood in his shop, seemingly oblivious to the fierce battle raging elsewhere. Kang Tae-san's expression hardens, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. The way rewards are given in the labyrinth is simple, he realizes, preparing himself. If one accomplishes something others couldn't, the creature lunges, claws extended, or accomplishes a feat that everyone can respect. The rat takes damage. He focuses, energy gathering around his hands, ready to strike. The energy intensifies, a bright aura surrounding him as he prepares his next move. The rat reels from the blow, a pained snarl escaping its jaws. If he can't keep up with his speed, he'll be overwhelmed. He moves to strike. He has to predict where it will move, anticipating the creature's next attack. It's also a living and breathing creature. Tae-san realizes its movement's not instantaneous. The rat contracts its leg muscles, inflating its chest, preparing for another assault. Now, the rat lunges forward, a final desperate attack. The giant rat, intimidated, finds its ability to think dulled by the protagonist's presence. Kong Tae-san knew it would be difficult for the creature to realize what was happening with its small brain. Since it couldn't jump that high, he reasoned it would aim for his upper body. The giant rat lunged, teeth bared, ready to strike its next target. Kong Tae-san moved with precision, his blade a blur as he countered the rat's attack. The protagonist declared the rat's impending doom as he struck a decisive blow. The blade sliced through the air, finding its mark with deadly accuracy. Kong Tae-san attacked, the force of his blow evident in the spray of blood. The system indicated the giant rat was immobilized and would take increased damage. The damage numbers flashed, confirming the effectiveness of the attack. Meanwhile, an older man, seated at a table, observed the unfolding events with a contemplative expression. His gaze narrowed, a hint of intrigue flickering in his eyes as he watched the battle progress. He has returned, stepping back into a world that feels both familiar and foreign. The hunter carries a bag labeled Big Rat Meat, a grim trophy from his recent battles. Kong Junhik, watching the exchange, grumbled to himself. He thought the shopkeeper was being a bit of a jerk, always trying to get the last word in. Lee Tion agreed with Kong Junhik's assessment. She thought a shopkeeper should act like one, not like whatever this was. Lee Tion seriously considered stabbing the shopkeeper with her sword, but she knew she couldn't even do that because she'd get beat up. The situation was starting to annoy Lee Tion. She gripped her hand into a fist, her expression darkening. The shopkeeper looked up surprised. He asked Kong Tae-san if he had survived his ordeal. Kong Tae-san stared back, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He questioned if the shopkeeper had wanted him to die. The shopkeeper reached for a large bag, preparing to pay for the items. He seemed unconcerned by the accusation. Displayed were the items Kong Tae-san was selling, Big Rat Meat and Big Rat Leather, both of decent quality. Kong Tae-san pressed the issue, asking how much he could get for these goods, since the shop was buying items anyway. The shopkeeper seemed unbothered that he had killed one. Kong Tae-san held the bag of money, surprised by the transaction. He stated that if he killed one, he killed one. The shopkeeper stroked his beard, considering the quality of the goods. The protagonist was a greenhorn who had just entered the labyrinth. He stood silently, awaiting the shopkeeper's decision. The shopkeeper relented, stating that he would open the shop since the requirements were met. He asked, "What do you sell?" The shopkeeper gestured expansively. He said, "Everything. Just tell me what you want." Kong Tae-san considered his options, then asked, "Shield?" The shopkeeper inquired if he wanted a tower shield, one of those big ones. He clarified that it should be big enough to be held with two hands. Kong Tae-san recalled his recent battle. He thought, "I was thinking of just crushing them." The shopkeeper chuckled, pleased with the response. Right answer. With a burst of golden light, the shopkeeper summoned an item. Kong Tae-san watched with anticipation as the shopkeeper prepared to show him the shield. The shopkeeper held up a glowing shield. "How's this one?" The bulky tower shield boasts an attack of +1 and a defense of +5. He holds the shield, realizing it's more than fine, an item of this quality found around floor 7. The shopkeeper watches as he realizes he only has 243 gold, needing twice that amount. He turns to leave, stating he needs more gold. The shopkeeper asks where he is going. The shopkeeper tells him not to worry about it, offering to give it to him for free. He stares at the shield, a notification appearing. "You have obtained bulky tower shield." The shopkeeper tells him that with around 250 gold, there's some stuff he can buy worth his cash, asking him to hold on. He looks back, wondering what's going on as the shopkeeper rummages around. Various potions and items sit on the shopkeeper's counter. He thinks that this is completely different from what Lee Tion told him. The shopkeeper asks him to hold it, wondering why he's going so far for him, asking if he can't do him a favor. The shopkeeper tells him to just think of this as a simple investment, leaving him to wonder what investment he means. The shopkeeper gestures to the wares, telling him to pick what he wants. He thinks to himself that the shopkeeper doesn't want to tell him why he's offering these items. He observes the items, noting that most of them are health recovery potions. The health recovery potion recovers 50% of HP. Some of the potions temporarily increase attack, while others temporarily increase speed. These are essential for clearing the labyrinth. He looks at the bulky tower shield he received, realizing it's not what he needs to use right at this moment. A female knight drinks a potion. It's hard to obtain potions in solo mode, and they were primarily used in the upper floors, not lower. He glances to the side, lost in thought about the items he needs. He needs to buy more important items than that at this moment. A crude bow and crude arrows are displayed. He definitely needs a way to attack from a distance. With a bow, an annoying situation can become a walk in the park. He asks how much the Big Rat Leather is worth. At this level of quality, it's around 70 gold. The shopkeeper looks satisfied with the transaction. The shopkeeper hands him a bow and says, "Here you go." The shopkeeper asks if he knows that his health won't recover in the labyrinth. He confirms that he does, wondering what's going on and if something has changed. A shimmering pool of water sits nestled in a sunlit grove. Kong Junhee points to a spot on a holographic map. He explains that the Spring of Life on the first floor can recover health. Kong Junhee adds that Lee Tion was also told about the location of the Spring of Life, but he insulted her, telling her to starve to death. The protagonist walks away, wondering what changed the shopkeeper's attitude. A system message appears, stating that Li Tion couldn't kill the big rat and ran away. The protagonist stands over a defeated monster, chains of purple energy binding it. He recalls that he didn't run, but killed it and came back. Did this difference change the shopkeeper's attitude towards him? The big rat is immobilized, taking increased damage. He achieved victory over the big rat. His interception increase skill is activated, like this skill. His agility is permanently increased by 1. He recalls when he first succeeded in killing a big rat. He wonders why there are so many status screens from killing one random mob. Aside from his basic skills, he even had skills he earned on floors 20 and 40 in easy mode. He didn't think he'd get these on the first floor of solo mode. It felt unequal. He paused, wondering what this was all about. The soul skill, interception increase, had a proficiency of 100%. His soul had experienced a higher plane of existence. A miraculous power had been imprinted onto his soul, granting him the soul skill, interception increase. As he had escaped the labyrinth, he was unable to obtain the skill, interception increase, which had been sealed. Back when he fought that S rank, a system window opened up after he whittled down that 1.2 million HP. He wondered if that sealed skill got freed because he returned to the labyrinth. It was a skill that he kept, even when time was turned back. He kept going forward because this was a question he couldn't answer at that moment. It was the same thing here. He needed to head toward his goal. He needed to become stronger than anyone. The spring of life should appear right past this corridor, he thought. He continued down the corridor, remarking on its unnecessarily long design. A monstrous rat appeared, its eyes glowing with a menacing red light. Kong Tae-san noted the appearance of another large rat, finding the encounter typical for a dungeon corridor. More of the glowing-eyed rats appeared, and a system message warned that he was in a difficult situation. The protagonist was now surrounded by the menacing, oversized rodents. He wondered aloud if he was truly surrounded by the creatures. The dungeon walls seemed to close in, the air thick with anticipation. 3 monstrous rats, each easily the size of a dog, emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing menacingly. The rats, despite their small brains, knew they had the advantage in numbers. Running a confusion and fear check, Kong Tae-san prepared himself for the onslaught. The rats lunged forward, their claws scraping against the stone floor as they closed the distance. All checks cleared, the hunter raised his shield, deflecting the first rat's attack with a resounding clang. He couldn't falter. Too many players had died from hesitation. Kong Tae-san kicked out, sending one of the rats flying. With an unshakable mind, all stats increased. Kong Tae-san prepared to face the remaining 2 rats. He kicked out, the violet energy crackling around his armored boot. With a level up, his stats had increased. The kick connected with brutal force. A system message chimed. He had succeeded in fighting against 2 big rats. Phew! Kong Tae-san exhaled, blood smeared across his face. A notification appeared. Level up. The system declared the big rat was intimidated by him. The big rat's judgment dulls. His armored leg continued its assault. The rat was sent sprawling. The rat emitted a final, desperate shriek. He brought his foot down, crushing the creature beneath his heel. Kong Tae-san looked down at the remains. Thank you for approaching so obviously. Blood splattered across the stone floor. He turned toward a doorway. Kong Tae-san adjusted his scarf as he approached the exit. The system informed him that this was the resting area of the labyrinth. Enemies could not willingly enter, and the place's peacefulness made one lazy. He discovers the spring of life, a place of respite within the labyrinth. The discovery grants him a bonus, permanently increasing his intelligence and mana. Most areas of the labyrinth contain monsters, but this spring is a safe zone. Bathed in golden light, he feels the spring's restorative power. He has recovered to his best condition, ready for the challenges ahead. The refreshing waters ease his fatigue, but he knows his mental strain will continue to increase. He resolves to take a rest here, preparing himself for what's to come. The next day, a day has passed, and he wonders if there's any news on the community board. He approaches the community board, ready to see what others have posted. His hand hovers over the screen, ready to activate the interface. Kong Jin-hee posted, asking if anyone knows how to enter the labyrinth. Not Jane replied, suggesting it might be too dangerous. Kong Dong-jun asks if anyone wants to clear the first floor with him, seeking companionship in a labyrinth. The community board buzzed with activity, players seeking information and expressing frustration. He noted that most of the messages were from solo players, limited in their communication options. Kong Tae-san considered the implications of this isolation, a slight frown creasing his brow. He chuckled softly, reading a message from Li Tion expressing confusion. Even the strongest player, Li Tion, seemed to have struggled at the beginning. The protagonist thought back to the status window he had seen, the words "target is frightened" echoing in his mind. He mused on the possibility that Li Tion had been hiding her true self until the end. It had only been a day since the labyrinth opened, and solo players would soon be entering in force. Solo mode's rewards were definitely matched to the difficulty, he knew. Although Li Tion missed out on many rewards, she was still able to become the strongest player. Kong Taesin scrolled through the community board, his expression thoughtful. What happened? He wondered if he could trust a baseless article and enter the labyrinth. He considered the implications of the community board messages. Even if they believed it, he didn't know how they would react. Remembering that among the 10,000 people who entered solo mode, the only one to survive was Li Tion, he steeled himself. All right, then he should start as well. A hand gripped a piece of meat, ready to be consumed. The texture appeared stringy and raw. The system displayed the meat stats. Big rat meat, 86% quality. He wondered if he could eat it or not. Thinking about the goal, this could be better. He ate the meat. The system notified him that he had eaten uncooked raw meat. He grimaced, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The running status condition check began. The check failed. The system announced that he had food poisoning. He wretched, collapsing to his knees. Unless he continued to eat cure potions or health potions, he would die. It was a nightmarish status condition for beginners. That's why people who've suffered through it once told everyone to cook before eating. He recovered to his best condition. But it was difficult to acquire food in the labyrinth. He had eaten uncooked raw meat, but the check cleared. Nothing happened. Status condition, food poisoning. It quickly decreased his health for 2 days. So he'd eventually have to eat the creatures in the labyrinth. The check failed, and he had food poisoning. Just as space was restricted, there were times where he couldn't help but need to eat raw meat. And if he got food poisoning in those situations, it was the worst. He felt himself returning to his best condition, the raw meat's ill effects fading. I'm starting to get full. He had suffered through so many diseases that a resistance had formed. He obtained the continuous conditional activation skill, disease resistance. The protagonist walked forward, deeper into the dungeon. Bingo. But that changes if you have this disease resistance skill. Continuous conditional activation skill. Disease resistance, proficiency, 1%. Resist all sorts of diseases. As he raised his proficiency, it was fine if it was only used as a skill to become immune to food poisoning. Then, should I obtain the next skill? He waded into the water, the cool liquid rising around him. The water deepened, reaching his chest. The water closed over his head, and he was submerged. He was unable to breathe right now. It hurts, but I need to endure. His face contorted in pain as he held his breath. I think I heard someone say that drowning is one of the most painful ways to die. He burst out of the water, gasping for air. He didn't breathe until near death. He had obtained the conditional activation skill, Unbreath. He had felt the touch of death and obtained the conditional activation skill, Line of Death. He grimaced, the near-death experience still fresh in his mind. He ran a hand through his hair, hoping the new skills would prove useful. A skill that increased how long he could hold his breath would be invaluable, especially in areas with poisonous air. He considered the Line of Death skill. Since it required being near death, few possessed it, but it could be obtained with Unbreath. If the Line of Death skill was at 54%, was it the same as his future self? Could he inherit something like this? Maybe the skill was tied not to his body, but to his mind. But if that were the case, his calm mind and detection wouldn't be at 1%. He pondered the implications, a finger tapping thoughtfully against his chin. Unexplainable events happened frequently inside the labyrinth, and he couldn't afford to scrutinize each and every one of them. Because there were more skills he could make. He looked forward determined. He couldn't stop now. Kong Junheek watched, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Hyung, is this actually the correct method? He wondered aloud, questioning the protagonist's sanity. Kong Tae-san, face stoic, considered the risks. Asterisk high risk, high return. Haven't you heard that before? If the difference is too great, you can't gain them. So now is the best time, I think. Asterisk. Kong Junheek wrung his hands, a look of distress on his face. No, that's not the issue right now. I'm really sorry, Hyung. I just can't do this, he admitted, overwhelmed. The neutral character threw his hands up in exasperation. Do as you wish. I'm not the one losing out. No, even if that's the case. How am I supposed to do this? The protagonist's eyes narrowed, a surge of power coursing through him. He was ready to push his limits. A system notification appeared. You have activated Unbreath. Blue energy crackled around Kong Taesin's feet, the ground beneath him shimmering with power. The system explained the mechanics. Combinations are a big part of skills. For example, if certain skills and situations coincide, a new skill can be gained. The protagonist's arm glowed with the same blue energy, ready to unleash a devastating attack. The system further clarified, being able to endure for twice as long while in the unbreathing state is obviously limited to when you're completely still. He is suspended in the air, a vortex of violet energy swirling around him. Sweat beads on his brow, but his expression remains resolute. He lands heavily, catching his breath in ragged gasps. System messages flash before his eyes. He has attacked many times in an unbreathing state, earning a special active skill. Kong Tae-san stands, sword in hand, as another notification appears. He has earned more than 10 skills. The system declares that he has earned the title, skill player. Kong Tae-san considers his new abilities. He can read the movements of the big rat and see the set tempo of humans before they move. Unbreathing attack is a skill that will let him freely change that tempo, but a giant rat-like monster is closing in. The monster lunges, teeth bared, ready to strike. Kong Tae-san opens his status window, remembering Lee Tion's agility score on the first floor. His agility is now at 21, making him definitely much faster. His health is 120 to 120, mana 12 twelfths, strength 10, intelligence 12, attack +1, and defense +7. Then, Kong Tae-san realizes he can slowly start creating his main skills. He knew main skills were usually worth more than 10 basic skills. They were able to overcome a large difference in stats, like addition or multiplication. Attack nullification eliminated the result of an attack, or time stop stopped the time within the vicinity. They were all main skills, and having just one would give an overwhelming advantage. He considered that maybe because of that, the methods to earn them were peculiar. Complete surveillance could barely be obtained only after evolving the detection skill 2 or 3 times. But what if there were a main skill that could be gained on the first floor? A big rat appeared, its eyes glowing red. He thought, obviously, he must obtain it then. The giant rat squeaked, lunging forward. The rat's attack connected, dealing 4 damage. The giant rat continued its assault, dealing 3 more damage to him. He realized it was biting at him with vigor, thinking he couldn't respond to its attacks. He takes multiple hits, thinking he needs to take a few more. The giant rat looms, crackling with energy as it closes in, dealing more damage. Kong Tae-san thinks he needs a little bit more. The rat's attack connects, putting him in danger of dying. His line of death proficiency rises by 3%, and combine proficiency rises by 2%. The rat squeaks. The protagonist moves forward, shield raised. The giant rat squeaks as it moves quickly. The rat attacks again, and he is in danger of dying. He completely blocked the opponent's attack. The rat keeks. He earned the special active skill, Block. It's a good skill that nullifies attacks dealing less than a certain amount of damage, but it wasn't the skill he was hoping for. He is still in danger of dying. The protagonist blocks the rat's attack with his shield. The rat squeaks. Skill, Endure. It nullifies damage that would result in. The labyrinth's rules are simple. Withstand a fatal blow, and all subsequent damage is negated for a time. A voice echoes, boasting that no one else has ever obtained that skill before. Kong Junheek and Lee Tion look on as Kong Tae-san stands atop a pile of defeated monsters. Lee Tion asks how he learned Endure, and Kong Junheek agrees. Kong Tae-san responds, and a text box explains that the ways of learning skills within the labyrinth are simple and already set. The text box continues, explaining that one can receive the skill from someone else, or achieve something others could not, and be awarded a matching skill. The scene shifts to a flashback of Kong Tae-san falling through the air. The text box suggests that he can try to reproduce a similar effect to the skill. The flashback continues, showing Kong Tae-san battling a giant rat. He obtained Unbreath by holding his breath, and earned Unbreathing attack by swinging his blade in that state. The text box asks what if he wished to earn Endure, which nullifies an attack that would lead to death. The giant rat attacks, and a text box warns that he is in danger of dying. Kong Tae-san realizes it's simple. He just needs to continuously block attacks that would have led to his death. A system message appears, stating that he has blocked multiple attacks that he has earned the continuous conditional activation skill, Endure. The skill manifests as a translucent screen before him. A monstrous creature squeaks as it is struck by an unseen force. He clenches his fist, remembering the words that could save his life. Lee Tion observes, thinking that Tae-san is a crazy bastard, no matter what. The narrator reflects that people would respond in this way at one point. His feet crunch on the ground as he walks forward. He wipes sweat from his brow, his boots scuffed from the journey. Kong Tae-san sits, reviewing the information displayed on the screens before him. He muses that he feels like there should be a couple more skills, but he had over 200 already. Elsewhere, an old man with a long white beard senses that there was a prior visitor. The party encountered a person searching for God, radiating an aura of divine purpose. He extended his hand, a surge of blue energy crackling around his palm, ready to face the unknown. The armored figure stood before Kong Tae-san and Lee Tion, blocking their path forward into the unknown. An old man stroked his beard, a glint in his eye. I heard that most of the solo mode NPCs are psychopaths. Are you an adventurer? He confirmed, holding his shield. We refer to those who toil to conquer the labyrinth as such. That is correct. The protagonist recalled the armored figure. He thought he was someone that served some god or something. He strained to remember. What came next again? I need to remember it quickly. A surge of power filled the air, the sound of whoosh echoing through the chamber. The armored figure lunged, fist raised, ready to strike the unsuspecting protagonist. The old man, Einzel, declared, then try and block this. Einzel activated non-lethal attack. Einzel's attack bore down on him, a wave of energy about to crash against his defenses. His eyes widened, bracing for the impact of Einzel's attack. the world blurring around him. The system notified him. His line of death had been activated. Kang Tae-san raised his shield, bracing for the inevitable impact. He thought, I'm going to die. The blow landed with a resounding crash, sending a shockwave through his body. He grunted with the force of it. The opponent's fist continued its relentless assault, each strike carrying immense power. Kang Tae-san was sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The opponent thought, what a heavy blow. The force of the impact rippled across Kang Tae-san's face as he felt the blow. Blow, he thought. The opponent's expression was one of exertion, each strike fueled by immense strength. He grunted with effort. Kang Tae-san struggled to maintain his footing as the opponent's relentless attacks continued to batter his shield. Despite the pain, Kang Tae-san managed to deflect some of the power. The system notified him that his strength had permanently increased and that he had obtained the conditional activation skill, Deflect. Kang Tae-san gritted his teeth, bracing himself for another onslaught. He was determined to withstand the opponent's power. The opponent realized that Kang Tae-san was unable to dodge. He thought, forget technique, the difference in strength is too large. Purple energy crackled, a lingering echo of the recent, devastating attack. The air still vibrated with the force of the blow, a testament to its power. The white-haired man watched, a strange light in his eyes. Amazing, he breathed, a hint of genuine surprise in his voice. A digital display materialized, showcasing the damage inflicted. I thought I'd do 100,000 damage at the least, but it only dealt 30,000. Kang Tae-san, still reeling from the impact, activated a defensive measure. A notification appeared. Non-lethal attack is activated. Damage has been nullified. Kang Tae-san's expression was strained. He destroyed the labyrinth wall with one strike. The hell? The gatekeeper was strong, too. Solo mode is populated with nothing but monsters. The white-haired man stood calmly before him. That aside, I was surprised, he admitted, his gaze intense. Kang Tae-san's mind raced. Managing to block that attack with the shield in that split second, of course, but you then immediately let it go in order to mitigate the damage. The white-haired man watched him closely. Kang Tae-san thought, I couldn't just stand there and take it. The man responded, True, true. The white-haired man extended his hand. I wasn't planning on killing you from the start. That's what the non-lethal attack was about. Kang Tae-san accepted the handshake. The white-haired man continued, and even if I attacked you lethally, you have endure. So I thought this wouldn't be a problem. You saw that. The white-haired man smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Fighting tooth and nail to live while on the brink of death. I was quite impressed. Your skills are outstanding as well. To think you'd deflect my attack with those paltry stats of yours. He mused that these NPCs were supposed to have their own consciousnesses. But how do they know about skills? Not even Lee Tion knew about this. Einzel admitted he was worried Kang Tae-san would be a feeble one. But that was for nothing. He passed with full marks. What was his name, adventurer? Kang Tae-san answered. Einzel exclaimed what a joyous encounter this was. He was the one who seeks a god, and asked Kang Tae-san to call him Einzel. Meanwhile, Lee Tion gasped, her reflection staring back at her from the water surface. She thought to herself that those damn rats were so persistent. She knelt by the water's edge, her expression troubled as she considered the situation. Still, she thought, she should be fine now that she'd reached this place. A rustling sound echoed nearby. Lee Tion looked up, startled by the noise. Oh, she wondered, her eyes wide with surprise. She narrowed her eyes, a determined look on her face. So you're a feeble coward, she stated, her voice laced with disdain. Einzel stood tall, his expression unreadable as he looked down at Lee Tion. The scene shifted to show Lee Tion kneeling before Einzel, the encounter shrouded in mystery. Lee Tion had told him that the knight gave her a look of contempt and left. After that, she never saw him again. But this... The paladin, overcome with delight, grabs Kang Tae-san's hand, his expression unreadable. The protagonist allows the gesture, as the paladin asks if he may ask something. He tells the paladin to go ahead, as the paladin questions why he attacks people so suddenly. The paladin continues, asking if it is to harass those who are weak. He states that is not the reason why, and that he is a paladin, so why would he oppress the weak? The paladin's expression is serious as he awaits Kang Tae-san's response. The paladin explains that he simply does this to evaluate those who visit this place. Kang Tae-san questions if he is evaluating him. The paladin raises a finger, stating that there is no person more annoying than one with no understanding of themselves. The paladin gives a thumbs up, saying that in that sense, he has passed. Kang Tae-san thanks him, understanding that this clears things up. The paladin exclaims that his glorious father gave it to him. Meanwhile, Kang Tae-san asks which god he is seeking, since he said he was looking for a god. The scene shifts to a depiction of the labyrinth, where there are many gods. Varied as they are, the gods test players and give rewards. But most players didn't care all that much about them because they only existed in solo mode. Thanks to Lee Tion frequently telling him about how awful and disgusting the gods were, he learned a lot of information about them. She stood at the doorway, a knowing look on her face. Below, Kang Junheek stroked his beard, stating that the more people who knew about her, the better. The stained glass window depicted a radiant goddess. Kang Junhik declared that the god he served was the loving goddess, Levaninoff. Devotees gathered, their hands clasped in prayer. They worshipped her, chanting her name from dawn till dusk, a goddess who connected with those who loved her. Kang Junhik continued, explaining that there was no goddess in his world more beloved than she. Unfortunately, his world was destroyed, making him the only one who remembers her. The hunter walked alongside Kang Tae-san, his expression somber. He inquired if Kang Tae-san had entered the labyrinth to find her. Kang Junhee confirmed that he had, but he hadn't even seen a glimpse of her. He repeated her name, Levaninoff, with a hint of longing. Kang Tae-san stated that he knew that god. Thanks to Lee Tion, he also knew which floor she was on as well. The problem was, the image of the goddess appeared again, this time wounded and surrounded by what appeared to be blood. The goddess was shown again, this time with dark tendrils surrounding her. She told him that the goddess had already been cruelly torn to shreds by the time she found her. Elsewhere, Lee Tion stared at a screen, her expression a mix of disgust and disbelief. The screen displayed messages from Lee Tion solo, expressing shock and revulsion. Kang Tae-san also stared at a similar screen, his brow furrowed in concern. The messages indicated that something was disturbing and potentially vomit-inducing. Kang Junhee turned to Kang Tae-san, asking if he could ask him something. Kang Tae-san responded, inquiring what it was. He is asked if he is in a hurry to escape the labyrinth. The protagonist replies that he is not, as his goal is to become stronger. Kang Junhee finds that swell, wondering if Tae-san has any thoughts about learning Levaninoff's skills from him. The protagonist states that he would like to learn the skills. Kang Junhee wonders why he should accept his offer to give him skills. Tae-san calmly thinks about how strong Kang Junhee is. The protagonist asks what Kang Junhee wants in return. Kang Junhee says nothing, of course, and considers this an apology for attacking him all of a sudden. He asks if it wouldn't have been better if Kang Junhee just didn't attack him in the first place, chuckling. Kang Junhee says that's a different story, and that the reason he's offering an apology is because Tae-san is someone worth apologizing to. Kang Junhee states that an apology using only words is worthless. He figured Tae-san would want to obtain precious skills, which is why he chose to do this. The protagonist says that it's more than alright. It's so much easier to earn a skill from a non-lethal attack than by putting his life on the line. Kang Junhee says he almost besmirched the gods with his actions there, relieved. Kang Junhee thinks that Tae-san should first try to hit him with that feeble shield of his, calling him a weirdo. Within the labyrinth, countless skills lie waiting to be discovered and mastered. Among these skills, some are considered basic, earned through a single, fundamental action. If you wield a sword, you gain swordsmanship. If you wield a shield, you gain shield arts. If you wield a spear, you gain spear mastery. The moment you wield a weapon, you receive the skill right away. As skill proficiency increases, so too does your knowledge of and acumen with the relevant weapon. And so, a skill that combines all of those basic skills while not flashy is one you could boldly claim to be the most useful. It's called the Arak Weapon Arts. Even the goddess personally complimented me on it. Kang Junhee states that this is the very skill he wishes to teach Kang Tae-san. Kang Tae-san seems to be in deep thought. Kang Junhee asks if he thinks this was pointless, adding that just because the skills are combined doesn't mean anything changes. The protagonist wonders aloud what his current added attack is. He stated that it was him, and that the damage should amount to about 4, since there is the base attack. Einzel activated target lock, ensuring he would receive all attacks with fixed damage. Kang Tae-san considered using a skill, wondering if Einzel really wanted to take it so badly. Kang Tae-san struck Einzel, the force of the blow reverberating through the air. For damage was dealt to Einzel. Kang Tae-san realized it was his mistake to strike Einzel's head. Kang Junhee stated that this time, Kang Tae-san should attack him with his fists if he said so. Kang Tae-san moved to attack Einzel with his fist. The blow connected, dealing 2 damage to Einzel. Kang Junhee asked if he noticed what he wanted to say, meaning how damage changes depending on the weapon used to strike. Kang Junhee explained that if you equipped both a plus 50 gauntlet and a plus 20 sword when attacking with the sword, only the 20 attack is utilized. And when striking with the gauntlet, only the 50 attack is used. A combined damage of 70 will never occur. Kang Junhee asked if that wasn't obvious. Kang Junhee explained that's why they only use one main weapon and raise proficiency in it alone. But isn't it uncomfortable? Einzel questions the efficiency of using only one weapon type during combat. He elaborates that one can also strike with their arms or tackle using their shoulders. Kang Junhee explains that the listener seems to have comprehended the concept. Lee Tion stands nearby, listening intently. Einzel explains that after a long period of research, he was able to develop the Arak Weapon Arts. Kang Tae-san listens, his expression thoughtful as he considers the implications. Kang Junhee continues, stating that no matter what one strikes with, it will use 70 as its attack. Lee Tion and Kong Tae-san listen as Kong Jun-heek explains that the skill affects not only weapons, but every part of the body. Kong Tae-san realizes that the entire body is essentially a weapon with this skill. Kong Jun-heek explains that the effects in the labyrinth are the complete combination of all the basic skills. As one advances through the labyrinth and earns higher-ranking equipment, this skill becomes... Kong Tae-san thinks to himself that it is an amazing skill. This has the value of a main skill. The old man states that the skill may not be shocking to Tae-san, who already has Endure. He asks if the protagonist wants to learn it, and Tae-san confirms that he will definitely learn it. Kong Jun-heek laughs, pleased that the protagonist has no hesitation. He tells him to relax his entire body as the skill transfer begins. The protagonist is enveloped in a bright light as the skill is transferred. He notes that this skill is different from others. Kong Jun-heek explains that he personally created and learned the skill through his own experience. Therefore, he can transfer it to Tae-san quite easily, without him enduring any pain. A notification appears, indicating that basic skill, shield arts, and basic skill, swordsmanship, have been combined with air weapon arts. The protagonist's eyes glow as all sorts of skills and information flow into him. He thinks it's easy to receive a skill. This skill is different from other skills in that it's... A notification appears, stating that he received a skill from the creator of the air weapon arts. Another notification appears, indicating that he received an ultimate rank skill, air weapon arts. Kong Jun-heek recommends training it all the time without skipping a day. Kong Jun-heek tells the protagonist that he'll also give him something else. A notification appears, showing a faded ring with attack +1. A close-up of the faded ring is shown, with the text indicating that it won't be. The protagonist says that it is enough. He reflects that he may have thrown it away as something useless in the past, but now, this... Kong Jun-heek states that he has given him everything he wanted, but it is a shame he cannot go too in-depth at the moment. Kong Jun-heek wonders what Tae-san thinks about sparring with him, suggesting he test out his newly learned skill before trying it for real. The two stand facing each other, ready to begin their sparring match. He agrees, stating that he has no reason to reject the offer. The two stand in a courtyard, ready to begin their sparring match. Kong Jun-heek launches an attack, sending a burst of energy towards Kong Tae-san. He raises his shield, preparing to block the incoming attack. The energy attack collides with the shield, creating a shower of sparks and debris. A text box appears, stating that in the labyrinth, your evaluation is based on all of the actions you take. Kong Tae-san successfully blocks Kong Jun-heek's attack with a shield. Another text box appears, stating that no matter how worthless the room is, if you search thoroughly and find something, your detection proficiency rises. A final text box appears, stating that if you constantly block your opponent's attacks, shield arts proficiency rises. The clash of their weapons echoed through the training grounds. Kong Jun-heek swung his blade, a flash of light accompanying the motion. The impact resonated, a testament to their intense sparring session. The sound of the impact reverberated through the training area. The sound faded as Kong Tae-san lay on the ground, exhausted. Kong Jun-heek wondered if they had sparred for 2 whole days, surprised he received a skill. The skill, Battle Persistence, granted him the ability to maintain battle for a long time. He thought it was a skill only obtainable while fighting players, so he had given up on getting it in solo mode. Kong Jun-heek, in his older form, looked down with a smile. He confirmed his expression knowing. The older Kong Jun-heek asked Tae-san to promise him 2 things, his tone serious. Meanwhile, Kong Jun-heek explained that since he had also learned the air weapon arts, he could teach it to someone else. He warns that they absolutely must not teach it to them. Kong Jun-heek understands the gravity of the situation. Einzel continues, requesting information about Lady Levaninoff if he discovers any. Einzel acknowledges the slim chance of meeting again in the labyrinth. Kong Jun-heek admits he wasn't expecting much anyway. Sir Einzel hopes for a miracle, his expression a mix of longing and desperation. If Einzel succeeds in finding the goddess, either Levaninoff would not have died, or both Einzel and Levaninoff would die there. Unless a big variable occurs before Einzel finds her, Levaninoff will definitely be killed by someone. Kong Jun-heek wonders if he should tell him or not. He contemplates if this is a crossroad of sorts. Kong Jun-heek listens intently, as Einzel reveals that finding her is his final longing. Kong Jun-heek calls out to Sir Einzel, his expression serious and determined. Einzel's eyes glow with intensity as he declares that he knows where she is. Einzel's posture is tense, his hands clasped tightly as he reveals this crucial information. Kong Jun-heek tilts his head, a question hanging in the air as he stares intently. The protagonist states he knows where the goddess Levaninoff is. Kong Jun-heek regards him with suspicion. Kong Jun-heek's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. He warns that the protagonist is taking this joke too far. Kong Jun-heek gestures emphatically, recounting his fruitless search for her within the labyrinth. He has never found even a hint of her. The neutral figure wonders how the protagonist, who just entered the first floor, could know where she is. He considers it a natural reaction to disbelieve him. The protagonist stands firm, his gaze unwavering as he listens to the other's doubts. Kang Tae-san insists that he can be trusted, revealing that his world has an item related to the labyrinth. Kang Jun-heek vehemently denies this, stating that the labyrinth has no maps related to itself. He adds that the protagonist will know it's not a map related to the entire labyrinth. Kang Jun-heek believes the protagonist doesn't believe him, but he has thought of a response to this as well, a map connected to a special existence. Kang Jun-heek's expression is one of disbelief, his eyes wide as he stares at the protagonist. He explained that an item from within the labyrinth could reveal a god's location. Kang Tae-san presented a horn-shaped object, claiming his family possessed information about it. Lee Tion watched as he explained that the item was acquired on floor 89, but was ultimately useless. She questioned if he was complaining again. He admitted he once thought the information was useless, but now he was able to use it. The old man revealed that he had already memorized the locations of all the gods written in the secret room. The old man confirmed that the library was there, but he hadn't been able to check it yet. The old man embraced Kang Tae-san, stating that he had repaid him more than enough. Kang Tae-san was told that the old man had never been more thankful to someone in his life, and that he was indebted to him. The old man apologized, explaining that Kang Tae-san was hurting his shoulder. Elsewhere, the old man apologized for holding back for a moment. The old man thanked him again from the bottom of his heart, saying it was hard to convey with words. He noted that floor 78 was quite deep and dangerous, so he would need to prepare thoroughly. The old man offered Kang Tae-san a bronze ring, stating it would be good for a skilled individual, such as himself. The ring looks like one handed to a religion's priest, but the religion has gone extinct and only one person has it. He stared at the ring, marveling at its quality. He knew he would have needed to reach floor 30 on easy mode to get an item like this. The old man appeared in his thoughts, saying he normally wouldn't give this to an adventurer on the first floor. He hoped that he wouldn't regret this decision. Kang Tae-san reassured the old man in his memory that he wouldn't have time to laze around. The old man seemed relieved, asking if he was thinking of going down. The old man waved goodbye, saying he'd finally found a clue, so he couldn't bear to dawdle. He thanked Tae-san, saying he hoped to see him again. The old man laughed maniacally, declaring that he was coming for the goddess. He was the last one to remember her. Kang Tae-san stood in the dungeon, a wide grin on his face. He was ready to continue his adventure. A vision showed the old man with the goddess. A question lingered. Would he be able to find her? If he did, would she still be alive? Or would she have already died? The old man held the goddess close, a faint light emanating from his hands. The vision faded, leaving only questions. Kang Tae-san steeled himself, resolving that it would be a very long time before he met Einzel again. He refocused on the present. After going around floor 1 for a while, he noticed his dexterity was now 25. Catching a big rat was getting pretty easy, he mused. A system message appeared. He had activated increased soul quality. The difference between his and his target's soul quality was too high, it said. He wondered what that meant. The rat-like monster lay defeated. He gained nothing from the encounter. It was unfortunate, but expected, given the level difference. He considered his progress on the first floor. It was time to head to the second, where new challenges awaited. But before ascending, there was somewhere else he needed to be. He stepped through the doorway, his expression determined. Inside the labyrinth were secret rooms, each floor containing one hidden area. Great rewards awaited those who found them. Magic staves and rings of levitation were among the treasures. Permanent stat increase potions were also possible rewards. These items gave a huge advantage in the labyrinth. The competition to enter the secret rooms was severe, even in easy mode. He had missed a lot of secret rooms. It relied more on luck and experience than skill, but this was solo mode. In this place, he would be able to obtain all the secret rooms. He wondered if the layout would be the same. The labyrinth map differed depending on the difficulty, but the general structure was the same, so all the secret rooms had a commonality. It's here. There was only one entrance, and the inside was an empty room. He stood before the entrance, ready to proceed. A room with no purpose for existing, and so it gets ignored by many players. He knew what to expect. He continued down the hallway, the promise of a secret room driving him forward. Secret rooms, he knew, existed in places like this, hidden in plain sight. The protagonist reached out, his fingers brushing against the cold, rough surface of the brick wall. Ordinary bricks, without any special properties, he mused, tapping each one carefully. This would give him the best chance of finding the room. Meaning, Kang Tae-san realized this was just going to take some time and patience. The sounds of tapping echoed through the chamber as he continued his search. Reaching higher, he tested another brick, his fingers searching for any sign of give. Pressing, turning, pulling, a sequence of actions repeated until something finally shifted. This is fun, he thought, clambering into the opening. Compared to the room, where he couldn't do anything but survive for a week, this was much better. As the brick came loose, a system notification appeared. Detection's proficiency had increased by 5%. He stepped through the opening, and another notification chimed. He was the first to discover the secret room. Standing inside, 2 more notifications appeared. He had obtained the title, Adventurer, and his intelligence had permanently increased by 3. He stood at the entrance, a treasure chest awaiting him in the secret room. The treasure chest sat bathed in light, promising untold riches or hidden dangers. Kong Tae-san considered rushing forward, but something felt amiss. He knew better than to be careless. Then, he took a step forward, cautiously approaching the treasure chest. A rat-like monster stirred, its eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. The monster lunged, its sharp claws extended, ready to strike. Kong Tae-san grabbed the rat-like monster, his grip firm and unyielding. He hurled the creature away, sending it crashing against the wall. Another rat-like monster appeared, its fangs bared in a menacing snarl. Suddenly, arrows shot from the walls, narrowly missing the monster. The rat-like monster was impaled by the arrows, its body pinned to the floor. Kong Tae-san recognized the trap. He stepped forward, observing the scene with a calculating gaze, ready to face whatever came next. He grips the arrow, the air crackling with magical energy. The protagonist raises his shield, thinking that he is abnormally stronger than most players on this floor. He believes he can do this if he concentrates enough. Arrows fly toward him, and he wonders if he had about 7 arrows. The arrows continue to rain down, filling the corridor with deadly projectiles. Kong Tae-san smirks, confident in his ability to overcome the trap. He thinks he'll be taking some from here. Kong Tae-san's expression hardens, his gaze fixed on an unseen threat. He knocks an arrow, muscles coiled, ready to strike with deadly precision. The protagonist is struck by an unseen force. He grits his teeth, acknowledging the increasing difficulty. Kong Tae-san's eyes narrow, calculating his next move with grim determination. He strides forward, thinking aloud that buying arrows from the shop would be a waste. The system displays the attributes of the arrows, poisoned arrow and paralysis arrow, each with their own effects. Examining the arrows in his hand, Kong Tae-san notes that some of them are strange. He considers his options, wondering if he should go again from the first trap, deciding that it's good for him. Arrows fly through the air, propelled by an unseen force, striking their targets with deadly accuracy. Kong Tae-san prepares his arrows, checking the system interface and thinking that 100 should be enough. He continued onward, the labyrinth stretching before him. Kong Tae-san muttered, readying himself for the next challenge. Another step, another brick beneath his feet. The protagonist's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed in concentration. A sudden impact rocked him. The attack slammed into Kong Tae-san, throwing him off balance. Crouching low, he considered his options. He thought, if he focused on breaking through, he could block the arrows with the tower shield and run. A barrage of arrows hurtled toward him. The hunter steeled himself, preparing to evade the incoming projectiles. Weaving through the deadly rain, Kong Tae-san focused. He thought to himself that he needed to show a perfect process. The protagonist continued to dodge, counting each movement. He muttered the numbers as he evaded the attacks. The final 5th arrow approached. Kong Tae-san prepared for the last strike of this wave. Another step forward, another brick underfoot. The next challenge awaited, the 9/4 brick. Facing the onslaught, Kong Tae-san braced himself. He realized that 9 more arrows would be fired at him, and a system message appeared, activating unbreathing attack, freeing him from breathing for 10 seconds. He surged forward, a burst of speed carrying him through the labyrinth. Kong Tae-san was determined to overcome the trials ahead. His eyes glowed with renewed focus. A system message indicated that Clearview's proficiency had increased by 2%. 3 arrows from the front, 2 from the left, more from the right, and 1 from below. It would be difficult to dodge them all. Then, his senses heightened during the dangerous situation. The protagonist prepared for the next wave. He obtained the continuous conditional activation skill, Improved Sense. 8 arrows remained. An arrow hurtled toward him, but Kong Tae-san was ready to deflect it. With 5 arrows left, Kong Tae-san activated Deflect, bracing for the impact. The next attack would be deflected, but he still took 8 damage. 4 arrows remained. He could handle this much damage, and thanks to ignoring that arrow with the skill, he had more freedom in his movements this time. The trajectory of the remaining arrows was the same. Then, Kong Tae-san prepared to deflect the next volley, his expression determined. The arrows came from below, aimed directly at his feet. Thinking of the pattern until now, the last trap should have 10 arrows. Are you joking? He grits his teeth, the barrage unrelenting as the arrows fly towards him. More arrows than anticipated fill the air, overwhelming his defenses. He realizes he can't block them all. The hunter is surrounded, the blue energy shield struggling to keep the projectiles at bay. Kong Tae-san's expression hardens, his grip tightening on a recovered arrow, determination burning in his eyes. If he can't dodge them, he'll have to endure. Arrows strike, inflicting damage. The protagonist stumbles, now in a debilitated state, blood staining the floor around him. He clutches his arm, a message flashing. He is bleeding and will continue to lose health. An ugh escapes his lips. Damn it, Kang Tae-san thinks, the pain excruciating. He has experienced excruciating pain. The system informs him that he has obtained the continuous conditional activation skill. Reduce pain. The protagonist notes that it hurts less thanks to the skill, but still hurts because his proficiency is low. He reflects on how he obtained the skill. Having survived the trap, he steels himself, ready to move forward, weapon in hand. The hunter approaches a treasure chest, the promise of reward glinting in the dim light. The traps disarmed, he prepared to claim his reward from the treasure chest. Inside, nestled amongst the lining, was a staff. A staff already? He wondered if it was the real deal. It should only appear on floor 10 in hard mode, but this was floor 1 in solo mode. The item description appeared, Staff of Fire, used by apprentice magicians. It's real. And it was the Staff of Fire, which was much more powerful than other types in the earlier levels. Kang Tae-san wondered if this was what it was like in solo mode. He recalled that Lee Tae-yeon couldn't get through the secret room, so he had no point of reference. If this was how it was going to be, he thought he was going to be more successful in the future. Suddenly, a large rat appeared, teeth bared and ready to attack. He couldn't even use one of his arms right now, but the stat difference was too great. Due to the huge stat difference, Kang Tae-san had no problem dealing with a big rat. Even while in a debilitated state, he had no problem moving about. He obtained the conditional activation skill, Unbreaking Will. Kang Tae-san was victorious. He felt the surge of power coursing through him once more. The protagonist, now fully recovered, decided to assess his newfound abilities. Kang Tae-san considered the conditional continuous activation skills he had acquired, noting their potential usefulness. The skill, Unbreaking Will, allowed him to temporarily ignore injuries, a valuable asset in the labyrinth. He realized the Staff of Fire was his greatest gain, capable of producing fireballs with devastating power. The protagonist mused that he had obtained everything he could on the first floor, wondering if it was time to descend. The structure of the labyrinth was simple, or so it seemed. The stairs leading down to the next floor were guarded by a boss, a challenge he must overcome. He approached the large, imposing doors, hoping the boss would be as simple as the labyrinth structure. The doors creaked open, revealing the path to the next level. He entered the room, only to be confronted by a monstrous, oversized rat. The giant rat lashed out with a powerful kick. Kang Tae-san advanced, a message appearing before him. Giant rat has appeared. The giant rat's eyes glowed menacingly. Kang Tae-san wondered if this was the floor 1 boss for solo mode. He recalled that the easy mode's floor 10 boss was nothing compared to this. How many players have been ripped apart by that rat's claws? The giant rat lunged forward, claws extended. Kang Tae-san steeled himself, questioning if he should even be surprised after all he'd been through, and shouted for it to come. The text explains that a giant rat isn't a monster a floor 1 player can defeat. That was why Lee Tae-yeon used an exploit. She used a viable method if you have the time to spare. The sound of liquid being poured echoes through the chamber. The fact is that the boss of the labyrinth can't leave its room. The sound of something heavy, shifting echoes. The woman sits, surrounded by the labyrinth's boss and the oil she poured. She's ready to set the room ablaze. Filling the rat's room with oil, she lit it on fire. The small flame quickly grows, consuming the oil. She leaps away as the flames engulf the room. The labyrinth boss is now trapped in a sea of fire. Considering she was the only player to survive solo mode, it could be taken as the correct answer. But that's not the fight the labyrinth wants. The protagonist stands ready, staff in hand. The rat boss shrieks in agony as the flames lick at its body. The fire rages, consuming everything in its path. He has activated Fireball. Kang Tae-san prepares to unleash his skill, the flames dancing around his hands. Only through battles nearing perfection will he grow stronger. The giant rat takes 14 damage as it burns. The giant rat screeches as the burn check clears, confirming the fire's effect. All right, he thinks, seeing his strategy work. Kang Tae-san notes that the burn condition deals 1 damage per 10 seconds. But he knows this alone isn't enough to defeat the labyrinth boss. He fires a paralysis arrow at the giant rat. The arrow streaks through the air, trailing purple energy. The giant rat is struck, but the poison check fails. It doesn't matter, he thinks. I'm just going to try until it works. Kang Tae-san prepares another arrow, drawing back the string with practiced ease. Energy crackles around him. The giant rat recoils, staggered by the barrage of status effects. It struggles to maintain its footing. The target has been paralyzed, unable to move for 10 seconds unless attacked. Kang Tae-san notes that these status condition arrows are as good as they are expensive. Kang Tae-san holds several arrows, each glowing with a different status effect. His expression is determined. He fires the paralysis arrow, preventing the boss from moving. The giant rat takes 8 damage as the poison check clears. Kang Tae-san prepares to fire another status arrow, his eyes focused on the paralyzed giant rat. He will continue stacking damage. The giant rat screeches again as it is struck by another arrow. The attacks continue to stack damage. He felt confident. This fight was more than overwhelming. It was closer to a stomp. The giant rat, now incapacitated, was taking even more damage from the relentless assault. 13 damage. The giant rat roared, a sound of pain and fury echoing through the cavern. However, there was a limit to this method, and its health should start to. Looking up, the protagonist wondered if it was time to change tactics. The shadowy form of the giant rat loomed over two figures desperately trying to escape. When its health dropped below 20%, it went into berserk mode. The fleeing figures cried out, begging to be saved. The two could not run away. It got faster. They would be caught. They would just end up dying. The enraged roar of the giant rat echoed through the area. The giant rat was enraged. It had entered a berserk state, its power surging. Kong Tae-san steeled himself, preparing to face the giant rat's berserk state head-on. He braced himself, facing the enraged giant rat, ready for the final confrontation. He winces as he sustains 8 points of damage. Kong Tae-san realizes the attack is almost too much for his current strength. The giant rat towers over him, claws extended. Kong Tae-san resolves to use his highest stat, dexterity, to whittle away at its health. With a surge of power, he activates a skill. A shimmering blue barrier erupts from the ground around him. The giant rat reels back, surprised by the sudden defense. It cries out as the barrier lashes out. The giant rat's massive paws slam against the glowing blue shield, sending cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. The barrier continues its assault, lashing out with tendrils of blue energy that tear into the giant rat's flesh. The giant rat roars in agony, its body racked with pain from the relentless assault. Kong Tae-san raises his shield to block another attack, but still sustains 5 damage from the giant rat's fury. He retaliates, striking the giant rat with a blue-tinged attack, dealing 7 damage. Battle persistence proficiency has increased by 1%. Kong Tae-san realizes he is running out of breath. His body won't hold if the battle continues like this. With a final burst of energy, he lunges forward, striking the giant rat with a decisive blow. He activates Unbreathing Attack. Kong Tae-san is freed from breathing for 10 seconds, granting him a crucial advantage. He clashes with the giant rat, the force of their blows creating shockwaves. The hunter's blade finds its mark, dealing damage to the monstrous beast. The giant rat retaliates, its claws tearing through the air. 24 damage registers against him, but Kong Tae-san remains resolute. He thinks he can take a few more hits. Kong Tae-san activates Deflect, preparing to mitigate the next attack. He calculates that he can use both Endure and Deflect about 8 more times. The hunter prepares to strike, his eyes narrowed in determination. He vows to finish this before his defenses fail him. From above, the scale of the battle becomes clear. Kong Tae-san stands firm against the towering giant rat, ready to unleash another attack. With a furious shriek, the giant rat lunges forward, its massive claws extended, seeking to crush the hunter beneath its weight. Kong Tae-san seizes the opportunity, successfully landing a counterattack. The system registers that the target will take a lot of damage. The force of the counterattack erupts in a blinding flash of energy, engulfing the giant rat in a torrent of pure power. The hunter's relentless assault continues, each strike carrying the weight of his determination to end the battle swiftly. Another blow lands squarely on the giant rat, dealing 20 damage. The creature staggers, its massive form beginning to falter. The giant rat cries out in pain as the hunter's attack connects, the force of the blow sending tremors through its body. Kong Tae-san stands victorious, his sword lowered as the system confirms his triumph. The battle against the giant rat is over. He considers the rewards for his victory. Was it time to claim them? Messages appear, noting his increased dexterity and mana. The messages continue to appear. He has leveled up and recovered to peak condition, his soul quality increasing as well. Bathed in light, Kong Tae-san examines his hands. The rewards for defeating the Floor 1 boss were substantial. He already expected the rewards, but the protagonist still finds it satisfying. He obtained a random stat increase potion. Kong Tae-san achieved the hidden condition of Floor 1. He also obtained 2 targeted stat increase potions as a secret reward. He holds the potions in his hand, thinking they're hard to get even after Floor 50. He wonders if he should use them. Kong Tae-san uses both the random and targeted stat increase potions, downing them quickly. Due to the effects of the random stat increase potion, his strength has permanently increased by 1. He notes the targeted potions obviously increased his strength as well. His strength has permanently increased by 2. He exclaims that it increased by 3 in an instant, feeling alright. Kong Tae-san's stats are displayed. He is level 4, with increased health, mana, strength, intelligence, and dexterity. He sits, reflecting on his stats. Kong Tae-san thinks these stats are high for only being on Floor 1, considering he did all sorts of things in easy mode. He decides to raise his stats. Kong Tae-san also thinks he got another skill, looking at the message. The conditional activation skill, counter, had a mana usage of 5. Its proficiency was only 1%, but it was still useful. He groaned, realizing he checked everything he needed to. The new skill, counter, was acquired faster than expected. He wondered what had happened with that. His fingers tapped against the keyboard, ready to input more commands. Kong Tae-san had uploaded the clear article on the community. He didn't really have any high expectations for it, though. He stared ahead, lost in thought. The implications of his new skill were still sinking in. A digital interface flickered, displaying lines of code and cryptic symbols, a silent testament to the virtual world's complex architecture. One man expressed his unease about the situation, while the other countered that the location is different for everyone, so they just need to listen to the shopkeeper. The protagonist, with a chilling smile, found the race against death to be quite fun, her eyes gleaming with a strange light. The man with green hair expressed that they were lucky to still have a chance, stating that it was better than dying without knowing anything. A lone figure stared intently at a screen, his expression unreadable as he navigated the digital landscape, searching for a path to the coding of life. The community felt completely different from his previous life, a stark contrast painted in blood and despair across the digital canvas. An injured man, clutching at his leg, desperately called out for someone to save him, his face contorted in pain and fear as he stared at the screen. At that time, no one talked to each other about how to clear the floor, and only words of despair filled the boards, as a man against the wall wondered if there was a point in living like this. In the later parts, maybe due to despair, no one even talked, as a shadow of a person with a sword loomed over the scene. The protagonist, alone in the desolate landscape, called out, wondering if anyone was there, her voice echoing in the emptiness. He was an exception, Lee Tion thought, wondering where Kong Tae-san had gone. He hadn't seen him since that last post. The screen displayed a series of messages, but one thing was clear. The flow had shifted. Dust motes danced in the air, illuminated by an unseen light source. He ascended the worn stone steps, each footfall echoing in the vast space. Kong Tae-san focused his energy, preparing to unleash a skill. All right, let's go. The item description for fighter's gloves appeared. Attack +1, protects your hands. What are you buying that? Do you use your fists? The old man asked if he knew the Arak weapon arts. He responded, asking if the old man knew him. We're both rotting away here, so I know him well. He continued his ascent, thinking that he wasn't selling the items, but had a use for them elsewhere. The old man had said he should have gotten leather and teeth as well. The old man chuckled, understanding his intentions. I think I know what you mean. Kong Tae-san looked up, the old man's words echoing in his mind. You're going to look for the blacksmith? The blacksmith of the labyrinth, Harpon, awaited in a fiery forge. He recalled Lee Tion's words. Without her, he wouldn't have reached these depths. She had told him that he would be able to meet him if he went deeper, so Kong Tae-san should hurry up. This place was a little further from the labyrinth's entrance, the air growing heavy with anticipation. It was a place where things that are stabbed to death can be revived, a concept that gave him pause. The beings here weren't that powerful, but a new quest began. Floor 2 quest start. He continued onward, the path ahead still unclear, but the promise of progress spurred him forward. The system informed him to defeat the boss of Floor 2 to pass through, with a low-grade mana, increase potion as a reward. A mana increase potion? He wondered if that was a rare potion not even sold in the shop, looking forward to it. Multiple messages pinged, indicating he had unchecked messages waiting for him. Kong Tae-san wondered what they could be, his expression a mix of curiosity and apprehension. The messages poured in. Kim Tae-jin thanked him for helping him reach the spring of life, and others expressed their relief at his survival. He wondered which one he should respond to first, a thoughtful expression on his face. A system message appeared. Kong Junheek has requested a whisper to Kong Tae-san. It was good timing. The man in red armor admitted that it was no joke, and that he couldn't even talk out there. Kong Tae-san asked him about worrying about himself first. The man in red armor explained that he didn't expect people pressed to their limit in this unknown world to try after reading an article in the community. Kong Tae-san responded that it wasn't his place to say, but asked if he just read one article and decided to run in. The man in red armor thought that it couldn't be helped. Everyone was at their limit. He wanted to hold onto any sort of hope. He was getting chills just thinking about that time, thanking Young. The man in red armor agreed. He knew as well that he couldn't get food if he didn't enter the labyrinth. There was no word from people who had entered the labyrinth. He got hungrier and hungrier, wondering why people didn't eat their limbs in dire situations. Also, there was no one to talk to. They were the perfect conditions to go insane under. He had run into the labyrinth and was planning to just grab anything he could eat. He wondered aloud. But in that situation, just in time, he thought. Solo mode, Floor 1 clear method. Although he might have not expected much, this was an article he really needed at the time. Kong Tae-san listened, as Lee Tion also used to complain a lot on the community, but since she was able to succeed, the others had faith they could do it as well. Kong Tae-san asked how many people have succeeded in killing a big rat. Kong Junheek replied that it was 2 people, just him. He wonders if Lee Tion is anything special, but acknowledges this is the first time he's heard of him. Kang Junheek notes that since Lee Tion succeeded in hunting a big rat, his talent is probably similar to that of Lee Tion. He calls him an irregular who survived thanks to the article he wrote. A weird old man NPC who's looking for his goddess will come find you. He'll attack you mercilessly, but respond properly, and you'll be able to get something useful if you do. The NPC's treatment of you will change depending on your actions. Be careful. Kang Junheek tells Lee Tion to wake up, and Kang Tae-san asks if he is okay. Kang Tae-san asks what he means, and Kang Junheek replies that he thinks he's just spoon-feeding them now. He thanks him for his help, but also speaks for those of them going through the same labyrinth. Kang Junheek declares that they're technically competitors. Kang Junheek exclaims that he can't just keep accepting without giving back. Kang Tae-san was wondering where he was going with that. Kang Junheek says he was being kind of serious, though. Kang Junheek states that they're all humans from the same dying earth. Kang Tae-san listens as Kang Junheek explains there's only one reason he's telling him all these things, so he doesn't just go and die in a random ditch somewhere. Kang Junheek reminds him that he knows as well, right? There are many who died even after reading his clear guide. He adds that what's the use in knowing the method? Executing it is an entirely different problem. He questioned if the other could catch up just because he told him something. Junheek admitted he might have gone overboard, since he hadn't cleared floor 1 yet. Heavy footsteps echoed through the digital space. Kang Junheek mused if it was around this time, as he stood beside Kang Tae-san. Junheek asked how the community was doing these days. Tae-san responded that it was normal, and people from other modes were also talking to them. But there were some who were trying to fight, Tae-san explained. He was ignoring them for now, unsure why they were doing it. Kang Tae-san descended into the depths. Kang Junheek stated that people who don't know their place have started to jump about. He wished Tae-san good luck, and Tae-san reciprocated. The hunter stood on the precipice, ready to face the next challenge. Meanwhile, Kang Tae-san stepped on his solo mode floor 2. The environment was dark and cavernous. Until now, floor 1 was still the tutorial, he thought. They say floor 2 is where the real labyrinth begins. The hunter was immediately set upon by a group of goblins. He kicked the door open, stepping into a room swarming with green-skinned goblins. System notifications chimed, announcing the arrival of bow, sword, and shield-wielding goblins. The goblins swarmed him, claws tearing as Kang Tae-san fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the sudden assault. Rising to his feet, Kang Tae-san knocked an arrow, a confident smirk spreading across his face. All right, come. The arrow was taut against the string, ready to be unleashed upon the approaching horde. Elsewhere, goblins lurked, their eyes gleaming with malicious intent as they waited in the shadows. Kang Tae-san's gaze narrowed, his purple eyes glowing with power. He knew they were easy to kill when alone. But due to their cunning intelligence, the goblins were still a threat, even in small numbers. They become a problem when in packs. Kang Tae-san prepared to strike, his resolve hardening. The arrow struck true, dealing 10 damage to the goblin. The target was paralyzed by the sudden blow. The goblin reeled, energy crackling around it as the attack took its toll. It staggered backward, stunned. Kang Tae-san moved with blinding speed, his shield raised to deflect any counterattack. The goblin exclaimed in surprise. Kang Tae-san thought, "You tried so hard, but too bad. Try and block this with that flimsy shield." The goblin's crude shield shattered under the force of the blow, the sound echoing through the cavern. Another strike landed, dealing 3 damage to the goblin. The creature cried out in pain. Kang Tae-san delivered the final blow, dealing 4 damage to the goblin. He muttered goodbye. He found himself face to face with a grotesque goblin, its fangs bared. The air crackled with energy as the dungeon trembled around him. Surrounded, the protagonist stood his ground, a faint glow emanating from his body. The goblin shrieked, sensing the shift in power as he prepared to unleash his skill. His eyes glowed with power, a silent promise of destruction to come. A goblin raised its sword, but it was too late. The hero's power was already surging. A long sword? Then, welcome. The dungeon air shimmered with heat as Kang Tae-san prepared to strike. He unleashed his skill, a torrent of energy erupting from his outstretched hand. The dungeon exploded in a blinding flash, stone and debris flying in all directions. He gripped the lightly rusted sword, its attack power a meager +2. Kang Tae-san held the sword and wooden shield. He thought this combo was better than the tower shield from here on. The wooden shield offered a defense of +3, but looked like it would break if hit too hard. The protagonist paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He had discovered the altar of Lacaratas. First discovery bonus. His intelligence permanently increased by 1, and his mana permanently increased by 2. The gods of the labyrinth had many personalities, or so it was said. Gods who were sometimes friendly, but sometimes deadly to players. But most gods treat the players like toys. Kang Tae-san mused, Lacaratas, a god of conflict and death, I think. He could feel it. Beyond this, there was a power more potent and heavy than anything. Now Kong Taesan understood why Lee Tion ran away as soon as she saw this. He stared into the depths, a question forming in his mind. Is that a god? He stood before the altar, a subquest notification materializing before him. Lakarada's wish to test the one who dared approach. Taesan's lips curved into a confident smirk. He was no coward and would accept the challenge willingly. With his decision made, a new notification appeared. Lakarada's delighted in his choice. A surge of energy crackled around him. The air shimmered, the magical energy coalescing. The energy began to take shape, solidifying into a weapon. The swirling mass focused, revealing the glint of steel. The energy dissipated, leaving behind a gleaming blade. Meanwhile, a new notification appeared. He had encountered a servant of Lakarada's, or so it claimed. The quest was simple. Face the servant of Lakarada's and emerge victorious. He observed the knight, noting the complete coverage of its armor. Finding an opening would be difficult. The servant of Lakarada's stood ready, radiating immense power. The armored figure's strike lands with brutal force, sending shockwaves through the air. The knight's sword glows with power as it connects with its target. He is sent reeling from the blow, the force of it nearly knocking him off his feet. A digital display flashes, 25 damage inflicted. He grits his teeth, feeling the impact. If he's taking this much damage, even while blocking, the knight stands ready, poised for another attack. He realizes there's no point in using a shield. He assesses his weapons, a lightly rusted sword and a rusted sword. He thinks to himself, it's been a while since he dual-wielded. The knight charges forward, sword raised high, ready to strike again. He meets the charge, drawing both swords, energy crackling around him. His eyes narrow, focused on the approaching knight. He prepares to unleash his full power. The knight and he clash, swords meeting in a shower of sparks and energy. The knight's blade remains unmoved, the attack having no effect. He realizes the knight is much stronger than him, and that facing him head-on is pointless. Then, the protagonist moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion. The protagonist's swords clash against the knight's, sparks flying as he attacks. The protagonist moves, thinking that it is all right. Kong Taesan realizes his dexterity is higher than the knight's. The protagonist's dual swords strike the knight, dealing damage. The sword is stuck, but Kong Taesan wonders if it matters. The protagonist's attack lands, dealing damage to the knight. Kong Taesan thinks he has the Arak weapon arts, and just needs to keep at it until the knight can't use its strength properly. He thinks he's used this technique many times before, but it's useful here as well, as Lakarada's feels a little surprised. It's easier than Kong Taesan thought. He considers the current floor, noting that the challenges should be balanced around it. The text declares that Lakarada's has manifested its authority, shrinking its range of influence in return. The servant of Lakarada's regains its intelligence, bathed in a crimson glow. The knight, wreathed in red energy, seems surprised by the sudden shift in power. The protagonist's expression hardens, his purple eyes gleaming with determination. The knight grips his sword, the blade radiating a malevolent energy. He faces a new threat. The system announces that he has encountered the servant of Lakarada's. Meanwhile, Kong Taesan's gaze is sharp, his expression unreadable as he stares down his foe. The air crackles with unseen energy, a silent prelude to the coming storm. The armored figure stands tall, its metallic surface gleaming ominously. A crimson aura emanates from within, hinting at the power it contains. The knight's imposing form dominates the scene, a silent sentinel of destruction. Energy crackles around it, a tangible manifestation of its might. The armored figure raises its sword, the blade shimmering with an unearthly light. A palpable sense of dread fills the air, a harbinger of the battle to come. From below, Kong Taesan eyes the glowing circles forming around him. He prepares to meet the challenge head-on, his resolve hardening with each passing moment. Kong Taesan's eyes narrow, a flicker of realization crossing his face. It no longer has the fake tag on it, he thinks, recognizing a shift in his opponent. The armored figure lunges forward, its movements now fluid and purposeful. It is no longer a mindless puppet, but a thinking, feeling foe. Kong Taesan's expression hardens as he processes this new development. Since it has intelligence now, the methods I used before won't work anymore. The armored figure's blade descends, a silver streak against the dim light. Kong Taesan prepares to parry, knowing this fight will be unlike any he's faced before. Energy explodes outwards as the two combatants clash, the impact shaking the very foundations of the world around them. He clashes against the armored figure, the force of their blows creating visible shockwaves. The armored figure sustains damage, numbers flashing as the attacks connect. Kong Taesan is taken aback by the armored figure's movements. What the hell is this? Its movements are completely different. The armored figure hangs upside down, poised to strike with deadly precision. The armored figure descends rapidly, a blur of motion and lethal intent. Another blow lands, and the armored figure takes even more damage. Kong Tae-san coughs, realizing the armored figure's swordsmanship is clean and efficient. The swordsmanship of a knight who received proper training. The armored figure reflects on the fight. This is my first time facing something like this. Although I have my weapons in hand, I couldn't control them. He stares intently at the armored figure, a burning desire in his eyes. I want to learn it. The armored figure explains the system. All actions within the labyrinth are assessed, and if they exceed a certain point, you receive a title or skill. His eyes glow with newfound power, a skill awakened within him. The armored figure looms above Kong Tae-san, the battle far from over. He stared intently, his purple eyes focused with determination. He wanted to learn. The armored figure stood ready, its sword glowing with ethereal energy. You are better with the sword than me, I'll admit. Kong Tae-san prepared himself, his expression hardening. But I'm a player. A surge of power emanated from his hand, crackling with golden energy. The sword isn't the only thing I can use. The armored figure and Kong Tae-san faced each other, the tension palpable as they prepared to clash once more. The armored figure's blade shimmered, ready to strike with deadly force. The armored figure stood atop a rocky outcropping, a silent challenge to Kong Tae-san. The armored figure lunged forward, closing the distance with alarming speed. Here, Kong Tae-san was struck, the blow registering as damage. 6 points were deducted to Servant of Lacaradas. The armored figure pressed its attack, its sword a blur of motion. The clash of steel echoed, the force of the blows creating a shockwave. Kong Tae-san met the armored figure's attack head-on, a confident smile playing on his lips. It's no. He activated Deflect, preparing to nullify the armored figure's next attack. The armored figure's blade came down, dealing damage despite the protagonist's efforts. Kong Tae-san activated Unbreathing Attack, preparing a counteroffensive. The protagonist and the armored figure exchanged blows, each taking damage in a furious exchange. The armored figure staggered as Kong Tae-san's relentless attacks continued to land. He had relentlessly attacked his target, obtaining the conditional activation skill, consecutive attacks. The armored figure was engulfed in flames, taking further damage from the burn. Damn it, when is it going to die? His mana was starting to bottom out as well. Only 5 mana left and about 70 health. The armored figure realized it would be disadvantageous to drag this out any longer. The armored figure, cornered, declared that there was nowhere left to run. Kong Tae-san prepared to deliver the final blow, his sword glowing with power. A massive explosion erupted, signaling the end of the battle. He pressed his attack, blades flashing in a rapid series of strikes. The armored figure reeled, sparks flying from the impact. He didn't relent, leaping forward with another flurry of blows. The armored figure's visor cracked, a damage indicator appearing. 80 damage to you. A system message appeared. You have activated Endure. The attack that would have killed you is nullified. Another message flashed. All damage taken will be 0 for 1 second. Kong Tae-san, undeterred, continued his assault, his expression intense. The armored figure was struck again, the force of the blow visible. He roared, channeling his energy into the next strike. The armored figure absorbed another devastating hit. With a final, decisive strike, he shattered the armor's defenses. The armored figure's armor broke apart, pieces scattering into the air. He knelt, catching his breath, the battle having taken its toll. The armored figure lay defeated, a testament to his strength. Standing tall, Kong Tae-san had emerged victorious against the Servant of Lacaradas. Lacaradas, it seemed, was very satisfied with the fight's outcome. Lying sprawled on the ground, Kong Tae-san expressed his frustration. Satisfaction be damned. He noticed the status window, wondering how much stronger he had become. Kong Tae-san examined his stats, impressed by the total stat increase, as well as the health and mana boost. He saw a message indicating he had passed Lacaradas' test and would receive a reward based on Lacaradas' evaluation. Lacaradas was very satisfied by his fight and wished to give him a fitting reward. Bathed in pink energy, Lacaradas rewarded Kong Tae-san. He received the ceremonial sword of Lacaradas, a weapon that recovers health whenever he kills an enemy. The system describes a sword used by those who worship Lacaradas, its blade drenched red with the blood of sacrifices. He stares at the crimson blade in his hand, questioning why such a thing would appear on the second floor. A system message declares that he has passed an empowered test, and an additional reward will be given, prompting him to sarcastically ask if suffering is the reward. The system informs Kong Tae-san that he has obtained the continuous conditional activation skill, Proof of Combat. Kong Tae-san wonders if the skill is a buff type, reasoning that anything personally given by a god should be good. He stands in the dungeon, the red sword held loosely in his hand, as he realizes that it is not over yet. Kong Tae-san wonders what else is in store for him, his expression a mix of curiosity and apprehension. A system message appears, revealing that Lacaradas has offered him an apostle contract. Before Kong Tae-san stands a floating screen, an offer displayed in glowing letters. He wonders aloud what this apostle contract could be, seeing no further explanation given. Kong Tae-san considers the offer, his expression thoughtful as he examines the terms. He recalls a previous event, understanding that Lakarada's range of influence will shrink in return. The protagonist realizes that the god needs to take some penalty when they want to influence a player. Kong Tae-san thinks that Lakarada's looks like it wants to make him its disciple even while suffering those penalties. He knows that even if he takes it as goodwill, the other is a god. The protagonist wonders if accepting an offer from such an existence will really be a gain for him. Kong Tae-san realizes he might be used as the god's toy. The choice looms, toy or slave for the rest of eternity. He declares that he won't accept the offer. A system notification appeared, confirming that Lakarada's apostle contract offer was postponed. Below, a new notification appeared, accompanied by a strange, fiery sigil. Lakarada's wished to give Kong Tae-san another test, requiring him to eliminate enemies on floors 2 and 3. He refused the subquest, wondering how he could trust someone who had fooled him once already. Another notification appeared, displaying the details of the reward he would receive for completing the subquest. The reward would be decided generously by Lakarada's, depending on his performance, but he scoffed, thinking Lakarada's probably couldn't empower a simple quest like this. Despite his earlier reservations, the protagonist accepted the subquest, a new notification confirming his choice. A final notification appeared, stating that Lakarada's was delighted by his decision. Meanwhile, the scene shifted, the red glow fading as he approached a familiar shop. The shopkeeper looked up, surprised to see him back so soon, wondering what he wanted to buy. He approached the counter, the shopkeeper watching him expectantly, pipe in hand. The shopkeeper questioned why he was buying potions so early, as the protagonist felt like he had something to buy. He considered the items before him, aware that a difficult test might appear again. Kong Tae-san knew he should prepare. The sword emanated a strange, red glow. It was a gift, but from whom? The shopkeeper remarked that Lakarada's must have given it to him. It seemed Lakarada's had splurged after observing his fight. The shopkeeper confirmed that he knew Lakarada's, stating it would be impossible not to. The shopkeeper added that many had died because of that mad god. Kong Tae-san wondered if Lakarada's had been acting strangely for a while. He then asked the shopkeeper what an apostle contract was. The shopkeeper inhaled from his pipe. He wondered if Lakarada's had offered Kong Tae-san an apostle contract as well. The shopkeeper confirmed that he had postponed it because there was no explanation. He stated that it was not something one could decide on a whim. The shopkeeper wondered how long that guy's contract had been active. He apologized, stating he couldn't answer Kong Tae-san's question. The shopkeeper stated that the only thing he could be for Kong Tae-san was a shopkeeper. He seemed unwilling to divulge more information. The shopkeeper stated that he couldn't do more than that, as it was the condition of his contract. He seemed bound by some unknown agreement. Kong Tae-san pressed him, asking about the contract. The shopkeeper responded that the contract was the reason he was stuck there, frustrated by the question. The shopkeeper told him to leave if he had bought everything he needed. He added that if he were to come again, he should visit on a different floor. Kong Tae-san departed. The sky hangs heavy, a canvas of dark clouds obscuring the light. Footsteps echo on the stone floor. The brown-haired character wonders if it's time for a meeting. A digital interface flickers to life. Kong Tae-san's name appears, and a voice calls out to him, "You there?" The brown-haired character runs alongside another figure. He asks, "Yeah, did you guys meet the paladin?" The brown-haired character, a look of confusion on his face, asks, "What are you talking about?" His expression shifts to distress. "That paladin," he exclaims, recalling, "he just spat on me once and walked away." The brown-haired character kneels before a tall, imposing figure with long white hair, his face etched with humiliation. A figure with long purple hair stands defiant, the text echoing, "You couldn't take his attack?" The brown-haired character looks up at the white-haired figure, defeated. "I just got suppressed, and it ended like that," he admits. Kong Tae-san stands with the brown-haired character and the blue-haired character. The brown-haired character says he couldn't move. Another asks if he clung to the paladin. The white-haired figure grabs the brown-haired character by the collar. "Of course I did," he says, "but he just told me to piss off, saying, 'You have no worth.'" He wonders where the other two players are now, considering he only recognizes and greets those that can respond to his attacks. One player is currently hunting big rats, while another wanted to level up a bit before going down. The blue-haired man wonders what about the others, as a player defeats a monster with a large, icy blade. Kong Tae-san notes that there are a few more people who've started to hunt big rats now, but he thinks it'll take some time. He guesses they're still trying to adapt to the world. The protagonist tells the two of them to listen closely, as he explains that before they go down to floor 2, there's a boss mob, a giant rat, a bigger version of the big rat. The blue-haired man warns that its health is over 200, and they'll take damage even if they block, so they should be careful. The woman in white looks concerned. Kong Tae-san tells them to think about it, saying he can't tell them everything. He adds that they should be able to think of a method if they spend some time on it. The protagonist tells them to tell the other players as well, so they don't just randomly die going through a red door. The woman in white thanks him. The armored man says they'll try their best, and the protagonist wishes them good luck as they descend. Kong Taesin states that he relayed everything he wanted to, his expression thoughtful. He wonders if he should get started on this. As a subquest notification appears, Lacrada's wishes to give him another test, requiring him to kill the enemies on floor 2 and floor 3 and return here. Meanwhile, a distant view shows a path leading into a cavern, bathed in light. A red glow emanates from the blade, illuminating the surrounding area. He raises his sword and shield, preparing for the onslaught ahead. A goblin screeches as it is struck down. Another goblin lunges forward, teeth bared, ready to strike. The goblins shriek, their high-pitched cries filling the air as they surround him. He steels himself, a surge of determination washing over him. Let's try my new skills. With a burst of speed, he cleaves through the goblin ranks, his blade a blur of motion. His boots pound against the stone floor as he advances, shield raised. The goblins are sent flying as he cuts them down with ease. He feels the effects of the skill washing over him. His mind is clear, reducing mental stress and increasing his stats. He notes that there are no restrictions or limits from what he can tell, so if the condition of combat. He considered the implications of his new ability. If it continued, could he fight forever? Depending on the situation, it might become his main skill. A blinding light filled the area, the air crackling with unseen energy as the goblins were struck. One of the goblins cried out as it was flung against a wall, defeated. He surveyed the scene, noting the fallen goblins. Something seemed different about this place. A pair of imposing doors stood before him. He wondered if there had been a door like this in the labyrinth before. He approached the doors cautiously, a sense of unease settling over him as he looked around. He paused, noticing something else nearby. What's this? He wondered, approaching a weathered stone. He had found the warrior's grave. The system notified Kong Taesan that he had discovered the warrior's grave. He stood before the weathered stone, vines creeping up its sides. His hand reached out, fingers gently brushing against the ancient stone. A surge of energy pulsed from the grave, washing over him. He stood his ground, bracing himself against the sudden influx of power. A small, spectral figure materialized, greeting him with a cheerful hello. Kong Taesan's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the spirit. He offered a polite farewell to the ethereal being. A chibi version of him appeared, surrounded by question marks. The spirit responded, its voice echoing in his mind, stating it was good to meet him. With a final farewell, the spirit faded away, leaving him alone once more. He appears displeased, his brow furrowed as he looks off to the side. A hand traces a glowing line, as the spirit floats into view, perched atop a stone dais. The spirit, indignant, demands to know what the protagonist thinks he is doing, questioning his audacity. Red energy crackles around him as Kong Taesan tells the spirit to stop messing around and give him the quest. The spirit is held in his hand, the protagonist's expression one of annoyance. The spirit asks if he dares to give a quest, questioning if he knows who it is. The spirit asks if he thinks it is some dead warrior, while Kong Taesan reflects on how convenient it is that the system tells him everything. The spirit asks if there was no system before the labyrinth. The spirit floats before him, asking as he stares with a blank expression. Kong Taesan thinks about what is with this guy, noting that his aura is completely different from those of the other NPCs he's met until now. The spirit is surrounded by a bright light. He tells the spirit to shut up, asking if it is a quest or just an object, as the spirit complains about being treated like an object. The ghost huffs, declaring Kong Taesan a bad-mannered person. The spirit floats before a stone archway, explaining he is stuck giving quests. He retorts that he can't give his quest to some random weakling. The ghost, surrounded by smaller versions of himself, complains about being on such an early floor. The spirit tells him to come back after clearing at least floor 30, calling him a brat. Kong Taesan turns away, thinking the ghost is a useless NPC not worth appeasing. The ghost says goodbye to the adventurer, but then pauses, noticing something. The spirit's eyes widen as he recognizes the weapon Kong Taesan carries. The ghost exclaims, asking why he has Lacrada's weapon, and he replies that he cleared his test. The spirit is shocked that he cleared the test of that fickle guy. The ghost changes his mind, deciding to give him the quest, but Kong Taesan mumbles, wondering what is up with this guy. The ghost says he should have said that from the start, and that he is worthy of taking the test, inviting him to come closer to explain the quest, but he refuses. The spectral warrior demanded Kong Taesan listen up, eager to share his story. He was once an excellent and great warrior, bathed in the light of the labyrinth. The ghost warrior was deemed the one who would reach the deeper floors the fastest. He would clear the labyrinth, but met a strong opponent. He went into a deep sleep, but the boss of floor 10 had a weapon with a set attack. The warrior recalled that someone used it to kill him in his sleep. The one who would have conquered the deep floors and cleared the labyrinth ended up dying to a small fry like that. The warrior's spectral form pulsed with rage, the memory of his defeat still fresh. There was only one quest he would give Kong Taesan: kill the boss on floor 10. The ghost promised a reward after that, initiating a subquest for Kong Taesan. The reward depends on his mood, so it might give nothing if he's pissed off, Kong Tae-san thought, but it's still a quest. From the way it is phrased, Kong Tae-san wondered if this would be a chain quest. Asked if he was accepting it, he confirmed he would, then said goodbye. He is asked if he is actually coming along with the ghost. Kong Tae-san affirms that he is going. The ghost says he can't see if he'll do it otherwise, so how can he stay at his grave? The protagonist sighs, admitting he was getting bored of that place. Although it'll only be until floor 10, he thinks it'll be fun. He thinks that he needs to take this noisy thing all the way to floor 10. The ghost wonders where that guy got a set attack weapon like that. He admits he let his guard down. The ghost says set attack weapons appear much later. There's no way a floor 10 monster could get one. He asks if Kong Tae-san can tell how it got there. The protagonist tells him to stop talking for a bit. The ghost asks why he should tell him that. Kong Tae-san replies that he doesn't have to if he doesn't want to. The ghost says alright, if he wants to hear it that badly, then he'll specially tell him. He adds that he doesn't have to if he doesn't want to though. The ghost reveals that he was from the great royal family of the Karvid Empire, and that wasn't all. The ghost continues, saying he was excellent in swordsmanship and intelligence. There were none in the empire who could compare to him. He declared that all the young ladies came to his ball just to see him. The ghost warrior seemed to be reminiscing about his glory days. The ghost warrior proclaimed, "Glory days." Kong Tae-san observed that the ghost sounded like a random street thug. The ghost warrior recalled that the world ended, and he came to save everyone, but he failed. The ghost warrior lamented that he died while sleeping on a low-number floor. He accused Kong Tae-san of pissing him off. The ghost warrior stated that he failed to save the world. He added that one mistake cost him everything, and he'll only be satisfied if he kills the one that killed him. The ghost warrior asked if Kong Tae-san was listening to him. The protagonist ignored him and reached for the door. Kong Tae-san opened the door, revealing a group of goblins. The ghost warrior continued to speak, unheard. The goblins chattered as Kong Tae-san's shadow fell upon them. He thought to himself, one. Kong Tae-san drew his weapon, preparing to fight the goblins. The creatures continued their excited chatter. The goblins, armed with crude weapons and shields, stood ready to attack. Electrical energy crackled around them. Kong Tae-san prepared to strike, his eyes glowing with determination as he faced the goblins. The goblin's weapon shatters against an unseen force, the sound echoing. The hunter's blade descends, dealing a blow to the goblin, a status window appearing. He stands amidst the fallen goblins, his sword dripping with their essence as more approach. With a swift motion, he strikes down another goblin, the force of the blow evident. The remaining goblins, paralyzed with fear, question his motives, their bodies trembling. Kong Tae-san raises his sword, stating that he is only aiming for the same goblin, asking if they have a grudge against it. The white spirit asks if he is trying to get a skill, and he confirms that he knows what he's doing. The spirit explains that knowing just isn't enough and what he's doing is fruitless, adding that he won't be able to get a skill like that. His eyes glow with determination. Kong Tae-san declares that he will get a really good skill. The spirit questions how many floors he thinks it descended, boasting of knowing everything, and proposes a bet. Kong Tae-san stares down at the goblin, the spirit saying that if he can't get a skill, it will become his puppet. The spirit says that it will do everything he tells it to, even kill itself, but if it wins, he needs to answer all of its questions without lying. The floating figure, a specter with a crimson scarf, sizes him up. It seems amused by the protagonist's audacity. It questions his knowledge. Bathed in golden light, the spirit declares his name. He is Crown Prince Arclight of the Karvid Empire. Arclight lays bare the stakes. Win, and he will answer any question. Lose, and Kong Tae-san will be his slave. Kong Tae-san, face set with determination, accepts the challenge. He warns Arclight not to go back on his word. The floating figure cackled, its laughter echoing through the space. The figure urged Kong Tae-san to keep crawling, mocking him. The protagonist on all fours could only respond, "Yes, master." The ghost-like figure floated idly, humming a tune. It seemed content to let Kong Tae-san suffer until his last breath. The figure told him he should start considering giving up, as there's no use in trying to buy time. A brief flashback showed a group of adventurers. The figure asked if he knew of the skill battle. Kong Tae-san looked up, thinking he could obtain something similar to that here. What bullshit, he thought. While facing a large number of enemies, he continued his fight, facing only one enemy at a time. He obtained the conditional active skill, Force Battle. Kong Tae-san, a red glow emanating from his blade, smirked. Bingo, he said. The ghost-like figure looked on, confused. The air crackled with energy. The skill, Force Battle, activated. The system displayed the details of the conditional active skill, Force Battle. He finally obtained it, continuous damage, damage over time, poison, confusion, intimidation, etc. Arclight scoffed, stating that the skill makes no sense, but can help you survive even in lava. The protagonist turned back. Arclight continued, saying that's probably why not everyone has obtained this skill. Arclight wondered what Kong Tae-san has been doing to obtain other skills. Kong Tae-san smirked, remembering the wager. The ghost-like figure looked annoyed, calling him a motherfucker. Kong Tae-san stated that he won it, and Arclight said that he is different from other chumps and doesn't have story restrictions anyway. Arclight asked what he was rattling on about, and that he just needed to properly answer his questions. The protagonist looked at Arclight with a slightly annoyed expression. Kong Tae-san walked away, while Arclight called him a motherfucker. Arclight stated that while force battle is a good skill, there are tons of other skills in the labyrinth, like leap. Kong Tae-san said he knows of it. He questioned why Arclight never learned large leap, opening the door further. The spirit seemed surprised that he never learned it. Arclight admitted that Kong Tae-san knew his skills well, but that wasn't everything in the labyrinth. He emphasized the importance of living and discovering in this place. Arclight questioned what he was doing as Kong Tae-san noticed a secret room. It seemed like he would be going through some hardship. Kong Tae-san's eyes narrowed as he gazed intently at something in the distance, a faint glow emanating from his gaze. A notification appeared. He received a powerful premonition, the light momentarily blinding. Rays of light streamed down from above, illuminating the path ahead with an ethereal glow. Kong Tae-san looked at something, a puzzled expression on his face. Arclight floated beside him, observing his reaction. Arclight was impressed that the skill, detection, rises above 20% proficiency and occasionally lets him know important information. He thought it was just as great as he thought. Arclight questioned how he also had detection, not to mention the proficiency on it. He wondered if this was a trap from the goblins this time, looking up at the spears. Kong Tae-san wondered if it might be better to give up and return, since the traps were set up randomly and would probably be tricky to break through. Arclight looked on. First up are arrow traps, followed by the pitfall trap. He peers into the darkness, his purple eyes gleaming. Finally, it's the trap with moving walls. Arclight observes, noting that it's the same as an easy mode. He grunts as he dodges the first trap. Arclight watches, surrounded by a pink aura. He leaps over a series of spikes, narrowly avoiding the pitfall. A blue aura surrounds him as he continues his descent. He grits his teeth, focused on the path ahead. Arclight watches with amusement. He falls further into the depths. He glances back, a determined look on his face. He balled his fist, energy crackling around it, ready to strike the unseen barrier. The hunter's fist pulsed with power, a concentrated force ready to be unleashed. Kong Tae-san's eyes narrowed, focusing all his energy into the point of impact. The wall shattered before him, startling the spirit floating nearby. He noted that this wall wasn't part of the labyrinth, but rather made by goblins. Its durability wasn't high, so it broke easily. The spirit seemed to want to say something, but Kong Tae-san dismissed it, continuing forward. He wondered what the reward was, spotting a chest. A mana ring he thought was good timing. The spirit asked what he was, but Kong Tae-san ignored the question, already examining the ring. The spirit, confused, asked if he would understand if it said his second time, then gave up. It seemed like he didn't know about it at all. That must mean he needed to go past the 85 fourth floor to receive the Ouroboros Bezoar. Now that he thought about it, about 10 days should have passed since he entered the labyrinth, right? The spirit wondered what it was. Meanwhile, a man asked how the hell they were supposed to hunt this big rat. The woman replied that they just needed to recklessly work their body. He listened as the man with brown hair explained that after facing something a couple of times, one could start seeing its movements. A small creature with a cape hovered nearby, declaring that it was about time for something to happen. Kong Tae-san stood tall, his expression unreadable as he considered the information presented to him on the community board. A woman with blue hair exclaimed, "Oh, it's Tae-san?" Another voice chimed in, "Hyung, long time no see." The man with brown hair questioned how Kong Tae-san could have figured things out so quickly compared to him, who had struggled. The man with brown hair stated that it was barely manageable for the people who reached the spring of life, and about half succeeded in a hunt. Amidst a burst of light, a large, monstrous creature was being attacked, as the man with brown hair asked what about the two of them. The woman with blue hair explained that it was the same with her, and she definitely couldn't do it with her current strength, so she was looking for other methods. The man with brown hair stated that things went well, as Kong Tae-san listened intently to the conversation. Kong Tae-san's eyes glowed with purple energy as he considered the reason why he came today, to tell the solo mode players about skills. The man with brown hair raised his hand, stating that while they were indeed necessary, he wondered why now. The woman with blue hair reflected that even if they were told about skills right away when they first entered the labyrinth, she didn't think they would have known what to do with that info. He explains that he will be explaining things now, so listen up. The others express their excitement for the information. The crowd cheers, excited to hear what Kong Tae-san has to say. One of them hopes he won't forget this favor. Kong Tae-san looks forward, ready to explain the easiest skill to obtain. The crowd reacts with excitement as Kong Tae-san begins to teach them how to obtain the reduced pain skill. He explains that to obtain the skill, one must stab a sword into their arm, all the way in at that. Kong Tae-san began to explain the next step in their training. He asked if each of them had a rusted sword. He instructed them to take the sword and stab it deep into their arm. It had to properly touch their bone to count, so they shouldn't be scared or hesitate. The others looked on in disbelief at the hunter's suggestion. One asked if he really wanted them to stab themselves with their swords. Kong Tae-san continued, explaining that in that state, if they fought a big rat, they could also receive unbreaking will. It was a skill that let them fight while ignoring injuries. The protagonist continued to explain the next skill. He told them to listen up, because next was the unbreath skill. He explained that they could receive this by jumping into the spring of life and holding their breath until the very last second before they died. Next was endure, which nullified an attack that would cause their death. While at 1 health, they needed to block a big rat's attack about 30 times. The group looked on with concern. The idea of stabbing themselves and drowning was not appealing. One of the group members said that was just asking them to die. Another asked if he expected them to do something so crazy. One of the group members said that no matter how much they needed skills, this was a bit much. Kong Tae-san stated that he wasn't going to force them to learn them, and there was no reason for him to do so either. The choice was up to them. People once lived in a peaceful present, unaware of the labyrinth's dangers. War was a distant historical event, starvation a far-off story, nothing more. They lived, likely never risking their lives, their roots unshaken by the labyrinth's sudden arrival. Is there another way? He apologizes, stating that there simply isn't another method available. The woman with blue hair acknowledges the situation, and he resolves to try it out. The protagonist thinks he really has to try something insane as the others look on. Someone asks if they are crazy to actually do that, suggesting it could all be lies. Another asks why Kong Tae-san would do that, questioning why someone doing fine would lie. The other character notes that they've already been okay with using Tae-san's attack methods. He decides he'll try the safer skill first, wondering if the unbreath skill is too dangerous. The woman with blue hair tells him he'll be fine if he comes out as soon as he sees the system window. Someone wonders if he's actually going to do that, as another is told to work hard. He reached out, his hand hovering over the screen, ready to engage with whatever awaited him. A strange energy pulsed around him, a silent promise of challenges to come. The screen flickered to life, displaying a message from Lee Tae-yeon, who declared he would work hard. Kong Tae-san remained stoic, even as the small, round character offered a sarcastic remark about survival. The small, round character expressed his frustration at Kong Tae-san's actions, feeling like he was dying of frustration. A figure strode forward, their purpose clear. It was time to hunt the boss. The small, round character wondered if they had finally reached the end of the 2-second floor, but Kong Tae-san remained focused. Kong Tae-san dismissed the need for information, declaring that he had something else in mind, ready to begin. A determined glint shone in his eyes, a hint of the power he was about to unleash. Suddenly, a staff-wielding goblin guard materialized, a formidable obstacle in their path. The green goblin stood ready, a gleaming knife clutched in its hand, prepared to defend its territory. The goblin's staff pulsed with ominous energy, its single eye glowing with malevolent intent. The goblin guard roars, its power emanating outwards in visible waves. The creature lunges forward, a green blur of claws and teeth aimed at an unseen target. He pauses, realizing this isn't the right moment for the skills he knows. Kong Tae-san prepares a different method, a new approach to the fight. Lee Tae-yeon watches, wondering if it's too late to change the plan. The goblin guard is surrounded by a swirling vortex of purple energy. Lee Tae-yeon warns him that he may know skills, but not the attack method. The support character urges him to hunt the shady guy first. Kong Tae-san assures them that this method is just right for him. The goblin guard continues its assault, oblivious to the preparations. Kong Tae-san is enveloped in a swirling aura of purple energy, ready to strike. His expression is determined, focused on the task ahead. The purple energy intensifies, crackling with power as he prepares to unleash his attack. His vision blurred, the warrior struggled to focus on his surroundings. He stood amidst a field of skulls, the air thick with an unknown dread. A chorus of voices echoed, each syllable laced with accusation and despair. The spectral figures blamed him, their ethereal forms writhing in agony. He looked up, his expression a mixture of confusion and mounting horror. The voices intensified, their words like daggers twisting in his soul. He stood firm, the weight of their accusations pressing down on him. A sorrowful voice cut through the din. Lee Tae-yeon's voice echoed, laced with pain. His eyes widened, recognizing the familiar tone amidst the chaos. Tears streamed down Lee Tae-yeon's face, her expression a mask of anguish and betrayal. The ghostly figures swirled around her, their accusations now directed at him. He stared back, his heart heavy with a guilt he couldn't deny. Bubbles rise through the murky depths, obscuring the scene below. More bubbles float upwards, the source still unseen in the gloom. He lies submerged, eyes closed, but something seems to be stirring within him. His eyes snap open, a cold determination hardening his gaze. So just shove it. TSK. He emerges from the purple liquid, a determined glint in his eye. A small, white creature floats nearby, thinking it had been a while since it left the grave, and that's why he should have listened. The goblin raises its staff, crackling with energy. Is it over for his revenge this time around? The goblin's hand lunges forward, the creature shouting to shove it. His eyes narrow, a surge of power emanating from him as he prepares to strike. He stands, arm raised, having endured with iron will. The small, white creature looks on, surprised that he endured it. The goblin lies defeated on the ground, uttering sounds of confusion. He stood firm as the staff-wielding goblin unleashed a wave of madness. The goblin activated madness, but Kong Tae-san ignored it with iron will. I said it won't work, you know. The staff-wielding goblin then activated a curse, unleashing a keek. Kong Tae-san remained unfazed. Unfortunately for you, I've never failed a check involving mental attacks. The goblin kneeled on the ground, defeated. The goblin looked up at Kong Tae-san. You've endured several mental and magical attacks. The goblin resigned himself to his fate. Since I've obtained everything I need, goodbye. A small white creature watched with wide eyes. Huh, he endured a mental attack with pure willpower? Even I can't do that. Kong Tae-san stood, his expression unreadable. The goblin thought, I was planning on controlling his movement while revealing some information, but isn't he just a nutcase beyond imagining? Who the hell is he? Kong Tae-san examined the shimmering blue potion in his hand, a secret reward for his efforts. He tilted the vial, swallowing the contents in one gulp, as his companion seemed upset by his actions. A notification appeared, signaling the start of the Floor 3 quest, defeat the boss to proceed. Ugh, he thought, as Kong Tae-san ascended the stone steps, ready to face whatever awaited him on the next level. Now on the 3rd floor, another notification appeared, promising a low-grade vitality increase potion as a secret reward. Meanwhile, Kong Tae-san returned to the familiar shop, where the old man behind the counter greeted him with a knowing look. The old man, puffing on his pipe, remarked that he had taken his quest. The old man leans forward, advising that Tae-san is just a noisy loser. The white creature retorts with bold words from an old man who only knows how to pray. The white creature wonders if it should mess with the kid to see the old man hop in anger. The old man scoffs, asking if someone as pathetic as the creature could mess with him. The old man tells them to stop arguing and pay some attention to the person in question as Kong Tae-san examines a holographic display. He states that he'll be selling all of this and asks to see some of the shopkeeper's useful goods. The white creature asks how many monsters he even hunted, implying he wants Tae-san's remnant soul. Studded gloves, with an attack bonus of +2, are displayed. A bronze shield, offering +1 attack and +5 defense, seems pretty fitting to him. A metal ring and a thorned ring, with +1 and +2 attack respectively, are shown. The pendant of the strong one, with an attack bonus of +2, is examined, and he thinks these things are the best. The old man tells them both to stop, and that he'll head out first, calling it a goddamned air sac weapon arts. He walked through the bright light, the white creature's earlier words echoing in his mind. The white creature called out to Kong Tae-san, its voice a mix of concern and exasperation. The white creature cautioned him to be careful, suggesting the old man only treats him well if there's something in it for him. The old man's image appeared, warning that he could turn against him at any time and that he's an enemy. He considered the old man's words, wondering if this was from when he was alive, resolving to keep that in mind. A dark silhouette loomed before him, a menacing presence amidst the swirling energy. The sound of chattering echoed as small, green creatures emerged from the shadows. The goblins, brandishing crude weapons, advanced with unsettling glee. He stood his ground as one of the goblins lunged forward, its blade glinting. The goblins, surprised by his lack of fear, hesitated for a moment. With a piercing shriek, the goblin committed to its attack. He was splattered with green blood, the white creature commenting that this floor is no fun. A burst of magical energy erupts, scattering debris in all directions. Lee Tion floats in the air, a concerned expression on their face. I mean, usually this place is supposed to be super tough, you know? The protagonist looks at Lee Tion, who continues, do you think this current speed makes any sense? The 3rd floor is quite clearly easier for me than the 2nd floor. He walks through a stone doorway, Lee Tion following close behind. That may be so, but I have a quest. Kong Tae-san pauses, asking, huh? Quest? Is there more to what you received? Lee Tion explains, it's Lakarada's quest. He said to kill all of the monsters on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The protagonist seems surprised. Lee Tion adds, that guy also gave a quest like that. I also cleared his trial, but it's my first time hearing of something like that. Lee Tion looks up at Kong Tae-san. Yeah, and so I have a question to ask you regarding him. How much do you know about apostle contracts? The protagonist sits on a rock, surrounded by defeated goblins. He listens intently to Lee Tion's question. Lee Tion continues, I should have to think you know about that. It seems like I even offered you an apostle contract. I didn't get one. Kong Tae-san looks thoughtful, his expression unreadable. Well, where should I begin? Lee Tion responds, so you're explaining it to me without too much of fuss? I'm already dead, you know? I may be tied here because of the laws, but there are no restrictions on information. Kang Tae-san crosses his arms, a slight smile playing on his lips. Is it fine if I start from the beginning? The gods, each in charge of their own territories, oversee victory, defeat, conflict, and death. Some even manage multiple aspects. There are gods of concept who manage a certain concept, or gods of faith who are born of people's faith. Tons of them, of every kind. What does it mean to be a god here? It seems different from the gods on Earth, the protagonist muses. They're the ones who aided in the labyrinth's construction, a voice explains. Construction? The protagonist thinks, remembering the system window he saw upon entering this place. This is the labyrinth created by a great magician long ago, and there is a rumor that a wish will be granted to whomever can conquer it. It was too difficult for the grand mage to make the labyrinth by himself, so he sought out the transcendents to tell them of his plans. That he wanted to create a grand labyrinth, a tower that travels down into the abyss, and calls on innumerable warriors and heroes to charge into itself. And he asked them their challenges and life-risking battles, as well as their untimely deaths. Didn't they want to watch them too? It seems the gods really liked that idea, Kang Tae-san thinks. They had jumped in like crazy and actively supported the mage, thinking it was on the level of like. And thus, after the gods spent a meaningful amount of time, this place was finally constructed. This very labyrinth. These gods took their places in this labyrinth they created. Deep down there, right at the bottom floor. And from there, they began to distinguish the people who entered the labyrinth, giving them trials and attention in order to determine their worth. And to those whom they are particularly interested in, they give an offer. And that is an apostle contract. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? If you become an apostle, you gain many abilities, as much as the transcendent favors you. They may reward you beyond what they've received and give you help. Then what are the downsides? First, your soul will belong to the transcendent, and some of the other gods may dislike you. There are many gods in the labyrinth, after all, and they each want something different. Lakarutaz in particular is a god with many enemies. There are quite a few who dislike him, saying that his actions are a disgrace. If you go further down, they may cause annoying things to happen to you, probably. He sits, considering the terms. Even if the apostle contract is unfair, it seems he can't reject it. Giving up the option of an apostle contract would be best. On another note, a wish will be granted to those who conquer the labyrinth. The protagonist's eyes narrow. By conquer, they probably mean clear, but he recalls that he never heard from Lee Tion that she had a wish granted. So there are quite a few disadvantages. Could it be that the Ouroboros Bezoar was that wish? But if it's the Lee Tion that he knows, rather than turning back time, she would have wished for something else. There are more than 1 or 2 points where things don't add up. If he pieces together the ghost story, the adventurers voluntarily challenge the labyrinth for that wish. But what about the people from Earth? The protagonist's brow furrows, deep in thought. There's still a ton of things he doesn't know. He sighs, the weight of the unknown pressing down on him. The protagonist stands, a resolve hardening his gaze. Shall we go? He asks, though it's more a statement than a question. A ghost-like figure appears, seemingly agreeing with him. Sure, and this time, let's hunt them all quickly and head down, all right? For now, he should focus only on doing what he can do right now. The protagonist steels himself for the challenges ahead. Dust motes danced in the air, illuminated by unseen light sources. A blue screen appeared, indicating success. The floating creature looked on. Disarm trap success. Trap has been disarmed. Kang Tae-san examined his handiwork, a glint of light reflecting off his ring. He wondered aloud, oh, I did it. Another screen appeared, detailing the skill he had obtained. The floating creature watched him, unblinking. You have obtained the trigger skill, Disarm Trap. He considered his progress, thinking, I thought I would need to try at least 100 times to get it, but if I obtained it after only 10 tries, this is easy. Kang Tae-san focused, attempting to disarm another trap. The screen indicated that a check was running. The attempt failed. The floating creature looked displeased. You failed to disarm the trap. The floating creature, radiating frustration, exclaimed, Arg, for real. You were able to discover a secret room in 1 try, but you're wasting your time on a useless skill. What the fuck are you doing? The floating creature continued, hey, just because you increase your proficiency a bit doesn't mean much changes. You can just pass through all of the traps physically, like last time when you went whoosh. The protagonist ignored the floating creature. It muttered, I'm not sure about that. I don't know too much about this place, you see. If I'm trying to clear a place I don't know too much about, the more trump cards I have, the better. Kang Tae-san's eyes narrowed, his expression determined. When something will be useful, so I'll be taking everything that I can. That's the way I do things. He successfully disarmed another trap, his proficiency increasing by 1%. Support, Lee Tion agreed, lamenting that she couldn't follow that rule. He stretched, feeling his proficiency increase by about 7%. He also received a reward, guessing that it marked the end of the 3rd floor's secret room. A twisted ring, strength +3. Now, support Lee Tion wondered what was left to do. The protagonist smirked, thinking of the boss. He knew this was the goblin floor, and he should be able to. Support Li Tion seemed to be looking at a map. He descended into the goblin floor. The air shimmers, the dungeon floor barely visible through the haze. He remarks that the appearance of the monster is obvious, even without looking. A monstrous form rises from the depths. The goblin chieftain fully materializes, its green skin and tusked maw a terrifying sight. The goblin chieftain roars, announcing its arrival with a guttural cry. Support Li Tion observes that the goblin chieftain is angry because Kong Tae-san defeated the other goblins. She asks if he's totally pissed. The goblin chieftain activates a wave of energy, preparing to strike. Kong Tae-san braces himself as the goblin chieftain advances, staff raised high. The goblin chieftain activates an attack, but Kong Tae-san retorts that he is not the only one with his staff. Kong Tae-san activates confusion, a purple aura swirling around him. The goblin chieftain is caught in the effects of confusion, a question mark appearing above its head. The goblin chieftain roars in a confused rage, its attack faltering. Kong Tae-san strikes, dealing 21 damage to the goblin chieftain. The goblin chieftain's attack fails, a check failed, message flashing ominously. He dodges the chieftain's clumsy follow-up, preparing to counter the lumbering beast. The chieftain reels, momentarily stunned by the swiftness of the counterattack. Kong Tae-san observes the goblin, a thoughtful escaping his lips. Support Li Tion remarks on the chieftain's lack of speed, stating, he really is as slow as he is big. Kong Tae-san launches himself into the air, a red blade flashing in his grip. The blade descends, a blinding flash of blue energy accompanying the strike. He plunges downward, his blade aimed directly at the goblin chieftain. The chieftain collapses, defeated, as a small, white creature bounces nearby. Li Tion expresses her disappointment, stating that the chieftain was supposed to be tougher. Kong Tae-san lands gracefully, the defeated chieftain lying prone at his feet. A system message appears, announcing that he hunted the 3 third-floor boss, activating stat boosts. He received a low-grade vitality increase potion as a basic reward. He also obtained a worn-out wooden staff, its power faintly present. The floating companion remarks on his amazing luck in getting a magic staff. The companion clarifies that it's a staff that lets him use magic, strengthening the magic he's learned. He is surprised, realizing this is the first time he's seen this stat. The floating companion questions why he's acting out of character, given he's met monsters that use magic. He thought he needed to use the power already within the staff, noting even Li Tion hadn't used magic on her own before. He wonders how he can learn magic, considering discovering a concept on his own or learning it from someone. He realizes there must be someone else who can teach him. He thinks discovering it on his own is close to impossible, so learning from someone is the better option. He wonders if there's an NPC he can learn magic from. It makes sense that proper NPCs only exist in solo mode. He muses. He considered the implications of a hidden NPC unknown to Li Tion. It would explain why no one on Earth knew how to use magic. Now on the 4th floor, he thought it was time to hurry up and go. Before that, having completed the quest, he should return to Lacaradas. Kong Tae-san paused, his expression thoughtful as he scanned the surroundings. The dungeon walls seemed to whisper secrets. A small, floating creature appeared nearby. It seemed startled, questioning what was happening. Level up reward, increased soul quality reward, and the 3 third-floor clear reward appeared on the screen. Kong Tae-san's hand hovered over the screen. There was no secret clear reward to be found. He narrowed his eyes, sensing something else hidden nearby. His gaze intensified, searching for any clue. The floating creature emitted a startled sound, its expression wide-eyed and confused. He had cleared the secret room and hunted the boss. Kong Tae-san wondered if there were 2 secret rooms. The floating creature asked if he knew anything about this. It couldn't even find the secret room on this floor. Kong Tae-san considered that he would waste too much time looking through the entire 3 third floor again. He thought it unfortunate, but wondered if he had to give up on the secret reward this time. He gazed at the walls, covered in ancient carvings and strange symbols. The secrets of the dungeon remained elusive. He continued deeper into the dungeon, the wall paintings drawing his attention. Activating a disarm trap, he proceeded cautiously, wary of further surprises. The path ahead seemed clear, but the dungeon's depths held unknown dangers. The floating creature questioned his actions, curious about what he had just done. Kong Tae-san explained that only this part of the wall was made of the same materials as the trap wall. He wondered what in the world they hid away so deeply, his eyes narrowing. Further ahead, a figure sat upon a throne, radiating an ancient power. A system message identified the figure as the previous Goblin Lord, Heigiha. The floating creature noted that it was the first time seeing a monster with a name. Heigiha gripped the hilt of a massive sword, declaring that only one of their kind could exist. The massive sword rested against Heigiha's throne, a symbol of immense power. Heigiha spoke, stating that he did not resent him, his expression unreadable. He spoke, his voice echoing in the chamber, telling Kong Tae-san that he too was a toy. Haegiha declared that he was in existence given the role of a monster. The air crackled with energy as a massive sword materialized, its blade gleaming with ominous power. The sword hummed, resonating with destructive intent as it awaited its master's command. Kong Tae-san's eyes narrowed, his gaze hardening with resolve as he prepared for battle. Kong Tae-san's eyes glow with a fierce determination as he prepares for the incoming attack. The air crackles with energy as the massive sword descends, poised to strike. A surge of power courses through him as he activates Deflect, bracing for impact. The protagonist thinks that if it weren't for Deflect, he would have been at death's door in an instant, wondering what kind of attack that was. His eyes widen, the force of the blow threatening to overwhelm him. The antagonist's massive blade crashes down, a blinding flash of light accompanying the devastating strike. Blue energy erupts around Kong Tae-san as he successfully deflects the attack, sparks flying in all directions. The force of the impact sends the protagonist reeling, his expression a mask of intense concentration. The antagonist wonders what is with this nonsensical strength. Kong Tae-san grits his teeth, bracing himself against the relentless assault. The antagonist presses his attack, his sword a blur of motion as he seeks to break through the protagonist's defenses. He gripped the sword, noting his strength stat was sufficient for lower floors. But now, the weight of the attack threatened to overwhelm him. The white-haired antagonist swung his blade downward with immense force. He mused that the Lord's weapon was a great sword, giving him an agility advantage. The protagonist braced himself against the incoming strike. Haegiha remarked that Kong Tae-san wasn't the only one who thought that. The blade crashed down, a testament to its overwhelming power. Kong Tae-san activated Deflect just in time to mitigate some of the damage. Despite the deflection, the force of the blow still staggered him. Fuck! Haegiha's power strike connected, sending shockwaves through the area. A system message appeared. He had received a powerful strike, delaying his actions. The force of the impact reverberated, leaving Kong Tae-san vulnerable. He grits his teeth, knowing retreat is impossible in his current state. 10 seconds. He must endure for 10 seconds. The seconds tick by, each one a monumental effort against the encroaching power. The protagonist's eyes widen, a glimmer of hope amidst the struggle. He has activated a counter. A surge of energy courses through Kong Tae-san as he automatically retaliates against Haegiha's incoming assault. The antagonist's red eyes gleam with anticipation as his own countdown continues to dwindle. Haegiha prepares to unleash a devastating strike, his form radiating raw power. The counter proves insufficient. Kong Tae-san is struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling. Only 3 seconds remain. The end of the countdown is near, but so is defeat. Lying on the ground, Kong Tae-san curses his ruined posture, a consequence of focusing too much on the sword strike. The protagonist activates Deflect just as Haegiha unleashes his power strike, a collision of forces about to erupt. The impact sends shockwaves through the area, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. The blue-haired fighter collapses, the system displaying the damage he sustained. 46 points. The battle continues to tilt against him. 0 seconds pass, the aftermath of the blow still echoing. He struggles to rise, the force of the attack having knocked him prone. The towering figure of Haegiha looms as the floating companion calls out to Kong Tae-san. The companion urges him to retreat, stating that Haegiha is not an opponent he can face right now. The protagonist's eyes narrow, a silent declaration of defiance against the advice. Kong Tae-san questions the companion's words, his expression hardening with resolve. The floating companion warns that prioritizing safety means sacrificing potential rewards on this floor. The labyrinth's rules are clear. Moving down a floor drastically decreases the rewards. He steels himself, resolving to claim everything this floor has to offer. The companion expresses disbelief at Kong Tae-san's overconfidence and recklessness. He kneels, listening to the small, red-hooded figure. Kong Tae-san admits he has no idea what it's talking about. He reflects on his journey. Every reward, every grind, was to avoid danger. But now, it isn't for survival. It is to risk his life in the challenge. His expression hardens, a newfound resolve etched on his face. The red-hooded figure speaks, its voice echoing in the chamber. You? He acknowledges that he is acting for better rewards. It was only to increase his chances of succeeding. A surge of power courses through him. He is facing an opponent against whom victory seems impossible, but his will has increased. He will not waver during battle. The text declares that all stats increased. He has received eyes that can detect his opponents. Meanwhile, they wouldn't have placed an impossible enemy on the 3/3 floor. There's definitely a way to do this. Now that he thinks about it, he still hasn't come down from his throne. Could it be? The red-hooded figure exclaims, Tae-san, that guy. Someone observes that the enemy is immobile, missing a leg and unable to move. Kong Tae-san recalls that the enemy was the previous lord. He sees this as a chance to strike. Heijiaha acknowledges Kong Tae-san as a brave warrior, respecting that he did not retreat. Heijiaha prepares to face Kong Tae-san for real, questioning how he will approach him this time. Kong Tae-san activates a skill, and a notification appears. You have activated Unbreath. With Unbreath active, the protagonist's eyes glow with power, ready to fight. The ground begins to crack and break apart under the force of the activated skill. Energy surges as the destruction intensifies, tearing the ground asunder. Amidst the chaos, a dark, umbrella-like shape emerges from the destruction. Chunks of earth float in the air before plummeting back down, adding to the devastation. Heijiaha stands firm amidst the destruction, breathing heavily as he observes the unfolding power. Streaks of energy and flying debris fill the air, a testament to the raw power unleashed. The debris settled around him, but Heijiaha remained standing, unfazed by the destruction. He remarked that Kong Tae-san had used his head, but the collapsing rubble should also be falling on him, correct? Kong Tae-san stood amidst a swirling purple aura. A system message appeared. You have activated confusion. Heijiaha's eyes widened as a running check system message appeared before him. Orange energy flared around Kong Tae-san, his expression unreadable behind the light. From above, Heijiaha remained seated on his throne, now surrounded by fiery debris. A close-up revealed Heijiaha's red eyes narrowed in disbelief as a check failed. Message flashed. Heijiaha, surrounded by swirling orange energy, declared that he couldn't be endangered with just this. Heijiaha wondered if the debris was really flying towards him like this, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Seated on his throne, Heijiaha questioned how Kong Tae-san was able to avoid all that rubble. From a low angle, Kong Tae-san and Heijiaha faced each other amidst the destruction, a silent challenge passing between them. Kong Tae-san's purple eyes glowed with determination, his gaze fixed on his opponent. The skill, Force Battle, activates, isolating the combatants. Nothing can interfere, not even falling rubble. He stands within the skill's barrier, ready to face his opponent. The Force Battle skill excludes outside interference. However, the protagonist wonders if the throne will be an exception to the rule. The system message confirms the activation of Force Battle. A green aura emanates from his hand. The rubble continues to fall, but the skill prevents it from interfering. The protagonist remains focused. Heijiaha questions if he is using a skill in that manner. He seems impressed by the warrior. The protagonist looks up, his expression unreadable. Dust and debris swirl around him. Heijiaha declares that he will thank the gods that his final battle was against him. The antagonist laughs maniacally, his intentions unclear. The ghost felt it, a presence drawing near. Kong Tae-san approached, his footsteps echoing in the chamber. The Tae-san he'd been watching was only using his overwhelming stats to win. A memory, or perhaps a premonition, flashed before the ghost's eyes. So when faced with a strong opponent, he had a bit of anticipation. The ghost wondered if it was this guy. A grotesque figure lunged forward, its movements swift and predatory. The air crackled with unseen energy as it prepared to strike. Kong Tae-san moved with blinding speed, his blade a blur of silver. He met the enemy's advance head-on, sparks flying from a clash. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the air. The ghost was caught in the blast, a silent scream escaping its form. The enemy reeled backward, staggered by the blow. A guttural roar escaped its lips as it struggled to regain its footing. Kakik, great! The enemy cackled, goading Kong Tae-san. But if you can't draw near me, you won't be able to land a decisive strike, so what will you do? Kong Tae-san ignored the taunt, his eyes narrowed with determination. He would make sure the enemy couldn't approach by a single step from there. The ghost watched the fight unfold, exclaiming, "Hey, what are you doing right now?" Its spectral form trembled with a mix of fear and excitement. He narrowly evaded the barrage, each strike carrying enough force to obliterate stone. One of the attacks grazed him, triggering a system notification. 462 damage. Endure activated. The warrior found himself surrounded by a blue aura, bracing for the next onslaught. What? Staggering backward, Kong Tae-san realized Endure's effect negated attacks that would lead to death. He thought, so, if I phrase a bit differently. A surge of power coursed through him. It meant he was invincible for the next second. Heijiaha loomed over him, preparing to strike the seemingly defenseless Tae-san. The monster roared, unleashing a torrent of raw energy, confident in his victory. But Kong Tae-san, eyes blazing with determination, prepared to counterattack. The hunter struck with incredible speed, catching the monster off guard. The force of the blow sent Heijiaha crashing to the ground, stunned and vulnerable. Kong Tae-san pressed his advantage, summoning a blade of pure energy. With a final, decisive strike, the monster was defeated, lying prone amidst the debris. He panted, the sounds of his ragged breathing echoing in the chamber. A voice echoed, impressed by the warrior's strength. The system notified him of his victory against the Goblin Lord, Heijiaha. He sighed, the battle finally over. It was finally over. He received bonus skills relative to the difficulty and leveled up twice. He tilted his head, wondering what was happening as he activated increased soul quality. The system informed him that he received the trigger skill, Power Strike, a skill where damage increases in proportion to mana used. He was also granted the trigger skill, Acceleration, which allows him to accelerate toward his target. A few days, he decided to save the potion for later. He noticed the necklace for the master, but dismissed it as nothing. The system displayed Kong Taesin's level and stats. He considered his growth, believing he'd surpass his past stats quickly. Becoming stronger in an instant, Kong Taesan realized this was the answer. The winged creature dismissed the recent battle. It urged Kong Taesan to finish the quest. The path forward seemed clear, leading to the next level. Before him stood a menacing, skull-shaped gate, pulsating with red energy. The winged creature seemed scared. Kong Taesan wondered why it was so afraid. Lakarada's was very satisfied with his battle and wished to grant him a fitting reward. Kong Taesan refused the reward. He wondered what Lakarada's would do. Lakarada's range of influence shrank, the red energy receding. He received a protective shield as a reward, a continuous trigger skill. Kong Taesan noted it was the first time he'd seen this skill. He surmised it was like a second health bar, increasing in proportion to his health. He wondered if what he was seeing was even possible. Lakarada's looked forward to their next meeting, but the mist was gone. He thought to himself that he didn't think he'd be so scared even after he died. There was no need to hide like that. He wondered what sort of existence it was. Floor 4's quest was starting, the objective being to defeat the boss of Floor 4 to pass through. The reward for this was Ashen Arm Guards. He continued on to Floor 4, thinking about what Li Tion had said about it being the orc floor. He wondered what the secret reward was. Each and every one of them has a strong physique, and their intelligence doesn't fall too far behind, either. He realized they were basically a tribe of warriors and wondered how this floor would go. He pushed open the door, thinking that he needed to do something first. He steeled himself before proceeding. He walked towards the altar, thinking it was just like he had heard. The altar of Balthazar revealed itself in his decision. He had discovered the altar of Balthazar. This was a place where those who believe in Balthazar built an altar, so it's a path connected to a god. Balthazar could exert his influence through this place. The god of victory, Balthazar. He wondered if he was not a particularly good or bad god, but a perfectly neutral god. He pondered this. Balthazar wished to test him, who had visited his altar. If he accepted, he would be given a trial. If he overcame it, he would receive a reward. He accepted. Balthazar revealed his decision and was reading his experience. He wondered if he was reading it. Since he's the god of victory, he'll read your memories and decide on your worth. He prepared himself for what was to come. He is presented with a new offer. Balthazar proposes an empowered trial. The protagonist recalls receiving one from Lakarada's before. It makes sense, Kong Taesan thinks. There's no way Balthazar wouldn't like him. The white creature assures him it'll be fine to receive it. Gods generally hate breaking contracts, he muses. Lakarada's is the odd one out, it seems. The small, scarf-wearing creature seems to be in deep thought, considering the situation. Kong Taesan decides to accept the quest. A notification appears, indicating Balthazar is greatly delighted by his decision. Balthazar's range of influence shrinks. He also receives the agreement of the 4/4 and 5/4 floor residents, with a vote of 20-1. The very structure of the 4th floor begins to shift and change around them. The change is sudden and violent, sending Kong Taesan and the white creature tumbling downwards. He struggles to regain his bearings, wondering what in the hell is going on as the world turns upside down. The scarf-wearing creature asks if it's over yet. Kong Taesan admits it's his first time witnessing something like this. The ground rushes up to meet them, revealing a red platform amidst the chaos. Kong Taesan's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes their destination. This is, he exclaims. He plummeted through the air, the ground rushing up to meet him. A small structure sat in the distance, beyond a red archway. The labyrinth had changed. The orderly maze of corridors had become a single, straight path leading to an unknown destination. The labyrinth stretched before him, an unknown trial laid out in stone. He paused, considering the path ahead. Kong Taesan's floating companion seemed just as surprised. He mused that if Balthazar was involved, it shouldn't be impossible, but still surprising. Kong Taesan knew that staring wouldn't change anything. He decided it would be better to check things out quickly. The first room held a menacing presence. A sword-wielding orc stood ready to strike. A sword-wielding orc had appeared. The question remained, were the species of monsters that appear still the same? The orc immediately assumed a battle stance after seeing him. Kong Taesan understood the meaning behind the vote before, 20-1. It would be better to check things out quickly. The orc lunged forward, blade flashing. The orc's attack connected, dealing 4 damage to Kong Taesan. His health was fine, but the protective shield dropped first. The orc pressed his attack. In the previous life, he would have died by this point, but now he's tougher. Kong Taesan roughly got it. Balthazar's trial was to fight one-on-one battles until the end in order to claim victory. He crouched low, the power strike activating as he prepared to strike. The protagonist's blade met the orc's, a burst of energy erupting on impact. The sword-wielding orc seemed almost satisfied as the blow landed. The system declared Kong Tae-san victorious against the sword-wielding orc. Kong Tae-san considered the fight. It wasn't particularly difficult, given his stats, but stronger orcs would likely appear. 9 rooms remained. Kong Tae-san smirked, ready to break through the rest. The sword-wielding orc lay defeated. The system notified Kong Tae-san that his level had increased. Now, 5 rooms remained. As Kong Tae-san's level increased, so did his protective shield. He mused that that would soon be possible. Meanwhile, Kong Tae-san entered the 6th room. The protagonist faced another orc, ready for the next battle. He faces another orc, its crude weapon raised high. The air crackles with magical energy as a blue aura surrounds him. Counter activated. He will automatically counterattack the opponent, turning the tables in this brutal trial. The protagonist reflects on the fight. Though the stat difference should be significant, he can't overwhelm them in a single move. Is this the difference in skillfulness? He observes the orcs' fighting style. They aren't simply stabbing with their weapons, but instead have some sort of systematic skill. The floating companion seems to agree. The orc lunges, but the hunter is ready. He prepares to meet the attack head-on, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He thinks that just copying won't do. The floating companion asks if he needs swordsmanship, sensing his thoughts. He replies that he does, but wonders why so suddenly. The companion dismisses it, suggesting they quickly move to the next room. The 7th room gives way to the 8th, and the hunter faces another orc. Each room seems to present a new, escalating challenge. The 9th room looms ahead, the orc within massive and imposing. The trial continues to test his limits. With a sigh, he prepares for the next battle. The floating companion watches with concern, sensing his weariness. It's already the boss room? That ended pretty quickly. The doors to the final chamber stand open, beckoning him forward. Now that he thinks about it, how is he supposed to find this floor's secret room? The companion admits it's their first time experiencing something like this. He paused in the doorway, considering his next move. It seemed he needed to look around after he finished things. An orc fighter had appeared. The boss was still the same as before, though. He heard there were no risk factors, which meant something was amiss. Sobbing echoed nearby. He turned, hearing the sound of someone crying. A woman in a green hat was sobbing nearby, along with a floating creature. The woman in the green hat continued to cry, begging someone to save her. Her distress was palpable. The floating creature seemed equally distraught. Why did things suddenly happen like this? It exclaimed. The woman suddenly noticed him. The floating creature asked if he knew her. Tears streamed down the woman's face as she looked up at him. Sir Warrior? She asked, her voice trembling. He stared back at the woman, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. The air crackled with tension. The woman explained that the labyrinth suddenly changed, and she was forced out. She ended up right next to the orc. The woman looked at him, confused. Hey, why are you here? You were alive? She exclaimed. It seemed like he just entered the labyrinth. He realized that the identity of the secret in the secret room would be that NPC. He would take care of this. A green-haired figure wonders if a single adventurer can face the orc fighter. The protagonist faces the orc, who believes he won't even glance at the girl. His objective is the orc. He prepares to respond in kind, ready to meet the orc's challenge head-on. The protagonist activates acceleration, enhancing his speed and combat prowess. He activates Power Strike, channeling energy for a devastating blow. The protagonist strikes, his attack carrying immense force against the orc fighter. The orc fighter has entered a berserk state, fueled by rage and pain. The orc's face contorts in fury, his eyes burning with savage intensity. He continues his assault, pushing the berserk orc to his limits. The battle rages, a whirlwind of motion and power, as the protagonist and orc clash. He activates Power Strike once more, preparing to deliver the final blow. The protagonist is victorious against the orc fighter, the green-haired figure watching from afar. He stood triumphantly, the notification declaring his victory over the floor boss. The green-haired witch looked on, utterly bewildered by his sudden surge in power. This makes no sense, she thought. He turned his gaze towards the witch, his expression unreadable. What are you? He asked. The witch seemed startled by the question. What else? I'm a player, she responded. He crouched down, his eyes fixed on the witch. He repeated his question. About you. Who are you? The witch stammered, clearly flustered by his intense gaze. And me? He remained kneeling, waiting for her to elaborate. The witch seemed to gather her thoughts, preparing to explain herself. The witch began to explain her presence. I entered here to learn more about the grand mysteries, she confessed. He listened intently, his expression still unreadable as the witch continued her explanation. The witch elaborated. You must have come from a world without magic, right? What a peculiar world. Not everyone can learn magic. It's an innate talent. The witch held out her hand, a faint glow emanating from her palm. I had no talent in it, but I wish to learn magic more than anyone else. The witch concluded her explanation, her eyes filled with determination. That's why I entered this place. He stood within the labyrinth, a place where dreams could be achieved. The witch stood beside him, the starry sky swirling around them both. Kong Taesan's gaze was distant, his expression thoughtful as he looked into the distance. The witch thanked him for saving her, lamenting that she had no way to repay him. He considered her words, the power he possessed, a potential solution to her problem. The witch's eyes sparkled with determination as she declared her desire to learn magic. The two figures stood together, the labyrinth stretching out before them, their destinies intertwined. The witch-like figure stands with a small, floating companion, her expression unreadable as she considers the request. The witch-like figure apologizes, stating that she learned what she knows by risking her life and cannot grant the request. Kong Taesan expected the rejection and prepares to negotiate, his expression stoic. The floating creature suggests that the witch-like figure simply teach him. The witch-like figure points out that he has nothing but magic, and while she understands he values it, it's nothing at all from an overall perspective. The witch-like figure asks if saving his life isn't enough in return. The witch-like figure insists that it's not a bad deal for him, and asks how many floors he intends to climb. The witch-like figure thinks that with his current skills, any further is too difficult. The floating creature states that Kong Taesan is an adventurer who will continue descending the labyrinth, and that the labyrinth was even changed because of him. Meanwhile, Kong Taesan walks down a hallway, determined to reach further into the labyrinth and save those in the abyss. The small white creature declares that this will be an opportunity to learn new magic. The witch-like figure gasps, seemingly surprised by the offer. The small white creature asks Kong Taesan if he has changed his mind, stating that this will be an advantageous exchange. The witch-like figure kneels, a glowing blue object in her hands. Now that she's thought it over, the witch-like figure agrees to teach him. Kong Taesan responds with a quiet, "Ugh." The witch-like figure seems excited, thinking it will be more fun going forward, but she admits she was chased out of her original place and cannot teach him right away. The small white creature explains that since the 5/4 floor is also an orc floor, it will be in the same shape as this one. She will take her place in the secret room of the 6/4 floor, so she'll see him then. Kong Taesan nods, simply saying sure. The witch-like figure claps her hands together, a bright light emanating from them. The witch-like figure disappears in a flash of light. The small white creature tells him to see her on the 6/4 floor. He wonders how she'd pass through the 5/4 floor, realizing she can use magic like that. He can't feel anything, noting that she was truly able to completely hide her presence. He concludes that this is magic. He glances to the side as the floating companion speaks to him. The companion questions why he is suddenly helping, expressing annoyance. The floating companion wonders why Kong Taesan is acting this way. Kong Taesan continues onward, as the companion notes his potential and self-redemption. The companion states that he will assist Kong Taesan from here on out. The companion lands on the ground, stating he needs to eat his fill first. The companion notes that Kong Junheek and Lee Tion passed the first floor, and that no one else attempted it. He looks at the screen, wondering if the items are tasty and if he should organize them. Kong Taesan examines a scroll of engravement, noting that discovering Lilith counted as finding the secret. Kong Taesan activates the scroll of engravement on his ceremonial sword of Lacaratas. The ceremonial sword of Lacaratas gains attack, +5, and recovers 5 health whenever he kills an enemy. On attack, there is a set chance to push away the target. Kong Taesan exclaims that he got a decent option. He slid down the steps, deeper into the shop, ready to make a deal. The old shopkeeper puffed on his pipe, seemingly unconcerned with the dangers of the floor. "What, you're back already?" the shopkeeper asked, tilting his head. He wondered if it was another trial. Kong Taesan approached the counter. "First, I'll sell what I have then," he began, before the shopkeeper interrupted, asking what he was buying. The protagonist considered his options. An inventory expansion ticket, perhaps? The shopkeeper's eyes widened. "No way? Why is that here?" he exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. The shopkeeper pointed at a bottle. "See that bottle?" he asked, his expression unreadable. Kong Taesan hummed in response. The bottle glowed with an inner light, labeled Powder of Blessings. The shopkeeper explained that the powder supposedly originated from fairies' wings and was rumored to bestow a blessing, though no one knew for sure. The shopkeeper's mind flashed back to a scene of chaos and desperation, a man with a sword dripping with golden liquid. The protagonist's companion asked if he knew about it. So is it that everyone else doesn't know? He mused, realizing the shopkeeper hadn't purchased it before. In his past life, many were drawn to the word of blessing and purchased it. But because no one ever received its effects, it was treated as trash. That is, until he discovered it. The shopkeeper asks how many of the powder of blessings he has in total. Kong Taesan replies that he got it off a bargain, so he only has 3. The shopkeeper, surprised, declares that he'll buy them all, his expression a mix of shock and curiosity. Even though it's something rather expensive but has no use, well, here it is for now. The bottles clink together. The powder of blessings, its effect is, he tells the fairy that he'll see her again next time. The bottles whoosh as he seems to be testing the minute control over chance. The fairy tells him to come back soon. The shopkeeper asks if he's not going to tell him why he purchased it. He says that he'll see soon enough and that he can check it out in person then. A notification dings. Balthazar is satisfied with his results. He is looking forward to when he will give him his reward. He wonders if this is a veiled reminder to quickly clear the 5/4 floor. The gods are willing to cut away at their range of influence as they grant him favor. He wonders if the interference of influence is really that important. Is it really that important? Do they even call that a question? The gods only care about their influence. They won't even cut away at their influence for him. He considered the gods' valuation of him and the rewards they granted. The small, floating companion seemed proud, but the protagonist remained focused. Kong Tae-san wondered if he was simply clearing quests for the rewards they offered. To him, it was just another step. Meanwhile, the words Floor 5's first room appeared as an orc fighter materialized before him, snarling. The floating companion noted that the 4/4 floor's boss monster appeared from the very beginning, but Kong Tae-san dismissed it. Kong Tae-san clashed with the orc fighter, the sound of metal ringing through the room. The blade glowed with power as he prepared to strike. The orc fighter reeled from the blow, questioning what had just happened. He recognized it as an opening, having activated Power Strike. Kong Tae-san activated consecutive attacks, pressing his advantage. The final blow landed with a resounding crash. The arm glows with crimson energy, poised to strike with devastating force. The blow lands, a deafening POW echoing as the orc fighter teeters, stunned by the impact. He smirks, a system message appearing. You have activated Power Strike. Kong Tae-san stands amidst the aftermath, splattered with the orc fighter's blood. He stands over the fallen orc fighter, acknowledging that he got lucky, but is pleased with the outcome. Kong Tae-san muses that if the first room was this tough, the boss in the last room must be crazy strong, but the stronger the opponent, the more he will obtain. The protagonist approaches a new door, looking forward to what lies ahead. The sounds of battle echoed through the stone corridors. His hand tightened around the hilt of his blade, knuckles white. The protagonist stood in the center of the room, having conquered another floor. He grinned, thinking that he could learn magic as he passed through this place and get the god's reward. The protagonist's companion asked how he knew Lilith. A blonde man explained that the constraints of one's maximum lifespan disappeared in the labyrinth, and that she was already there when he first entered. Just like before, the green-haired woman was about to face an orc. The blonde man recalled her death on the 4/4 floor in front of an orc, and that their first meeting was him saving her because she was so pitiful. The protagonist's companion wondered how long ago he first entered the labyrinth. Although the green-haired woman entered the labyrinth in order to learn magic, she hasn't encountered even a tiny bit of enlightenment yet because of her paltry talent. The protagonist thought that he did help her a little because it was a bit heartrending, but to think she's still alive. He considered those who lived on, not to conquer the labyrinth, but for their own purposes. There may be a lot more NPCs than he expected, the protagonist mused as he walked down the stone path. Meanwhile, a door creaked open, revealing a pair of goblins lurking within the shadows of the dungeon. One of the goblins tilted its head, a guttural growl escaping its throat as it noticed something outside. A small stone clattered against the ground, drawing the goblin's attention as it bounced into the dungeon. The goblins turned to see a woman with long, dark hair standing in the doorway, a determined look on her face. With a burst of speed, the woman lunged forward, stabbing one of the goblins with a glowing blade. The remaining goblins struggled, but the woman's relentless assault kept it on the defensive. After a brief struggle, the woman stepped back, panting as the last goblin collapsed to the ground. The woman knelt amidst the fallen goblins, the dungeon floor stained with their blood. He had managed to kill them all, baiting them out one by one. The man in red armor looked up, a hint of awe in his expression. Wow! A disembodied voice warned, don't ever touch that. While the other gods may be fine, you must not bother with Lacaratas. The man in red armor considered the warning. Well, if Hyung is the one saying it, I should listen. The woman with blue hair smiled, remembering, we were able to survive because of Mr. Tayson's advice and the skills he's taught us about. Choi Jung-heek's face contorted in frustration. My God, stop playing around. Around a holographic display, a group of people discussed something. What? The woman with blue hair looked annoyed. Choi Jung-heek, you're making me cringe, so why don't you lay off? And stop it with the exaggeration. A voice argued, Lee Tion, exaggeration? Choi Jung-heek, isn't that it? You're saying that it's so difficult you can barely hunt a single rat on the first floor? Someone typed furiously. I understand that you aren't able to meet other people, but can't you refrain from the bullshit? Are we even sure you can't meet other people in the first place? Maybe all of you are just conning us. The man in red armor frowned, his expression hardening. These people really? Another man, with silver hair, retorted, are you shitting me? Do you even know how much we have to steal ourselves to move forward? The disembodied voice echoed, laced with a mocking tone, as a bloody hand lay still. He mused on the passage of time, estimating it had been roughly a month since they entered the labyrinth. Kang Tae-san considered that the easy and normal modes should be mostly adjusted by now, but that the voice declared that leeway actually becomes a poison, as the shadowy figure loomed over another person. But Kang Tae-san thought back, recalling that in his past life, things weren't this bad. Someone speculated that it was all because of Kang Tae-san complaining about how much others spoke of him. Another voice questioned why someone would follow Kang Tae-san, implying he was just leading them to their deaths. Kang Tae-san scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips as he declared he could roughly see it. The sounds of impact echoed through the area as a group of people stood together. Someone demanded to know why he kept interfering, as Kang Tae-san looked on with a stoic expression. The crowd erupted, yelling that Kang Tae-san was a bastard, their anger palpable. A close-up revealed Kang Tae-san's face, his expression unreadable, his purple eyes intense. He reflected on his past life, where he had restricted someone, but now he was no longer there to do so. To control the masses, an enemy was needed, so the solo mode people were chosen as that enemy. The people of each mode can't meet each other, and if what solo mode people are saying is true, clearing it seems close to impossible. He thinks the possibility of retaliation is zero as he taps on a holographic keyboard. But that guy doesn't know this one thing. Kang Tae-san, solo, will see you in 1 month. Kang Tae-san types rapidly, a look of determination on his face, seemingly issuing a challenge. Meanwhile, the character in the dungeon hears, now it's the last room. Let's go. He wonders what the other person just did. The character is told that it's not something he needs to worry about as he walks forward. The entrance to the floor 5 boss room looms ahead, promising a difficult battle. The Orc Vice Chieftain Latran appears, a formidable foe ready to challenge the dungeon delvers. The character realizes it's not a lord, wondering why one would appear already, as Heigiha appearing was an abnormality. He knew the Vice Chieftain wasn't weak. As the final enemy, he was difficult to beat. A small, cute character with a red scarf offered a simple, hopeful sentiment. Be fine. Kang Tae-san nodded, taking a step forward, the Orc Vice Chieftain looming in the background. The protagonist gripped his sword, ready to face whatever came next. The Orc Vice Chieftain's fallen comrades lay behind him. Oh, Grand Warrior, I thank you for your fighting spirit. The Orc Vice Chieftain towered over Kang Tae-san. He mused that gods were useless, but this once, it was different. The Orc Vice Chieftain wondered if his companions had already left content. Kang Tae-san listened intently. The fallen orcs faced their deaths with smiling faces, as if it was fun, the Orc Vice Chieftain recalled. Kang Tae-san looked at the Orc Vice Chieftain, responding that they were more interested in something else. The Orc Vice Chieftain questioned if they were more interested in the battle itself than in killing him. He asked what the point would be in just killing him. The Orc Vice Chieftain's fist clenched, remembering that they were slaves imprisoned in this place. They didn't even know when they would be freed. Kang Tae-san looked up at the Orc Vice Chieftain, who stated that he was granting them honorable deaths, yet they were to stomp on him. The Orc Vice Chieftain's grip tightens, his massive form radiating barely contained power. He declares that he cannot allow it. The Orc Vice Chieftain roars, demanding that his opponent offer him an honorable death. His eyes burn with anticipation. The Orc Vice Chieftain bellows, urging the warrior to show him his true power. He demands a fulfilling death. Latran activates both charge and rage, the notifications appearing before Kang Tae-san's eyes. A surge of power courses through him. A system message appears, stating that his target is a difficult enemy. The challenge is clear. He draws his sword, the blade gleaming in the dim light. The protagonist prepares for the coming battle. His feet are planted firmly on the ground, ready to unleash his power. He thinks, just what I wanted. The horn monster coughs, defeated. Its massive form lies prone, a testament to the fierce battle it just endured. The monster chuckles, acknowledging the gap between them. It seems to accept its fate with a strange sense of satisfaction. The warrior looks up, the monster questioning his identity. It wonders if he is truly an adventurer of the 5th floor. The monster acknowledges that the warrior's movements are based on experience. It notes that he is able to use skills as a sword art. The warrior's expression is grim, his determination unwavering. He has come this far, and he will not falter now. The monster declares that it was truly an honorable death. It seems to find a strange sense of peace in its defeat. The monster urges the warrior to secure his victory. The warrior stands tall, ready to claim his reward. Kang Tae-san has hunted the boss of the 4th floor. He has successfully completed Balthazar's trial. Balthazar is very delighted. The trial has been completed, and the warrior has proven his worth. Balthazar's range of influence shrinks. Kang Tae-san stands victorious, the power of his achievement resonating around him. Kang Tae-san has received the belt of fighting spirit. He has also obtained the continuous trigger skill, proof of victory. He considered the notification, a continuous trigger skill, proof of victory. He wondered if every victory would increase the chosen stat. Kang Tae-san decided to set the proof of victory to mana. Another notification appeared, Balthaser had offered him an apostle contract. He declined the offer. Balthaser was delighted by his choice and looked forward to their next meeting. Kang Tae-san noticed two chests in the room, bathed in ethereal light. One chest was the normal reward, while the other seemed to be the secret room reward. The labyrinth layout must have changed. Kang Tae-san opened the basic reward chest, revealing a dazzling decorational sword with +5 attack. He then examined the secret room reward, a knife of self-harm that could consume and store health. He tested the knife, watching his health drop. It might be useful in an emergency, he thought. Kang Tae-san then discovered a robe of dark vaulting, which maintains stealth for 1 second. This is a stealth robe, he realized. He tested the robe, disappearing with a soft whoosh sound. He wondered how effective it was. Kang Tae-san smirked, thinking that as long as they didn't have a detection skill, no one could find him. It would be quite useful in combat situations. He stood at the edge of the opening, the depths below shrouded in shadow. The floating companion asked if they should proceed. The companion noted that he had changed his weapons to dual wield, which was good. He responded that his sword art was also like that. The floating companion asked if he had a sword art. Kang Tae-san explained it was his own personal sword art. The companion asked if Kang Tae-san could teach it to him, wanting to learn. He replied that he didn't think he could right now. The companion wondered if that was actually his sword art. Kang Tae-san noted that his strength was close to 150 right now, and the companion thought he might be fine. Kang Tae-san decided to focus on climbing down further for now. He thought to himself that he would pass on everything he had left. A notification appeared, Floor 6 quest start. The objective was to defeat the boss of Floor 6 to pass through. The reward for completing the quest was a scroll of engravement. A secret reward was also listed, but it was unknown. He moved through the swamp, the sound of his steps echoing. Kang Tae-san recalled that it was just as he had heard from Lee Tion. The floating companion noted that moving forward was tricky because of the swamp. Also, the monsters here weren't affected by the swamp at all. It was only the players whose movements were bogged down. A large, monstrous maw snapped shut nearby. The swamp floor teemed with monsters, their forms grotesque and menacing. Kang Tae-san prepared for battle. He continued his trek through the murky swamp, the air thick with humidity. The protagonist muttered, stating that it didn't really matter to him, though. He unleashed a burst of flames. The flames engulfed the swamp creatures, their screams echoing through the trees. One of the swamp creatures fell, defeated. A notification appeared, indicating increased detection proficiency. A lizard man lunged, claws extended, attempting to strike Kang Tae-san. The lizard man was struck by a powerful blow. A notification appeared, confirming victory against the lizard man. Kang Tae-san observed the notification, remarking on the broken skill and questioning how the swamp counted as a living thing. The lizard man flinched as the protagonist approached, a swishing sound accompanying his movement. Kang Tae-san looked down at a small, red-caped creature, asking what it was doing and beckoning it closer. The lizard man roared, its mouth wide open as purple energy crackled around it. A powerful explosion erupted, sending shockwaves through the swamp. Kang Tae-san continued onward, stepping over the remains of the battle, the small creature following close behind. The swamp burned as the monsters succumbed to the intense flames. He found the battles too easy, almost boring. Kang Tae-san felt no challenge from these normal monsters. Kang Tae-san continued onward. His companion pointed out that someone had blatantly left a trace. A monster wouldn't be able to differentiate something like that. It was Lilith who was being smart. He pressed the brick, and a hidden passage opened. Kang Tae-san proceeded up the stone steps. Suddenly, a voice called out, surprised to see him already there. Wait a moment. A girl with green hair peeked out, welcoming them to her secret room. The interior of the secret room was filled with shelves of strange objects. Lilith sat in a large chair, looking like a great mage. She exclaimed that it was her first time posing like that. Kang Tae-san looked on. Lilith announced that she would start with an explanation about what magic truly is. Kang Tae-san's companion hoped he wouldn't play along with her weirdness. She explained that unlike skills, one cannot directly learn magic. You need to receive it from others or earn it from them. Magic, Lilith continued, makes many things possible, such as controlling flames, splitting space, or even bending time. As such, the value of magic is overwhelming. Also, since she was in the position of teaching him this, Lilith smirked, expecting to be called master respectfully. The floating red creature questioned why he was acting so pathetically. Kang Tae-san replied that if he could learn magic just by using formal language, it would be a definite profit, master. The floating red creature yelled at them to stop what they were doing. Lilith complained that he was being too unfair. Lilith cleared her throat, stating that magic is, just as he might think, a mystery. She then asked what he saw here. Kang Tae-san stated that he only saw the shape of a flame. Lilith replied that that's what someone without the skill will see of magic. They will only see a natural form of it. Lilith explained that he came from somewhere with no magic whatsoever, so this is obvious. Finally, she revealed the way of learning magic. She continued, saying that in her case, the god of magic came to find her directly and granted it to her. But cases where God personally teaches you are almost non-existent. The floating red creature thought that it probably only happened to Lilith because her insanity from magic was so great. Lilith giggled, stating that that's not a compliment. Kong Tae-san asked if he also needed to make a contract to learn magic. He revealed that he's rejected apostles' contracts many times already, so a contract is a bit questionable. The floating red creature exclaimed that he has it, right? He looked up, seeing Lilith's smiling face as magical energy swirled around them both. Magic was being transferred to him, a gift from a poor being who longed for it. Lilith explained that a person with magic could grant their teachings to someone who didn't have it. His magic proficiency was now at 1%. It seemed he would only be able to create sparks right now, and he had obtained both a magic endowment and magic extraction. Lilith, her expression bright, asked what it looked like. A swirling orb of purple and blue energy crackled in her hand. It was clearly different. He could feel something he had never felt in his past life. So this was magic? The preparations were done. Then, to officially get started, Lilith would teach him various ways. Lilith explains that the easiest method to extract magic is from an object that contains the power of magic, something like a magic tool or staff. Kong Tae-san stands beside Lilith, holding a staff in each hand. The staffs emit a soft glow as he prepares to extract their magic. Tendrils of purple energy swirl around Kong Tae-san's hands as he focuses on extracting the magic from the staffs. You already had some? Lilith asks. System messages appear, indicating that Kong Tae-san has activated magic extraction and obtained beginner spells, fireball, and random mental attack. The staffs in his hands turn gray. With a final crackle, the last vestiges of magic are drawn from the staffs. The energy coalesces around Kong Tae-san. A system message confirms that Kong Tae-san has activated fireball. He marvels at the sensation. So, this is what it feels like. Lilith beams, clapping her hands together in excitement. Good. You're doing great, she exclaims, her eyes sparkling with encouragement. Lilith explains that the second method to learn a spell is to get someone who has already learned it to teach you, or to offer tribute to a god to learn it. Lilith continues, explaining that they can use the method where she will offer the tribute to learn the spell, and then teach it to him afterward. She adds that he just has to hand her the tribute material as they descend through the floors. Lilith jumps for joy, her excitement palpable. Wow, this is great. I'll finally start learning new spells again, she cries out. Lilith turns to Kong Tae-san, her expression hopeful. She asks if he is able to learn the spell she knows right now, like that invisibility spell or something, but notes that it also has a price. She explains that the other magic spells were ones she received, not learned. Therefore, she can't teach them to others on a whim. Lilith states that she needs to offer tributes to the god of magic to receive permission. So, if the protagonist wants to learn a spell that she doesn't know, he will need to offer a tribute. She clarifies that he will need both a tribute to learn the new spell and a tribute to teach it to her. The protagonist wonders what he can offer as tribute. The protagonist is surrounded by weapons and equipment. Lilith says that they would work, but all of it wouldn't amount to a single spell, even though there are many. Lilith observes that it is magic, but simple quantity won't be enough. She says that he needs something of value, but will he be able to handle the aftermath? The protagonist considers a necklace. A text box appears that says, "Necklace for the master." He asks what about this? Lilith exclaims that it is a lord's item and wonders how he obtained it. She says that with this, he could probably get a beginner spell. She thinks to herself how stingy he is. Kong Tae-san then considers a sword. Lilith thinks that he'll probably love it. He asks what about this? Lilith thinks that he'll probably grant a low-rank spell with thoughts of screwing him over. Kong Tae-san thinks that if it's Lakaruta's, he may actually like that as well, though. Lilith says that he's always like that. She thinks that it's her first time seeing someone speak like that about a god. Finally, he asks how is this? The panel shows a worn-out wooden staff with magic +3. Lilith thinks that with this one, it'll be possible. She says that he might barely be able to ask for a beginner spell with this. She notes that this is on the same level as the Lord's necklace. He considered the staff. It wasn't a perfect tribute, but the concept was different. The gods preferred items related to them, so he would use this one. Lilith clapped her hands together, a bright light emanating from her palms. Great, she exclaimed, eager to begin. So, which spell do you want? The options appeared before them. Lilith explained that invisibility was of a higher tier, so it wouldn't be an option, but everything else was fine. She reminded him that he already had fireball, so that was out. Frozen arrow was similar in ability, only their attributes were different. Lilith continued, explaining that basic search could tell him the number and location of monsters in the next room. And then there was the curtain of cover, which helped cover his presence to make him less noticeable. The witch gestured, her expression cheerful as she awaited his decision. The magical energy swirled around them, a testament to the power at her command. Finally, Lilith described provision production. It was exactly what it sounded like. It created water and porridge. By the way, she added, it doesn't taste like anything. He declared that he would learn provision production. Lilith seemed surprised. She asked. I thought you would choose frozen arrow. He reasoned that it wasn't like he had a time limit, and he could just come back here later. He agreed that it would probably be better than goblin meat. Lilith nodded, understanding his logic. Got it, she said. Just wait a moment. She began to cast the spell, her staff glowing with magical energy. With a surge of power, Lilith completed the incantation. The air crackled with energy as the spell took hold, ready to bestow its gift. The spell took effect, the magical energy dissipating into the air. Lilith seemed exhausted, but satisfied with her work. She cast the spell, and Kong Tae-san felt an immense gaze upon him. Below, he seemed to be laughing, though it was hard to tell for sure. The light drifted around him, a tangible manifestation of the spell. With a kayash, the spell took hold, solidifying the connection. With a hum, Kong Tae-san obtained provision production, the skill now his. Lilith explained that provision production was a basic spell that created a small amount of potable liquid and consumable solid. She seemed surprised that he gained permission so easily. Gods, she said, tended to be particularly fussy when it came to people they hadn't chosen. She added that Sir Warrior also went through quite the trouble when he tried to learn magic. Kong Tae-san noted that it was a bit different for him. The number of gods who hated this punk could probably be counted on one hand. Lilith asked if there were any more spells he wished to learn. Kong Tae-san replied that there was one, but he didn't have anything to tribute, so he'd be back later. Lilith smiled, her eyes wide with anticipation. She said okay, that she'd also slowly try to follow him down. She told him to see him later and not to forget to bring back something good. Kong Tae-san said he got it and would see her later. Footsteps echoed through the forest, the sound of someone determinately moving forward. He conjured a small flame with his finger. It was definitely becoming much more convenient than before. Kong Tae-san continued his descent, the forest floor growing closer with each step. Lilith chirped, her voice echoing through the trees. Lilith explained that moving forward was simple, continue down the floors. And if a good item appears, give it to her to learn more magic. Lilith asked what he was looking at, wondering if it was the community board again. She noted that the maximum value of his protective shield increased quite a lot. Kong Tae-san began to strip off his outer layer. Lilith told him to stop checking it and hurry up, complaining that she couldn't handle how bored she was. Lilith's expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief. Lilith questioned if he was doing something abnormal again, asking what he was planning to do this time. Lilith covered her eyes, exclaiming that she had something she needed to earn. Kong Tae-san stood shirtless, holding his jacket. Lilith watched him from the ground. Kong Tae-san wondered aloud if he was earning a skill again, questioning if there was really a need to take off all of his defensive equipment. Lilith insisted that there was indeed a reason, telling him to watch quietly. A monstrous, green-scaled creature lurks, its red eyes gleaming menacingly in the dim light. He stands ready, a defenseless prey in the monster's eyes, as the beast prepares to strike. The monster lunges forward, its trident aimed directly at Kong Tae-san, a fearsome roar echoing through the forest. Kong Tae-san braces himself as the monster's attack hurtles towards him, a faint glow emanating from his body. The trident strikes, dealing damage, but something is different. The blow seems less severe than it should be. A protective shield flickers around him, absorbing some of the impact as the monster's attack connects. He remains standing, unharmed. Lilith observes, noting that the attack did less damage than expected. What will you do with that, she wonders. Kong Tae-san received less than half of the damage, and a notification appears. He has obtained the continuous trigger skill, Sturdy. Lilith is surprised. A notification reveals that his health did not decrease from the first attack, and he obtained the continuous trigger skill, complete nullification of. The monster stands before him, confused. Kong Tae-san realizes that when attacked without defensive equipment, he cannot receive damage that reduces his health. The monster roars again, frustrated by its inability to harm him, and prepares to strike once more. Kong Tae-san acknowledges the dumbfounding requirement to fulfill the skill as he activates complete nullification. The monster gurgled, its grip weakening as a hand tightened around its throat. With a final surge of strength, he hurled the creature into a nearby tree. He thought to himself that he should be thankful to Lakarada's for the protective shield skill. Lilith floated nearby, awaiting his assessment. A grin spread across Kong Tae-san's face. Lilith commented, "That's a crazy-ass skill right there." The battle intensifies as they approach the 6th fourth floor boss. The monstrous form of the 6th fourth floor boss looms, ready to strike. Kong Tae-san faces the towering lizard man. Weapons clash in a shower of sparks. The system announces the activation of Fire Blast. He channels the fiery energy, preparing to unleash the newly activated skill. The lizard man fighter is sent flying backwards from the force of the blast. The air crackles with residual energy. The 6th fourth floor boss recovers, bracing for another attack. Kong Tae-san focuses, a surge of power emanating from his hand. He prepares to unleash another skill, determined to end the fight, declaring that it won't be happening. The system announces the activation of despair and madness, enveloping the battlefield in a dark aura. The lizard man fighter reels, the force of the attack causing him to shake violently. His eyes widen in shock as the blast rocks him to his core. Flames erupt around the Lizardman fighter, engulfing him in a searing inferno. The Lizardman fighter cries out as the flames continue to burn him. He struggles to maintain his footing as the attack continues to batter him. Kong Tae-san stands amidst the chaos, his cape billowing behind him. System messages appear, confirming the activation of Fire Blast, helplessness, and other effects. He looks on with an expression of confusion etched on his face. The damage inflicted on the Lizardman fighter becomes apparent. The flames continue to burn, dealing additional damage. The system confirms that the Lizardman fighter has received burn status. The chibi character remarks on the Lizardman fighter's pitiful state, noting his affliction with mental attacks. He stood victorious, the defeated boss fading into motes of light. The Lizardman fighter's corpse hit the ground with a wet plop. Kong Tae-san considered his magic. Until now, he'd only used it for support due to various restrictions. He mused that at this level, he might be able to break through using just his magic. It's not impossible, he thought. A system message appeared. He had defeated the 6th fourth floor boss. He received a basic reward, a scroll of engravement, and a secret discovery reward, the Staff of Kalahart. Kong Tae-san thought it seemed pretty useful, so he guessed he'd put it in his inventory for now. The fighter's necklace appeared, showing strength +3 and agility +1. He thought the Lord's necklace was still better. He wondered if this plus the other drops he'd collected so far would be enough for a spell if he offered them as tribute. Kong Tae-san decided he should go and check. He thought they would finally go down a floor, but he was sure thrifty. Well, there's nothing bad about that, though. The Lord's necklace glowed with power. Green energy swirls around Lilith, the transfer of power seemingly complete. The green-haired support stands, the magical energy still radiating from her form. Kong Tae-san obtains the frozen arrow, a new power added to his arsenal. The protagonist holds his hands together. The transfer of power is complete. Kong Tae-san notes that small safety zones appear once the floors are cleared. Lilith admits she's good at finding these safe havens. Lilith stands in the safe zone as Kong Tae-san activates the frozen arrow. The protagonist stares intently, the power of the frozen arrow now at his command. He wonders if the judgment will be possible now. Lilith agrees, thinking the same thing. The green-haired support looks up, a question mark floating above her head. Lilith stares at Kong Tae-san, a floating creature beside him. The protagonist stares back. The floating creature asks Lilith to come outside for a bit. She agrees, understanding the request. Lilith exits the safe zone, a fiery explosion erupting behind her. She watched as Kong Tae-san unleashed the fire blast, wondering how he managed it without help. Lilith's jaw dropped, utterly shocked that he was able to learn on his own. Lilith stammered, questioning how Kong Tae-san had already learned the low-rank spell, Fire Blast. She admitted that invisibility was the only low-rank spell she had learned in the past 100 years. She wondered aloud if learning the spell was difficult, given her own struggles with magic. Panting, Lilith exclaimed that the difference in rank is especially drastic. Beginner spells are at the level of just imitating magic, such that they can be stored in staves. She explained that starting from low-rank spells, they're at a level where you can't store them in anything. Kong Tae-san wondered just how Lilith then asked if she should show him, implying it's not a secret. Lilith asked if he really thought she was an angel, or if he wanted her to become his master. Lilith thought that even if she told him, she didn't think it'd be much help. Moments later, something unexpected happened, causing Lilith to react with surprise. Lilith wondered what the hell that was, as something crashed nearby. She lay sprawled on the ground, recovering from the unexpected event. Kong Tae-san watched over her. Lilith pushed herself up, dusting off her robes. She wondered if Kong Tae-san was unable to learn from the previous event. The support expressed her gratitude, acknowledging the difference in system judgment. Kong Tae-san thought to himself that her recovery was fast. Lilith clasped her hands together, a look of wonder on her face. She seemed to be deep in thought. Kong Tae-san waved goodbye, telling Lilith he would see her on the next floor. He hoped she would bring back some good tributes. Meanwhile, Kong Tae-san began his ascent, each step echoing in the cavernous space. The climb was slow and steady. He continued up the stairs, his companion floating alongside him. The air grew colder with each step. Kong Tae-san checked his stats, confirming his level and attributes. He swiped through the information, preparing for the challenges ahead. His defense was at its peak. Kong Tae-san felt confident in his ability to withstand attacks. Kong Tae-san paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seemed to be contemplating his next move. A system message appeared, announcing the start of the Floor 7 quest. The objective, defeat the boss to pass through. Kong Tae-san continued his ascent, sensing that his time with his companion was coming to a close. He believed it should be possible. A reward notification appears. The scruffy one's necklace grants a secret reward. He is asked if he will finally be taught the sword art. Lilith looks on expectantly. Lilith floats in the air, surrounded by swirling energy. Lilith is told that what she will learn is the Imperial sword art. The Carvet Empire reveres power. Meanwhile, a bloodied castle stands tall, a testament to violence and ambition. The weak are deemed useless, preyed upon by the strong. The imperial family is not much different, their banners marked with crossblades. A man recalls stabbing his knife into the necks of those who shared his bloodline. Of his 6 brothers, only he remained alive, fighting for his succession to the throne. A golden crown sits on a blood-stained floor. Everyone in the labyrinth had asked how one was supposed to survive in a world of such ambitious people. Nevertheless, that was his one and only world. Now, even if he dreamed of going back, it was impossible. Even if he wanted to save that world, he could not. He no longer had the chance, falling through a shattered reality. That's why he was leaving behind even a trace of his world. At the very least, it was his atonement. Step by step, boots hit the ground. The ruined building was empty. Kong Tae-san observed the area with Lilith. Lilith explained that since it's a sword art from that sort of world, the specialty lies in strength. To them, defense doesn't exist, Lilith continued, as Kong Tae-san listened intently. The best defense is offense. They use the method of attacking where the opponent's sword will be in order to neutralize it. One swordsman cried out. There are definitely still attacks that can't be blocked, so it's not very stable. But that means the attacking power is that much stronger, Lilith stated. Now what will he do? Anyway, since it's a sword art from that sort of world, the specialty lies in strength. Kong Tae-san stood with his hands on his hips. Kong Tae-san declared that he had no reason to refuse. A hand tapped a sword. He stood bathed in light, a surging storm of power coalescing around him. Before Kong Tae-san, a message appeared. He had met the owner of the Sword of the Scarring Storm. Kong Tae-san obtained the high-rank skill, the Sword of the Scarring Storm, a surge of energy coursing through him. Lilith floated upside down, watching the protagonist's progress with anticipation. Lilith urged him to check it out, as Kong Tae-san considered the new power he had just obtained. The screen displayed the skill. High-rank skill, the Sword of the Scarring Storm, proficiency 0%. Kong Tae-san read that originally, the proficiency would be at 100%, but the original owner was dead, so he was only able to pass down the skill. He resolved to work on his own, determined to master the new sword art. Lilith declared that she would still go forward, ready to assist him in his training. Lilith told him that she would be starting, and he should listen up. The support character explained that it's not about blocking the attack, but reacting to it, only when you stay in line. With that concept, it can be called the Sword of the Scarring Storm, Lilith continued, explaining the attack. He was told that if he used the elasticity of his entire body. Lilith realized that he had no idea what she was talking about. Lilith explained that she was saying explaining sword art with just words wasn't easy. Lilith wondered what to do, as she didn't think they would be stuck here. Lilith stated that it wasn't that he didn't have talent, but that he didn't have the experience yet. Lilith asked if they could say that proficiency is also a form of experience. He needed to acquire it on his own, as it was a type of experience. He wondered what the secret reward was, but it was a proficiency-increasing potion. Kong Tae-san thought it was very good, and that he wouldn't need to work too hard for the next few days. A proficiency-increasing potion appeared, which would increase a single skill's proficiency by 5%. Kong Tae-san gulped down the potion as Lilith watched. He wondered if it would work, as a message appeared stating that he had used a proficiency-increasing potion and that the Sword of the Scarring Storm's proficiency was increasing. Kong Tae-san began training with the Sword of the Scarring Storm. He held the potion up to the light, a glint in his purple eyes. An idea sparked within him. Lilith watched with wide eyes as he took a stance. The Sword of the Scarring Storm gripped tightly in his hand. She seemed surprised. The blade flashed, a silver arc cutting through the air. The sound of the sword echoed in the training room. Kong Tae-san found himself surrounded, blades clashing against his own. He fought with a newfound intensity, each swing precise and powerful. The Sword of the Scarring Storm danced in his grip, deflecting blows and finding openings. He pressed his advantage. Sweat beaded on his brow, but his focus remained unwavering. Lilith watched with concern, her expression a mix of worry and awe. Elsewhere, a man with white hair stood bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, a sword held loosely in his hand. A confident smile played on his lips. He raised his hand towards the sky, as if reaching for the sun itself. A strange energy emanated from him. The Sword of the Scarring Storm dripped with crimson, a testament to the battles fought and won. The blade seemed to pulse with a dark energy. Kong Tae-san spun, the sword a blur of motion. He was pushing himself to the limit, honing his skills with each strike. The blade met its mark with a resounding thud, sending sparks flying. The force of the impact reverberated through his arm. His breath came in ragged gasps, his body screaming in protest. Still, Kong Tae-san pressed on, determined to master the sword. A smirk plays on his lips. It had worked, he thinks, a low chuckle escaping him. The white, round figure bobs gently. This method works as well, it thinks, offering a quiet thanks. Kong Tae-san's brow furrows, his eyes narrowing. Did someone just say something? He asks, tilting his head slightly. He quickly denies it, a nervous sweat forming. The old man looks down at the items, questioning why anyone would buy such junk. Kong Tae-san holds the rusty sword, its attack power displayed for him to see. He speaks, saying if it's him, he's sure he has a reason, and that he'll see him again next time. The protagonist grips the hilt of the sword, preparing for battle. The sword clashes against an unseen foe, the text explaining that actual battle is essential to understand the sword of the Scarring Storm. He clashes with a green-skinned monster, the sound of metal on metal echoing through the forest. The monster roars, its red eyes gleaming with fury as it swings its crude weapon. Kong Tae-san dodges the monster's attack, holographic afterimages showing the trajectory of the blow. He sees it, all of the methods to handle that attack becoming clear in his mind. The protagonist parries another blow from the monster, sparks flying as their weapons meet. He stabs the monster, the sound of the blade piercing flesh echoing in the air. He gripped the sword tightly, preparing to strike with practiced precision. Energy crackled around the blade as he focused his intent. The blow landed true, defeating the Lizardman warrior. A system message appeared, noting the sword of the Scarring Storm's proficiency increased by 1%. Lilith observed, offering advice. She suggested Kong Tae-san adjust his wrist movement by about 3 centimeters. He simply noted the advice. He grinned, thinking the fight would have been much longer without the Scarring Storm. He believed he should break through the 7th floor, just like this. The clash of metal echoed through the training grounds as he continued to hone his skills. He fought another Lizardman warrior. Lilith advised him that while pushing forward was important, so was taking steps backwards. Lilith exclaimed that he backed off too much. The training continued, the air filled with the sounds of combat. Even his movements when backing off had to be used as a method of attacking. The sword flashed, a blur of motion. From there, he needed to push against them more strongly, putting more of his weight into it. Later that night, Kong Tae-san rested by a small fire, exhausted from the day's training. He closed his eyes, seeking respite. Lilith floated nearby as he slept, thinking that this may be a bit sudden, but he really is an unusual one. During the day, he spends 12 hours battling and invests another 6 hours in practicing the movements of the sword art. He thinks to himself that the only time he rests is when he sleeps. Lilith watches him, thinking this is much more preferable. She wonders what sort of life he has lived so far. Kong Tae-san lies on the ground, Lilith resting on his chest. She thinks to herself that he's a crazy one, all right. He sleeps soundly, dreaming of something like that. The sound of stone echoes as he begins to manipulate rocks. The rocks begin to float as he raises his hand. He grunts with effort, his focus intense. Energy crackles as he slashes through the air. The energy blades cut through the air with precision. The rocks fall, landing with soft thuds. The rocks tumble to the ground. 4 days have passed since learning the sword of the Scarring Storm. Kong Tae-san stands amidst the scattered rocks, Lilith by his side. He thinks to himself that this much control is easy now. He can now properly respond to his opponent's movements, but something still felt lacking in his technique. The monster stood ready, its posture menacing. Lilith watched from a short distance, observing Kong Tae-san's training. Instead of falling into deep thought, he decided to just practice his moves. He paused, focusing his energy. Lilith continued to watch, her expression unreadable. He prepared to close his eyes, readying himself for the next step. One step at a time, he told himself, moving his feet forward with purpose and intent. He needed to empty his mind and follow the sword path, letting his instincts guide him through the motions. The path of the sword shimmered before him, a swirling vortex of energy waiting to be unleashed. He needed to respond based on his own predictions, relying solely on his senses to guide his actions. The monster maintained a bestial posture, its eyes glowing with menacing intent as he needed to keep moving forward. With a mighty yell, he unleashed his attack, the sword of the Scarring Storm cutting through the air. The attack connected, slicing through the monster with incredible force, the power of the sword unleashed. He exhaled, the sword of the Scarring Storm crackling with blue energy around him. The hunter stabbed forward, the blade leaving a trail of light in its wake. A notification appeared. He was victorious against the Lizardman warrior, and the sword of the Scarring Storm's proficiency increased by 3%. Lilith commented that the sword of the Scarring Storm was his first sword, calling it Wolf Fong. The floating companion floated nearby, as Kong Tae-san thought that while there were more swords to teach, he couldn't do that against these weak opponents. Lilith continued to float, watching him. Tae-san smiled, Lilith's praise lifting his spirits. He had learned the first sword. The sword of the Scarring Storm's proficiency was at 12%. It was a sword art that had been passed down from a ruined world, and now only a single person had learned it. Elsewhere, Lilith stretched a green object, preparing to eat. The support grimaced, looking disgusted by the food. Lilith sat by a fire, stating that the food made her want to puke. She hesitated to eat a humanoid-type monster, but the store's emergency rations were too expensive. She sat by the fire, the flames dancing in her eyes as she spoke. Lilith missed the food from Earth. Pizza, corn cheese, It would be her wish to eat them just one more time. Anything would be better than the disgusting thing she was about to eat. Elsewhere, Kong Taeson's eyes glowed with determination. He wanted to return to Earth. Floating screens appeared, displaying a message. The screens pulsed with light as the announcement spread. Lilith noticed the commotion. What's all this? She wondered, looking up from her fire. Her eyes widened as she saw the floating screens. A special mission quest had begun. The screens detailed the quest, return to Earth. In 1 week, everyone would return to the lands they'd left behind. Rewards would vary based on results, and the quest could not be rejected. The news spread quickly. The question hung in the air. We get to return to Earth? Messages from other players appeared on the screens. Lee Tion asked if everyone saw the special mission quest. Na Jaein wondered if they would really be able to return to Earth in a week. Moon Jaezong exclaimed that it was dope. A woman with long, wavy blue hair stood on a platform, surrounded by other players. The news of the quest spread through the crowd. One man asked if they were finally able to leave this awful labyrinth. The others looked on with anticipation. Another man raised his hand, a worried expression on his face. He didn't think this was actually a good thing, though. He listened as the others voiced their excitement about returning home, agreeing that it was a good thing. But Kong Taesan felt a growing unease. Elsewhere, a sinister figure smiled, revealing the true reason they were in this situation. It was all because of the monsters that were on Earth. Kong Taesan's eyes widened, a wave of silence washing over him as the implications of the sinister figure's words sunk in. The other men seemed oblivious. The floating companion wonders if things will work out, now that they've become stronger. Kong Taesan prepares a low-rank spell, Frost Arrow, channeling mana with practiced ease. The Frost Arrow spell materializes, a shimmering blue energy flowing from his outstretched hand. While creating his magic, Kong Taesan glances at the barrier window, wondering what exactly is happening outside. He mutters that it's not there, as the floating companion drifts nearby. The Frost Arrow shatters a wall of ice, clearing the path forward with a resounding crash. Kong Taesan resolves to speed up, breaking through the labyrinth, his expression determined. The floating companion appears confused, surrounded by question marks. Floor 7 secret room is cleared, and a reward is granted. Kong Taesan defeats the Floor 7 boss, an elite lizardman, and receives a rune of agility, increasing his agility by 10. He touched the scruffy one's earring, and notification appeared, mana plus 10. Kong Taesan received another secret reward, sleek leather armor, granting plus 8 to defense and plus 2 to agility. Lilith watched as Kong Taesan obtained new magic, a green aura surrounding him. The notification detailed the new ability, Basic Search, using 2 mana. He could now grasp his surroundings and determine the position of objects. Lilith asked when he would learn new magic, and Kong Taesan replied that he needed to learn all the spells he already knew first. Kong Taesan continued down the stairs, a blue light emanating from his hand. A floating creature watched him, commenting on his constant peeking at the community board and calling it addiction. Kong Taesan dismissed it as nothing important, just that he hadn't seen the guy who always noisily slandered others lately. Elsewhere, a man with gray hair clutched his head, lamenting that he couldn't predict the future after all. Kong Taesan smiled, looking forward to 1 week from now. An angry blob asked what happens then. Floor 8 quest started. Defeat the boss of Floor 8 to pass through. A reward appears, the Rune of Marnius, and a secret reward shrouded in mystery. A massive bird monster looms, its beak open. The bird monster screeches, flapping its wings violently as it descends. He stands his ground, ready to face the beast. He moves with blinding speed, leaving trails of light in his wake. The hunter's movements are precise and calculated. The bird monster is suddenly behind him, asking, "Hello there?" Its eyes glow with an eerie light. The protagonist unleashes a flurry of blows, each strike empowered with blue energy. The monster cries out as it is struck. A system message appears. You were victorious against the Murkonda. He reflects on the nature of the monsters on this floor. He thinks that practicing swordsmanship against animal-type monsters seems pointless. Lilith agrees, noting they were made to face humans in the first place. Kong Taesan had been planning on quickly conquering these floors anyway. It will be perfect to practice something else. The monster explodes in a burst of light and energy. The force of the blast sends shockwaves through the air. The ground cracks beneath his feet as he lands. The impact of the explosion reverberates through the environment. The ground continues to crack. Lilith observes that it is convenient. He agrees, seeing something new. He realizes what this is. The world below is revealed to be a series of floating islands. A stone platform floats amidst the clouds, a basin of water at its center. A screen appears. They have discovered the altar of Omen. Omen, the god of tests, enjoys watching adventurers realize their own prowess. Omen wishes to test him, having just arrived at his altar. The reward will depend on the results. Kong Taesan's expression is one of slight amusement as he looks up at the altar. He states that he has no reason to refuse. A subquest begins, and Omen prepares after his choice. The water in the basin begins to swirl, gathering energy. The water rises, forming a wall before them. Lilith wonders if it's a wall of water. The water wall shimmers, displaying a holographic interface. The basin continues to swirl, the water within glowing intensely. The water's surface is murky, yet filled with swirling energy. Water flows from the basin, forming a path towards the shimmering wall. The interface on the water wall displays Omen's trial. Prove your prowess. He faced the watery foe, its form coalescing from the altar's magic. Kong Tae-san secured his distance, attempting to gather information about the trial. The water monster slowly advanced, its movements fluid and menacing. The monster's pace frustrated him. Why was it so slow? With a final slash, the first trial was complete. His agility increased by 1. Kong Tae-san observed the altar, noting the change in the trial's environment. The water monster reformed, its shape shifting with a menacing growl. The hunter wondered if the monster would continue to respawn. He did become faster. Even faster than before. The monster was still too slow for Kong Tae-san. Kong Tae-san realized the test was divided into levels. With the second trial passed, his strength increased by 1. Lilith confirmed his victory. That was the strength of the average first and second floor adventurer. Through this test, one could roughly tell what floor they could reach with their current power. He faced the next trial, a hulking figure of water and ice. His eyes narrowed, focusing on the elemental. Kong Tae-san realized he was curious about his current level. With a flash, the third trial was complete, increasing his intelligence. The fourth trial passed, increasing his agility, and the fifth his strength. The protagonist activated Fierce Stab, deciding to use his skills from here on out. Kong Tae-san activated Frost Arrow, a skill that could freeze his enemies. The Frost Arrow skill took effect, encasing the enemy in ice. The ice shattered, leaving the elemental vulnerable. The sixth trial was passed, increasing his mana. He wondered if his mana was being recovered after each trial, noting the lack of restrictions. Thanks to the trials, Kong Tae-san believed he could try various things now. He passed the seventh trial, increasing his strength by 3 points. The protagonist noticed a shadow, wondering if it was on the same level. He activated Confusion. Kong Tae-san activated Frost Arrow, a skill that manifested as a large, icy projectile. The protagonist grinned, finding the trials manageable and looking forward to the next one. Silence hung in the air as he approached a pool of water, wondering why nothing was happening. The floating creature laughed, finding the situation hilarious, but Kong Tae-san was confused. A voice echoed, explaining that Omen must have only received permission to test up to the floor the adventurer has reached. The voice continued, stating that none of the other gods appeared to think losing their range of influence was a waste. The voice explained that Kong Tae-san was different, and the difference between ascendants was causing Omen a headache. The pool of water rippled, the silence broken by a faint sound. The protagonist paused, sensing something was about to happen near the pool. He thought that this was taking too long, and it would be better spent climbing down the labyrinth. A sudden shock reverberated through the water, disturbing its tranquil surface. Omen's influence began to wane, his reach diminishing within the trial grounds. He offered an empowered trial. Omen found himself conflicted, torn between his duty and the unfolding events. The trial demanded Kong Tae-san prove his prowess. Kong Tae-san's eyes glowed with determination as he faced the trial ahead. He could see the shadows of floors he hadn't reached yet, and looked forward to the challenge. The shadowy figures lunged, but Kong Tae-san was ready, his blade meeting their advance. The force of the impact reverberated, shaking the very air around him. He stood firm against the onslaught, his resolve unwavering as he parried each attack. The system notified him. Ninth trial passed. His strength increased by 4, and spiritual increase activated. Spiritual energy surged through him as agility also increased, enhancing his movements. He wondered what these new sensations meant and what he was truly facing. The shadows writhed, each with its own story, yet none a specific individual. There were those who attempted a trial and lost, those who contracted with a god, and those who offered up their soul. They were all but shadows of adventurers who disappeared within the long trial, a testament to its difficulty. He recalled the labyrinth's history as he activated Fire Blast, a swirling vortex of heat and power erupting forth. The flames roared, consuming everything in their path with a thunderous boom as the trial intensified. A surge of purple energy crackled around him. He activated Madness, his expression hardening with newfound resolve. With a gesture, he unleashed Frost Arrow, the air frosting over as shards of ice materialized and launched forward. The system announced his success. 10th trial passed. His strength had increased by 5 points. He observed the shadows, noting that each possessed unique movements and fighting styles, a detail he committed to memory. The sound of shattering ice echoed as he kept the shadows' fighting styles in mind, preparing for the next trial. Before him stood the 13th fourth floor shadow. It was slowly beginning to demonstrate a wider range of skills. Facing the 14th fourth floor shadow, he noticed its reliance on skills made its movements somewhat awkward. The system's assessment rang true. This shadow proved to be easier than the one before it. He prepared to face the 15th fourth floor shadow, his gaze unwavering as he analyzed its stance. He wondered if the shadow's stats were now equal to his own, or if they had already surpassed him, a troubling thought. He faced the spectral figure, its form shimmering with ethereal energy. The air crackled with unseen power as the trial continued. A system notification appeared, Fire Blast activated. The skills surged through him, ready to be unleashed. The shadow roared as the Fire Blast detonated, engulfing the arena in a wave of heat and light. Another notification chimed, Acceleration activated. A surge of speed coursed through him, enhancing his reflexes. Power Strike activated. The notification appeared as he prepared to strike, focusing his energy into the blade. He realized the number of hidden cards he'd been dealt was greater than he initially thought. The trials were pushing him to his limits. 15th trial passed. His strength increased by 6, agility by 5, and mana by 4. A spiritual increase had also occurred. The only thing these trials didn't give was experience points. With spiritual increase and all the stats increasing, this was actually fun. He mused that if he were to make an estimate, it added up to an increase of at least 60 stat points. Isn't this fun? A small, floating creature watched him. It thought, crazy bastard. Once the trial is over, I wonder how much stronger you'll become. The 18th fourth floor shadow loomed, ready to attack. The air grew heavy with anticipation. A cough echoed as the shadow prepared its attack, the energy coalescing into a visible force. He was struck by the 19th fourth floor shadow, but nullification activated immediately. Kong Tae-san tapped his sword, preparing to face the formidable foe. The shadow lunged, attempting to stab Kong Tae-san with its shadowy claws. The trial was passed, but Lilith wondered if the shadow attempted mutual destruction. Lilith explained that nullification is a cheat skill that only activates after an attack. Meanwhile, Kong Tae-san faced the 19th fourth floor shadow, ready to engage in battle. The shadow advanced, its feet causing the ground to crumble beneath its weight. Kong Tae-san knew his opponent was an enemy who was impossible to beat, but he didn't care. Kong Tae-san activated Impartial Duel and Contempt for the Strong, gaining significant buffs. After numerous trials, he overflowed with buff skills against tough opponents. Kong Tae-san prepared his swords, ready to face the shadow head-on. He gripped his sword tightly, ready to unleash its power. The shadow, in response, activated Assault, preparing to strike. Kong Tae-san prepared to slice at a 270-degree angle, knowing the shadow's weakness. Its back is open after Assault. The blade flashed, meeting the shadow's attack head-on. Kong Tae-san activated Acceleration and Power Strike, his sword piercing the shadow. The system announced, 19th trial passed. He knew his buff skills had made it easy, but that wouldn't be the case from now on. He slid back, preparing for the next challenge, the 24th floor shadow. The shadow reformed, its assault continuing relentlessly. The shadow activated Absolute Victory, a wave of dark energy erupting. The system message declared that he had overcome it through sheer focus, rendering a check unnecessary. Close up on Kong Tae-san's face, showing his determination. He thought to himself that things should be at least this difficult. He clashed against the shadow, the force of impact sending tremors through the air. The protagonist prepared to strike, his blade gleaming with ethereal light. The clash echoed, a cacophony of energy and raw power unleashed. Sparks flew as the shadow retaliated, its form shifting and swirling with dark energy. Deflect activated, a skill that could turn the tide of battle. The shadow's attack was deflected, its momentum redirected by an unseen force. Madness took hold, amplifying his strength and resolve. The shadow activated Backlash, preparing a counterattack of its own. The shadow lunged, its attack imbued with a crimson aura. It was a counter skill, pushing back the opponent based on stats, a skill learned quite late. Despite the injuries, he stood firm, knowing the shadow's health was dwindling. He lunged forward, the force of his attack creating ripples in the air. The system informed him that he had activated Acceleration and Power Strike. The watery figure roared, its form shimmering with power. The attack landed, dealing 210 damage to Kong Tae-san, who grimaced. He activated the Robe of Dark Vaulting, preparing for another strike. The watery figure stood its ground, its blade crackling with energy. The watery figure declared, farewell. Kong Tae-san braced himself as the watery figure unleashed a final, devastating attack. The watery figure dissolved into shimmering particles. A system message appeared, 20th trial passed. He collapsed, panting, as the system informed him his spiritual increase had activated. He sat up, exhausted, as the remnants of the watery figure faded away. A figure of water and light roils, its form vaguely humanoid. He trembles, sweat beading on his brow as he stares ahead. A grin slowly spreads across Kong Taesan's face. Kong Taesan raises his hands, declaring that he can go no further. Omen. Omen's trial is ending, but Omen remains silent about the results. Kong Taesan's stats are displayed, showing him at level 21 and in peak condition. He marvels at his unbelievable growth. Kong Taesan wipes his brow, questioning if it makes sense for an adventurer on the 84th floor to break through to the 24th floor. Omen's range of influence shrinks, granting Kong Taesan a reward. He notes that Omen's power has fallen by a lot. Kong Taesan receives the Ring of Validation, which grants him +5 to both strength and defense. He examines the ring. Kong Taesan learns that he has gained an empowered trial and an additional reward. Omen offers him an apostle contract, but he refuses. Kong Taesan stares at a bucket of water, seemingly confused by the situation. Omen promises another meeting. Kong Taesan stands in a watery area, looking around. Kong Taesan gazes up at a floating island in the sky, a determined look on his face. He reflects that his current limit is the 24th floor and that he has obtained a significant piece of information. Kong Taesan considers releasing this trial to the community, thinking he should let those two know for sure. Kong Taesan stands before a set of golden pipes, pondering his next move. He received a secret room reward, sturdy ankle guards that increased his defense and agility. Floor 8 boss, Merkandar Rusha. Kong Taesan noted that things became way too easy. The massive, red, bird-like creature lay defeated, its beak agape. Originally, the boss should have been stronger, but his spiritual increased skill and Omen's whim made things easier. He opened the treasure chest. Floor 8 reward, Rune of Marnius. There was a chance to grant an attribute to a weapon. He decided to put it in his inventory for now. Discovery reward. He obtained the continuous trigger skill, Exploiting Touch. Whenever he damaged an enemy, he would absorb health equal to a set percentage. Now that he had received everything there was to receive, he wondered if he should start speeding up again. Meanwhile, Floor 9 monster, Hobgoblin. Two of the creatures stood ready. The Hobgoblin stood, its green skin and crude armor glinting in the dim light. The Hobgoblins unleashed a coordinated attack, a wave of green energy slashing through the air. Kong Taesan dodged the incoming attack, drawing his sword, ready to counter. He surveys the battlefield, confident in his abilities. The small, winged companion looks on. The Hobgoblins are stronger than the Lizardmen. Kong Taesan nods, acknowledging the information. He recalls the previous Goblin Lord. The current Goblin Lord exists on this floor. The protagonist stands amidst fallen goblins, his swords at the ready. He prepares for the next challenge. A Hobgoblin chieftain has appeared. The air crackles with anticipation. The protagonist advances, boots crunching on the stone floor. He closes the distance between himself and the chieftain. The chieftain raises its skull-topped staff, a guttural cry escaping its throat. It prepares to attack. Kong Taesan stands victorious, the chieftain defeated. He has activated the robe of dark vaulting. The defeated chieftain kneels, its weapon cast aside. The battle is over. The protagonist's blade flashes, cleaving through the air. The chieftain falls, defeated by the swift attack. He was victorious against the Hobgoblin chieftain. The path forward is clear. Kong Taesan turns, ready to continue his journey. He asks if they should get going. With a touch, the ancient mechanism whirs to life, disarming a hidden trap. The dungeon floor rumbles as the sound of gears echoes through the chamber. Bathed in golden light, a hulking figure sits cross-legged at the end of the hall. The system alerts him. He has encountered the Goblin Lord, Rutare. Rutare's red eyes narrow as he speaks. Are you the one who defeated Heigiha? He inclines his head slightly, acknowledging the question with a subtle nod. Rutare scoffs, his massive hand gesturing dismissively. Because he fought a monster. No, a warrior such as you must have gone unsatisfied. A surge of energy crackles around Rutare as he continues. I thank you in his stead. Rutare leans forward, pressing the issue. You should have been the one to drag Heigiha down from his lord position, right? Why did you do that? The Goblin Lord clutches a glowing orb, his red eyes gleaming. If I am to eventually lose my life anyway, shouldn't I at least leave behind some sort of achievement? The Goblin Lord's logic is revealed. It's obvious that rather than dying as one of the rabble of goblins, it is better to die as a lord. He sheathes his sword, a wry smile playing on his lips. He knew this day would come at some point due to his greed. The Goblin Lord Rutare held his spear, a peculiar feeling washing over him. He would have to accept it, he supposed. His red eyes narrowed. The Goblin Lord's voice boomed, challenging the blue-haired warrior. Let's fight, O warrior. Kong Taesan's expression hardened, his resolve solidifying as he prepared to face the imposing figure before him. With a burst of speed, he lunged forward, his blade singing through the air as he aimed to strike at Rutare. The sound of metal on metal echoed through the chamber. Kong Taesan unleashed a flurry of attacks, his swords dancing in a whirlwind of steel against the Goblin Lord's defenses. Rutare grunted, the force of the blows causing him to stumble back slightly. The Goblin Lord's eyes burned with renewed intensity as Kong Tae-san pressed his attack, his own gaze unwavering. Rude R.A. challenged him, questioning his resolve. So what? Are you going to give up? Kong Tae-san responded with fierce determination. Of course not. He continued his assault, his sword crashing against Rude-R's defenses with a resounding slam. The Goblin Lord steeled himself, preparing for the final moments. It doesn't matter if there's no chance. I should just do my best, in order to decorate my final moments as the best ones. Kong Tae-san was enveloped in a spectral aura, the forms of ethereal blue wolves swirling around him, ready to strike. He acknowledged the unseen presence, promising to give his best effort. Elsewhere, the defeated Rude R.A. lay amidst rubble, groaning in pain. Kong Tae-san reflected on the battle, surprised at how much he was pushed back, yet still finding it enjoyable. He gripped a newly acquired spear, its attack power enhanced by 10 points. A system message confirmed his victory against Rude R.A. The protagonist considered his next move, accompanied by a small, floating companion. Meanwhile, an older man with a white beard questioned the need for so many potions, but the shopkeeper insisted there was a use for them all. He descended the stairs, his small companion floating alongside him. The protagonist smiled, now wielding a frostlight sword. He reflected on swapping weapons for the first time in a while, his floating companion nearby. He finally reached the 10th floor, the air growing heavy with unspoken promises. The path ahead stretched into the distance, a testament to the journey's daunting scale. A floating creature, small and round, affirmed that soon it would all be over. The protagonist remembered his quest, the floating creature confirming that he did. A tombstone stood silently, a reminder of the request to avenge the one who died on the 10th floor. The memory echoed, a desire to leave behind a trace of existence with someone. Kong Tae-san continued onward, the floating creature trailing behind him. The words hung in the air, a lament that his world was ruined, and he was finished, leaving behind a trace as his role. A figure with blonde hair smiled faintly, a hint of melancholy in their expression. The disembodied voice expressed regret at not teaching the second sword, but confidence in the listener's ability to achieve it on their own. He continued his ascent, the weight of farewells already settling upon his shoulders. Kong Tae-san's expression was unreadable, his thoughts hidden behind a veil of stoicism. Who knows what he was thinking? The ogre's massive form crashed into the ground, shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. The beast roared in fury, its hot breath washing over the battlefield as it tried to regain its footing. The system message declared the arrival of the 10th floor monster, an ogre, as Kong Tae-san stood ready. The ogre's massive hand gripped at the air, trying to crush the elusive hunter. Kong Tae-san dodged the monster's clumsy attacks, the ogre's massive leg slamming into the ground where he had just stood. The system declared victory against the ogre, the defeated monster's face contorted in a final, silent snarl. A system message announced the discovery of the 10th floor's secret room as the hunter entered the new area. He activated a disarm trap, the system indicating a 2% increase in proficiency. Kong Tae-san mused that it would be enough to just break it open, but he was increasing the proficiency again, a small familiar questioning his delay. The system indicated a successful check, the secret room reward revealing a blue ring. The blue ring granted 10 additional mana to the hunter. He and the floating, red-caped specter have finally arrived at the boss room. The ghost instructs him that once he defeats the boss and enters the hidden room, he should find the guy who killed him. Once Kong Tae-san eliminates that guy, the ghost's quest will end. Kong Tae-san examines a rune of Marnius, which offers a chance to grant an attribute to a weapon, and a scroll of engravement, which engraves a special power on a piece of equipment. He uses the rune of Marnius and scroll of engravement on the Frostlight sword, enhancing its power. The Frostlight sword's attack increases by 11, and a lightning attribute dwells within, offering a chance to inflict the slow condition on the enemy upon countering. The ghost confirms that he is an existence associated with the labyrinth, already dead and tied to his grave. The ghost states he is free right now because of Kong Tae-san, but that's it. The ghost's root existence has not changed, despite his temporary freedom. The specter admits that he is wondering about the part where he is tied to Kong Tae-san because of the quest. The ghost wonders how this will be judged. As long as the quest doesn't go away, he will continue to be tied to Kong Tae-san. Kong Tae-san listens intently to the ghost's explanation. The ghost reflects on the ties between him and the labyrinth, and the one tied to Kong Tae-san via the quest. He heard a voice echoing around him, but the words were unintelligible. The ground beneath him seemed to crack, reality itself distorting around his feet. A message appeared, 0 days until their return to Earth. What could this mean? Another message flashed before his eyes. A special quest was starting, and he should prepare for impact. He felt a surge of disorientation, his mind struggling to grasp the unfolding events. The world blurred around him, the sensation akin to being pulled through a vortex. He saw the Earth, surrounded by swirling energy, as if being drawn into a new dimension. The pull intensified, the very fabric of space seeming to warp and bend. Colors and light streamed past him, a chaotic symphony of the unknown. The sensation of falling was overwhelming, a plunge into the abyss. He found himself lying on the ground, the scent of grass and asphalt filling his nostrils. It was the same spot as last time, Kong Tae-san realized, a familiar yet unsettling return. He was back on Earth, but the talking cloud creature seemed concerned. Tae-san, where the hell is this place? The protagonist sat down, observing the unfamiliar surroundings. He thought to himself, I've never heard of a place like this in the labyrinth. The cloud creature floated, its expression worried. This time I wasn't alone. The protagonist stepped forward, the sound of glass crunching beneath his feet. The door creaked open as he entered what appeared to be a dilapidated grocery store. Shelves lined the walls, stocked with dusty, forgotten goods. The smell was rotten, just as he thought. At least 3 months had passed since anyone had been here. He reached out, grabbing a can from the shelf. That means, of course, I will have to take. The protagonist grabbed a can of GHAM, along with a can of sweet corn. A notification appeared. You have activated Fireball. The cloud creature watched with anticipation as the food began to grill. The protagonist smiled, finding the cooked food tasty. The cloud creature asked, Did you have to cook using that? The cloud creature looked around, thinking about the rules. While things from the labyrinth belong in the labyrinth, when we return to Earth, we can bring them along as items. The companion finds the current situation quite interesting. Confirming this is Tae-san's world. It seems something like this is possible. The shattered glass reflects the hooded figure. He admits he wasn't completely sure about it, though. Tae-san's companion floats beside him. He tells Tae-san forget about that, and asks what is that. The buildings stand tall, but are clearly damaged. Tae-san notes that those things over there are what he's seen the most here. Tae-san gestures forward, his companion floating beside him. He asks if the companion has any idea about this thing. A massive, jagged purple rift hangs in the sky, dominating the skyline. Lightning crackles around its edges. The view looks up at the rift. It's the reason why he entered the labyrinth, and even now, they trod down on his world. A green, dripping slime descends from the purple rift, its form amorphous and unsettling. Tae-san observes the slime. He can feel a totally different type of power, and thinks he needs to see it up close to know, for sure. A green, tentacle-like appendage whips down from the rift, accompanied by the sound of whip. Tae-san watches as the green tentacle descends. It seems he has to hold off on getting a grasp of what it is until later. The companion looks shocked. He exclaims that's it. He examined the green slime creature, its form wobbling as it hung, suspended in the air. The companion stared intently at the creature, lost in thought. The companion continued to stare, musing aloud. A divine race? But to call it that, it feels a bit too different. How peculiar. The companion declared that the green slime creature was an outer being, but questioned what existence would go out of its way to do something like this. The companion stated that the owner of these things is certainly a powerful existence, maybe even more powerful than Lakarada's. Kong Tae-san, his expression thoughtful, activated Fireball. The companion asked if he had brought him here to ask about these sorts of things, and then asked if it was not too bad. Kong Tae-san agreed, stating that it was true since he could learn about a whole new world as a special quest started, requiring him to head to the Anyang City Hall while in the state of being alive. The companion remarked that they give him a guideline of what to do at the very least. Kong Tae-san stepped forward, noting that no one was here. He continued onward, wondering how many would press one of the choices that suddenly appeared. The companion mused that most people would remain on Earth and go into hiding, hoping that the government would rescue them. The scene was the result of some unseen battle, a body lying still. With his current stats, the companion noted, Hyung could probably go a lot faster. The companion stated that he had someone he needed to meet. Right now, someone moved with purpose. Hello, someone called out, asking if they also got the quest to go to the city hall. The protagonist's eyes narrowed. The armored man wondered if they were from normal mode, since he was seeing them for the first time. The man introduced himself as GM Jungian from hard mode. Kong Tae-san's expression remained unreadable. GM Jungian grinned, awaiting an answer. The protagonist agreed, stating, Sure, let's do that then. The two began to walk together. The city was silent, save for the approach of something monstrous. The creature lumbered forward, its massive form dwarfing the traffic light. Someone was enjoying a meal of monster meat, oblivious to the dangers outside. The boy sitting nearby seemed less enthusiastic. Ugh, monster meat is so disgusting. The girl continued eating. That's true, but... The sound of metal scraping against stone echoed nearby. The hooded figure sat with the others, also enjoying the monster meat. A hushed voice broke the silence. Wow, look over there, that's Ham, right? Should we ask him if he's willing to barter? Kong Tae-san stared intently, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. A man approached Kong Tae-san. Hey, why don't you hand that over? If you're from normal mode, you know who I am, right? The man crossed his arms, revealing a tattoo. Gasp. He's a cadre of the Athens Guild, Li Changsik. Kong Tae-san remained silent, his expression unreadable. If you don't want to get messed up after we return to the labyrinth, hand it over. Li Changsik wonders aloud if his opponent will even be able to return. Elsewhere, a figure in a purple cloak recalls the Athens Guild, now forgotten, and their attempts to control the labyrinth by bullying others. The man with blonde hair clenches his fist, angered that his opponent dares to ignore him. Li Changsik declares that his opponent brought this upon himself, his fist flying forward. A desperate plea echoes as the person being attacked begs for the assault to stop. Li Changsik stands over his opponent, asking who they think they are. He continues, stating that this is a personal issue and demands that they screw off. The man struggles as Li Changsik continues his assault, his face contorted in pain. The person on the ground declares that he already knows what the attacker thinks of him, but warns him not to cross the line. Li Changsik's attack connects, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The person falls to the ground, coughing, as Li Changsik states that he can always toss someone like him aside. A group of onlookers watches as the person lies on the ground, defeated. He took measured steps, the sound echoing slightly in the space. The armored figure seemed lost in thought, his expression unreadable. The cloaked figure remained silent, observing the armored man from distance. The stars twinkled above, indifferent to the tension below. The cloaked figure spoke, addressing him directly. Mr. Tae-san. The night sky loomed, a crescent moon hanging high above the buildings. He sat by the fire, the flames crackling and casting dancing shadows. The warmth offered little comfort against the chill in his heart. The cloaked figure continued, explaining his weariness. You're the one who is the most tired from all of the battles, but you're the one standing night watch? The cloaked figure revealed the sentiment of others. The people were scared of you. The weight of those words hung heavy in the air between them. The armored man listened intently as the cloaked figure spoke of difficult choices. There's nothing I can do. It was something that had to be said at some point. He recalled the dangers they faced and the need for order. There were too many people, and there were many dangerous situations. If everyone is to survive together, I need to make it so that all of them follow my instructions. A flashback showed him striking down a monstrous creature. Thanks to you, that opportunity showed up. Thank you. He sat, head bowed, as the cloaked figure continued. Is there really a need to go so far? The question hung in the air, unanswered. The armored man looked up, surprised. What? The cloaked figure responded. If it's just you, you should be able to reach the city hall easily, no? He seemed to realize something, his expression shifting. You should also know this, since you're a hard mode player. Those fated to live will live, and those fated to die will die. Hard mode survival rate is a mere 1%, a fact that becomes starkly clear. The cloaked figure wonders why he obsesses over lives destined to end. The cloaked figure's words strike a nerve. How could you say something like that? Kong Tae-san asks, aghast. A strange feeling washes over Kong Tae-san, an unsettling sensation he can't quite place. The cloaked figure's expression is unreadable, but his gaze feels like it has witnessed countless deaths. A chill runs down Kong Tae-san's spine as he stares into those eyes, sensing something otherworldly. Kong Tae-san's heart pounds in his chest, the weight of the cloaked figure's words pressing down on him. The cloaked figure's question hangs in the air. You? Who are you? The cloaked figure mumbles that it's his first time seeing his eyes like that. The cloaked figure states that Kong Tae-san has an objective, and he will reveal it upon reaching the city hall. Kong Tae-san is left to wonder who in the world that person is. An urgent call to action echoes through the building. Everyone, get up now. He stands in the doorway, clad in his gray armor, as others rise from their beds. The crowd surges forward, eager to reach City Hall, their faces a mix of excitement and apprehension. With determined steps, Kong Tae-san advances, his sword gleaming in the light. Something had been overlooked. The monsters only attacked people heading towards City Hall. A monstrous creature bursts through the floor, its grotesque form filling the room with dread. Mr. Jungian is in danger. The armored figure shouts for everyone to stand behind him, as the second overlooked fact becomes clear. The crowd gasps, realizing those who move by themselves have already arrived or are already dead. The monstrous insectoid scuttles forward, its mandibles clicking hungrily. A voice cries out in disbelief. There are 3 of them. A man screams in terror, begging for someone to save him from the encroaching horror. Panic sets in as the crowd realizes that facing even 2 of the monsters would be difficult, but 3 is impossible. A child cries out in terror as a monstrous creature closes in. The monster lashes out, its attack landing with a sickening thud. Kong Tae-san steels himself, knowing the city is still in danger. He must buy time. He activates Unbreathing Attack, freeing him from the need to breathe for 10 seconds. He moves with newfound speed, closing the distance between himself and the monster. His blade connects with the creature, the sound of impact echoing through the air. Kong Tae-san prepares to use the Powder of Calmness, which explodes into a barrier upon contact. The powder strikes the monster, energy crackling around the point of impact. A shimmering barrier erupts, engulfing the monster in a protective sphere. He grits his teeth, knowing he must endure just a bit longer for everyone's sake. Kang Tae-san pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. The huddled crowd watches from behind him, their faces a mixture of fear and hope. The monsters advanced, their forms grotesque as they towered over the fleeing civilians. Why were they all not moving? The creatures surrounded the group, cutting off any chance of escape. The situation looked dire for the trapped survivors. Panic set in as the civilians realized they were surrounded. "Mr. Jae Jung-gian, do something," one cried, while another pleaded, "Save me." The civilians wondered why the monsters were trying so hard to kill them all. The creatures continued to advance, their intent clear. What would he do? He didn't even have any useful items left. Even if he fought, he couldn't win. Even if he tried to endure, everyone would die. His heart pounded in his chest. Did that mean he should just run away by himself? The thought gnawed at him. He knew he should be able to survive. His power and speed were on par with the monsters. So if he moved quickly, it wouldn't be too difficult. But what about Mr. Jung-gian? The civilians looked on with fear etched on their faces. They were trapped, their hope dwindling with each passing moment. He felt sick to his stomach. Did he have to throw them away? All those people who believed in him and followed him here? Not to mention, there were people who came here because of him. He gripped his sword tightly, his knuckles white. Tears welled in his eyes. If he was going to throw them away, he shouldn't have brought them here in the first place. If he was going to save them, he needed to protect them until the end. He stood tall, his resolve hardening. He would protect them, no matter the cost. The sword gleamed in his hand. He wondered what choice he should make now, the weight of the decision heavy. GM Jung-gian is addressed, a concerned voice cutting through the air. He is asked what's wrong, the question hanging heavy with unspoken worry. A memory surfaces, a vision of others depending on him. He thinks to himself, wishing he could die for them, if only he had more strength. His head hangs low, the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. The cheerful expression he usually wears is gone, replaced by a somber frown. A flashback reveals that Jung-gian is a good-natured guy, but not to the point that he would risk his life for others. The sound of something ripping echoes. Kang Tae-san, cloaked in purple, stands before him, his gaze intense. He asks GM Jung-gian if he is going to go, the question laden with expectation. His eye reflects the turmoil within, sweat beading on his brow. A single start flashes, a spark of determination igniting amidst the doubt. The hunter stands firm, asking if you'll criticize him. Monstrous figures lurk nearby, a stark reminder of the dangers ahead, the city skyline looming in the background. Kang Tae-san responds, his voice firm, "No, why would I?" His expression is resolute, his gaze unwavering. The protagonist continues, stating that no matter what he decides, he will not criticize him. He was just curious about what had happened on this day. A hand clenches tightly, knuckles white with strain. He doesn't want to run away. If only he were stronger, the grip sound echoing his resolve. Tears stream down GM Jung-gian's face, a silent vow escaping his lips. He wishes he would have been able to save everyone. He deflects the monster's attack with a flash of blue energy. GM Jung-gian watches the fight unfold, a look of concern etched on his face. The protagonist slides across the ground, narrowly avoiding another strike. The monsters lunge, claws extended, hungry for the kill. Kang Tae-san focuses, his eyes glowing with power. He prepares to unleash another attack, energy swirling around his hands. His gaze is intense, focused on the battle ahead. The hunter's resolve hardens with each passing moment. GM Jung-gian watches from afar, surrounded by other concerned citizens. He thinks to himself that this is too much for a hobby. The grotesque monster slithers forward, its many legs carrying it with unnatural speed. A guttural growl emanates from its maw. The monster roars, a sound that tears through the air. Its rage shakes the very ground beneath their feet. Kang Tae-san stands defiant against the horde of monsters. The creatures tower over him, their shadows looming large. The protagonist's eyes narrow as he prepares for the next attack. The monsters surge forward, driven by their primal instincts. He clenches his fist, ready to strike. The hunter is determined to protect the city, no matter the cost. We should start heading toward the city hall now. They had finally arrived at the city hall, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. The city hall loomed large, a stark contrast to the devastated landscape they had traversed. Amidst the crowd, a woman with blonde hair called out, overjoyed to see her son again. A man in tan armor turned, surprised by the sheer number of people who had made it this far. GM Jung-gian observed the crowd, thinking that someone must have protected them all. GM Jung-gian started to say that it wasn't him who protected them. The man with the bowl cut shook his head, thinking it wasn't much. A man guided the survivors, asking them to follow him. Kang Tae-san pushed open the doors to the city hall, the sound echoing in the vast space. While a few people were filling up the city hall, Anyang's original population was 500,000 people. Only about 100,000 have survived so far. Kang Tae-san stood by the window, contemplating the grim reality of the situation. He pauses, considering the other man's words. GM Jungian extends a bottle of water, expressing his gratitude. Kong Tae-san holds the bottle, a slight smile playing on his lips as he asks if it's useful. GM beams, explaining that he was able to learn thanks to Kong. The protagonist takes a drink, reflecting on how he didn't need to make such a disgusting choice. GM insists that it's fine, reminding him that he was the one who gathered everyone to save them in the first place. GM's face is flushed with emotion, but he shouts for him to stop. The smaller man continues to heap praise, calling Kong his life savior. GM declares that he will follow Kong no matter what, willing to become a chess piece for him to use. He clenches his hands, telling him to stop saying bullshit and just act as usual. Kong Tae-san is clearly annoyed by GM's excessive admiration, finding it burdensome. The protagonist looks down at GM, who asks if he was here. GM called out, greeting the armored woman as she walked down the hall. Kim Hyun, a hard-mode player, held a document in her hand, seemingly ready to explain the situation. GM wondered who Kim Hyun was, remembering her from a past life as a lead figure in hard mode. GM noted that Kim Hyun was close to Kong Tae-san, the solo mode player, and that roughly 100,000 people had gathered at the city hall. Kim Hyun explained the problem. Among the gathered people, only about 1,000 could actually face the monsters. Kim Hyun expressed her concern, realizing that there were so few capable people available to fight. The situation was dire. Most of the people were from easy or normal mode, and food reserves and places to sleep were severely lacking. Kim Hyun and GM discussed the fact that they didn't know what quest would be starting soon, and they needed to be certain who would lead things. The hooded figure recalled that Choi Jung-hyuk of easy mode was going wild, claiming that he'd be running things. The hooded figure retorted, questioning how Choi Jung-hyuk could run things when he couldn't even fight a monster, but he started asking if they were looking down on easy mode. It seemed to Kim Hyun that Choi Jung-hyuk had some hostages as well, adding another layer of complexity to the situation. Kim Hyun thought that if she riled them up too much, things wouldn't end well, so they've pushed that off for now, but the question of hostages remained. She stood among the crowd, observing the captured individuals. It seemed Lee Tae-yeon and Kong Jun-hyuk were the ones taken. The hooded figure remained silent, shrouded in shadow. Choi Jung-hyuk wondered why Lee Tae-yeon and Kong Jun-hyuk were the ones caught. He admitted he didn't know, for sure, but they were already captured when he first arrived. Kim Hyun listened intently as Choi Jung-hyuk spoke. He believed their current stats should be enough for them to beat Jung-hyun, so some other problem must have happened. Someone wondered if they could do something about it. They were planning on watching for a bit more before getting involved, as there wasn't any harm done yet. The tapping of a foot echoed. Choi Jung-hyuk had no thoughts on doing that at all. Kim Hyun's eyes widened. She was beginning to understand what Choi Jung-hyuk was planning. She winced, realizing she had to stomp out the rats ahead of time. Kim Hyun wondered where that bastard was. Kim Hyun raised her hand, energy crackling around it. She declared that they couldn't use violence, as it would be committing a crime. Choi Jung-hyuk questioned why not. He argued that the world had already collapsed, and laws had no meaning anymore. Kim Hyun stood face to face with Choi Jung-hyuk, the tension palpable between them. Kim Hyun stated it was wrong for people to kill other people. Both she and Choi Jung-hyuk looked determined. The hooded figure remained silent, their face obscured by shadows. A voice echoed, noting that they were still the same as ever. Choi Jung-hyuk's mind flashed back. He recalled Kim Hyun, always the stickler, trying to maintain order. He thought it was during their third return. To the very end, she tried to follow her own set of justice. The memory concluded with her dying, trying to save everyone. The weight of the past settled heavily. Kim Hyun faced the hooded figure. She knew this person was dangerous and might actually commit murder. He's probably around the same level as Jung-hyun, so if she's lucky, right now, she had no choice but to try and block. The force of the blow reverberated through her guard. The impact sent Kim Hyun sprawling. A companion watched, unable to intervene as she crashed to the ground. A damage notification appeared. 22 damage to Kim Hyun. The companion exclaimed, asking what he was doing, but Choi Jung-hyuk simply watched on. The hooded figure launched themselves forward, intent on pressing their advantage. The air crackled with energy. The companion braced himself, attempting to block the incoming attack. The force threatened to overwhelm him. Choi Jung-hyuk watched with a cold smile. He thought to himself that this time as well he'll... Elsewhere, a figure with horns stood before a vast cityscape, their back to the viewer. The city stretched out before them, a silent promise. He gazed upward, a strange sound escaping his lips. Heavy chains hung above him. A muscular torso, wrapped in bandages, radiated power. A voice declared, "This is true authority." A man, kneeling on the floor, clasped his hands together in what appeared to be a desperate plea. The kneeling man begged, pleading with the figures looming over him not to torment his family. The air crackled with tension. One of the men coldly stated that he didn't want to, but it was clearly stated in the contract. He demanded payment, or they would all die together. A sudden cracking sound echoed, causing a man with gray hair to turn his head in surprise. He wondered what the noise was. Through a window, a monstrous figure lunged, shattering the glass. A woman shrieked, scrambling away from the sudden attack. The man with gray hair tilted his head, a look of confusion on his face. He wondered how they could be so. The woman continued to flee, her eyes wide with terror as the monstrous figure pursued her relentlessly. Kang Tae-san reached out to a man lying on the ground, asking if he was all right. The man thanked him, but wondered why he had saved him. The man helping the fallen one chuckled, stating that it was during times like these that they should help each other out. Another man, sitting on the ground, chuckled to himself, muttering of course. The man lay prone on the ground, a dark pool forming around him. Above, the words naive and stupid were emblazoned. The man's footsteps echoed as he moved, muttering about a moron. He considered the labyrinth, a place with no laws or order. He mused on his victories over high-level players. He thought that people would shut their mouths when he occasionally tossed them a carrot. He planned to perfectly control the labyrinth. Having everyone follow his orders gave him an irresistible feeling. He angrily asked if someone was happy now. The woman with black hair was bound, a man tied up beside her. The man with gray hair sat nearby, admitting that the tied-up duo were strong. He reflected that the goddess of luck was watching over him. He recalled being transported near the city hall and reaching the safe zone without encountering a single monster. He considered the solo mode players he had worried about, deciding they weren't that strong. The man on the ground gasped, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. He had learned something big, but at a great cost. The antagonist, Choi Jung-hyuk, mused that he was slightly shocked when these guys showed up. But of course, humans need to use their brains. He held a knife close to an unseen victim, commanding them to stop moving. Choi Jung-hyuk warned that if they wanted to save their solo mode friend, it would be best to stand there calmly. Kim Hyo-in and the others arrived, confronting Choi Jung-hyuk. She could only utter a single word. You. Kim Hyo-in, bound and helpless, could only think of them as morons. She thought they were too stupid. Choi Jung-hyuk tapped his finger, explaining that whether he had a hostage or not, they should have fought him. It was because they were naive and... He continued, stating that it was pathetic that they just ended up used by smarter people. Choi Jung-hyuk was telling them that solo mode players aren't much at all. A grin spread across Choi Jung-hyuk's face. He wondered if that was really the case. Kang Tae-san approached the door, his back to the viewer, determination etched on his face. The door splintered and shattered as Kang Tae-san broke through. Kang Tae-san crashed through the door, his eyes fixed on his target. Kim Hyo-in's eyes widened as she saw Kang Tae-san burst into the room. She watched as Choi Jung-hyuk, wild-eyed, demanded to know who dared interrupt him. Kim Hyo-in could only watch, bound and helpless. Kang Tae-san's gaze burned with an intensity that promised retribution. His eyes glowed with purple energy. Kang Tae-san held a gem in his hand, its power resonating. Choi Jung-hyuk recognized him, his voice laced with disbelief. The air crackled with raw power, a visual manifestation of the brewing conflict. He took a step forward, the sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. Choi Jung-hyuk's eyes widened, questioning the source of this power. Sweat beaded on Choi Jung-hyuk's brow as he sensed the shift in power. He knew this was dangerous. The room seemed to shrink around Choi Jung-hyuk, the weight of Kang Tae-san's presence pressing down. His instinct screamed at him. Kang Tae-san's expression remained resolute, his focus unwavering. He would not let Choi Jung-hyuk escape. Desperate, Choi Jung-hyuk issued a chilling threat, hoping to deter Kang Tae-san's advance. He would kill the hostages. Unmoved, Kang Tae-san continued his advance, each step deliberate and filled with purpose. He would not be deterred. He advanced, undeterred by the sight of the hostages. A voice cried out, pleading for him to wait. Choi Jung-hyuk stood his ground, a smug look on his face. Reflected in the glass, the hostages appeared terrified. Kim Hyo-in, concerned, questioned Choi Jung-hyuk's intentions. She pressed him, asking what he truly wanted. Choi Jung-hyuk responded, his voice dripping with arrogance. He declared that his safety and authority were paramount. He continued, stating that the hostages would remain safe only if those two conditions were met. Kim Hyo-in retorted, questioning his leadership experience. She knew they were strong, but had he ever led anyone before? Choi Jung-hyuk scoffed, boasting of his extensive experience. He claimed to control the entirety of a mode. Kim Hyo-in challenged his claim, stating that the most he had ever done was lead a study group. She asked if he could ignore her experience. Choi Jung-hyuk sneered, dismissing them as baby youngsters daring to oppose him. He believed they couldn't even kill a person. He continued, confident that Kang Tae-san would be unable to act against him with the hostages present. He believed they would bend to his will. Choi Jung-hyuk smirked, seemingly assured of his victory. But a voice in the room suggested that his confidence was delusional. Kang Tae-san's eyes glowed with determination. He prepared to unleash his power, the air crackling around him. He looks up, a sense of confusion washing over him as something approaches. Choi Jung-hyuk's attack lands, faster than the eye can see, or so he believes. Choi Jung-hyuk reflects on his past actions, knowing that even he could suffer the same fate as those he wronged. Kong Tae-san stands firm, his cape billowing behind him as he prepares for the next attack. Kong Tae-san's eyes glow with power as Choi Jung-hyuk unleashes a furious assault, determined to overwhelm him. The force of the blow causes the ground beneath Kong Tae-san to crumble. Kong Tae-san remains standing, unfazed by the attack, his stance unwavering. Someone shouts a warning as the attack continues to rain down on Kong Tae-san. The attack continues, the sound of impact echoing through the area. The observers watch in shock as the barrage of attacks continues, dust and debris filling the air. Choi Jung-hyuk is confident that even against a decent defense, his attack should have dealt significant damage. Choi Jung-hyuk is stunned to see that Kong Tae-san has activated a block, taking 0 damage from the assault. The force field around Kong Tae-san continued to hold, displaying 0 damage readouts. Kim Hyo-yeon watched with concern. He landed on the debris, the force field protecting him from the rubble. The situation was dire. The force field continued to display 0 damage to Kong Tae-san. He looked up, his expression grim. Choi Jung-hyuk, enraged, screamed at the others. "Everyone come out. Kill this motherfucker." Kim Hyo-yeon and another soldier burst through a nearby doorway, weapons drawn. The sounds of battle echoed around them. More soldiers emerged, surrounding Kong Tae-san. They were ready to attack, their faces grim. He stood amidst the rubble, a blue glow emanating from his hand. The air crackled with energy. Kong Tae-san's eyes glowed with power. He was preparing to unleash his full strength. Kim Hyo-yeon stared, realizing something was amiss. "Wait, you're not," she began to say. Kong Tae-san looked at the soldiers surrounding him. "I know what you're feeling," he said, his voice calm. He continued, his gaze hardening. "But there's no need to protect these sorts of people." Blue energy crackled around Kong Tae-san's sword. He was ready to fight. He swings his axe, the blade surrounded by chilling aura. The axe cleaves through the air, a storm of energy unleashed. Kong Jun-hyuk's eyes widen in terror as blood drips down his face. The aftermath of the attack leaves bodies scattered across the floor. Kong Jun-hyuk realizes the gravity of the situation. Yeah, if it's this many people, Lee Taeyeon and Kong Jun-hyuk might have lost. Elsewhere, a figure grips something tightly, his expression unreadable. Kong Jun-hyuk's expression hardens. "That isn't the case for me." People milled about the street, seemingly unaware of the events about to unfold around them. The small, round creature seemed bored, wishing it could use the internet. It noted that there was still no news. The creature tilted its head, a look of surprise washing over its face as it noticed something. The crowd looked up, their faces etched with shock as they witnessed the monster destroying something above. High above, 2 figures clashed. One, a hulking brute, grappled with a cloaked figure, who thought to himself that it was a human. The round creature watched, exclaiming that Tae-san had finally decided to do something fun, as the crowd looked on. The ground began to crack and buckle under immense pressure, as something massive descended. A man looked up, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and terror as the unseen force approached. A colossal foot slammed down, the impact sending tremors through the surrounding area and scattering the onlookers. Antagonist Choi Jong-hyuk, his eyes gleaming with dark intent, wondered if bastards like them even existed. Hyung recalls the words he spoke in the past, now realizing he pities the man before him. A hand grips Choi Jung-hyuk's throat, cutting off his air supply as his eyes widen in terror. Kong Tae-san stands over the man, blood splattering as the man questions what is happening. The man recalls that this is how he was killed, bidding farewell as he remembers the past. Choi Jung-hyuk plummets from a great height, the sound of his fall echoing in the air. The name of the fallen man is revealed, Choi Jung-hyuk. A group of onlookers stand over the body, the ground stained with blood. Kong Tae-san hears the screams and the realization that he killed someone. The crowd cries out, labeling him a murderer. He walks away from the scene, wondering what it was like at that time. He remembers being an ordinary easy mode player, and that bastard was the leader of easy mode. He stared at his bloodied hands, the crimson staining his skin. Kim Hyo-yeon approached Kong Tae-san, concern etched on his face. "Hyung Nim," he began, his voice laced with worry. Kim Hyo-yeon warned, "You might be in trouble now." Wai-yun and the others said that. Kong Tae-san, his gaze distant, simply stated, "I don't care." His actions had silenced his enemies, ensuring they wouldn't be able to blabber so noisily anymore. Meanwhile, a council convened, their expressions grim as they discussed the recent events. One council member argued, "We can't just let him slide. No matter how serious the situation is, he must not kill people. He must be punished according to the law." Another council member slammed his fist on the table, agreeing, "That's right." The sentiment echoed through the room. "We have to punish him." The first council member leaned forward, her expression hardening as she considered the implications of Kong Tae-san's actions. She scoffed, saying, "So you're saying that we should give punishment to someone who managed to fight that many players all alone, someone whom even I couldn't handle?" The council leader cleared his throat, the sound echoing in the chamber. He stated that while she was a university student, this world couldn't favor the reckless just because of power. Kim Hyun listened intently, her gaze fixed on the council leader as he spoke of control. The support found it difficult to converse with the council leader, despite his background as a former congressman. The council leader lamented that the others didn't even try to overcome the maze, turning the food into mush. The council leader questioned who could punish Kang Tae-san if they were going to punish him, and who could handle his power. Kim Hyun's expression hardened as she considered the potential consequences of angering him. The target of his attacks could change. Everyone there, she realized, just wanted to regain the authority they once had. The council members sat around the table, the debate continuing. One wondered if Kang Tae-san saw them as they saw him. A voice declared that they should just punish him immediately. Kim Hyun's expression remained stoic, her thoughts unreadable. The council leader stared at the screen, muttering in confusion. A special quest begins, with the first wave starting in 12 hours. Kim Hwan is alerted to the quest window and the impending arrival of monsters. The support looks concerned, as someone states they will wait in the deepest part. Kim Hwan tells everyone to calm down, promising to give orders gradually. The support grits her teeth, thinking of those cuckoo-like bastards. Kang Tae-san looks at the screen, wondering if it has already started. He is sure Kim Hwan will be able to take care of it herself, remembering how she led her group well in his past life. Meanwhile, Kang Tae-san hears someone calling out to him, asking if he is there. The man in red armor and Kim Hwan stand together in a forest clearing. The man in red armor thanks Kang Tae-san, stating this is the first time he has seen him in person. Kang Tae-san wonders if what he is seeing is some kind of hallucination. He wonders if the others can perceive the strange entity as well, greeting them with a casual, if slightly mocking, tone. The man in red armor confirms that it is indeed a quest, as Kim Hyun sighs, seemingly burdened by the prospect. Kang Tae-san thinks to himself that he has no intention of giving them a quest, and Kim Hyun appears shocked by something. Kim Hyun seems to be asking why she is being looked at in such a way, as images of her in armor appear behind her. He observes that she is still young and wonders if she is afraid of him, thinking it's nice to meet them as well. Kim Hyun sighs, and a man in red armor states that there are 12 hours left before the wave starts. The man in red armor declares that he will teach them something before that, urging them to draw their swords. Kang Jun-hyuk is told that he is too bold, and that while challenges are good, knowing one's limits is important. Lee Tae-yeon is told that she is too timid, as she looks surprised by the statement. Lee Tae-yeon is told that she has managed to survive up to this point, but one day she will have to give up on the reward she might get, as she states she doesn't want to see them die. Kang Tae-san requests a battle, stating that it will be held with equal states on both parties. Kang Jun-hyuk is told that it's good to like challenges, but it's also important to know your limits, but you don't have them. He activated a skill, a question that had no definite answer, but would reveal skill level. But Kang Jun-hyuk questioned if their levels weren't too low to have a battle with him. Kang Tae-san explained that with this skill, the stats of both parties would be adjusted to the opponent who had the lowest stats, and he wouldn't use activation skills. Kang Jun-hyuk looked up at the battle offer, realizing that he didn't have the right to refuse. Kang Jun-hyuk agreed to the battle offer. Lee Tae-yeon, looking concerned, asked if he was insane. Kang Jun-hyuk saw this as an opportunity, a chance to show him that he was strong enough and not weak. It would have been impossible for him to fight with his original stats, but now that they had the same stats, he had a chance to win. With a determined look, Kang Jun-hyuk declared he was coming. Kang Tae-san responded, anytime. The air crackled with unseen energy, and support Kim Hyun's eyes widened as she sensed the shift in the atmosphere. Inside the shimmering barrier, a man noticed the disturbance. Something was rising up, he thought, a sense of dread creeping into his mind. The city hall was now encased in a protective wall, but the question lingered. Was it enough to withstand the coming storm? The monstrous horde descended upon the city, their grotesque forms a stark contrast to the once familiar skyline. Claws and teeth tore at the barrier, the sound echoing through the streets as the monsters relentlessly attacked. Panic seized the citizens as the bastards came. A man cried out for help as he and a woman fled the encroaching horror. A man wondered why they couldn't go inside. There were walls even inside the city hall, he thought, his voice laced with disbelief. A woman urged others not to be afraid, to return to their positions, her expression a mask of forced confidence. Support Kim Hyun charged forward, her sword drawn, ready to meet the monstrous onslaught head-on. With a fierce cry, she struck, her blade meeting the flesh of the nearest monster, a desperate attempt to stem the tide. A man watched in stunned silence, his face a mixture of confusion and disbelief as the battle unfolded before him. A sudden blow sends a jolt of pain through someone, a visible shock rippling across his face. He cries out, the force of the unseen attack clearly taking its toll. A system message appears. Jong Jun-yong received 7 damage. He looks up, bewildered by the sudden assault. A monstrous form looms, its attack leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The monster's power is significant, but perhaps not insurmountable. They might just survive if they're careful. Support Kim Hyun grips their sword, ready to strike. The blade gleams, poised to meet the monstrous threat head-on. Neutral Kong Jun Hyok declares that it is time to fight together. He believes that if they get rewards for the results, it is worth a try. The two men stand side by side, bracing themselves. A distant scream pierces the air, a chilling reminder of the danger they face. The monsters advance. Their grotesque forms a terrifying sight. Neutral Kong Jun Hyok prepares to meet them. A monstrous shriek echoes as the attack lands, the impact shaking the very ground. Support Kim Hyun steels themselves, declaring they will take the monster down. They sigh, wondering if they really are doing it. A final, decisive blow lands, a surge of power cutting through the monster's defenses. She leaps into the fray, sword raised high, ready to strike the monstrous foe. The blade flashes, a streak of light against the grotesque form of the monster. Meanwhile, two figures observe the battle. One comments on their strength, while the other modestly denies it, unsure what they're talking about. Kong Tae-san smiles, seemingly amused by the exchange, while Kim Hyun rests her chin on her hand, a slight smile gracing her lips. Elsewhere, a voice declares that the real monster is on the other side of the building, as the camera pans to show the ruined cityscape. Choi Jung-hyuk stands amidst a horde of grotesque monsters, his expression unreadable as he prepares to fight. Energy crackles around the antagonist, a storm of power gathering at his fingertips. The monsters surge forward, their forms blurred by speed, eager to tear him apart. Choi Jung-hyuk descends, a dark angel falling upon his prey, ready to unleash his power. The monsters are blasted away by a surge of energy, their bodies flying through the air. A small, winged creature wonders how the monsters could be intimidated by such trivial enemies, noting that there are a lot of them. Choi Jung-hyuk stands amidst the destruction, his sword glowing with power, ready for the next wave. He stood amidst the fallen, wondering why the quest hadn't ended. A hand reached out, seemingly from another dimension. A figure unleashed a torrent of energy, skill made manifest. The energy crackled, a force that could not be stopped. Choi Jung-hyuk, accompanied by a small, white creature, surmised that outside interference was preventing the quest's completion. Another hand appeared, as if waiting patiently. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group celebrated their victory, unaware of the challenges yet to come. A notification appeared, special quest completed successfully. Rewards awaited in the maze. Immediately after, a new notification, special quest begins. The system announced, the second wave begins. The defense area, all directions of the city hall. The objective, kill all enemies and protect the city hall. The news spread quickly. There were more monsters. It wasn't over yet. The monster stood tall amidst the ruined cityscape, a single, looming threat. Kong Jun Hyok's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A figure lunged forward, declaring that the reward would be theirs alone. A beam of intense energy slammed into the monster. The monster recoiled from the sudden assault. Kong Jun Hyok watched, a status message appearing before him, indicating the monster had taken damage. Choi Min-shik received 54 damage from the monster's counterattack. The force of the blow sent Choi Min-shik staggering backward, his allies watching in shock. The monster's attack left a burning mark. Kong Jun Hyok and the others looked on, wondering what had just happened. The monster continued its rampage, its massive form dominating the scene. Another powerful blast struck the monster, sending debris flying. It loomed over them, a monstrous figure of destruction, as the people below stared up in terror. A blinding light erupted as the monster's attack connected, obliterating everything in its path. Kong Jun Hyok screamed in agony as the shockwave threw him and others to the ground. He yelled, urging everyone to run away, knowing that retreat was better than dying in vain. Fear etched across Kong Jun Hyok's face, the reality of their situation sinking in. He crouched low, bracing himself against the continuing onslaught, desperately trying to survive. His eyes widened in terror as the destruction continued, the situation growing increasingly dire. Kong Jun Hyok looked up, questioning what he was seeing amidst the carnage. The monster roared, its form radiating heat and destruction, as it wondered if they had to win in this kind of quest. Another blast of energy ripped through the area, leaving devastation in its wake. The monstrous entity descends from the sky, its maw agape. Below, Kong Jun Hyok watches the unfolding chaos, a grim expression on his face. The aftermath is brutal, the landscape scarred. He reflects on the grim reality. Their lives are constantly on the line. The devastation stretches far and wide, a testament to the monster's power. The city lies in ruins, its inhabitants scattered and terrified. The monstrous beast, amidst the destruction, declares, I have to do what I have to do now. With grim resolve, Kong Jun Hyok advances, his hand gripping the hilt of his blade. He prepares to confront the source of the destruction. He moves with purpose, a blur against the ravaged cityscape. The hunter closes in on his prey, his eyes fixed on the looming threat. A beam of intense light pierces the sky, a sign of immense power being unleashed. The air crackles with energy, a palpable sense of danger. Kong Jun Hyok, amidst the chaos, affirms his resolve. That's right, he thinks, steeling himself for the battle ahead. Meanwhile, strange, mutated creatures gather near a massive, glowing crystal. The air vibrates with an unnatural energy, a sign of the crystal's power. One of the monstrous creatures emits a guttural growl, its eyes fixed on an unseen threat. Tension hangs heavy in the air, a prelude to violence. The mutated creatures are suspended within the crystal's energy field, their forms distorted and amplified. The crystal pulses with power, a beacon of otherworldly energy. Kong Jun Hyok stands before the crystal, his gaze unwavering. The hunter prepares to face whatever horrors lie within, his resolve unyielding. He gazed upward, his expression hardening as he took in the sight of the massive crystal. A system message appeared, declaring a special quest had begun: destroy the black swamp vessel. Kong Jun Hyok gripped his sword, preparing to face whatever horrors the crystal held in store. Energy surged through the blade, bathing it in a brilliant, ethereal light. His eyes narrowed, a fierce determination burning within them as he steeled himself for battle. A monstrous form materialized, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The system announced the arrival of Monster 26751101, a D-grade threat. A monstrous presence looms, its form wreathed in dark energy and sharp edges. Kong Taesan leaps into action, a blur of motion against the towering beast. The protagonist clicks his tongue, finding the situation irritating. The monster roars, its voice a guttural challenge. The monster appears, a D-class threat with a 6-digit number. Kong Taesan recalls his past struggles, resolving that this time will be different. The protagonist moves to strike, his blade poised to cut through the monster's defenses. Kong Taesan steels himself, determined to overcome this challenge. The monster is struck, taking damage from the protagonist's attack. Claws extend, ready to strike. A torrent of icy energy erupts, centered on the wolf-like monster. The monster remains unfazed by the attack. It's useless, he thinks. Kong Taesan braces himself against the massive creature, his expression grim. He activates a defensive skill, nullifying the monster's first and second attacks. The system announces the activation of the Frost Arrow skill. The monster towers over him, seemingly unaffected. He thinks, you surely are a strong and persistent bastard, but... The wolf-like monster bares its fangs, ready to strike again. Kong Taesan prepares for another attack, his sword glowing with a blue light. The monster's maw opens wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth. He thinks, compared to my infinite stamina. The system announces the activation of the Blazing Ball skill. Kong Taesan unleashes a fiery attack against the monster, engulfing it in flames. The aftermath of the attack leaves a smoky haze, obscuring the battlefield. He lands amidst the shattered remains of the defeated monster. The protagonist's expression hardens, a flicker of determination in his purple eyes. He thinks, that's actually doable. 1 hour later, the hunter gulps down a potion, the liquid glowing faintly in the dim light. The protagonist stands amidst the monster's remains, his expression grim. It's over, he declares. Kong Taesan prepares to unleash another skill, energy crackling around his outstretched hand. A surge of power erupts, tearing through the very fabric of the maze. The energy rips a hole in the wall, revealing the outside world. The shattered remains of the maze wall cascade down. The protagonist scans the newly formed exit, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wonders if there are any other cracks around here. He received a system notification. The special quest ended successfully. He will get his reward upon returning to the maze. He noticed that he got the same notification twice. The protagonist confirmed the notification with a simple, yeah. It seemed the other side also finished their mission. The protagonist stood firm, his expression unreadable. The monstrous creature lay defeated, its massive form still imposing even in death. The air hung heavy with the stench of battle. Kim Hyun's face was streaked with dirt and blood, her expression a mix of sorrow and determination. The cost of victory was etched on her features. The scene was a panorama of devastation. A figure stood amidst the carnage, questioning how many people had died. The text above read, have lost their lives? Only after they saw hundreds of the escapees die. They realized that there was no other way to survive than to finish off the monsters. The survivors pressed on, driven by desperation. Most of them have to face the worst scenario of dying in vain without being able to do anything. Kim Hyun thought, damn it, if only I led better. Kim Hyun knelt, her head bowed in anguish. The sword rested against her forehead, a symbol of her burden. The world around Kim Hyun seemed to shimmer and fade, the weight of her failure pressing down on her. The rain fell like tears. The wall started to disappear. Someone said, I guess it's really over. Kim Hyun thought, Tae-san, I need to go. She fought with determination, hearing the desperate plea for help. No matter how strong the opponent, she knew she had to try. The support fighter knew they needed to assist the north side. A distant voice called out, missing her. She gritted her teeth, knowing she couldn't afford to lose anyone who could be a great strength. The situation was dire. The armored hand tightened around the hilt of the sword, ready for the next attack. The support fighter turned to see Kang Tae-san, concern etched on her face as she spoke his name. The system announced the completion of the north area. She felt herself improving more than before. Kang Tae-san stood beside her, his expression unreadable. She seemed fine, but he knew they had to risk their lives. Risking your life in a maze. Congratulations, you all survived. The rewards each of you will obtain are differentiated depending on the actions and results you have shown. You will return to the maze after 48 hours. Out of 100,000 people, there are around 30,000 people who survived. A graveyard of crosses marked the fallen, a stark reminder of the cost of survival in the maze. He listened as Kim Hyun stated that compared to her, he was more competent to lead. The protagonist quietly admitted that he couldn't. Kim Hyun insisted that he be that kind of person. She added that compared to a stranger, people were sure to like him more. The support character stated that everyone knew they risked their lives to fight and do their best. Someone then asked what they should do now. Kim Hyun simply sighed. A close-up of a hand wearing a ring was shown, a symbol of what was lost. The support character told him it was better for him to familiarize himself with death. Kang Tae-san looked down, burdened by the weight of her words. Tears streamed down Kim Hyun's face, a silent testament to the pain and loss they had endured. Standing atop the rubble, Kim Hyun surveyed the scene. The narration stated that many people had died that day, and that they had arrived. The narration described a world where civilization and order had disappeared, where even those who provided solace in death could vanish. It also stated that this return would not be the end. Kim Hyun's expression hardened with resolve. She declared that this was why, steeling herself for the challenges ahead. The support character's face was filled with determination as she exclaimed that they had to survive, her voice ringing with conviction. Kang Tae-san stood before a graveyard, a somber expression on his face. The narration stated it was for the sake of those who had died. The scene focused on a grave. The narration stated that in order to reveal the truth, they must come back even stronger. They called out to him, their voices echoing in the vast space. Kang Jun-hyuk's voice was filled with urgency as he pleaded for him to wait. Kang Jun-hyuk asked if they had to split up again, his expression reflecting a deep weariness. A voice responded with a simple, affirmative yes, as a surge of energy pulsed from the crystal. Kang Tae-san turned, his gaze resolute. He declared that it was time to return to the maze. He wondered if they would be able to meet again, his expression thoughtful. Kim Hyun looked at Kang Jun-hyuk, a hint of sadness in her eyes as he asked, again? Kang Jun-hyuk, despite the circumstances, tried to lighten the mood, remarking that they really hadn't changed at all. The protagonist was thanked, and he affirmed that he would do his best. He looked back at Kang Jun-hyuk. A voice declared their intent to do their best to become stronger and to stay alive. Kim Hyun and Kang Jun-hyuk stood together, a mix of determination and concern etched on their faces. Kang Tae-san, surrounded by swirling energy, thought that he was the one who was supposed to say that. He resolved to survive this time. The energy swirled, a promise of power and a hint of the challenges to come. He was once again enveloped by the familiar, yet alien, energy. Kang Tae-san's expression remained stoic, his resolve hardening with each passing moment. The hunter stood amidst the swirling energies, a lone figure against an impossible backdrop. His boots hit solid ground, and Kang Tae-san thought to himself, I'm back in this place, the maze. He stood before the imposing entrance, the air thick with anticipation. The sign indicated he was right in front of the 10th floor's boss room. The protagonist gazed forward, a familiar determination hardening his features. He thought to himself, I'm back to this place. Kang Tae-san stood tall, a screen displaying his accomplishments. The system notified him that all objectives were completed. The screen displayed, all completed, followed by, you obtained 482p. The system then informed him that he could use all the points he gets for anything. Floating crystals of different colors appeared before him, each representing a different type of reward. The system reminded him that he could change it to gold, stats, skill, or competency level. A golden crystal shimmered, the system displaying that he could exchange it for gold at a ratio of 1:10. The protagonist considered his options, the golden light reflecting in his eyes. He mused that if he exchanged it, he would get 4,820 gold, a good ratio, but he could get gold anytime, so the value is low. He contemplated the pink crystal, the system displaying that he could exchange it for stats at a ratio of 5:1. He thought to himself that he'd get around 96 stats, which is important. Then, a blue crystal pulsed with energy, the system displaying that he could exchange it for skill competency level with a ratio of 10:1. The number that can only be built with time, experience, and effort. He held the glowing crystal, a silent declaration hanging in the air. This is it. When the skill competency level increases by 20%, its contents will change, the system message declared. The always activated special skill, detection, was at a 20% competency level, still only detecting creature weaknesses. A small, white creature floated down the corridor, making soft noises. The creature called out, "Hey, Shadow. Hey, can't you hear me?" Kong Tae-san tilted his head, a puzzled expression on his face. What was it suddenly? Shadow wondered what would happen if he instantly increased the competency level of the Sword of Stormscar. The small creature seemed unconditionally curious. He didn't know what he was talking about, but wasn't sure it would be good. It was definitely best to move his body first, Shadow thought. Kong Tae-san considered his options. Kong Tae-san examined the skill interface. When you stone all your opponents, you will dominate. Always activated special skills included Iracy Weapon Mastery, Protective Shield, Vital Point Attack, and Thirst of Battle. Those are all good skills, he mused, but there was a possibility that it would be regretful and more of a gamble. He studied the screen, the details of his magic competency displayed before him. A hand reached out, tapping the holographic display, as a question lingered in the air. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure walked along a stone path, their destination unknown. An explosion rocked the 9th floor's safety zone, the force of it shaking the very foundations. The witch coughed, smoke billowing around her as she struggled to regain her composure. Kim Hyun looked up, startled, as Kong Tae-san greeted her from below. The witch called out, her voice filled with disbelief. Tae-san. Kim Hyun stared, her expression a mixture of shock and awe. The witch struggled to comprehend how he could interfere with the maze's internal systems from the outside. Kim Hyun explained that competency levels were regulations from a maze, but it was possible for people with no talent to become stronger, though bound by the same rules. He listened intently as Kim Hyun explained that no one, not even the gods, could interfere with the maze's regulations. She then questioned how much he could increase them. Kim Hyun stated that the increase was about 50%, prompting Kong Tae-san to repeat the number in disbelief. Kim Hyun's expression grew serious as she considered the implications of such a change. Kong Tae-san leaned against the counter, absorbing the information. The implications of altering the maze's regulations were clearly weighing on him. The support character pressed him, questioning if he was sure about his actions. Kong Tae-san responded with a warning, telling her not to tell anyone about it. He guaranteed people would kill her if she did. Kim Hyun, taken aback by his intensity, asked if it was that serious. She then stated that she would continue the explanation. The support character explained that the higher the competency level in magic, the higher its usefulness. She added that his current competency level was around 2% to 3%. Kim Hyun stated that he shouldn't be able to use even beginner-level magic properly, questioning if he understood. The protagonist, hearing this, questioned if she was telling him to get stronger than this. The levels of magic were then listed: basic, beginner, intermediate, advanced, and ultimate. Kim Hyun explained that he could use any level of magic in this maze, but the standard of the magic he used would differ depending on his competency level. He considered Kim Hyun's words. It was rare to master intermediate magic right away. At 20% competency, one could only max out basic magic. Kim Hyun held a glowing orb in her hands, finishing her explanation of the magic system. At 40% competency, beginner magic could be fully utilized. At 60%, intermediate magic could be completely controlled. Kim Hyun hoped that her explanation would help him make his decision. Meanwhile, Kong Tae-san sat at his desk, contemplating the information. He would be able to see through the weaknesses of creatures and non-creatures. He paused, considering his next move. First of all, he would focus on increasing his magic skill. Kong Tae-san activated his always activated special skill, detection. The skill allowed him to identify hidden rooms and his opponent's information. The faster he increased detection, the higher the utility would be. Using 3 ADP, his magic skill competency level increased by 38%. He acquired Magic Acceleration and Magic Explosion. With a 40% magic competency level, he could properly control magic. Kong Tae-san activated the Blazing Ball. He held out his hand, conjuring a sphere of intense, blazing energy. The system message appeared as he activated Magic Acceleration, enhancing his capabilities. The blazing ball shot forward, leaving a trail of heat in its wake. The impact of the blazing ball echoed with a thunderous roar. He considered the Magic Acceleration, noting its effect on speed and power as he activated the Frost Arrow. The Frost Arrow materialized, crackling with icy energy as it formed in his hands. Another system message appeared, confirming the activation of Magic Explosion. The Magic Explosion detonated, sending shards of ice and magical energy in every direction. The shards of ice pierced the air, leaving trails of frost in their wake. He watched as the ice shards impacted the environment, encasing everything in a layer of frost. He considered the results of his tests, thinking that it was quite good, though. The 10th floor's boss, a hulking green ogre, stood ready, gripping his massive axe. He activated the blazing ball and magic acceleration, preparing to strike the ogre fighter. The blazing ball slammed into the ogre, dealing 112 damage in a burst of flames. Purple energy crackled around Kong Tae-san, empowering him for the next attack. The ogre was suddenly overcome with confusion, his movements becoming erratic as magic acceleration took hold. "Aa Mark!" The ogre roared, his face contorted in a mix of rage and bewilderment. Magic explosion detonated, sending a shockwave through the chamber. The ogre realized the magic also worked on his mind, adding to his disorientation. Drool dripped from the ogre's mouth as the confusion spell took full effect. He declared he wasn't done yet, preparing to unleash another barrage of spells. The ogre was now caught between the searing heat of the blazing ball and the piercing chill of Frost Arrow. Another magic explosion ripped through the room, engulfing the ogre in flames. He stood amidst the fading embers of his magical assault. The ogre fighter sustained heavy damage from the barrage of attacks. The ogre fighter collapsed, defeated by Kong Tae-san's superior magic. A system message appeared, confirming the capture of the 10th floor boss and rewarding him with the ogre ring. Kong Tae-san, accompanied by Shadow, mused about reaching the 24th floor with his magic. Shadow stated that magic is one of the axes in this place. Shadow remarked that Kong Tae-san finally spoke his thoughts aloud. Shadow wondered why something like that appeared and asked who it was. Kong Tae-san wondered who destroyed their world. Some mortals attempt to overcome their limits through trials and tribulations, pushing themselves beyond what is thought possible. Whether it be in trade or faith, if a mortal reaches beyond a certain level in one field, they become a transcendent, ascending to a higher plane of existence. And after the life they've lived has been evaluated, they are given a domain to rule over, their power solidified, the transcendent becomes a god. A sinister grin spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light, a hint of madness flickering within. However, transcendents who shed their mortality through their own grand power pay a price for their abilities, a sacrifice for ultimate strength. The moment they become a great existence, the amount of power they've amassed so far also becomes fixed, their potential forever capped. So, after using their power, they cannot easily recover it, their energy reserves depleted, leaving them vulnerable and weakened. The floating creature exclaims that the monsters invaded the city in their world, not to mention an incredible number of them. When a transcendent interferes with a mortal, the power usage is massive. That's why, usually, it's a crazy thing to do and never done. The man in the cloak stands stoically, his expression unreadable, his gaze fixed on some distant point. However, there are existences who could potentially do this without using any of their power. They can interfere with the world's immortals, but they're existences of the past whose names have been lost. They're the innate transcendents, the old gods, Shadow explained. They were existences without any concept of age in the first place. So when they interfere with the mortal world, they don't waste any power. Honestly, even Shadow has never seen them in person. He listens intently as Shadow continues to explain the old gods. They disappeared, Shadow mused. Then why would someone like that attack Earth? Kong Tae-san wondered. Even if such a limit exists, the bastard sent an apostle even Li Tion couldn't defeat. To think such a stupidly powerful existence would appear, he thought. All right, I got it. That's enough for now. He continued his descent, each step echoing in the stone corridor. The path led deeper, the air growing heavy with anticipation. A monstrous presence lurked ahead, its malevolent aura palpable. It thought, finally they've come this far. Kong Tae-san's eyes narrowed, his determination hardening as he steeled himself for the coming battle. He thought, just kill the bastard in here. The air crackled with unseen energy, a prelude to the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, an ogre wiseman sat patiently, a book open before him, awaiting the arrival of the prophesied warrior. The ogre wiseman looked up, his gaze meeting the approaching hero. He asked, "Have you come, a warrior?" A system message appeared, identifying the ogre wiseman. The ogre wiseman thought that he did think this day would eventually come. Shadow, floating beside Kong Tae-san, voiced his surprise. He asked what? Kong Tae-san stood before the ogre wiseman, his expression unreadable. The ogre wiseman thought, if the ending is already determined, shouldn't I at least satisfy your curiosity? A surge of magical energy crackled in the air, the tension building. The ogre wiseman looked at Kong Tae-san expectantly. He said, "Do as you wish." The ogre wiseman sits, stating that Tae-san's answer was not what he expected. The ogre wiseman continues, saying that the god rejected him, and the lost king looked down on him. The ogre wiseman adds that he who came from a ruined world had a weak heart, which is why he didn't kill him. The adventurer smiles, stating that he is a monster, and Tae-san is an adventurer. The ogre wiseman says that as a monster, he just did what he had to do. Shadow floats, telling Tae-san that's enough, and to just kill him. Tae-san tells Shadow to wait, questioning what he is doing. The ogre Wiseman says that was his mistake. Shadow says he thought Tae-san was a puppet who followed the warrior's will, so he is different. The ogre Wiseman states there's just one thing he wants to know. Who did he receive that weapon from? Tae-san seems to realize something. Shadow explains that a fixed damage weapon is as rare as a weapon can get, and it's not equipment that a mere monster on the 10th floor can obtain. The ogre Wiseman's voice booms, demanding to know the origin of the weapon. His eyes glow with an eerie red light, intensifying the interrogation. The ogre Wiseman reveals that Tae-san was the one who changed the warrior. The ogre Wiseman continues, mentioning that not only him, but other adventurers as well, dislike the proud Tae-san. A thought surfaces, hinting at the guide of crime. The ogre Wiseman confesses that he was given the weapon in order to kill him, accepting only because his life was threatened. A monstrous figure roars, its form radiating raw power. The words that fluker appear amidst the chaos. The ogre Wiseman stands firm, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events. Tae-san's mind races, recalling that he's heard of him from Lee Tion. The monstrous figure is revealed to be too powerful for them to handle themselves, which is why they needed the ogre Wiseman sighs, stating he said everything he wanted to say. He stood, sword in hand, offering his opponent a final choice. Now, the decision rested entirely with the ogre Wiseman. The blue-haired protagonist readied his crimson blade, the air shimmering around it. He prepared for the final strike. The ogre Wiseman, resigned to his fate, stood firm. He knew his time was coming to an end. The ogre Wiseman had befriended many through speech, exploiting their loneliness. But even for him, the day had come when things must end. The protagonist's sharp purple eyes narrowed as he gazed upon the ogre Wiseman. Blood dripped from the ogre Wiseman's face. The ogre Wiseman lay defeated, as the protagonist stood over him. Strength, the ogre Wiseman realized, was indeed the answer. With his last breath, the ogre Wiseman accepted his fate. He would do just that, whatever it may be. The ogre Wiseman pleaded, his voice weak. He begged to conquer this place and free them all. The protagonist stood silently over the fallen ogre Wiseman. The battle now concluded. The air was still with the aftermath. A system message appeared, confirming the victory. He was victorious against the ogre Wiseman and had completely cleared the 10th floor. Another system message materialized. The existences in this place were starting to take interest in him, the protagonist. The message continued, hinting at the future. They may feel favorability toward him or hostility toward him. A new message appeared. He had obtained the tip of disaster. The ghostly figure exhaled, its form shimmering faintly. The ghostly figure wondered if he should be thankful or hateful. Kong Tae-san's hand glowed with power. Should he first give himself a reward? The sword sparkled, imbued with the blood of the ancestors. The imperial bloodline. Attack +20. When facing an enemy of noble lineage, attack +10. Kong Tae-san held the sword, thinking he would receive such a good weapon. Also, the ghostly figure thought. The ghostly figure glowed red, thinking of those crazy bastards who gave up on conquering the dungeon. The ghostly figure dared to block his path. A subquest started. Kong Tae-san considered the guide of crime. No, everyone involved in his death. Kong Tae-san stated that it seemed they'll have to continue traveling together then. The ghostly figure wanted to tear them apart completely. The small, white creature considered the offer, its expression unreadable. It seemed to be weighing the potential risks and rewards. Kong Tae-san held out the blue screen, awaiting the creature's decision. His gaze remained steady, betraying no hint of his own thoughts. The creature made its choice. The words echoed in the air, a commitment made. Far away, atop a rocky precipice, a figure contemplated the scene. The wind howled around them, carrying whispers of the events unfolding. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure stood in the shadows, their intentions unclear. They wondered if there were any useful newbies around. The hooded figure's red hair framed a face etched with a sinister smile. Their eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Elsewhere, a screen flickered to life, displaying the words Guide of Crime. The contents remained hidden, obscured by question marks. Some adventurers, faced with the labyrinth's unforgiving nature, chose a different path. They decided to band together, forming their own posse to conquer the challenges ahead. And so, they named their group the Guide of Sin. They stood united, ready to face whatever trials the labyrinth threw their way, bound by a common goal and shared determination. However, the path they chose to become stronger was not to challenge the labyrinth, but to leech off of it. They restricted which floors adventurers could clear, creating their own system of ranks and laws. A woman with flaming hair smiles knowingly, her expression suggesting a deep understanding of the labyrinth's inner workings and the motivations of those who seek to control it. As for adventurers who were not part of their group, or those who did not follow their laws, they would sometimes resort to murder. A lone figure stands with a red cape. A crushing blow descends, the impact echoing through the labyrinth's depths, a testament to the ruthless power wielded by those who control its secrets. The notification blares, victorious against the skeleton knight. The 11th floor boss has fallen, leaving behind only bones and shattered armor. The small, floating companion asks if that means the Guide of Sin members are on the lower floors, way deeper in the labyrinth. Shadow wonders aloud. Kong Tae-sin notes that their leadership, which is their boss and some central members, exists on the lower floors. Those of a lower rank are spread throughout the entire labyrinth. He thinks he should be able to meet some of them soon. Kong Tae-san has obtained a counter-attack bracelet, which gives him a 1% chance to counter an opponent's attack, and an ogre ring, which grants plus 15 strength. He notes that to a human, it is closer to a bracelet. Kong Tae-san also obtained a dead man's ring, which grants plus 3 damage to the undead. The ring sparkles as he examines it. He continued his descent, unfazed by the challenges ahead. Shadow floated beside him, a silent observer. A blue screen appeared, indicating the start of the Floor 12 quest. The objective: defeat the boss of Floor 12. A rotten ghoul materialized, its form dripping with viscous slime. A guttural growl echoed through the chamber. The ghoul lunged forward, jaws agape, ready to tear into its prey. A viscous slime sound filled the air. The 11th floor was full of skeletons, but the 12th was full of ghouls. Kong Tae-san leaped into action, his blade meeting the ghoul's advance. Every 10 floors of the labyrinth, the theme changed. It seemed from floors 11 through 20, the main monsters would be undead. The labyrinthine corridors opened into a graveyard. Tombstones stood as silent sentinels in the eerie landscape. Because of that, a nasty smell was attacking him from all around. The door slammed shut behind them. A statue of a woman holding scales stood before them. A blue screen identified it as the altar of Maria. Unlike Lacarada's, it's quite simple. If not for the system, he wouldn't have known it was a god's altar. He approached the altar of Maria, his footsteps echoing in the silent chamber. The statue loomed, ancient and weathered. He wondered aloud what sort of goddess Maria was. The statue of Maria spun, its scales balancing in anticipation. Shadow stated that strong gods tend to be very whimsical. A magical gesture shimmered in the air. Kong Tae-san steeled himself, resolving not to back down now. A screen appeared, declaring that Maria wished to test those who visited her altar, promising a reward for those who overcame the trial. The statue of Maria smiled, stating that her range of influence shrinks and that she offers an empowered trial. Shadow wondered if she was giving him an empowered trial right off the bat, noting rumors of him spreading amongst the gods. Kong Tae-san agreed, accepting the subquest as Maria giggled. The screen declared that he was given a choice: many enemies or fewer enemies. Kong Tae-san remarked that it was his first time encountering something like this, questioning the difference as Shadow stated she was the goddess of choice. Shadow told him to just choose the one he wanted. He considered his options, his hand hovering over the fewer enemy selection. The statue of Maria loomed, scales of fate hanging in a balance. Kong Tae-san chose battles with lots of movement, hoping to avoid a drawn-out fight. Maria seemed pleased with his choice. A faint smile graced the statue's lips as the decision was made. The scales clattered, confirming his fate. He braced himself as a strange energy filled the air. The room began to expand, Shadow observing the change with concern. The air crackled with energy as the transformation continued. Monstrous hisses echoed as the creatures began to materialize. He realized these were monsters he had never encountered before. The monsters hissed, a red circle warning him of the arena's boundaries. He found himself surrounded, a chaotic swarm of monstrous forms closing in. A frustrated curse escaped his lips as the creatures lunged forward, claws extended. Kong Tae-san activated Unbreathing Attack, a surge of power coursing through him. The air crackled as he unleashed a flurry of blows, each strike empowered by the skill. His blade danced, a whirlwind of steel against the monstrous onslaught. He thought, the trial was the opposite of his battle preferences. Why was this the goddess's choice? Claws and fangs met steel, the sounds of battle echoing through the arena. Kong Tae-san leapt back, assessing the situation as Shadow watched intently. A skeletal figure, wreathed in purple energy, stood amidst the monstrous horde. The hunter's blade flashed, deflecting a barrage of attacks with practiced ease. He roughly understood the situation and knew he had to risk it all. Kong Tae-san steeled himself, resolving to win in the worst-case scenario to avoid the most. He has activated Proof of Combat, becoming stronger with each victory. A surge of power gathers in his hands. I'll show you then. The monsters are engulfed in a fiery explosion, the force of the attack immense. The air crackles with energy as the attack continues to devastate the area. The monsters reel from the blast, struggling to maintain their footing against Kong Tae-san's onslaught. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the battlefield. Kong Tae-san stands ready, his sword glinting in the light of the ongoing battle. He moves with speed, striking the monster with precision. He has activated Power Strike, enhancing his next attack. The enhanced strike connects, a surge of energy blasting through the monster. The monster roars in pain as the full force of the power strike hits. Kang Tae-san stands amidst the chaos, shadow watching over him as he faces the remaining monsters. A skeletal figure crackles with ominous energy, its red eyes gleaming menacingly. He deflects a barrage of ice shards, his blade flashing in the frozen air. With a determined grip, a foot slams down onto the icy ground, ready to advance. The sword sings as it slices through the air, connecting with a resounding thwack. A skeletal monster reels back, its empty eye sockets widening in startled surprise. The green monster roars, its reptilian eyes fixed on its prey. Monsters crash and claw, their guttural growls echoing through the cavern. He narrows his eyes, a determined glint in their purple depths. Surrounded by a horde of grotesque creatures, he stands his ground, ready for the onslaught. Observing the swarm, Kang Tae-san notes their coordinated movements. They're swarming like ants. The blade glows with an ethereal light, beckoning his foes. Come if you dare. Heavy breaths fill the air, the aftermath of a fierce battle lingering in the atmosphere. Kang Tae-san, cloaked and weary, knelt amidst the remnants of his fallen foes, his swords resting beside him. He looked over the scene, his expression grim as he surveyed the carnage. Was that most of them, he wondered? Standing amidst a pool of defeated monsters, Kang Tae-san was bathed in a soft, pink light. A heavy, metallic clang echoed as a figure clad in red armor stepped forward, its presence imposing. The Death Knight stood tall, its crimson armor gleaming, a massive sword held ready. All that's left. The figure's red armor marked it as a Death Knight, a formidable foe. The speaker recalled hearing about it from Lee Tion, the 24th floor's boss. Kang Tae-san's expression hardened as he considered the Death Knight. Was this existence once human, like Lakarada's servant? But there were more than just one, for such existences stood ready to fight. He stood within the pink aura, having used the knife of self-harm. Kang Tae-san recovered 500 health, the notification appearing before him as the knife did its work. He is surrounded, the red armored enemies closing in, ready to strike with lethal force. The protagonist activates a defensive barrier, a surge of power emanating from his blade. He taunts his opponents, daring them to approach, confident in his defenses. The deflect ability activates, energy crackling as it prepares to repel incoming attacks. His expression hardens, a grim determination settling over his features as he prepares for the onslaught. The barrier shimmers, ready to absorb the force of the incoming blows. The enemies strike, their weapons clashing against the barrier with resounding force, but the protagonist holds firm. He grits his teeth, acknowledging the limits of his defense against such overwhelming numbers. The protagonist activates Force Battle, drawing the enemies closer into a confined space. The red-armored enemies surround him, their attacks relentless, but he is ready to counter. He prepares to unleash his power, a surge of energy building around him as he declares his intent. One of the red-armored enemies strikes, but the protagonist is ready to meet the attack head-on. He grits his teeth, realizing the attack range is restricted. To think he would escape this damned restriction. Fire Blast, Frost Arrow, and Magic Acceleration activate in a flurry of magical energy. The Death Knight is struck by the combined force of the magical attacks, the impacts echoing loudly. He thinks mixing sword arts and magic would be ideal, but using them one at a time won't work. Then that means the Death Knight moves with blinding speed, attempting to stab him. The Death Knight's blade comes dangerously close. The Death Knight declares that he has been caught. He smirks, his eyes gleaming with confidence as he grabs the Death Knight's arm. Forced Battle activates, locking the two warriors in close combat. The Death Knight is sent flying, crashing to the ground. Unbreathing Attack activates, surrounding him in a powerful aura. The blade glows intensely as Power Strike activates, readying for the next blow. He brings his enhanced blade down with tremendous force, cleaving through the Death Knight. Kang Tae-san stands amidst the fading light, the system message declaring his victory. The Death Knight collapses, defeated, but the protagonist realizes he's running on fumes, barely a tenth of his health remaining. He is surrounded. 3 more Death Knights stand ready, their red armor gleaming menacingly in the dim light. Kang Tae-san steels himself, a grim determination hardening his features as he exhales slowly. The hunter engages another Death Knight, their swords meeting in a shower of sparks as the battle continues. He braces himself, meeting the brute strength of the Death Knight's attack head-on with a resounding block. With a surge of power, Kang Tae-san retaliates, knocking the armored figure back with a forceful counterattack. He dances away from the next strike, a practiced maneuver, ready to repeat the cycle of evasion and attack. The protagonist's brow furrows with concern, wondering if his attacks were too rough on his already strained body. He faced the 2 Death Knights, his swords crackling with blue energy. The air grew thick with anticipation as the battle resumed. The protagonist focused on his grip, fingers tightening around the hilt. He thought to himself, wondering if he should be able to do this more fluidly. The swordsman glanced upward, his eyes widening slightly. Shadow floated above the battlefield, observing the fight with a curious expression. He adjusted his stance, recalling his movements until now. They felt thick and heavy, like paint splashed onto a blank canvas. The hero channeled his energy into the blade. He needed to make the sword more fluid, but keep the killing intent intact. The sword sliced through the air, a faint blue trail following its path. It felt a bit softer, a change in his technique. The Death Knights pressed their attack, forcing Kong Tae-san to flinch. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed. He focused on his movements, feeling the shift in his swordsmanship. It was softer, more controlled than before. Sweat beaded on his brow, his purple eyes focused and intense. The battle was taking its toll. The sword danced through the air, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. The Death Knights were being pushed back. Again, the sword flashed, more blood splattering against the stone walls. His movements were becoming increasingly precise. Shadow watched surprised. He thought to himself, impressed that Kong Tae-san was learning on his own. The force of the blow reverberated, shaking Kong Tae-san to his core. Shadow watched as Kong Tae-san stood his ground. He inquired about the nature of the sword art. The sword art, Shadow learned, was the sword of the Scarring Storm. Second sword, Dancer Steps. It was a fluid attack designed to eliminate the enemy. The optimized movements decreased the feeling of rough edges, allowing for a cleaner slice. Kong Tae-san smirked, finding the new skill to be incredibly effective. His proficiency with the sword of the Scarring Storm had reached 22%. The system informed him that the sword art had been passed down from a ruined world, and he had reached a level where he could properly start learning. Shadow noted that the two swords had opposite styles, which confused their enemies and helped in battle. He considered teaching Kong Tae-san step by step. The system notified Kong Tae-san that he had passed Maria's trial and would be rewarded based on her evaluation. The system informed him that Maria was extremely content with his truthful choices and results. He received a shape-shifting weapon and the trigger skill, Freedom of Choice, as an additional reward. Maria offered Kong Tae-san an apostle contract. Shadow watched as Kong Tae-san refused the offer, a mischievous giggle escaping him. The system announced that Maria's absurd choice had been activated. Maria's invitation descends, offering a choice to the protagonist. He stares at the invitation, the option to accept glowing before him. Shadow watches from above, questioning what is happening. He clicks, accepting the invitation, his fate now sealed. A forced choice takes hold as he accepts the invitation. Shadow watches as the world begins to invert around Kong Tae-san. The Pantheon greets him as he falls into the inverted world. A figure plummets from above, engulfed in a blaze of searing light. The red-haired figure grins, smoke rising around them. The sudden attack leaves Kong Tae-san momentarily stunned. Energy crackles around his hand, ready to be unleashed. The red-haired figure challenges, daring him to punish those who break the laws. The figure taunts, questioning if he even can. He prepares to retaliate, a determined glint in his eye. The red-haired figure expresses disbelief at the near miss, confident in their victory. The figure declares that there's no way they would lose. With a burst of speed, the red-haired figure dashes forward. The clash of steel rings out as Kong Tae-san meets the attack head-on. The clash of steel echoed as the fighters traded blows. He cleared the 24th floor, but how did he get so strong? Kong Tae-san slid back, narrowly avoiding another strike. The red-haired man's attacks were relentless. The red-haired man gritted his teeth, pushed back by the protagonist. What the hell is this bastard? He thought, frustration evident on his face. The sounds of the sword fight intensified, each clash carrying immense power. Sparks flew as the blades met. The red-haired man, now identified as Levibas, took damage. He was born from a humble background, but that shouldn't matter. Kong Tae-san twirled his sword, maintaining his stance. Levibas sneered, unimpressed by his opponent's movements. Levibas heard that Kong Tae-san was born from a humble background. He couldn't learn a proper martial art, so he's at the level of a third-rate mercenary at best? Shadow watched the fight intently. Levibas thought Kong Tae-san was a poor soul who hasn't learned jack shit. Levibas' face contorted in rage, his eyes burning with fury. "Shut the fuck up!" he screamed, his pride wounded. Levibas activated Power Strike, launching himself at Kong Tae-san. The force of his attack was immense. Kong Tae-san activated counter, meeting Levibas' attack head-on. The impact sent shockwaves through the area. Levibas sustained further damage from the counter. The tables turned as Kong Tae-san gained the upper hand. He clashed his blades with Levibas, the force of their blows sending sparks flying. A damage indicator appears, showing the impact of the attack on the antagonist. Levibas coughs, his eyes wide with disbelief. An observer notes that Levibas took damage from a kick. He wonders if it could be Einsel. The observer wonders if the old geezer who looked down on them all gave Kong Tae-san a skill. Levibas grits his teeth, sweat dripping down his face as he struggles to comprehend the situation. The red-haired antagonist shouts, demanding to know who his opponent is. The clash of blades echoes as the fight intensifies, the sound reverberating through the surroundings. Kang Tae-san stands his ground, his expression resolute. He tells Levibas that he needs to think about that on his own. The protagonist's eyes narrow, his gaze intense. He asks if Levibas is also an adventurer. Another clash rings out, the impact sending shockwaves through the air as the two fighters remain locked in combat. Levibas, his face contorted in rage, declares that he can't let this continue. Kang Tae-san prepares to use a special ability, thinking he didn't think he would be forced to use this here. It is the Gauntlet of Explosion, which has a hidden ability that can only be used once a month. Levibas activates Power Strike and the Gauntlet of Explosion, preparing a devastating blow. The gauntlet glows intensely as he unleashes its power. The Gauntlet of Explosion multiplies the base attack's damage by 5. However, Kang Tae-san's complete nullification of first attack has activated, countering the blow. The protagonist stands firm, his hand glowing with power. "You done?" he asks. Levibas is shocked as his attack is completely negated. "Huh? What the hell?" The antagonist kneels on the ground, questioning what he has been fighting against. Kang Tae-san approaches, his expression cold as he steps forward. The protagonist's power emanates from his cloak, swirling around him. From Levibas' perspective, Kang Tae-san appears as a monster. Levibas lies defeated, covered in blood, as Kang Tae-san remarks. He wasn't much. Despite being an adventurer from the 24th floor, he wasn't always this bad. Complacency eroded his skills, as he lacked enemies to challenge him. Levibas coughed, his red hair falling around his face. He asked if Kang Tae-san knew what he was about to ask, hoping to bargain for his life. Kang Tae-san's expression remained cold. He stated plainly that he would still kill Levibas, eliminating any reason for the man to answer. Levibas, resigned, asked what sort of things the Transcendents accepted as tribute. Shadow floated nearby, observing the exchange. Blood stained the floor around Levibas as he desperately tried to bargain, knowing he couldn't do anything but beg. Falling to his knees, Levibas pleaded with Kang Tae-san, promising to answer anything if only he was allowed to live. Kang Tae-san wondered if that was something Levibas should be so afraid of, his hands clasped together as he listened to the man's pleas. Levibas was then asked how many of them there were in total. He admitted he didn't know, for sure. Levibas continued, saying there should be at least a couple hundred people down there, since they've accepted most adventurers who've come here. Most. Kang Tae-san realized that people like him and Ghosty were in the minority as he listened to Levibas' information. Levibas, kneeling on the ground, asked if the guys from further down would come up for him, now that he'd apparently broken a law. He had been limited on how far down he could go. Elsewhere, the tower was divided into floors of 10, like floor 20, 30, and 40, stretching into the dark sky. Levibas, defeated, explained that floor 20 would be tier 2, floor 30, tier 3, something like that. Lower down scum, he thought, wouldn't think of coming up as unfitting for their dignity. They usually won't go out of their way to come up. Kang Tae-san scoffed, calling it his ass. Shadow added that they've always been like that, centered on a few strong guys. Shadow continued, saying it may be a shitty organization, but they'll kill you if you betray them. Levibas added that he doesn't know about the leadership of the lower floors. Levibas, still on the ground, declared that he didn't give a shit about the adventurers. Kang Tae-san paused, confidence and skills backing it up. Levibas reflected on a time when he was also like that. How did it come to this, however? The difficulty of the labyrinth continuously made him. Levibas wondered if he would have died a more honorable death had he rejected their offer back then. Kang Tae-san prepared to strike the final blow, saying goodbye. The deed was done. A system message appeared. You were victorious against Levibas. Kang Tae-san noticed something. His spiritual increase had activated. He was enveloped in a radiant aura, a surge of energy coursing through him. His strength increased by 23, agility by 20, mana by 40, and health by 70. A wave of power washed over Kang Tae-san. Intelligence permanently increased by 18. His spiritual increase activated, and his proficiency in Power Strike increased by 8%. Kang Tae-san's eyes widened, overwhelmed by the sudden surge of power. What's this? What is this overwhelming power-up? Kang Tae-san stood, arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considered the information he'd just received. The man with brown hair asked how far down the protagonist and the woman with blue hair had gone in the dungeon. The woman with blue hair reported that she and Junheek had cleared the 3rd floor and entered the 4th, looking around a bit at a time. The man with brown hair explained that thanks to the points they received after returning to Earth, their stats increased quite a bit, so it wasn't too big of an issue. He then asked what the atmosphere was like in the other modes. Kang Tae-san noted that easy mode appeared to be having some difficulties, as they were the ones who had the most people die during the return this time. He added that there was nothing they could do. They have to get used to death, after all. The man with brown hair inquired about normal mode. The man with brown hair then asked about hard mode, and Kang Tae-san said it had been a while, and he would tell him more about that. The man with brown hair explained that for the most part, there were no deaths during their return to Earth, but Kong Taesin's existence became a huge motivation for them. The man with brown hair stated that everyone is doing this and that a try and become stronger, and that the next time they meet, they'll most likely be a lot different. Kong Tae-san agreed that it was a good thing and a great development. He then said he had something to tell the man with brown hair. The man with brown hair said that when he entered the 4th floor, there was a god's altar, and the name was Balthazar. He considered the weight of the decision, contemplating whether to accept the trial. Kong Tae-san crossed his arms, listening as another man declared his sincere desire to undertake a god's trial. Maria chimed in, noting that even if given one, they were proactive. She admitted she was also intending to do the trial. Maria's eyes shone with determination as she asked if he was also going to do it. Maria declared that she couldn't remain a scaredy cat forever, and now wanted to try and be courageous. Kong Tae-san listened, considering Maria's words and the changes he'd observed in others. The man with brown hair explained that the trials they received were different, so he couldn't tell how it'd go, but he wouldn't stop them if they had sincerely thought about it. The man nodded, telling them to try it, but just not die, hoping they would see each other alive again. Kong Tae-san stood alone, the digital landscape shimmering around him. Shadow floated beside him as he mused that it was easier than his, and somewhat doable. He wondered if it would be all right, hoping it would be best if they didn't die. Now then, he thought, shall he check out the rest? He examined the gauntlet of explosion, noting the attack bonus of 18. A window chimed, drawing his attention momentarily from the gauntlet's description. Kong Tae-san's stats appeared before him. Level 30, peak condition, and impressive attributes. He considered the gauntlet's explosive increase, wondering if it only worked against other adventurers. Shadow informed him that he had killed Levibas, a member of the Guide of Sin, and that they would soon be moving. Kong Tae-san's expression hardened, a hint of resolve in his eyes as he considered the implications. Meanwhile, in the depths of the labyrinth, the Guide of Sin met, their intentions unknown. The Guide of Sin's meeting room was located deep within the labyrinth. The members of the Guide of Sin gathered around a table, their faces obscured by shadows. They discussed the small mess on Tier 2, a new adventurer who killed someone from their ranks. One member acknowledged Kong Tae-san's tempting ability, but lamented that he dared to be their enemy. The Guide of Sin decided to set a bounty on Kong Tae-san, tasking the other members of Tier 2 to kill him. Within the shadowy confines, the discussion turned to the attack on Floor 74. The meeting took place on Floor 20, among the Tier 2 adventurers of the Guide of Sin. Whispers rippled through the group as they learned that Levibas was dead. One bald member, radiating fury, demanded retribution for what had happened. The bald man revealed that the leaders themselves had issued a bounty for Kong Tae-san. The group realized that succeeding in killing him would grant them entry into Tier 3. A document fluttered, outlining the terms of the bounty. One member, receiving instructions directly from the leadership, declared he would take care of it. An older member with gray hair noted that no one was willing to pass up the opportunity. The older member proposed they decide using the same method as always. The man with gray hair explained that the person who rolls the highest number gets priority. Another member scoffed, determined to be the one to kill that adventurer. A hand tosses a die, the fate of the hunt hanging in the balance. The die tumbles, finally settling on 17. The Guide of Sin member with white hair grins, declaring, "You're first, Aldoata." Aldoata's grin widens, a predatory glint in his eyes as he anticipates the hunt. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the 13th 4th floor boss, a zombie army, awaits a challenger. Kong Tae-san stands victorious against the zombie army, his sword radiating a purple glow. He speaks into a device, reporting that the 13th 4th floor is done, nonchalantly mentioning the traps he bypassed. The device crackles with static as he finishes his report, the floor cleared. With a burst of speed, he leaps towards the next challenge, his scarf trailing behind him. Elsewhere, Aldoata, a Guide of Sin Tier 2 member, prepares for his hunt, a sinister aura surrounding him. Aldoata's face contorts into a crazed grin, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. A voice booms, questioning if he is the lackey who beat Levibas. He stood, arms crossed, a challenge in his purple eyes. What would he do about it? The monstrous figure roared, promising death. He needed to suppress Kong Tae-san quickly, seeing him as a minor threat. The monster's fist ignited with fiery energy. He believed this would make him a Tier 3 warrior. The punch connected with a sickening crunch. Kong Tae-san was sent flying backward from the force. The monstrous figure landed heavily, a guttural laugh escaping him. He seemed confident in his victory. Kong Tae-san regained his footing, staring up at his opponent. Shadow floated beside him, observing the unfolding battle. The fuck is this thing? He wondered. Suddenly, the monstrous figure was struck by an unseen force. He scoffed, dismissing the attack as unimpressive. Kong Tae-san glanced to the side, deep in thought. They had arrived faster than he anticipated, likely from the Guide of Sin. The monstrous figure coughed, struggling to rise. He considered Kong Tae-san weaker and dumber than Levibas, convinced he had used a cheap trick. Dark, fiery energy crackled intensely, a sign of the power about to be unleashed. The dark energy surged, a declaration of defiance. That lowly thing dared to challenge him. Kong Tae-san stood ready, sword drawn, facing a massive, wolf-like creature. The true battle was about to begin. The wolf-like creature lunges forward, its massive form accompanied by a deafening roar. The beast acknowledges Kong Tae-san's strength, but declares that he is finished. Kong Tae-san stands his ground against the enormous wolf-like creature, ready to fight. He retorts that while the creature's vigor is great, it is too slow. Kong Tae-san unleashes a burst of energy, striking the wolf-like creature with immense force. The wolf-like creature is sent flying backward, now only very slightly faster. Kong Tae-san thinks there's nothing else to it as the creature falls. He warns the creature not to block his path, as a spiritual increase activates. Meanwhile, a mysterious object glows with an inner light, resonating with power. Aldoada reflects somberly that his flame of life went out. Figures stand around the glowing object, one remarking that he thinks Aldoada is. The figures look on with concern, their expressions mirroring the gravity of the situation. The figures murmured amongst themselves, wondering if their target had been complacent. They speculated if he wasn't in his werewolf state, he wouldn't be much of a threat. One of the figures stepped forward, a declaration hanging in the air. He announced that he would be next. The figure declared himself, Giuseppe, who walks the path of magic. He stated that complacency was not in his dictionary. Without a word, someone unleashed an attack. A cloud of ash descended upon Kong Tae-san. Giuseppe wondered aloud why they hadn't shown up to kill him. He questioned if there was a reason for them to hesitate. Giuseppe activated a magic shield, shimmering with arcane energy. The barrier pulsed with power. Giuseppe activated madness. He remarked that it was his first time seeing magic like this. Kong Tae-san overcame the attack with iron will. The hero stood firm against the onslaught. Giuseppe activated Scattershard. He wondered if Kong Tae-san overcame Levibas and Aldoada through luck. Kong Tae-san found himself caught in some sort of movement-inhibiting spell. Cracks appeared around him. Giuseppe activated Frost Arrow. He prepared to unleash the icy projectile. He activates Frost Arrow, a shimmering blue energy coalescing around him. Giuseppe grits his teeth, the earlier attack having clearly taken him by surprise. The silver-haired man clutches his head, struggling to comprehend the situation. Giuseppe's eyes widen in disbelief. He thinks, even a mage tower acknowledged my talent. Giuseppe activates Thunderfall, golden lightning crackling around him. The Thunderfall spell erupts, bathing the area in a blinding light. Kong Tae-san's complete nullification of the first attack has been activated, leaving Giuseppe shocked. Kong Tae-san observes the situation, wondering if there are instant spells like this too. Meanwhile, Giuseppe, kneeling on the ground, wonders what in the how. He decides to continue. The silver-haired man is still on his knees, seemingly stunned by the protagonist's power. The sound of something being slashed echoes through the chamber. A resounding dung reverberates as the magical energies clash. Murmurs filled the room as one of the cloaked figures expressed shock. Another had fallen, joining the ranks of the dead. One of them wondered if the fallen had properly used his magic before dying. Another mused that the ghost likely gave him advice. A cloaked figure stood near a table, a collection of glowing crystals resting upon it. He muttered, "Great, I'm next." The crystal pulsed with light. From below, a voice echoed, filled with dread. "No way again?" The cloaked figures stood together, a palpable sense of fear hanging in the air. The glowing crystals cast eerie shadows on their faces. One of the figures turned away, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He seemed resigned to his fate. Another crystal glowed, its light reflecting in the eyes of the assembled figures. Again, one of them questioned. The crystals pulsed with an unsettling energy. One of the figures suggested they go together this time, fearing to go alone. One of the cloaked figures stood in the shadows, his expression grim. They all died, and all within a mere 2 hours. The figures gathered around the table, their faces etched with worry. One of them spoke, his voice barely a whisper. "It's your turn next." Fear contorted the face of one of the figures. He stammered, desperate to avoid his fate. "I also don't want to go." The crystals glowed ominously, a silent testament to the danger they faced. The difference in strength was like that of an adult and child. The horned demon recounts the circumstances of his joining the guides of sin. He claims he had no choice but to accept. The cloaked figures flinch at his words. He calls them miserable scrubs, noting they haven't changed. He sneers that they'll be stuck in Tier 2 forever. The demon, identified as Juggin, stands on the Tier 3 guide of sin floor. He acknowledges someone's arrival. Juggin scolds the cloaked figures. He demands to know why they aren't calmly staying in their spot on the 34th floor. Juggin questions why they constantly come up to torment him. He asks where everyone else is, noting there are only half as many as before. One of the cloaked figures stammers that the others are on other floors. Juggin grins, realizing the truth. Juggin's expression hardens as he listens to the cloaked figures. Juggin strikes one of the cloaked figures. Juggin angrily demands why they are telling such a blatant lie. One of the cloaked figures admits that they all died, over half of them to a mere Floor 13 adventurer. Juggin reflects that he didn't think much of it before, but things are different now. He believes that if he kills that guy, he might be able to prove his strength. Juggin states that it's good then. He vows to get revenge for the cloaked figures, so they should guide him to the one responsible, or they can all just die. The blade sang as it cut through the air, a testament to a battle concluded. Kong Taesin knew they had abandoned their pride, sending 5 at once, like moths to a flame. Although they made their decision too late, their attack and defense were high, but they hadn't fought together before. Teamwork was very awkward, but since he leveled up by killing just one of them, the recovery was also a big advantage. Thanks to them, Kong Taesin's level increased by 2 total, a fact he observed with a slight smirk. The screen displayed his stats. Level 39, Protective Shield 169 to 169, Health 2020/2020, Mana 416/416, Strength 615, Intelligence 412, Agility 540, Attack plus 69, Defense plus 62. Target is in peak condition. Even if you take that into consideration, this is such a big gain, Kong Taesin thought, greedy for more. With a click, Kong Taesin activated a beginner spell, Scatter Shard, mana usage. 4. Create a large number of ice pellets and spread them out so they collide with each other. Well, it is quite the gain, he mused, observing the effects of his spell. Is this all? Shadow wondered aloud. At this point, they should have also realized you aren't an opponent they can face, I think. Elsewhere, the others stepped forward, their expressions grim as they prepared for what was to come. They stood their ground, swords drawn, as Juggin approached, his footsteps echoing ominously. Shadow watched, a curious expression on its face. Even that thing came. It mused, sensing the demon folk's power. Juggin advanced, a blue aura surrounding him. He was the one who took out the Tier 2 members of the Guide of Sin. The demon folk paused, his expression unreadable as he considered his next move. Juggin's power surged, a dark energy emanating from him. That strength surpassed what Kong Taesin had felt before. Shadow watched as Kong Taesin faced Juggin. Could it be? Is this truly the strength he achieved from only the 13th fourth floor? The protagonist glanced back at Shadow, a question in his eyes as the spirit asked if Juggin was a dragon. Shadow explained that dragons were said to be from a different dimension. Unless Juggin was a high-tier demon folk, it would be difficult to face him. The dark energy swirled around Juggin, revealing the silhouette of a dragon. A sinister smile crept across Juggin's face, a silent promise of the battle to come. Kong Taesin stood ready, Shadow floating beside him, as Juggin prepared to reveal his true nature. Juggin's sword gleamed, reflecting the question in his mind. What if I am? Juggin's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he spoke. He declared that he had no thoughts of interfering. With a final glance at the cloaked figures, Juggin turned and began to walk away, his cape billowing behind him. One of the cloaked figures murmured, questioning how he intended to end things. The other remarked on Juggin's confident demeanor. A strange, floating creature erupted in laughter. It declared that they were truly showing what true rock bottom was. Juggin's eye widened, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. He wondered if dragons were really that strong species. One of the cloaked figures stated that should say it all. The other simply replied, I see. Juggin's face contorted in rage, his teeth bared as he clenched his fists. Red energy crackled around him. Juggin, his voice booming with fury, accused Kong Taesin of daring to lie to him. A dark energy swirled around him. The text declared that Juggin had activated Decarabia's distorted flora. A massive, shadowy tendril erupted from the ground. Kong Taesin stood his ground, drawing his swords as the monstrous tendril crashed down around him. He paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. What's this? A surge of power emanated from his hand, activating a fire blast. The fire crackled and snapped as Kong Taesin moved forward, ready to strike. Juggin scoffed, unimpressed. He used fire blasts? That doesn't change anything. Juggin activated Decarabia's crow familiars. The fire magic crackled around his fist, ready to be unleashed. With a whoosh, the crow familiars descended, filling the space with dark energy. He stood his ground, the crow familiars circling him like a dark storm. The crow familiars swarmed, their dark energy crackling as they attacked him. The crow familiars continued their assault. There are too many. The attack connected, and he grunted in pain. One of the crow familiars spoke. So, you can do such complex things with magic? The magic you use is that of the god of magic. Juggin watched with a smirk. Don't interfere, warrior. This fight is between just the two of us. The horned antagonist declares he has no intention of helping, a statement punctuated by the hero's visible surprise. The protagonist wonders why Juggin would back off so easily, questioning the nature of their relationship as he prepares for the next attack. Juggin, unconcerned with such questions, believes this turn of events is advantageous for him. The antagonist activates false flames, the dark energy swirling around him as he prepares to strike. Kang Tae-san activates Frost Arrow, hoping to turn the tide of the battle with a chilling counterattack. The hero realizes the arrow's coldness is ineffective, his expression betraying his concern. Kang Tae-san's complete nullification of the first attack has been activated, a defensive measure against Juggin's onslaught. Juggin wonders if there are skills like attack nullification, but quickly dismisses his surprise. The protagonist stands firm, ready to defend against whatever Juggin throws at him next. Kang Tae-san realizes Juggin knows nothing about his skills, but his complete nullification of the second attack has been activated. Despite taking damage, Juggin is confident in his ability to win, a smug grin on his face. Juggin activates Nabirius's Despair, the dark magic crackling around him as the battle intensifies. He declares that it is over, as a dark energy swirls around him. Nabirius's Despair activates, a black magic that attacks the target's root mentality. Kang Tae-san's eyes close as the effects of the black magic begin to take hold. Shadow observes that black magic has always been complex, making it difficult to respond to, even for him. Shadow wonders if it will be different because it's Kang Tae-san facing it. Kang Tae-san grits his teeth, enduring the effects of Nabirius's Despair. Kang Tae-san thinks that it's not too bad, wondering if he can learn this black magic. Juggin wonders if willpower alone will be enough to overcome his power. He announces that, even still, this changes nothing as he activates Decarabia's Crow Familiars. Juggin stands amidst the summoning circle, surrounded by the dark energy of the Crow Familiars. Decarabia's Crow Familiars begin to materialize, filling the space with their ominous presence. The Crow Familiars surround Kang Tae-san. They are individually weak, but their numbers are overwhelming. That means Kang Tae-san has activated Backlash, preparing to counter the overwhelming force. The skill, Backlash, activates, emitting a formless energy centered on himself. A resounding thump echoes through the area. Juggin's expression shifts to one of disbelief. He mutters that this makes no sense, wondering how he already came up with a way to respond. A surge of blue energy erupts, accompanied by a resounding whoosh. Kang Tae-san stands ready, his sword gleaming with a faint purple light, prepared to face whatever comes next. The protagonist unleashes a powerful wave of blue energy, distorting the very air around him. Juggin observes the energy, realizing that the flame isn't made of fire. He notes that at that intensity, he should have started melting, but only ended up with some burns. Juggin reflects on the feeling when he touched the flame, questioning if it's just some material that takes on the appearance of fire. Juggin's eyes widen in disbelief. He wonders how someone like Kang Tae-san could achieve such power as he activates Decarabius. Distorted flora surrounds Kang Tae-san, creating a dangerous and unpredictable environment. Juggin analyzes the roots of the flora, recognizing the pattern as identical to when he used this spell last time. He realizes he can predict the paths they'll take. With a calculating glance, Juggin plans his next move, deciding to take 3 steps to the left. And then, Juggin takes 2 steps forward, the sound of his movement echoing in the tense atmosphere. The force of the impact reverberated through the structure, the sound echoing in the chamber. His eyes widened, the whites of them showing as he looked up, seemingly caught off guard by the attack. Kang Tae-san stood amidst the wreckage, his blade held ready. How could Juggin dodge everything? It's simple. The protagonist focused his energy, preparing to unleash another attack. Shadow watched, perched above the fray. As expected, he understands the essence of the skill. Kang Tae-san moved with blinding speed, a purple arc of energy trailing his blade as he struck. Despite this being his first time seeing it, he pressed the attack, his movements precise and deadly. He understood that a spell's starting point and trajectory are separate, and he used that to learn beginner spells, Shadow mused. His ability to understand and extrapolate on the fundamentals is something, despite seeing it for the first time. Is this even a talent? The blade pierced the air, a flash of light accompanying the strike. This is Tae-san's biggest strength. Thousands and thousands of trials and tons of effort. Something he achieved after repetition approaching madness. It's just Tae-san's own methodology. Juggin looked up, his expression unreadable. He paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Kang Tae-san admitted he had one last curiosity. Elsewhere, Juggin held his sword, a dark energy swirling around the blade. He mused about the nature of his black magic. Back in the arena, the blue-haired protagonist, despite his injuries, looked up intently. He asked what he needed to do to learn it. The room was silent, save for the soft echo of something shifting in the distance. Juggin sat cross-legged, a blade resting in his lap. He mused that he could learn black magic, which uses demonic energy and mana. Demonic energy, Juggin knew, was typically exclusive to demon folk. However, the labyrinth allowed other races to wield it, provided certain conditions were met. The goddess of the demon folk was the key. That was the way to find her, he realized. A figure stood behind Juggin, lamenting that the goddess had taken her place and thrown them all away. A woman's voice echoed, stating that the goddess loved people who had talent. If she found Juggin pleasing and he passed her trial, Juggin knew that while it might border on impossible, he might receive a unique privilege of theirs. He asked Ghosty if he knew where the goddess of demon folk was. The figure behind Juggin spoke, his memories hazy, but he believed it shouldn't be too far from here. The figure pleaded with Juggin to kill him, not to offer him as tribute to a god, and to grant him a complete death. Juggin replied that he would do so. A blade flashed, and blood splattered across the floor. Juggin's spiritual increase had activated, and his level had increased. He obtained low-rank black magic, Marcosius's false flames. It produces a material that emulates the flames controlled by the demon Marcosius. The antagonist notes that it was a different material than he expected. He won't be able to use this until he obtains demonic energy. Juggin tells those remaining to stop hiding and come out. His glowing purple aura surrounds him. The antagonist threatens to drag them out one by one and kill them. His expression is cold and menacing. A group of cloaked figures shuffles forward, their fear palpable as they face Juggin. One of the cloaked figures asks what he wants from them, their voice trembling with fear. Juggin considers what he wants, deciding that experience and stats would be ideal. He smirks, knowing he holds all the cards. The cloaked figures nod nervously, understanding that their lives are on the line. They don't want to die. The antagonist offers them a deal. In return for letting them live, he will give them all one command. One of the cloaked figures asks if he means they should make a false report. The group looks at each other nervously. Juggin confirms that is exactly what he means. He wants them to tell others that he died at their hands. He reminds them that they all joined the Guide of Sin because they wanted to. If they don't want to die, it would be best to do as he says. The protagonist, Kong Tae-san, stands before two figures, declaring that he shall accept. The floating entity, Shadow, hovers nearby as Kong Tae-san speaks, his expression unreadable. Shadow flinches, then asks if he isn't one of those bottom feeders, and instead, there's something he wants to ask about, the Tier 2 leader. The Tier 2 leader is asked if he should know the bastard who ordered for him to be killed. Shadow suggests it may be better if he didn't know. Shadow sighs, revealing that she who inherited the bloodline of the cursed kingdom, the Grey Lady, Sociate Gardentia, was the one who killed. Shadow continues, stating that she was the one who arranged for his death, and she was the one to kill him. That's what he heard, at least, and also why he was so surprised. She was the only member of the leadership who was close to him. The scene focuses on Sociate Gardentia's legs. A man with brown hair is smiling widely, seemingly relieved about something. The woman with blue hair admits that she still feels like it's a dream. She reflects on finishing Balthazahar's trial with Kong Tae-san. Kong Tae-san thinks to himself that he cleared that insane difficulty. The woman asks what the contents of that trial were. The woman explains that she had to face the thing she feared most. A giant spider came out and attacked her, which she found disgusting. The woman asks if it was really an elephant for him. She says that he's scared of elephants, but they're cute. The woman wonders how scary it is if something that huge tries to step on you. She adds that the unempowered trials are fitting of the god of victory. Kong Tae-san wonders what would have come out for him. The woman understands why he said to do the trial. She says that the victory rewards were drastically better. A disembodied voice warns not to go overboard, as some gods are also very moody. Kong Tae-san prepares to speak, a blue glow emanating from his hand. Shadow asks if he has to speak. He doesn't want this quest. He's been working very hard on clearing to fail because of the quest giver's mood. He says yes, definitely. Kong Tae-san stands with his arms crossed, Shadow floating beside him. He listened as Shadow recounted the tale, a story from a ruined world. A figure walked along a stone path, bathed in sunlight, someone he could converse with. Shadow wondered why she had planned to go so far down, a girl from similar backgrounds, a sense of kinship between them. The system message declared that the objective hadn't changed at all. He decided that was enough reminiscing for now. He stepped forward, descending further into the depths. The labyrinth stretched before him, floor 14 giving way to floor 15. Labyrinth floor 16 was right before entering, filled with skeletons. A voice declared that he had already made it. He remembered that his level increased so much, there wasn't much he could really gain from there, and he had gathered quite a few magic items so far. With a swoosh, he activated a skill. The skill activated, enveloping him in a green aura. New skills learned. The low-rank spells Invisibility and Slow were now available. The protagonist and Shadow reviewed the new skills. Low-rank spell Invisibility, mana usage 20, proficiency 1%. Low-rank spell Slow, mana usage 12, proficiency 1%. Shadow offered himself as a test subject. He wondered if Kong Tae-san wanted to try using it on him. He cast the spell. Shadow was now about 20% slower, the effects rippling around him. The slowed Shadow complained about the effects of the spell. He was now moving in slow motion. Shadow explained that since it was his first time learning the spell, he didn't know how to release it. The effects of the spell were clearly unpleasant for Shadow, who looked distressed. Kong Tae-san chuckled, relieved that it was a spell that dispersed after 10 minutes. He watched the slowed Shadow. Thanks to that, they also learned how long it lasts. The quest to Floor 16 was about to begin. The protagonist walked towards the entrance to Floor 16. The objective: defeat the boss of Floor 16 to pass through. He knew that when they reached Floor 16, there would be an empty room. That's where that person he wanted to find would be. Meanwhile, the blacksmith's hammer rang out, the sound echoing through the cavern. He stepped into the blacksmith shop, the clang of hammer on metal echoing around him. The blacksmith, a burly man with gray hair, worked at his forge. A voice called out, "Are you a new adventurer?" A gleaming sword rested on a nearby table, catching the light of the forge. The blacksmith paused in his work, looking up with a weathered face. He awaited Kong Tae-san's response, his eyes narrowed slightly in anticipation. The foolish child who smelts dreams is none other than the blacksmith, Harpon. Harpon was always blunt and barely ever showed his emotions, seeing others as someone to do business with. Kong Tae-san's expression is unreadable as she listens intently. However, maybe because she'd only received sneers and contempt from the labyrinth's NPCs and gods, even that made her very thankful. The blacksmith, Harpon, introduces himself, asking if she knows what sort of job he does. The monsters in this place drop two types of things: gear and materials. Usually, you either sell the materials at the store or use them to request gear. If you bring the required materials, Harpon can make the gear you want. As this is the first time, as a service, he will not charge her. On another note, Harpon notes that she has come as well, Sir Warrior. Harpon asks if she isn't shocked, since the last time they met was when he was alive. He believed that if it was her, she would come down here, no matter her form. He asks if she is the one who received his quest, and Shadow nods. As the guides were very noisy, Harpon thought that they had dealt with her, but this is unexpected. The blacksmith, Harpon, stated that he doesn't discriminate against those with whom he does business. He continued, indifferent to whether his customers were humble or members of the Guides of Sin. Kong Tae-san nodded, understanding. He then requested gear right away, specifically a wrist protector. Harpon agreed, but only if Kong Tae-san provided the materials for the wrist protector. The blacksmith was impressed by the amount of materials Kong Tae-san had. He told him to come back in 30 minutes. Harpon explained that the materials were common and from the deeper floors, so it wouldn't take very long. The blacksmith easily worked with the materials. He thought to himself that this much was easy. Back later, Kong Tae-san nodded to Shadow as he prepared to leave the blacksmith shop. 30 minutes, he thought, would be perfect for clearing a floor. Since it would only take 10 minutes if he tried hard, Kong Tae-san wondered if he should go at a more leisurely pace. The clang of the forge echoed as he approached, the heat radiating from within. Harpon presented the finished wrist protectors, the leather still warm from the crafting process. Timing. I just finished. The wrist protectors, made from ogre leather, boasted a defense of plus 13, crafted by an artisan. Harpon mentioned that the price would change depending on the value of the gear. Kong Tae-san nodded, and Harpon tapped the protectors. The shopkeeper added that he should go down further to prepare even better materials. As you wish. Shadow floated beside Kong Tae-san as he turned to leave. I'll see you la. Shadow then asked if Harpon could make something even better than the protectors. Harpon confirmed he could make something better, but he lacked the materials. Shadow seemed to understand what the shopkeeper was implying. The shopkeeper's gaze intensified, his expression hardening. He was speaking of the warrior's gear. Harpon explained that only he could make such gear with special abilities. Only those with permission may enter, and there are items that can only be made using materials from there. Harpon guaranteed it, stating that if it's Kong Tae-san, it's possible. Kong Tae-san's expression darkened as he acknowledged that he knew what that place meant to him. He questioned why Harpon was saying such things so easily. Shadow confirmed that he knew, as Kong Tae-san had told him about it. Harpon then asked what the two were talking about. Harpon reminded Kong Tae-san that he remembered why he came to this place, to try and save a ruined world. He noted that Kong Tae-san was similar to him. The older man grimaced, his hand covering his face as he spoke of a difference. Harpon's expression hardened, questioning how someone could reveal his secrets, especially after receiving a quest. Kong Tae-san stood silently, Shadow floating beside him as Harpon's words echoed. The neutral figure looked up, his voice rising in anger. He demanded to know if he was being lied to. Footsteps approached, the sound crisp on the stone floor. Harpon questioned if he had ever lied before, his tone laced with annoyance. The older man extended a hand, offering a condition to Kong Tae-san. Harpon requested that Kong Tae-san face and defeat a monster, promising to accept it without complaint if he did so. Kong Tae-san considered the sudden request, wondering if Harpon had proceeded too quickly. The protagonist's thoughts turned to becoming stronger, and whether that place was worth so much. Shadow guaranteed it was overflowing with stuff, adding that Harpon's acknowledgement could make one much stronger. Kong Tae-san paused, his mind focused on reaching the gods. He had noticed, of course, after meeting Maria, His eyes were sparkling so much, there was no way he wouldn't notice. Regardless, he wondered if he was aiming too high. If he truly wanted that, this would be quite the important experience. Shadow announced that the preparations were ready. Harpon declared that this was it, as a monstrous growl echoed from the depths. A sealed Balrog had appeared. Harpon explained that it was a powerful monster that appears on the lower floors. The neutral Harpon explained that this one had greatly deteriorated, so he is a much weaker existence. Right now, he's barely at the level of a late 20s floor boss, so he doesn't need to worry. The Balrog loomed, chained and menacing. Harpon asked Kong Tae-san if he would really accept the challenge. With resolve, he gripped his weapon. Kong Tae-san responded, "Of course." Harpon watched with keen interest. The Balrog roared, its power palpable. The sealed Balrog stood chained, a terrifying presence. The Balrog's eye flared with power, ready to be unleashed. Kong Tae-san charged forward, ready to face the sealed Balrog. Energy erupts from the Balrog, a destructive display of raw power. He activates Deflect, preparing to counter the Balrog's assault. Kong Tae-san activates Slow, a skill that could hinder the Balrog's movements. The skill takes effect, a visible aura surrounding the Balrog. He activates both Frost Arrow and Fire Blast, preparing a combination attack. The combined skills detonate in a burst of elemental energy. Harpon watches the battle, surprised by the protagonist's capabilities. Is this really possible? Harpon continues, stating that even a weakened Balrog should be untouchable. Shadow agrees, finding it unusual. Shadow observes that Kong Tae-san's skills are outside the standard, especially Spiritual Increase. The narrator explains that Spiritual Increase not only increases stats, but also steals the target's skills. Kong Tae-san's power is on an entirely different level from normal skills, and is inconsistent with them. Harpon wonders if this is really a skill allowed on a mortal, observing Kong Tae-san's intense gaze. The old man paused, considering. He seemed to be contemplating something, his expression thoughtful as he looked at the small, floating creature beside him. Kong Tae-san heard the words, a glimmer in his eyes. Harpon would allow him to come to his world, a chance to grow stronger. Shadow tilted its head, curious. It wondered if they could go to a ruined world, its form shifting slightly with anticipation. Harpon confirmed it, holding a dark orb in his hand. He explained that his world was destroyed in a peculiar way, and this jewel could help. The old man stated that he could send them there. While the facility wasn't too shabby, there was a limit to what he could make. Harpon continued, explaining that if Kong Tae-san brought him ingredients from the ruined world, which only he could handle, he could make him something much more powerful. The old man held out his hand, the dark orb floating above it. Shadow watched with wide eyes, its curiosity piqued by the offer. Harpon suggested that Kong Tae-san could bring him the Grey Forest haphazard roots, listing it as something he could obtain with his current skills. Harpon added that as Kong Tae-san dove deeper into the labyrinth and became stronger, he would let him go deeper into his world to bring more ingredients. A subquest had begun. Harpon offered a map to Kong Tae-san, explaining that bringing back the Grey Forest haphazard roots would reward him with equipment made from those roots. Harpon, muttering under his breath, focuses his energy. He seems to be preparing Kong Tae-san for the journey ahead. Kong Tae-san and Shadow are enveloped in a surge of blue energy. They are being transported to a new location. The light intensifies as Harpon continues his incantation. The destination draws closer. The blue energy swirls around Kong Tae-san. He is almost there, but Harpon warns him to beware. Harpon watches intently, his arms crossed. He seems confident in Kong Tae-san's abilities. The world around Kong Tae-san shifts. He hears a warning that this new world will try to kill him. Kong Tae-san and Shadow are now fully immersed in the transfer. They are surrounded by swirling energy. Kong Tae-san, looking up, wonders what this new place is. He calls out to Ghosty, seeking answers. Shadow explains that it is spatial movement. The further the distance, the longer it will take, so they must wait a bit longer. Kong Tae-san sees a ruined world before him. He realizes it's his first time going to such a place, but notes it could be thought of as Earth in the process of ruin. The desolate landscape stretches out before them. The ruined world is a stark reminder of what could be. Kong Tae-san wonders what sort of differences there will be in this ruined world. He takes a step forward, ready to face the unknown. He took a step forward, the sound echoing in the desolate landscape. Something felt wrong. He coughed, a strange sensation in his lungs. The protagonist wondered if it was poison, then a notification appeared. He had activated Unbreath. He couldn't feel anything with his hands, as if there was no air to feel. At least he felt some sort of wind or air resistance. The landmass itself seemed to be trying to consume him, and he could feel hostility all around. He took another step, thinking about the star. An ominous feeling washed over the protagonist as he continued forward. The star itself was trying to kill those who were alive. He could feel hostility from all around him. The protagonist took damage as Shadow floated nearby. Even if it's minuscule, there is some oxygen, fortunately. He knew it would be best to avoid wild movement. If he moved more than necessary, this place would start to take notice of him. This was quite the brutal place. The hunter unfurled a map, its details hinting at a possible route through the treacherous terrain. How long until he reached the forest? Kong Taesan wondered if he was around halfway there, as he sustained damage. Each step echoed through the cavernous space, the crunch of his boots a stark reminder of his vulnerability. Now that he thought about it, what was the difference between them and adventurers? Shadow asked if by you guys he meant contractors. Do the NPCs within the labyrinth call themselves contractors? The protagonist and Shadow continued their discussion, the question hanging heavy in the air as they moved forward. It's simple, the voice explained. It's the difference between those who are chained and those who aren't. In the case of adventurers, they have the freedom to go outside just like he does. However, contractors are bound within the labyrinth, so they cannot, Shadow stated matter-of-factly. In exchange for the opportunity to achieve their desire by trading with the mage, they're chained to the labyrinth. The protagonist considered the implications of desire and the chains that bound those within the labyrinth. In my case, for revenge for Lilith, the opportunity to walk the path of magic. Einzel made a contract in order to find his god. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper and the blacksmith Harpon won't be too different, either. That's why they make requests to adventurers like him instead. He wondered if the requests made by the labyrinth took the form of quests. Shadow chimed in, stating there were probably multiple methods. In Shadow's case, a mage came directly to them and made the contract. The floating creature looked directly forward, its expression unreadable. The man with blue hair considered Shadow's words, wondering if it was still too early for him to know the answer. Suddenly, a gust of wind surrounded him and Shadow. He wondered what was happening. The wind intensified, swirling around him with increasing speed and force. He realized it was a sandstorm and wondered if it was actively trying to kill him. He activated his deflect and sturdy skills, bracing himself against the onslaught. Despite his skills, he still took damage. He wondered if there was much difference, even with their use. The sandstorm raged, not moving from where he was standing. It felt as if it was declaring it would kill him. He gripped his sword tightly, preparing to fight back against the relentless storm. He slashed through the air with his sword, the blade glowing with power. The swirling vortex of sand proved resistant to conventional attacks. He activated Fire Blast and Frost Arrow, hoping to find a weakness. The magical assault impacted the sandstorm, but it seemed unfazed. Thinking quickly, he decided to try slowing it down. The sandstorm continued its relentless assault. The sandstorm slowed, and he activated acceleration to close the distance. He dashed forward, attempting to strike at its core. Activating acceleration again, he prepared for the final push. Just a little bit more. He slid to a halt, watching the sandstorm intently. The swirling winds began to dissipate. It disappeared on its own, no longer able to fulfill its objective. Shadow looked on. He stood, the air around him shimmering with an unseen energy. A blue notification appeared before Kong Taesan. His spiritual increase had activated. Another notification chimed, announcing that Kong Taesan had obtained a conceptual skill. The protagonist stared at his hands, a faint blue glow emanating from his palms. He wondered aloud what this new power could be. A strange energy swirls around Kong Taesan as he stands in the desolate landscape. Shadow floats beside him, equally curious about the phenomenon. A system notification appears before him, announcing a spiritual increase. It also states that he has obtained a conceptual skill. Kong Taesan tilts his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wonders aloud what a conceptual skill even is. The protagonist glances down at the screen before him, his brow furrowed. Shadow watches the screen with him, its expression unreadable. It's also my first time seeing this type of skill, though. Shadow's eyes widen, a look of surprise washing over its face. Kong Taesan notices Shadow's reaction, turning to the spirit. He asks if it thought of something. The small spirit glows with a soft, red light. I did remember something, but I'm not certain yet. Kong Taesan listens intently, his expression serious. He tells Shadow that it will tell him once it's finished organizing its thoughts. Shadow peers up at Kong Taesan. Is that so? Well, there's no harm in hearing it a bit later. They crashed through the cavern, the impact echoing around them. Kong Taesan muttered about the sheer number of random experiences he was enduring. The protagonist activated mental acceleration. His mind raced, processing the environment at an accelerated rate. Debris rained down around him, the cavern shaking from the force of his movements. Kong Taesan activated Wolf Fang. A blue aura emanated from his weapon as he sliced through the air. He activated Dancer's steps, his movements becoming even more fluid and unpredictable. The protagonist activated Unbreathing Attack, focusing his energy for a powerful strike. He tapped his sword against the cavern wall, defenses seemingly pierced. Shadow wondered aloud how his defenses were being pierced. Kong Taesan gripped his sword, realizing there was no end to this onslaught. Shadow questioned what was happening as they navigated the cavern, the walls riddled with strange formations. Kong Taesan noticed something embedded in the cliff walls, his expression thoughtful. He activated acceleration, though he couldn't see it clearly. Shadow wondered what that meant. The embedded object shattered with a resounding smash. He descended into the cavern, the air growing colder with each step. Like he thought, was it because of his skill? The hunter dodged a massive, spectral hand. A low growl echoed through the cavern, the source unseen. Attacks came from all sides, forcing him to remain vigilant. With a burst of speed, Kong Tae-san dashed forward, evading the onslaught. The hunter muttered that he needed a bit more, as the attacks intensified. The attacks became more wild, just as he expected. He thought that they must be flustered because he came. Kong Tae-san continued to evade the attacks, his movements fluid and precise. He steeled himself, preparing for the next wave of attacks. The attacks crashed around him, the cavern shaking with each impact. The hunter pressed on, determined to reach his destination. He continues to move through the cavern, the sounds of impact echoing around him. Suddenly, a notification appears. His spiritual increase has activated, increasing his proficiency. Shadow exclaims in surprise. The skill is identified as wall power, though its exact nature remains a mystery. Shadow wonders if this power is related to will. The narration states that in Harfin's world, the star itself is trying to kill the world. The cavern walls seem to pulse with an otherworldly energy. The star's will does not allow anything to live. It is said that one could see it as the world's own will, and that Kong Tae-san was able to triumph over that will. Kong Tae-san studies the skill on his interface, wondering what sort of power it is. Shadow looks on with concern. The text explains that he forcibly stole away power, not from something physical, but from a concept. If a stealing-type skills tier is lower, it can't take away anything. The narration continues, stating that the spiritual increase has a higher tier than the star itself. Kong Tae-san looks contemplative. It is suggested that rather than calling it a power grantable to mortals, it should be something only granted to transcendence. He believes that must be the place. He stood amidst the cavernous space, surrounded by gnarled roots. Kong Tae-san muttered, acknowledging the environment and his preparations. The protagonist considered his plan. If he brought back those roots, he could obtain better gear. With a determined expression, Kong Tae-san swung his blade, the sound echoing through the cavern. The hunter continued his assault, each swing carrying the weight of his resolve. The blade crashed against the root, the impact reverberating through the cavern. A confident smile played on Kong Tae-san's lips as he prepared for the next strike. The sword connected with a resounding boom, shaking the very foundations of the cavern. The root loomed, its immense size a testament to the power it held within. Another strike landed, and a system notification appeared. You have activated backlash. Kong Tae-san stepped forward, his voice echoing with a warning to anyone in his path. The sword shattered against the root, sending splinters flying through the air. The system notified Kong Tae-san that he had activated mental acceleration as he wondered where the main source was. He cleaved through the encroaching roots, the sounds of splintering would echoing around him. The protagonist scanned the area, searching for a source of ashen light energy. Below, the roots continued to gather, their movements deliberate and ominous. He paused, recognizing something in the distance. Was that the place he needed to be? From afar, Shadow called out, warning Kong Tae-san to be careful as he ventured deeper. The protagonist's expression hardened, his focus unwavering despite the warning. A system notification appeared. His complete nullification of the first attack had been activated. Kong Tae-san steeled himself, knowing what he had to do to become stronger. The roots writhed and pulsed, a dark and ominous mass of twisting tendrils. He unleashed another strike, the blade glowing with power as it met the roots. The impact caused the surrounding area to crumble, the earth itself giving way. A swirling vortex of energy appeared, a portal beckoning him forward. His spiritual increase activated, boosting an unknown proficiency by 1%. He reached out, grabbing at something deeper within. A system notification chimed, haphazard roots obtained. Shadow remarked that, at his level, things shouldn't be too difficult, and that it was more important to head back quickly. Kong Tae-san's expression hardened. He seemed to realize the situation was more serious than he initially thought. The ground cracked open with a resounding boom. A surge of energy pulsed outward from the fissure. The fissure pulsed with an eerie, otherworldly light. Kong Tae-san watched it warily, his face grim. They stepped forward, approaching the newly formed chasm. Shadow stated that it seemed to want to kill them if it could. Kong Tae-san stood before the crack, drawing his swords. He declared that he would see it next time. A blue notification appeared, indicating the subquest was complete. Kong Tae-san was asked if he was here, and another voice confirmed they had brought enough. The old woman stated that the situation was probably different for Kong Tae-san, as he wasn't a resident of that world. The old woman asked if he had brought the correct thing, commenting on how fast it was. Kong Tae-san held out his hand, presenting the item with a confident expression. The item was described as haphazard roots from a ruined world, unable to become anything alone, but potentially able to grow if planted in a suitable environment. The scene showed the floor of the room, lit by a warm light. The old woman and Kong Tae-san stood in the room, the old woman asking if this was it. The old woman looked intently at the item, her expression unreadable. Shadow asked if he was allowed to combine it with Cavert's sword, and Kong Tae-san confirmed that he could use it as he wished. They stand before the old man, the blue-haired protagonist holding the sword, ready to combine it with the haphazard roots. Kong Tae-san holds the sword aloft, the blade gleaming in the warm light of the forge. Is now this guy's sword. The protagonist looks intently at the blade. He thinks, great. Then please use this together with the root. A system message appears, detailing Cavert's relic, sword, imbued with the blood of the ancestors. The old man watches him. The old man says, fine, I'll do this, if Sir Warriors will allow it. I don't need your weapon yet. The text bubble reads, after reforging the root, I can join them together later. Come back in 2 days. Meanwhile, the protagonist has arrived at the labyrinth, 17th fourth floor. The sound of metal echoes through the cavernous space as Kong Tae-san faces his next challenge. A fierce battle erupts as the protagonist clashes with a heavily armored foe. The system identifies the enemy as the 17th fourth floor boss, Dullahan. A message indicates that the blood mist earrings are weak against it. He ascends the stairs, Shadow perched on his shoulder. He thinks, isn't it that you're strong? A system message details the leather armor imbued with the dew of magma. Kong Tae-san resolves, now then next, I want to become stronger within the next 2 days. He stood victorious over the skeletal remains of the 18th fourth floor boss, a skeleton mage knight, his sword gleaming in the cavern light. The labyrinth stretched upwards, a daunting staircase leading to the 19th fourth floor and whatever challenges awaited him there. Before Kong Tae-san stood the 19th fourth floor boss, a powerful lich crackling with ominous energy. Victory against the lich brought not only experience, but also a surge of power as his level increased. Shadow, ever present, wondered if the level increase was finally happening, his small form radiating anticipation. Kong Tae-san, his gaze firm, declared that the next stop was the 24th floor, ready to face whatever lay ahead with Shadow by his side. Something caught his attention, a strange energy emanating from the depths of the cavern, prompting a confused, huh. He turned, his purple eyes widening slightly as he sensed the strange energy swirling around his feet like wisps of smoke. The source of the energy was an altar, the altar of the goddess of demon folk, its roots intertwined with the demonic realm. The altar of Lucifer, a path connected to the gods, allowed Lucifer to exert her influence through this place, granting a first discovery bonus. His stats permanently increased, but what was this trial? Shadow admitted he didn't know either, and that Kong Tae-san had never received it. Shadow explains that gods give trials related to their domain. The spirit wonders if the goddess only gives trials to demon folk. He thinks that isn't necessarily the case, but the standard for humans will probably be much stricter. Kong Tae-san decides he should come back later. The disembodied voice suggests he come back after enhancing his weapons. Since he doesn't know what sort of trial it is, Kong Tae-san is unsure. Meanwhile, Kong Tae-san enters the labyrinth's 24th floor. A massive sword scrapes against the stone floor as the Death Knight appears. The 24th floor boss, the Death Knight, prepares to attack. The Death Knight swings its massive blade, the sound echoing through the chamber. The Death Knight asks if this is Kong Tae-san's full strength. The Death Knight finds Kong Tae-san to be too slow. Kong Tae-san was victorious against the Death Knight. He couldn't believe how easily they passed through. It shouldn't have been this simple, something fell off. Looking at the screens, Kong Tae-san found nothing of interest. Shadow floated beside him, silent as always. The secret was clear, but Kong Tae-san knew something was still hidden. He narrowed his eyes, sensing a trap. He received a powerful premonition, leading him to a secret room. The air grew heavy with anticipation. Suddenly, his foot slipped on the slick floor. He crashed forward, losing his balance. Picking himself up, Kong Tae-san wondered if this was a lord level. Shadow remained close, observing the surroundings. He continued down the hallway, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. A figure stood in the distance. Each step echoed in the silent corridor. The air grew colder, a palpable sense of dread settling in. A towering figure emerged from the shadows. Death Knight Lord, Valoran, had appeared. The warrior stood tall, his armor gleaming in the dim light. His presence radiated power. Valoran spoke, his voice echoing through the chamber. He had often heard stories about him from the wise men. Kong Tae-san's eyes widened, recognizing the figure before him. Shadow seemed equally surprised. The Death Knight Lord speaks, revealing that their encounter is a secret amongst themselves. Also, Valoran states that it has been several hundred years since an adventurer found this place, expressing gratitude. Kong Tae-san, accompanied by Shadow, stares intently at Valoran, questioning if Valoran is his. He acknowledges that his opponent is quite strong, doubting his chances of winning. Valoran declares that he is a knight and will not abandon his sword and run away. The Death Knight Lord demands that they fight, initiating a powerful strike. He barely manages to block the incoming blow, sparks flying as the weapons collide. Kong Tae-san realizes that Valoran is strong, assessing that he is not at a level where a normal player could win. Activating his skill, Kong Tae-san's complete nullification of the first attack is now in effect. Valoran attacks again, finding the situation fun. The hero blocks the attack once more, the force of the blow causing him to grunt. He observes that the attacks may be flashy, but Valoran's body is large and his movements aren't on the quick side. Valoran descends, his armored form a blur against the ethereal backdrop. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outward. Valoran wonders what this power is. Kong Tae-san deflects the attack, his expression unreadable. Valoran acknowledges his opponent's strength, stating a normal player wouldn't be able to defeat him. Kong Tae-san's eyes narrow, a flicker of defiance in their purple depths. He thinks to himself that he is not a normal player. The armored gauntlet scrapes against Kong Tae-san's defenses, a shower of sparks erupting from the point of impact. Valoran's attack intensifies, a surge of energy crackling around him. He wonders what is happening. Kong Tae-san stands firm, his gaze unwavering as he prepares to counter the onslaught. Valoran's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he witnesses Kong Tae-san's resolve. The clash of steel echoes through the arena as Kong Tae-san parries another blow. Shadow asks why he isn't using his skills or magic. Valoran unleashes a flurry of attacks, each strike carrying immense power. He wonders what is wrong. Kong Tae-san remains focused, his movements precise as he anticipates Valoran's next move. Valoran's grip tightens on his weapon, his expression a mask of determination as he prepares to unleash his full power. He swings his blade down with tremendous force, the air crackling with energy. The attack connects, sending shards of light and energy scattering in all directions. Leaping back, Kong Tae-san declares that he has been waiting for this day for hundreds of years. The armored figure expresses his gratitude, impressed by the honest and straightforward match. The glint of metal reflects the light, a sword ready for the next exchange. Looking down at Valoran, Kong Tae-san acknowledges him as an adventurer. The armored warrior simply says, "Thank you." The armored figure stands amidst a field of shattered ice, his breath misting in the cold air. With a resounding crash, the knight brings his blade down, cleaving through the frozen ground. Kong Tae-san looks up at the armored figure, offering his thanks. He admits that he didn't think the knight would purposely avoid using his skills. The armored figure towers over Kong Tae-san, his gaze intense as he looks down at the protagonist. The knight acknowledges the sentiment, stating that the same goes for Kong Tae-san. Valoran declares that he is a knight, and that he did not wish to rely on the use of skills. The knight wished to fight using purely his sword, but admits that his stubborn wish had no bearing on Kong Tae-san. Kong Tae-san replies that thanks to Valoran, he is able to pass on while feeling fulfilled. The protagonist wants to say that he's free now, but then asks the knight if he knows how people like him end up tied down here as monsters. Kong Tae-san wonders if Valoran is tied down here, admitting that he doesn't know. Valoran states that it's simple. To some, this place is a land of opportunity, but to others, that isn't the case. He clasped his hands, a blue aura surrounding him. Valoran stated it was unfortunate he couldn't explain further. The antagonist declared that Kong Tae-san would naturally come to learn about who they are. A mysterious figure stood, surrounded by other figures, speaking of the existence of mages. A plea echoed, begging for mercy for those who cannot escape, asking for strength. Kong Tae-san stood in a shattered room, shadow floating nearby. Valoran's helmet, boasting a defense of +22 and an action speed of +3%, was described as belonging to a glorious knight. The protagonist observed the helmet, noting that action speed was usually only available on footwear. Kong Tae-san realized the title's stats were many times better than before his regression. The mysterious figure stood confidently, arms crossed. The shoes of sharp scars shimmered, their stats displayed for all to see. They promised both agility and pain. A status window appeared before him, announcing a rune of strength. Strength increased by 20. The protagonist considered the implications of the rune. He thought he could reach Lee Tion's stats prior to his regression. Kong Tae-san's stats were displayed in full. Level 43, peak condition, and strength at 765. Lillis called out to Tae-san, wondering if he had gone further down. Tae-san thanked Lillis, explaining that he went down to the 24th floor. Lillis stated that Tae-san must have come because he had something to offer as tribute. She asked him to teach her right away. Lillis seemed to be thinking about something, her expression thoughtful. The pair stood surrounded by a soft glow, ready to learn new skill. A notification appeared. Tae-san had learned Air Leap. It was a low-rank spell that allowed him to leap midair, but only once. He considered the new skill, preparing to test its limits. With a shout, Tae-san launched himself into the air, utilizing the Air Leap skill. He leaped into the air, utilizing the Air Leap skill. Lillis watched him, a curious expression on her face. Kong Tae-san executed a double jump, a spell that seemed to be working effectively. Meanwhile, On the 24th floor of a labyrinth, a metallic clang echoed as the monster wondered why Kong Tae-san was stripping his gear. The monster prepared to attack again. Lilith asked if he was going to learn more attack nullification skills. Lilith exclaimed that Kong Tae-san could actually learn more, impressed that he knew her so well. A notification appeared. You used Powder of Blessings. Kong Tae-san stepped forward, declaring that he needed to find out what this meant as he faced the monster. The monster slashed at him, but a notification appeared. Your complete nullification of first attack is activated. Lilith mused that there should be a limit to it at some point. Kong Tae-san stared intently, as another notification appeared. Your complete nullification of second attack has activated. Kong Tae-san's stats were displayed. Level 43, Protective Shield 192 to 192, Health 2250/2250, Mana 514 to 514. The monster attacked again, dealing 62 damage once and 61 damage twice. The monster struck 3 times, dealing 65 damage. A notification appeared. Your health did not decrease from the third attack. Protective Shield, 4 of 192. Kong Tae-san obtained the continuous trigger skill, complete nullification of third attack. He had obtained the continuous trigger skill, a complete nullification of the third attack. Kong Tae-san considered that there was also a nullification for the third attack, something he thought impossible. Lilith remarked that the skill could only be obtained using the protective shield, right? He realized it was obvious why no one knew about Lacaradas' enhanced trial. Lilith thought it was about time he had at least one break, saying he had worked far too much. Lilith's words were definitely a thought inside his head, telling him to get some rest and to stop it. Meanwhile, he was on the 16th floor outside the smithy, looking at the high-rank skill, the Sword of the Scarring Storm. He had been able to raise it this easily because he could build upon and review what he'd achieved so far. Raising it by 5% in just 2 days was a lot, and it was enough for him for now. Since the promised 2 days were up, he wondered if he came to the smithy too early. The blacksmith stood with a hammer in hand as Kong Tae-san entered the smithy. The blacksmith stated that he came at the right time. The smith proudly displays his work, eager for Kong Tae-san to see the finished product. He explains that he processed it into the simplest shape. Changes made during the combining process are to enhance its strengths. The smith requests that he hand over the weapon. The weapon shatters the container it was in. The protagonist examines the weapon, a swirling energy surrounding it. Lilith watches with curiosity. The sword is Cavert's relic, imbued with the blood of the ancestors. It has taken the lives of many of the imperial bloodline, granting plus 30 attack and plus 15 when facing an enemy of noble lineage. Lilith is surprised that it was possible to strengthen it this much. She notes that its true damage attack increased by 15. Kong Tae-san holds the sword, appreciating its power. He expresses his thanks. The smith waves off the thanks, stating that this is a business deal and no thanks are needed. The smith explains that he will descend in 5-floor intervals going forward. He wishes Kong Tae-san good luck, noting that anything more would be annoying since he has too much baggage. Floor 19, Altar of Lucifer. The protagonist descends to the Altar of Lucifer. Kong Tae-san can feel an unusual gaze. He wonders if it is curiosity as well as annoyance. He reached out, his gauntlet-clad hand hovering over the bubbling purple liquid. Lilith floated nearby, watching with silent curiosity. A pale hand descended, its fingers outstretched toward the skull-shaped object resting on the surface. A finger tapped against the skull. A voice echoed, laced with amusement. Curiosity, that's the same for you as well, no? He flinched, his eyes widening as a dark presence loomed behind him, an ominous aura surrounding him. A notification appeared. Lucifer has invited you into her area of influence. A system notification appeared, confirming that he had accepted Lucifer's invitation. Another notification appeared, this one announcing that Lucifer's area of influence greeted him. The protagonist stood amidst swirling purple energy, the air thick with an otherworldly presence. A disembodied voice echoed, filled with confusion. What is this? I can't see what's in front of me. Before him stretched a long corridor, lined with towering pillars that faded into the darkness above. He flinched, his eyes widening as he took in the strange new environment. A figure knelt before him, their voice dripping with dark amusement. You, demon goddess? You kneel quite easily. The demon goddess's eyes narrowed, a hint of irritation in her gaze. I'm not idiotic enough to not understand the situation. The demon goddess reclined on her throne, regarding him with a curious expression. Not bad. Your name? Kong Tae-san met her gaze, unflinching. I am Kong Tae-san. The demon goddess's eyes glowed with amusement. Had you acted cocky? He felt a surge of power, a crushing force he narrowly avoided. A voice echoed, amused by his near demise. She admitted it was just a prank, a test of sorts. The goddess mused that crushing him would anger others. She waved her hand dismissively. The goddess inquired if Kong Tae-san was all right, then questioned him about killing Juggin. She claimed to have no plans to avenge Juggin's death. The goddess stated that the fight between Kong Tae-san and Jugun was fair. She seemed unconcerned with the outcome. She wondered if he came to her seeking demonic energy. Her expression was knowing, almost challenging. Kong Tae-san's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense. He knew the cost of using black magic was demonic energy. He recalled that he needed demonic energy to use Markoja's false flames, which he obtained after defeating Jugun. Kong Tae-san affirmed his desire. He wished to obtain demonic energy, his eyes glowing with determination. The goddess stated the obvious. Tae-san was human. Her tone was laced with a hint of mockery. The goddess of demons declared her true nature. She was the ruler of her kind. Demonic energy belonged to those who served her, and humans did not belong to her. Her smile was cold. He hears the goddess of demons explain that she cannot give demonic energy to humans. The goddess of demons clarifies that if Kong Tae-san is asking whether she can grant him demonic energy, the power of her demons, she can. Kong Tae-san is surprised, questioning why she said she couldn't give it to humans. The goddess of demons states that she can grant it to him. The goddess of demons explains that normally, that would be the case, but Kong Tae-san was able to obtain the power of her demons through a loophole. The goddess of demons states that although the thing next to him does not have the qualifications, if it's him, he does. She adds that he has the constitution to control demonic energy. The goddess of demons tells Kong Tae-san that there is a price to all things, and he asks her to enlighten him. The goddess of demons begins to explain the price. Kong Tae-san looks on as the goddess of demons asks him to help her protect her little lamb, wondering what she means. A subquest begins. The goddess of demons, Lucifer, wishes to help her child who is being persecuted. The reward will be decided by Lucifer based on his results. Kong Tae-san wonders if he is going to another world. The goddess of demons confirms that he is going to the world of that foolish child, Harpon. The goddess of demons explains that it is not a ruined world like that one, so he does not need to worry. Her little lamb is in pain and being persecuted in a world that has forgotten her. The goddess of demons asks him to bring her child to a safe place. Kong Tae-san understands. He is met with a request from the goddess of demons, who floats beside him, regarding the world she oversees. The goddess of demons scoffs, remarking that normally she would have crushed his skull for asking a favor without paying the cost. The goddess of demons states that if it's something unsatisfactory, she will ignore it completely and asks Kong Tae-san to speak. The goddess of demons wonders if he knows about the one trying to conquer her world as Kong Tae-san gazes at the planet. Kong Tae-san listens intently as the goddess of demons inquires if he knows about the one trying to conquer her world. The goddess of demons states she shall forgive him for asking without paying the price, if he wishes to learn who it is. If he can fulfill her orders satisfactorily, she will also tell him about that, the goddess of demons declares. Kong Tae-san states that will be enough, as the goddess of demons prepares to explain the basics of the subquest. The goddess of demons explains that the world he will be visiting is Vequiseta, where magic exists. The goddess of demons continues, stating that the strength of the world itself is average, but something annoying is guarding it. The goddess of demons reveals that Hammon, the god of light born from that land, protects that world. Kong Tae-san is shown the destination, as the goddess of demons states that it's the place he is going. A figure stands amidst swirling purple energy, wishing him luck on his journey. The world around him dissolves into streaks of violet and blue. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy of an unfamiliar forest. He crashes to the ground, finally arriving in Vequiseta. Lilith observes that the new world isn't so different from the last. He takes his first steps into the vibrant, verdant landscape. Lilith explains that the guide of sin indicates the most universal form is human. He realizes he won't be chased around, as his presence detection activates. Lilith interrupts his thoughts, telling him that he doesn't have time to be lost in thought. He acknowledges her statement with a knowing look. He stomps his foot, ready to face whatever lies ahead. He activated Air Leap, propelling himself forward with bursts of energy. The system informed him that his presence detection had been activated. He realized that several people were in pursuit, with one individual as the primary target. A small, horned child was fleeing through the forest, the goddess of demons' words echoing in the hunter's mind. Seeing that the child's hair was completely black, Kong Tae-san realized she seemed to be a demon-folk child. Meanwhile, the hunters gained on their prey, shouting for her to stop. The demon child grunted as she continued to flee, her pursuers closing in. A hunter's whip snaked out, aiming to ensnare the fleeing child. The demon child cried out, but the whip struck its mark. The hunter declared that he had caught her, as the demon child was pulled to the ground. One hunter remarked that, as expected of the princess, she had managed to avoid capture for over 10 years, and another called her a complete professional in running away. The demon child apologized to her companions, seemingly defeated. One of the hunters tells the others to sleep for a bit, as he delivers a blow to someone on the ground. The red-haired hunter states that if they split the reward money evenly, it will be 100 gold each. The red-haired hunter questions if that amount is lacking, as another hunter confirms it's 100 gold. The The red-haired hunter explains that the cost for tracking, request fees, and bribes all add up. The red-haired hunter declares that everyone will get 90 gold each, and he will take 190 gold. The red-haired hunter tells the silver-haired hunter that if he doesn't like it, then he can just die. A man with black hair appears, asking why they won't let him join. Elsewhere, Kong Tae-san dashes toward the group of hunters, startling them. One of the hunters exclaims in fear. The red-haired hunter questions if the attacker has black hair and if he is demon folk, but another hunter says it's slightly lighter. The man with black hair asks who they are, stating that he is someone who has business with that girl with horns. Kong Tae-san attacks the silver-haired hunter, who is surprised. The silver-haired hunter yells that he won't allow him to steal away their bounty. The hunters are sent flying as Kong Tae-san's attack connects, the sound of the impact echoing through the forest. The hunter cries out, sent flying through the air. Lilith lies prone on the ground. Someone approaches, their footfalls echoing. She demands to know what kind of bastard they are. The man with black hair stands over her, a magical energy coalescing in his hand. He states that he is someone who has business with this girl. The blade descends, a flash of light cutting through the air. A desperate plea echoes, a promise to reveal everything. The man, face contorted in terror, begs for his life. He promises to divulge every secret he knows, anything to avoid the impending doom. Kong Tae-san stands over him, a figure of implacable judgment. The man's pleas are met with a cold, unwavering gaze. The scene shifts to a memory. Kong Tae-san observes the landscape, a question forming in his mind about an oracle from 10 years past. The man confirms the existence of the oracle. He explains that this place was once a normal world, where humans and demon folk coexisted. But one day, they received an oracle from the god of light, Hammon. The divine message would forever alter the course of their history. The god of light, Hammon, commanded them to kill the demon folk. His words echoed with divine authority and righteous fury. Fueled by divine mandate, the soldiers raised their swords. A war against the demon folk was ignited, a conflict that would reshape the world. The battle cry rings out, for Hammon, for our victory. 2 years later, the demon king was dead, and the war was over, but at a terrible cost. A bounty was placed on the remaining demon folk. Now, after all of the hunting, they are nearly extinct, a tragic consequence of divine will. The man, face contorted in fear, points a trembling finger. He seems desperate to say something, his eyes wide with terror. He claims that she is the last princess of the demon folk. Kong Tae-san stands nearby, listening intently to the man's plea. Kong Tae-san recalls the goddess of demons' quest, a mission to protect someone. The man lies prone on the ground, awaiting his fate. Considering the man's words, Kong Tae-san decides to let him go. He states that it is fine and that he can leave. Meanwhile, a serene landscape unfolds, with a figure sitting peacefully near a cliff. The world seems untouched by the conflict brewing elsewhere. Lilith walks away, as Kong Tae-san tells her that she should rest more. The cave provides a safe haven from the outside world. He questions why she's already awake, concern etched on his face. Lilith's expression is unreadable as she looks back at him. Lilith expresses her gratitude for being saved, but pleads with him to go back. She seems to be in pain, her face contorted in discomfort. Lilith reflects on her existence, stating that she shouldn't be in this world anymore. She is determined to stay by his side. Lilith declares that she is no longer. The scene shifts to a fiery explosion, hinting at a destructive event in her past. A group of people stand amidst the flames, their faces grim. Lilith is at the forefront, seemingly leading them through the chaos. Lilith, bathed in an ethereal glow, wonders if she has anyone she can call her own. Her expression is filled with longing and sadness. She revealed that bounty hunters weren't the only ones chasing after her. Many who had made a name for themselves were also after her. Kong Tae-san pointed, his brow furrowed in concern. He asked, his voice laced with curiosity, about the figure in the distance. Like that guy. Lilith's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. She simply asked, her tone laced with confusion, what? As they continued their journey, a voice echoed from behind, filled with a mix of surprise and inquiry. Who? Meanwhile, an older man watched them from afar, a knowing look in his eyes. Oh my, so this is where you were, princess. The man walked through the forest, his thoughts consumed by the recent discovery. I did hear that you were near this place, but to think it was actually true. The man confronted Lilith, his voice filled with accusation. Garrett, you used to swear loyalty to my father. How dare you? His face contorted in a grimace. The man declared that the past was behind them. All that is in the past. He recalled those days, a dreadful experience. The man thought, his expression hardening, about swearing fealty to mere demon folk. Suddenly, they were attacked. Blades flashed as the man lunged forward, intent on striking them down. The attacker's face was filled with rage. He shouted, demanding that the person stop, insisting they were not related to this. Kong Tae-san, sword raised, was caught off guard by the sudden assault. He questioned the nature of the attack. Huh, what is this? The force of the blow sends tremors through the air. The gray-haired man grunts, reeling from the unseen attack. A deafening boom echoes as Kong Tae-san and Lilith turn toward the source of the disturbance. "Oh, you didn't die?" Kong Tae-san says, observing the figure below. He tightens his grip on the sword, a smirk playing on his lips. Not too shabby. The gray-haired man charges forward, fueled by rage. A nameless savage dares. The man's face contorts in fury as he rushes toward them. Lilith watches with wide eyes. With a furious yell, the gray-haired man swings his blade. Kong Tae-san and Lilith look up, bracing for the incoming attack. Kong Tae-san narrows his eyes, a question forming on his face. "What? And how did you know about that?" The gray-haired man dashes forward, his intent clear. "You dim-witted savage. I shall split you in half with my sword." With a final, desperate cry, the gray-haired man brings his sword down. D. He lunged forward, a blue energy blade aimed to cleave his opponent in two. The gray-haired man's eyes widened in disbelief, a guttural sound escaping his lips. Kong Tae-san watched as the gray-haired man realized his blade could not shatter his sword. The gray-haired man, surrounded by a swirling green aura, glared at Lilith. "You," he exclaimed. The gray-haired man's attack had been nullified. Kong Tae-san's expression remained calm, his purple eyes betraying nothing. The sound of the attack echoed through the forest. Lilith tilted her head, a puzzled expression on her face. "Huh." The system message confirmed the activation of the complete nullification of the first attack. The gray-haired man realized Kong Tae-san was a mage, and that the nullification was a spell that manipulated time. The gray-haired man found it impossible that even the grand mages of the magic tower could cast spells that alter results like this one did. Kong Tae-san extended his hand, ready to act. His complete nullification of the second attack activated. The man realizes his opponent is a monster. The man's complete nullification of the third attack has also activated, and he is shocked that his aura attacks are not working. Kong Tae-san unleashes a battle cry, wondering how strong an aura attack is as he prepares to strike. The aura attack lands, dealing 63 damage. Kong Tae-san notes that the damage isn't bad. The man has activated dodge, so the next attack will miss. He is told to test out whatever he wants, and he gasps in disbelief. The man is shocked, questioning what in the world Kong Tae-san is. Kong Tae-san responds to the man's question, stating that he is an agent. A surge of energy emanates from Kong Tae-san as he prepares for the next move. Kong Tae-san prepares another aura attack, thinking about this thing called aura. The man is surrounded by a green aura, exclaiming, "Cook, you bastard!" He wonders how a mere savage like Kong Tae-san can control attack spells like that. It appears Kong Tae-san can't change its shape or form, and there aren't any enhancements to his mind or body. The gray-haired man scoffs, dismissing the increase to his cutting force. He demands to know what the other has been mumbling about. Kong Tae-san considers the statement, thinking that most attacks should now connect. The protagonist calls out to Ghosty as the gray-haired man looks on in the background. Kong Tae-san wonders if he should also learn aura, remembering that there wasn't anything called aura in his world. The protagonist recalls that his world didn't have magic, aura, or monsters. He notes that it's rare for people to reach the lower floors, and even rarer to have aura. Kong Tae-san decides he could just ask the gray-haired man directly what he needs to do to learn aura. The gray-haired man's eyes widen in terror, swaying back and forth as he mutters that Kong Tae-san is a monster. Kong Tae-san thinks the gray-haired man has gone completely insane. He doesn't think he'll just simply tell him. Kong Tae-san considers the continuous trigger skill, proof of self. The merits he has obtained so far will materialize and encompass him. He activates the skill, wondering why it's a continuous trigger skill if it has an on and off switch. The gray-haired man watches as Kong Tae-san activates the skill. He continues to huff in fear. The gray-haired man stares up at a shadowy figure looming behind Kong Tae-san, and he cries out in terror. He coughed, the dark energy swirling around him, a visible manifestation of the proof of self skill. Kong Tae-san stared at the screen, frustration etched on his face. He thought, "I can't use this at all. So this is a skill that intimidates the opponent. How is this supposed to help me right now? How will I make him speak?" The gray-haired man trembled, his eyes wide with terror. Please ask me anything. I will answer everything," he begged. Lilith watched with amusement. "Ha ha, it's like he saw a terrifying hallucination or something," she giggled. Kong Tae-san narrowed his eyes, a plan forming. He thought, "I guess I can use it like this? Tell me everything. You know about aura." Aura, Hammond explains, is a technique only swordsmen can obtain, a shimmering power emanating from his blade. He elaborates that it appears as blue sparks, and it is said to turn white when brought to its extremes, a near-absolute cutting. Kong Tae-san wonders if he can only use it on swords, but Hammond clarifies that it can be used with any weapon. Hammond continues, stating that aura isn't freely usable, giving the example of his sword. He explains that one can only use it on a weapon they've trained with for most of their life, but as their level increases, they can use it more freely. Kong Tae-san asks what the usage costs are, wondering if it's basically about proficiency. Hammond replies that there are none, elaborating in the next panel. He clarifies that while there is a limit to how much aura one can use, there isn't a limit to how long they can use it. They just become a little tired. Kong Tae-san thinks it could be quite useful. Hammond states that it's a set learning method, the type of power that one comes to understand naturally. However, Hammond doesn't know, but sword masters who understand aura may know more. Kong Tae-san thinks he gets the gist of it, and asks if Hammond knows a method for him to learn it. He listened as the cloaked figure spoke, seemingly curious about everything. The figure then asked Kong Tae-san to kill him. The cloaked figure pleaded with him, asking not to be harassed any longer. All the figure wanted was to rest in peace. The cloaked figure relented, calling Kong Tae-san a great one. A blade pierced through the figure's chest. Meanwhile, Kong Tae-san sat by a campfire with Anesha, who was asked what her name was. She revealed herself as Anesha. Anesha was then asked who she was. She responded that if Kong Tae-san wanted to know her current role, it was his guard. Lilith told Tae-san that he couldn't say he received a request from the goddess of demons. She told him to make up a reasonable lie. Kong Tae-san recalled that a few years ago, a demon folk came to find the princess of the demon folk. They handed him some treasure and requested he protect him. Anesha asked who it was, but Kong Tae-san didn't even know. He only knew that he died as soon as he gave him the request. That aside, he asked if she knew. Kong Tae-san asked if she knew a safe place to be in this world. Anesha looked down, saying that such a place doesn't exist. No matter where she goes, the people of this world. She sat quietly by the fire as he spoke, Kong Tae-san stating that everyone tries to kill him. He decided it was time to move on. Kong Tae-san declared that they should find a place that was safer than their current location. They were ambushed in the forest. The enemies descended upon them, yelling as they approached Kong Tae-san and Anesha. A voice echoed, a plea for protection. It asked for help to protect their little lamb from the dangers that surrounded them. The goddess figure lamented the state of her little lamb. She asked for her to be brought to a safe place, away from the pain and persecution. The pair continued their journey through the forest. A voice wondered where in the world a safe place for them could possibly be. The forest was dark and foreboding, the trees looming over them like silent watchers in the night. Anesha prayed to the goddess of the demon folk, hoping for salvation and well-being. A voice noted that she was quite faithful in her devotion. Kong Tae-san gripped his sword, considering his options. He wondered if he should start training while they weren't moving. He focused his energy, trying to channel his power through the blade. Kong Tae-san realized that he couldn't get it to work just yet. Kong Tae-san stood alone in the forest, his sword held firmly in his grasp, ready for whatever may come their way. Meanwhile, inside a cave, Kong Tae-san asked how long someone had been watching them. A voice responded, stating it had been about 2 hours. The princess of the demon folk, Anesha, sits, hands clasped, as she is asked about her training. She explains to Kong Tae-san that she is trying to learn aura, even though he thought she already knew how to use it. Anesha clarifies that she comes from somewhere else. With a tap of her foot, Anesha reflects that she was unable to thank him for his help because things were so hectic. Anesha bows, declaring something in her name. Anesha expresses her gratitude to Kong Tae-san. Kong Tae-san assures her that it's fine since he's getting paid for this. He is alerted to the fact that they are here again. Elsewhere, a group wonders if that is where the princess of the demon folk is. One of the mages, Balmander, declares himself a mage of the Grand Magic Tower's Malbray School. One of the hunters states that he also has something to get from them, calling Kong Tae-san a dog protecting the princess and accusing him of being mannerless. The mages are following the orders of the god of light, Hammond. One of the mages declares that he must kill the princess of the demon folk, ordering the lowly swordsman to kneel before him. Anesha realizes that Hammond wishes to erase them altogether after an oracle was likely delivered. He calls them persistent. Anesha is told to hide in the cave. The mages descend upon them, blades of magic slicing through the air. The mages close in, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The mages are frustrated that their magic isn't working on the novice. They decide to spread out and use their spells at once. Kong Tae-san spins, a whirlwind of motion and magical energy. The air crackles with power as the mage's spells collide with his defense. Kong Tae-san scoffs at their efforts, activating Frost Arrow. He thinks they are weak. The mages are shocked that he used Frost Sphere without chanting. One of them cries out in pain. One of the mages is hit by the Frost Arrow and wonders what is happening. The mage screams as the frost takes hold, calling it quite grand. Kong Tae-san stands firm, declaring he must protect the princess. He activates Proof of Self, a surge of power emanating from him. Now he's all alone. The old mage, surrounded by purple energy, assures someone he won't kill them right away. He demands an explanation of what they call magic. For what the mage said before, chanting is compulsory in Vekwaseta. The most basic spells for searching the area can be learned starting there. Anesha and Kong Tae-san walk along a path. She asks if the mid-rank level is correct as they continue their journey. Kong Tae-san explains that Frost Sphere or Frost Arrow is a high-level spell belonging to a school specializing in ice. He expected as much, but there really isn't much. Anesha looks unwell, clutching her head. Kang Tae-san stands beside her, concerned about her condition. Anesha apologizes, saying she's just a bit dizzy. It may be because her life has been in danger for years, and she may be at her limit due to excessive tension. Kang Tae-san looks at Anesha with concern. He seems to have an idea to help her feel better. Kang Tae-san offers Anesha a potion. He tells her to drink this, hoping it will alleviate her dizziness. Anesha drinks the potion, gulping it down in hopes of feeling better. She trusts Kang Tae-san's judgment. Anesha, surrounded by a pink glow, asks Kang Tae-san what the potion is. She thanks him for giving her something so precious, as the health recovery potion works as expected. Kang Tae-san tells Anesha that it's not that precious, so she doesn't need to thank him so much. Anesha wonders if she even has something to repay him with. Later that night, Kang Tae-san offers Anesha steamed fish by a campfire. He admits he's tried adding this and that, but isn't sure if it came out all right, asking her to have some. The fish sizzled over the fire, its aroma filling the air. It was a welcome treat after a long day. She reminisced about simpler times. Anesha recalled when sharing food with others brought her joy, before the world changed. Kang Tae-san listened intently. He learned that it had not even been a century since Hammond became a god. The world once had many gods, each region believing in a different one. But then, a god was born into their world. And that god was Hammond. His rise to power was swift and absolute, changing the very fabric of their reality. Kang Tae-san considered this information. Lilith watched on, as he pondered the implications of a god who wasn't even a century old. Lilith wondered if something came to mind. She mentioned that all gods who were gods from birth disappeared. The current gods are all mortals who became transcendents. The world shifted, and the old order faded away. Hammond was a mortal 100 years ago. These things called gods are obsessed over what is theirs. As a result, Hammond completely became the god of Equiseta. He ordered the annihilation of the demon folk. Kang Tae-san knew that if he did that, the goddess of demons would not leave him be. Lucifer asked him to come to this world, so she cannot interfere with him. Kang Tae-san understood the situation. The weight of the past settled upon him as he considered the future. He knew what he had to do, stop Hammond, and protect Anesha, the demon folk. The demon folk princess knelt by the fire, unaware of the danger looming. Kang Tae-san's eyes glowed with determination. Once he achieved his quest, he could finally learn about the existences trying to bring Earth to ruin. Meanwhile, a group of armored soldiers stood on a cliff overlooking a town. One soldier remarked on the presence of even a high-rank mage. The soldiers marched forward, their mission clear: kill the princess of the demon folk. The sound of clanking armor echoed. Kang Tae-san, deep in thought, noted the arrival of a large number of them. Elsewhere, the soldiers approached a cliff edge. One of them looked down, questioning what was happening. The soldiers were identified as the abandoned princess's guard. The sound of their approach grew louder. The leader of the soldiers declared their objective was the princess, stating they had no wish to fight. Following the will of the god of light, Hammond, they would kill the princess of the demon folk. One soldier refused, stating he also had a reason to protect the princess. Kang Tae-san listened, knowing he would also have to start spreading rumors about himself. The figure on the cliff calls out, ensuring everyone has gathered. The more present, the better, he believes. Kang Tae-san looks up, a smirk playing on his lips. What in the world are they plotting? He challenges them all to come and fight him. A figure clad in dark armor stands firm, confident in their own abilities. Handling everything alone is much more comfortable, they think. The scene fades to a dark background, illuminated by faint blue lights, hinting at the power that is about to be unleashed. A distant figure calls the protagonist a bastard, prompting another to question what was just said. One armored figure scoffs at the insult, while the red-haired woman questions if he's trying to spread his name by acting like a hero. Kang Tae-san leaps forward, telling them to all come at him together, as it's easier that way. His hand glows with power as he activates Frost Arrow, preparing for the coming onslaught. Kang Tae-san smirks, stating that he just wants to test something out as the Frost Arrow materializes. The armored figure stutters, recognizing the incoming Frost Sphere, a technique he clearly fears. The battlefield stretches out before them, the air crackling with anticipation of the coming clash. The red-haired woman shouts that the bastard should be in the middle of a chant, ordering an attack. Another armored figure charges forward, yelling that Hammond should take this attack. The figure with the staff is shocked as his complete nullification of the first attack activates, leaving him in disbelief. The assembled enemies are stunned as Kang Tae-san stands unharmed, the nullification having worked perfectly. He had been struck by the spear, but the enemies were not relenting. Kang Tae-san's allies were being commanded to attack. The hero activated Frost Arrow, summoning a barrage of icy projectiles. They sliced through the air, aimed at the advancing enemies. One of the enemies dashed forward, believing their attacks were finally working. They thought victory was at hand. Kang Tae-san activated complete nullification of his second attack. He blocked the enemy's strike with ease, the Frost Arrow ability still active. The protagonist then activated complete nullification of his third attack. As expected, if it wasn't aura, it was meaningless. The enemy reeled from the force of the nullification. They were sent flying backward, defeated by the hero's power. Dozens of frost spheres materialized in the open area. The protagonist wondered what they were. Kong Tae-san observed the spheres, realizing the advantage of the open space. He knew this was why open areas are good. It was possible to conduct these sorts of experiments in this location. The frost spheres floated in the air. Kong Tae-san raised his hand, activating Ice Shard. A cracking sound echoed as the power manifested. The pieces of ice began gathering around the sphere. The enemies watched in fear as the power intensified. He activated magic acceleration, enhancing his abilities. The protagonist prepared for the next phase of the experiment. A massive crash echoes as a sphere of ice explodes outward. He cries out, wondering what is happening around him. An old man with a beard shouts in pain as several people lie on the ground around him. The landscape stretches out before them, silent and still. The old man shivers, realizing what this is like. The old man sees that a dragon just swept through, freezing people in ice. The old man notes that the preparation stage is long, but it's still usable as a figure in black steps forward. He wonders if he's going to continue. The old man shouts for someone to run away, to save themselves. It's a monster. The dog protecting the demon folk's princess is the avatar of a dragon. Someone asks Mr. Tae-san if he will be alright. He wondered why he wouldn't be alright. Anesha stated that the mages would spread information about him everywhere, especially since she was a traitor. A foot slipped on the path. Anesha thought to herself that it was enough, and it was about what she... Kong Tae-san asked what she was doing. He had been quite disappointed up until now, but if it was that much... They continued along the path, their footsteps echoing through the forest. The journey continued, step by step. A small, red spirit declared that the rumors about Tae-san must have spread beautifully, just as he planned. The group continued their trek through the forest, the path winding ahead of them. The word step was written on the path. Anesha's eyes widened in alarm, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. She realized that those people were sword masters. Two figures stood their ground, one with blonde hair and the other with blue. One of them said that they worked so hard to get to this backwater place, but there were only two of them. Four figures stood ready, their swords gleaming in the light. One of them asked if she was the demon folk princess and if he was her guard dog. Anesha gripped Kong Tae-san's arm, telling him that they needed to run and couldn't face those people. She said that they were the strongest swordsmen with aura, not to mention there were four of them. Anesha looked up, terrified. No matter how strong they were, this was... Kong Tae-san told her to take a quick nap. He held her close. Still cradling the unconscious Anesha, the air crackled with anticipation of the coming battle. He watched as one of the sword masters addressed him, confident in their victory. Kong Tae-san, ever mindful of Anesha's delicate state, hoped they wouldn't wake her with their screams. One of the sword masters dismissed Kong Tae-san as young. The red-haired sword master scoffed, believing four of them were more than enough to handle the young man. The sword masters confirmed their orders came directly from God, to kill the demon folk's princess and her guard dog. The armored sword master questioned Kong Tae-san's bravery in protecting the princess. The red-haired sword master prepared to strike, a shimmering light emanating from his blade. The sword master with red hair had heard the rumors that Kong Tae-san could erase attacks. Kong Tae-san's eyes narrowed, the violet depths reflecting the intensity of the impending clash. The red-haired sword master summoned multiple swords, each glowing with ethereal energy. The sword masters declared they would deal with Kong Tae-san themselves, wondering how many times he could erase their attacks. The sound of a blade cutting through the air echoed through the battlefield. Kong Tae-san's complete nullification of the first attack activated, followed by the second. The complete nullification of the third attack activated as the swordsman lunged forward. The swordsman's attack landed, dealing a mere 52 damage to Kong Tae-san. The swordsman noted that the damage wasn't significantly different from a sword wrapped in aura. The swordsman challenged Kong Tae-san to show his strength, just like when he annihilated those mages. The swordsman wondered if the magic was over after just 3 uses as the blades clashed. The swordsman questioned what Kong Tae-san would do next, noting his swordsmanship skills weren't too different from a 24th floor adventurer's. Kong Tae-san considered using magic, believing he should be able to knock him out even more easily. The sounds of impact echoed as the swordsman continued his assault. He considered the nature of his opponent's attacks, realizing it was more skill than swordsmanship. The enemy swordsman continued his assault, blades flashing in the bright light. The clash of steel echoed as the swords met with a resounding clang. The swordsman pressed his attack, each strike carrying immense force. The enemy swordsman's allies watched, wondering if he was not a mage after all. Kong Tae-san considered increasing his aura's strength until it could take shape, increasing his attack power. He smirked, thinking the situation was not too bad. The enemy swordsman's ally was shocked as a system message appeared. You have activated acceleration. The swordsman's swordsmanship was quite lacking compared to Kong Tae-san's aura. Kang Taesan activated acceleration, a surge of power coursing through him. The enemy's swordsman, in disbelief, questioned where Kang Taesan came from and why he was protecting the demon folk. He responded, stating he came from the labyrinth after receiving a. He pauses, a request hanging in the air, but his thoughts are interrupted. Suddenly, a man with red hair unleashes a beam of energy toward him. With a burst of speed, Kang Taesan draws his sword, the blade singing through the air. The man with red hair reels from the attack as Kang Taesan's spiritual increase activates. Kang Taesan obtains a continuous trigger skill qualification, proof of the sword, as his spiritual power surges. The red-haired man glances down at his assembled forces, a silent assessment passing between them. One of the soldiers observes that he's much stronger than them, a grim acknowledgement of the power disparity. Kang Taesan's expression hardens, a promise of no mercy etched on his face. Don't regret. The sound of steel echoes as he continues drawing that sword, ready for the next attack. Explosions erupt as the battle intensifies, the air filled with the sounds of clashing forces. He grits his teeth, feeling the sting of the fight, each movement a struggle against the mounting pressure. Kang Taesan stands amidst the aftermath, acknowledging that they wore him out, his protective shield weakened. His opponent, overwhelmed by the protagonist's power, could only call him a monster. The blonde-haired enemy, realizing the battle's futility, raised his hands in surrender, his kingdom on the brink. He wished to live, even if it meant submitting to the protagonist's mercy, promising to do as he was told. The enemy commander, despite his surrender, ordered his remaining forces to clean up the area, moving the bodies to a visible spot. The scene was horrible, bodies strewn across the ground, a testament to the fierce battle that had just taken place. The blonde-haired enemy, though defeated, still marveled at how absurdly strong his opponent was. The sound of something heavy falling echoed through the area. Meanwhile, someone finally found her, the princess. The light faded, focusing on the figure. Elsewhere, someone wondered where Sir Kang Taesan had gone. Anesha, the princess with horns, slowly awoke, her eyes fluttering open. The figure who was looking for Kang Taesan was surprised, having taken care of some business. He listened as the blonde knight spoke of corpses. Anesha nestled close. The knight wondered aloud what was wrong. The knight gave a whistle, seemingly pleased by the reunion. It was nice to see them, he thought. The knight gripped his sword, recognizing the woman before him. Atria, he exclaimed, long time no see, princess. The blonde knight raised his hands in a gesture of peace. He assured Atria that he wasn't there to capture her, so she shouldn't worry. The knight's expression softened, a hint of resignation in his eyes. He admitted, I'm the loser here. The protagonist stood beside Anesha, who was asked if she knew the knight. Her expression was unreadable. Anesha confirmed that she knew the knight. She explained that when her father was alive, he would occasionally visit, implying that Atria came to try and capture her. The knight conceded that capturing her was the case, but he lost. As the loser, he had no intention of picking a fight again, so she shouldn't worry. The knight waved, a friendly gesture despite the circumstances. Anesha watched him with a wary expression. The protagonist was told that for someone following a god's orders, he was so unenthusiastic. His expression remained stoic. The knight admitted that Hammond may be the main god, but he didn't particularly believe in him. More importantly, there must be a reason why he was let live, and he'd like to ask why. He looked at the knight, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. The protagonist stated that the knight understood him well. He admits that he is someone who is very curious about aura. The blonde-haired character states that at Kang Taesan's level, he should have already learned to use aura. The blonde-haired character asks if he is saying that he hasn't. Kang Taesan replies that he came from somewhere else, after all. The blonde-haired character wonders if he could be referring to the labyrinth said to have been created by an archmage. The blonde-haired character asks if Kang Taesan knows of it. He thinks to himself that although it's just something he heard, he might not be able to learn it. The blonde-haired character asks why not. They say that aura is a power directly granted by the god of swords. He chooses a world he fancies and grants that power to that place. This also means citizens of worlds he hasn't chosen cannot learn it without his permission. The god of swords' power is absolute. Kang Taesan considers the god of swords, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the implications of this information. The blonde-haired character apologizes, stating that Kang Taesan most likely won't be able to learn aura. Kang Taesan remains silent, his eyes glowing with determination. Kang Taesan declares that he will be able to, stating that he's earned the right. His eyes shine with resolve. The sun rises, painting the sky with hues of orange and blue. A sudden gust of wind rushes through the trees, carrying unseen energy. Someone watches from afar, observing the landscape. Kang Taesan grips his sword, lost in thought about what he needs to do. The blonde-haired man asks what he should do now, as Anesha stands nearby. The blonde-haired man states that his business is complete, and he can go back, wondering if he can remain by their side. The blonde-haired man expresses his curiosity, wanting to see if Kong Tae-san will really learn aura. Kong Tae-san assures him that he can make an oath not to do anything to the princess, and Anesha is fine with it as long as he is. Since his oath doesn't matter, Kong Tae-san decides to do something else. The blonde-haired man feels something in his heart. A system message appears, stating that Kong Tae-san has requested a contract with Atria, and Atria cannot make any dangerous moves against Kong Tae-san and Anesha. Kong Tae-san and Anesha stand together, as the blonde-haired man wonders if this is also the power of the labyrinth. The screen flashed, indicating the contract was accepted. The blonde-haired man watched with a hint of amusement. Elsewhere, the protagonist swung his blade, the air shimmering with each precise movement. Kong Tae-san continued his rigorous training, his movements becoming faster and more fluid with each swing. The blonde-haired man watched Kong Tae-san's training, impressed by his dedication. It had been 3 days of constant sword practice. The protagonist paused, wondering why no one had come looking for him yet. The princess was informed that 8 sword masters existed in this world, and 4 had been sent after her, but she had defeated them all. The princess wondered if anyone would be crazy enough to look for her after that. She wondered if she should continue training. The princess noticed figures approaching in the distance, their forms obscured by the light. Meanwhile, the princess was greeted by figures who addressed her as such, their voices filled with reverence. The men in cloaks bowed deeply, their faces obscured by shadows as they greeted her highness. The princess looked up in surprise, recognizing the figure before her. "Haberneck, you're alive," she exclaimed. Haberneck explained that he barely escaped when the castle went up in flames, his expression grim. He apologized, explaining that they had abandoned her to survive. The princess embraced him, relieved that he was alive. Tears streamed down her face as she expressed her relief. She was not the only one left. Kong Tae-san looked away, Atria standing behind him. Anesha floated above, observing the reunion. Someone suggested that they should give them some privacy, allowing the reunited pair a moment alone. Meanwhile, aura crackled, energy coalescing into visible strands. The air thrummed with latent power. Kong Tae-san ran, the aura surrounding him like a shroud of pure energy, enhancing his speed and agility. He focused, pushing himself to the limit. Was this the true extent of his capabilities? He knew he should work on the rest while he was moving, pushing himself to multitask and improve his control. He thought about how he could start using aura, visualizing the flow of energy within his body. Elsewhere, the blonde-haired man mused that Kong Tae-san had gotten a feeling for aura in just 4 days, an impressive feat. He wondered if it was the power of the labyrinth that allowed him to progress so quickly, a source of immense potential. The more the blonde-haired man saw it, the more impressive it was, a testament to the labyrinth's influence. The night sky hung vast and silent over the departing group. Anesha expressed her gratitude. She thanked them for protecting her while risking their lives. Haberneck added his thanks. He confirmed that the princess would return to their lands. Anesha addressed Atria, confirming that if he was going, she should go too. Haberneck voiced his concern about bringing an outsider to a secret place. The princess reassured them. She stated that Kong Tae-san was someone who protected her and would be nice to them as well. Haberneck considered the princess's words, his expression unreadable. Anesha looked toward Atria, who stood with his arms crossed, a sword strapped to his back. Atria remarked that Kong Tae-san seemed to have already gotten a sense for aura. He stated that he should be on his way, then bid them goodbye. Haberneck presented Anesha with a small, glowing blue object. Haberneck explained that it was an accessory made from a dragon's claw. He added that if Kong Tae-san had this, he could hide from a god's gaze. Elsewhere, the group continued their journey through the mountainous terrain. He continued swinging the sword, a persistent aura crackling around the blade. The floating companion watched with curiosity. Even with proof of the sword skill, he didn't think he could actually learn aura. While there's no consumption cost, there's an exact limit. Trigger skill, aura proficiency is at 1%. A reward given to those who've received proof of the sword. As you're still inexperienced, you cannot wield it properly. Haberneck watched Kong Tae-san, a concerned expression on his face. The floating companion looked on. He planned to tell them later, thinking the shock would be too great. Atria stood beside Haberneck, watching Tae-san. Elsewhere, over there, on a mountain covered in autumn leaves, the group had arrived at their destination. A dragon resides. A dragon lives on this mountain? Kong Tae-san looked up, his expression unreadable as he gazed at the mountain. A voice echoed, "Welcome, I greet you all." The adventurer heard the voice, realizing it seemed only he could hear it. Who has stepped into these lands, following the will of the demon goddess? Meanwhile, the group made their way down the village path. An old man with a brown robe opened his arms, declaring this was the village they had been residing in. He looked over the village, noting that many people had died or left, leaving only about 50 still living. The village was small but still standing. The old man smiled, saying that though it may be shabby, they would provide the best lodging for the duration of their stay. He greeted the horned woman as princess. The horned woman looked down at the boxes she was carrying, seemingly unfazed by the greeting. The villagers welcomed the princess. She responded, acknowledging the group with her. The villagers expressed their joy at the group's arrival. Kang Tae-san walked with the group, listening to the villagers' welcome. The horned woman's eyes widened, a gasp escaping her lips. She exclaimed that they were all alive. Kang Tae-san, however, seemed lost in thought, a serious expression on his face. The woman with horns declared that she would introduce him, stating that he was the one who brought her here. Atria, the small companion, stood beside them. The woman's words seemed to catch Kang Tae-san off guard. He looked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he heard his name. Mr. Tae-san? Meanwhile, figures moved through the village, their forms obscured by distance and shadow. The village itself seemed quiet, almost deserted. A chasm opened before them, a dark abyss descending into the depths below. Atria questioned if it was all right to rush in recklessly like this. The village was now a distant memory behind them. Kang Tae-san descended into the chasm. Atria, floating nearby, could feel an incredible strength emanating from below. Kang Tae-san's expression hardened. He thought to himself that whatever was down there was indifferent to the demon folk, so he doubted it would attack him. Kang Tae-san continued his descent, his sword strapped to his side. He moved with purpose, his eyes fixed on the darkness ahead. The descent continued, the air growing heavy with anticipation. The unknown awaited them below. The tunnel narrowed, the walls closing in around them. The path ahead was shrouded in shadow. Atria noted that the strength wasn't too far off from a god's. Kang Tae-san realized that this was the place they were looking for. The energy radiating from below felt immense. Even 100 of him wouldn't be enough to fight it. Atria floated beside him, her expression unreadable. They had come this far, following the demon goddess's will. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the chasm. They had encountered the golden dragon, Valbanirs. The dragon loomed, its massive form radiating power. Atria watched it warily. You wouldn't be trying to kill me, following the god's will, right? Kang Tae-san's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed. He was ready to fight if necessary, but something fell off. The dragon's gaze intensified. It seemed to be assessing them, trying to understand their intentions. Valbanirs continued, stating that its actions had nothing to do with the gods. Moreover, they will not lay their hands on the demon goddess's children who've taken up residence on my lands. The dragon's words hung in the air. My reason for calling you here is simply to resolve my final bit of curiosity, Valbanirs explained. The dragon's form shifted, becoming more ethereal. It declared itself the dragon who protects the land. The dragon continued, explaining that it was an existence bound to Vequiseta. That's why I was always curious about the place made by an archimage, where the great gods and goddesses reside. The dragon's massive claws pointed towards a dark opening. The Great Labyrinth, it announced, its voice echoing with ancient power. Kang Tae-san paused, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Wait, what do you mean by final? Enraged, the young demon goddess bides her time, waiting for the opportune moment. Valbanir speaks of this world's Hammon, who seeks to kill her people, and how this world will be shattered by the demon goddess's hands. She bides her time only because some of her people are still alive, clinging to hope. Atria listens intently, knowing that once they've been saved, this world will also meet its end. Valbanirs acknowledges that the adventurer, Kang Tae-san, has resolved his curiosity, and that he happens to be the first mortal he's met. So, Kang Tae-san prepares himself for what is to come, bracing for the unknown. Valbanirs offers a small present, stating that if there is someone who can refine it, it will be of great help. Then, this is farewell, Valbanirs says, adding that this will likely be their first and final meeting. Valbanirs declares that he must now go and prepare, his form radiating power. Kang Tae-san wonders if he should prepare, his expression a mix of determination and concern. Valbanirs towers over them, declaring his final struggle as he prepares to depart. The air crackles with energy as Valbanirs vanishes, leaving Kang Tae-san and Atria to contemplate his words. A young woman with horns called out to Kang Tae-san. Atria questioned where he had gone, thinking he'd left without a word. Kang Tae-san explained that he just had someone he needed to meet with briefly. The horned girl questioned if that was so, adding that she also thought he'd left the village. He assured them he would tell them when he left. A man with horns wondered if they would be residing there for a while. Kang Tae-san thought to himself that if this place were safe for Anesha, the quest would have ended already, replying, most likely yes. The horned man thought to himself that he couldn't leave yet. The horned man stated that he shall prepare a room for them. Then, the horned man looked on with a sinister smile. The village was quiet, the buildings simple but sturdy against the elements. A knock echoed through the room, and Anesha's voice called out from the other side of the door. The door slid open, revealing Anesha holding a bottle, her expression curious. Anesha offered them a drink, inviting them to come in, her tone casual and welcoming. The protagonist questioned the wine, his gaze fixed on the bottle in Anesha's hand. Anesha explained that she had begged Habernack for the bottle, and that it was made in this village after much trial and error. Anesha poured the wine into cups, offering it to them with a simple, sure. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. A poison check was running, and it failed. He was now poisoned. He wondered if it was ordinary wine for the demon folk, and if the poison would only affect humans. Anesha thanked Kong Tae-san again, expressing her gratitude for reuniting her with her kin. She felt indebted, even though he said he had received adequate compensation. Therefore, Anesha offered Kong Tae-san a place to live, but he told her not to say something silly like that. A voice declared that someone must leave, and another will live here. They should stay safe and find someone who makes them happy. Kong Tae-san stated that would be the best reward he could receive. Anesha asked if he was returning to the labyrinth. Inside a simple building, Kong Tae-san confirmed that the labyrinth was the only place he could go. A small, winged creature floated nearby. Footsteps echoed as he walked away, his destination unknown but seemingly resolute. The protective armor glinted faintly, reflecting the ambient light as he continued on his path. Beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient tree, Kong Tae-san stood, the weight of his quest heavy on his shoulders. The floating creature declared that Kong Tae-san was quite the softy, but he told it to shut up. It seemed like he was poisoned earlier, but he stated that there was no problem as he looked at his stats. He noted that his protective shield had been reduced by 150, his expression unreadable. The screen showed that the quest still hadn't ended, meaning this place wasn't safe either, he realized. A subtle shift in the air, a prickling sensation on his skin, alerted him to something amiss. He sensed a strange energy, a palpable force that sent shivers down his spine. He sensed something approaching, a dangerous energy converging on his location. Tae-san knew there was no way this would end well. A blinding light streaked toward him, crackling with raw power. The air itself seemed to vibrate with anticipation. The force slammed into him, sending Kong Tae-san flying. The impact resonated through his armor. Golden rings of energy crackled around the figure, a sign of immense power. The air shimmered with heat. The attack pulverized the ground where he once stood. Debris rained down as the dust cloud billowed. Kong Tae-san activated Backlash, a surge of energy coursing through him. He prepared to retaliate. His expression hardened, a grim determination etched on his face. He was sure the opponent was strong. A towering figure descended from the heavens, wings of light illuminating the battlefield. The angel radiated divine power. Kong Tae-san gazed up at the imposing figure, his hand gripping his sword. The angel's presence was overwhelming. He had encountered Hammond's angel. The system message confirmed his fears. This would be a difficult fight. The opponent is a very difficult enemy. The angel's gaze was cold and calculating, assessing his strength. Tae-san steeled himself, his eyes narrowed. He knew this fight would test him to his limits. Fine. He stood firm, blade humming with power. Kong Tae-san issued a bold invitation to his foe. Well then, come and get me. A lone figure walks down a deserted street, the buildings casting long shadows in the dim light. A voice calls out to the figure. Mr. Tae-san is mentioned, but he can't stay here, right? The man with horn states that the princess is here. The princess wonders what everyone is doing here, as they respond that they were waiting for her. The man with horn states that they have something to ask her, and wonders if he drank all of the wine. Someone confirms that he did drink a bit, while others express relief, stating that they are now saved. The group looks on in shock, wondering what everyone means. A sudden explosion rocks the area, as someone yells for everyone to run away. The princess looks on in shock, realizing it's Hammond's hunter, and that they should call Mr. Tae-san. The princess is confused, as she starts laughing maniacally. It had only been a day since they notified Hammond's angel. Habernack mused, his expression thoughtful. The villagers confronted the princess, their voices laced with desperation. They asked if she had forsaken the goddess of demon folk. The villagers confessed, Princess, we're tired, their faces etched with exhaustion and disappointment. They recalled offering everything to the demon goddess, but receiving not even a single word of comfort in return. The princess remained silent, her expression unreadable as she listened to their grievances. The villagers lamented the state of their village, a mere shadow of their glorious kingdom, barely able to keep out the rain. Habernack's face contorted in anger as he questioned if they thought Hammond would leave them all be. The princess, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and resignation, whispered that in the end, he'll kill them all. Habernack declared that they would no longer be demon folk, his voice filled with a grim determination. He asked if they didn't already know that once they released what was inside of them, they could no longer be called demon folk. The villagers apologized to the princess, their faces filled with sorrow and regret. The princess, her expression a mix of sadness and acceptance, seemed resigned to their fate. The goddess of the demon folk was mentioned as blue shards floated in the darkness. A blinding pillar of light erupted from the ground, illuminating the battlefield. The angel and Kong Tae-san faced each other, the tension palpable between them. Hammond's angel's complete nullification of the first attack had been activated. The complete nullification of the second attack had also been activated against the angel. Kong Taesan's complete nullification of the third attack activated, dealing 5 damage to the angel. The hunter's expression hardened, a storm brewing within him. Then his craving for battle activated, along with his contempt for the strong. Several buffs and bonus skills activated, making someone difficult to defeat as Impartial Duel was activated. He activated Sword of the Scarring Storm. First sword, Wolf Fang. With this much, there should be a decent amount of damage inflicted upon the angel. He readied the Sword of the Scarring Storm, Wolf Fang, its blue light reflecting in his eyes. The attack landed, but the word stung. 0 damage to Hammond's angel. He thought that was a Wolf Fang attack buffed with strengthening skills, yet there was no damage. It seemed he'd have a tough time. The chibi character warned, Tae-san, watch out. Something's coming. Hammond's angel glowed with golden light, preparing to strike back against Kong Tae-san. The attack connected, dealing damage to Tae-san, forcing him to reassess his strategy. He cursed, thinking this damned bastard. Then, he resolved to test things out. Kong Tae-san activated acceleration, preparing to move faster than before. He struck again, dealing a mere 59 damage to Hammond's angel. Kong Tae-san continued his assault, purple energy crackling around him as he fought Hammond's angel. He thought, good, with this I'm certain. Aura had a defense penetration effect. Hammond's angel stared down at Kong Tae-san, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. He faced Hammond's angel, the divine figure looming above him. Kong Tae-san moved with blinding speed, a blur against the battlefield. He clicked his tongue, the sound echoing as he prepared his next move. Elsewhere, Hammond's angel watched, his expression cold and calculating. The protagonist noted the angel's strength, assessing the situation carefully. Hammond's angel resolved to ensure Kong Taesan's demise, his eyes narrowed. The protagonist continued his assault, a whirlwind of motion and steel. A massive explosion rocked the battlefield, shaking the very ground. Trapped within a golden barrier, Kong Taesan found the situation annoying. He activated Forced Battle, enhancing his combat prowess further. Activating Air Leap, Kong Taesan launched himself toward Hammond's angel, who declared he couldn't be beaten. With Power Strike now active, the protagonist prepared to deliver a devastating blow. The demon girl pleads for protection, wanting to keep her little lamb safe. Consecutive attacks have been activated, enhancing her abilities. Hammond's angel commands someone to save her, as the attack inflicts 113 damage. The angel seems to be struggling. A figure declares they will be going and demands others move aside. The figure seems determined to intervene. Levels increase, signifying a surge in power and abilities. The battle's tide may be turning. Victory against the gods' emissary grants a continuous trigger skill, antitheism. Spiritual strength increases and divine power is obtained. A surge of purple energy erupts, a visual representation of the power unleashed in the recent conflict. The demon girl cries out in distress, calling for Mr. Tae-san. She is clearly in a state of panic and fear. A figure declares that it's over, believing no mortal can defeat a god's emissary. The group seems confident in their assessment. A disembodied voice states that the princess will have to become their tribute. A sacrifice is being demanded. The demon girl begs to be let go, pleading for salvation from the goddess of demon folk. She is desperate and terrified. The demon girl wonders if the goddess of demon folk will answer her prayers. Hope dwindles as her situation worsens. A voice questions whether they will really abandon her, demanding the release of the hand holding her captive. Tears stream down her face. The horned figure faces Kong Tae-san, who is being addressed by name from below. The demon girl's hand is held, a sign of connection amidst the chaos. The horned figure looks on in disbelief. He questions how they arrived. A voice wonders if the goddess's emissary is lost. Another voice confirms their presence. Kong Tae-san stands with the group as they question whether to continue living as if nothing happened. The price for betraying the demon goddess will be heavy. A purple cloak is shown, followed by a view of the group, their intentions unclear. Tears stream down the horned figure's face. He laments that help didn't arrive sooner. The demon girl looks up, fear etched on her face. She demands to know what they are doing. Swords are raised high above the demon girl, ready to strike. The horned figure apologizes to the princess as the demon girl's eye reflects her terror. Visual effects indicate a powerful impact, screams of pain echoing. She kneels on the ground, her cries of anguish filling the air as she despairs. Anesha, surrounded by the fallen, wonders what has happened here. She mourns the loss of Habernack and her people. Kneeling, Anesha is addressed by an unseen figure. They ask if she still believes in her goddess. Tears stream down Anesha's face as she affirms her faith. Kong Tae-san watches from afar, a concerned expression on his face. A close-up shows Anesha's tearful face, her faith unwavering despite the devastation around her. Anesha declares that she still believes in her goddess, her voice filled with conviction. She trusts that her goddess is watching over her and listening to her pleas, even in this dark hour. From his vantage point, Kong Tae-san hears Anesha's words. He senses a strange energy emanating from the area. Kong Tae-san wonders if the demon goddess is directly descending, sensing the immense power in the air. A powerful entity descends, calling Anesha my child, as it reaches out to her, tears welling in her eyes. Anesha is embraced by the descending entity, who apologizes to her. Kong Tae-san watches as the goddess descends, and Anesha expresses her gratitude, a soft thank you escaping her lips. Tears streamed down the demon god's face as she questioned if she was a demon or a god. A silent thank you echoed in her mind, a child's gratitude. Even when everyone fell into despair and abandoned her, she remembered that one never lost faith. The demon god embraced the one who stayed by her side. The demon god wondered if he knew how much his faith meant to her until the very end. Kong Tae-san walked towards the setting sun, his silhouette stark against the horizon. A grateful god, he thought, was what he was for. Kong Tae-san couldn't believe a god herself had descended to this place, a small companion fluttering nearby. The demon god, tears still flowing, wondered what would happen to those who turned their backs on her. None of them, she vowed, would be able to return to her. Whether it be their souls or their bodies, there would be nothing left of them. If they can't return to the demon god, it's the same as being banished forever. The demon god kneeled, asking if he knew how. Her glorious demon god. Would he at least accept their souls back into his embrace? All right, my child, she thought. The demon god's expression hardened. Then, let's go now, she resolved, her eyes gleaming with determination. The demon god held a dark orb in her hand, ready to unleash its power. Her resolve was unwavering as she prepared to face those who had betrayed her. Kong Tae-san watched, amazed by the display of power. Wow, that was amazing, he thought, witnessing the demon god transformation. The small creature looked on, its expression unreadable. The demon god's power surged, ready to be unleashed upon her enemies. They stood together, the demon god's power swirling around them, a promise of things to come. The demon god's palace loomed, a testament to her power and a place of dark beauty. Kong Tae-san stood tall, a notification appearing before him. Subquest completed. Anesha pondered, wondering where exactly would be a safe place for Princess Ansha. The safest place for the demon clan, she thought, was definitely beside the demon god. Kong Tae-san had successfully completed the quest, the demon god's words echoing in his mind. He wondered if this was what she had been aiming for from the start, and if she could have descended earlier. Anesha revealed that she was aiming for the right timing, a plan unfolding. She knew there was only one person left who still believed in her, so she didn't need to worry about the consequences. Thanks to that, everything ended well, Kong Tae-san thought, wondering if it was over now. The demon god stated that he did a very good job, to the point where he was more than impressive. A voice declared that he was going to show something exciting. The protagonist fell through space, accompanied by a small, red-hooded figure. The figure questioned their location. The universe? Kong Tae-san urged someone to look over there. It was Begwasita, a world where nothing of his remained. The protagonist and the red-hooded figure gazed at a planet. A figure with long black hair stood upon it. The figure with long black hair, holding a glowing orb, asked if that meant she could do whatever she wanted. She questioned Hammond. The red-hooded figure muttered in confusion. It realized that demon energy was covering the planet. The planet was being consumed by dark energy. An old man with a white beard declared that this world was his. The old man's face contorted as he repeated that it was his. The figure with long black hair stated that he was right. It was all his now. The figure with long black hair told him that since it was his, he should just die along with it. The red-hooded figure cried out in protest. A fist clenched, ready to strike. The old man roared, his face a mask of fury. A vortex of dark energy swirled, a chaotic and ominous sign. The demon expresses relief that it is all over now, her hand outstretched. The star had died, its light extinguished in the vast expanse of space. The darkness consumed everything, leaving only emptiness in its wake. He thought she was literally a monster, wondering if he even needed to call her in the first place. A voice echoed, stating that if that world was destroyed, her possessions wouldn't have been able to return. The protagonist walked down a long corridor, his destination unknown. Anesha sat on her throne, stating that her desires would have been lost, not wanting that to happen. Kong Tae-san asked if her possessions were Anesha, his expression unreadable. The demon stated that he was right, and, thanks to him, she was able to get her back safely. Anesha expressed that she was grateful. Even after she was abandoned by everyone and suffered so much, she never lost her faith in him. She told him that he saved her, and that he was not bad. Since Kong Tae-san completed her quest satisfactorily, she would express her gratitude and give him his reward, demon energy. He acquired the black magic, a surge of power flowing through him. Anesha watched, surprised. What? How can a human acquire the black magic? Impossible. The fairy instructed him to check his status window, revealing increased stats and demon energy. Anesha mused, wondering if that was all she should give him. So, this is a bonus for you. He obtained the specially activated skill, Extortion, feeling a new power awaken within him. Anesha explained that his demon energy would gradually increase each time he killed an enemy. You probably have a similar skill to that, right? The text box explained that if he prayed to her, he would be able to learn the black magic. Anesha stated that it wasn't free, just like what he did to the magic god. He also had to offer something to her. The fairy thought it would be even better if it was something related to demons, since she was in a good mood. Anesha declared that since she was in a good mood, she would give him some other bonuses. He obtained the title and acquired beginner-level black magic. He wondered about the vegetation of Decorabia. That was the skill he used. Anesha sat on her throne, a sinister smile playing on her lips. The existence that destroyed your world. He listened intently, absorbing the gravity of Anesha's previous statement. The weight of her words hung heavy in the air. They were innate, transcendental beings now referred to as Goshin. Their forms were chaotic and immense. Long ago, all the gods in the world were Goshin. They took their place and sealed them away, a fate she shared. Chains bound a monstrous form, a testament to the power needed to contain such entities. The protagonist questioned how they ended up trampling on their world. Anesha's expression remained stoic, her gaze unwavering. She corrected him, stating it wasn't just their world they trampled on. The destruction spanned across time and space. 12 years. That's how long it took for 258 stars to fall into destruction because of them. They destroyed everything enthusiastically. Kong Taesan's expression shifted, a hint of concern etched on his face as he absorbed the magnitude of the Goshin's destructive power. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure stood in a dimly lit corridor, pondering the reasons behind the Goshin's actions. Did he need to bother with their reason? Anesha stated that they have one thing in mind. They know that they hate them, and they settled down in the maze. Then adventurers from each world entered the maze, their vehicles a stark contrast to the ancient power that dwelled within. The landscape of the maze loomed, a place that has the possibility to trample on all the worlds. The stakes were higher than ever. He wondered about entering the maze, his expression a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Anesha stated that it was just her guess, and he would never know the exact reason unless he met them and asked them directly. Kong Taesan listened intently, considering Anesha's words. That was most likely the reason, she said. He had one more thing he was curious about, his gaze unwavering. Anesha stated that was all she could say, and she couldn't tell him anything more than that. He was still not qualified enough. The spirit seemed to be giving him a bonus for telling him this far, but she would tell him the rest once he reached the deeper floors. Anesha wondered if there was also a limit based on the floor he reached to find out certain information. Well, technically she was still on the early floors anyway. Taesan, she said, was strong, but that only applied when he was on the early floors. The further down he went, the stronger his enemies would be. Those gods who didn't care about his life would give him merciless tests, but he would still give it a try. He was sure she knew what kind of person he was all along. He paused, a question forming in his mind. What if he told her that there was a way? Anesha asked if it was for him to go down more easily. That would be a sure way for him to become stronger. The spirit asked if he was talking about the apostle contract, her tone laced with curiosity. The apostle contract was a touchy subject, it seemed. Anesha's tone shifted abruptly as she denied offering it. The demon god loomed over Kong Taesan, her expression fierce. He crossed his arms, seemingly unfazed by her sudden outburst. Anesha's eyes narrowed, her voice rising in anger. She warned him to forget about it, threatening violence if he spoke of it again. Purple energy crackled around the demon god, a visual manifestation of her power and displeasure. The demon god seemed to soften, regarding Kong Taesan with a final, almost melancholic kindness. Anesha offered a cryptic condition. He could mention her name if he met any of the churls in the maze. Kong Taesan remained stoic, absorbing the information. The purple energy swirled around him, a constant reminder of Anesha's power. He considered the implications of being able to mention the name of the demon god. Meanwhile, Kong Taesan found himself back on the 19th floor, the familiar surroundings a stark contrast to the encounter he just had. He reflected on the power of the gods, surprised that Anesha could destroy a star. He was also feeling out of breath. Kong Taesan considered the gods he had met in the maze so far, his expression thoughtful. Elsewhere, a new figure appeared, their expression unreadable, their presence hinting at future events. A figure with horns gazes upward, a silent question echoing in their mind. The question lingers, will they ever be as strong as those they admire? A voice echoes in the darkness, the single word, Harpon, hanging in the air as a figure stands silhouetted against a fiery glow. The old man's expression is serious as he asks if Kong Taesan has met the demon goddess, explaining it's rare for her to acknowledge someone who isn't demon folk. Kong Taesan asks how the old man knew, and he explains that he could feel her power, adding that he didn't think even the demon could. The old man notes a mark on the back of Kong Taesan's hand, remarking that the demon goddess has totally called dibs on him, and that a goddess would be like this. The demon goddess smiles, her expression suggesting that there's nothing bad in it for him as she stands before Kong Taesan. The old man states that he has something to show Kong Taesan, as if his symbol glows on the back of his hand. Kong Tae-san looks on, his expression a mix of curiosity and anticipation, as the old man prepares to reveal something important. A floating text box describes the golden dragon's claw as a portion of one who protects a world, noting that none can use it unless they are exceptionally skilled. The old man holds the golden dragon's claw, its power radiating outward as Kong Tae-san asks where he obtained it. Somewhere not in the labyrinth, in Vequiseta, he realized not just Valbinir's claw, but also other unexpected harvests. The protagonist considered the implications of this new power. The skills obtained from defeating Hammond's angel granted him antithetism, a continuous trigger skill. Divine power, the power of a god, seemed pointless for now, a blessing granted when you believe in and follow one. The protagonist wondered what this new development could mean for him and his journey. He stood, contemplating the weight of the powers he now possessed and their potential impact. Something a god grants. In the end, it's a power someone else has to give you, so he wondered if anything will happen if you hold on to that. He wasn't sure about the skills the demon goddess gave him, either. They felt different. Black magic, granted by the demon goddess, used demonic energy. For now, he could only squeeze out the most basic power. Its description was a bit different from regular magics. He could control how much demonic energy he wanted to use. Did that mean the range and power could also change? Low-rank black magic. Marcosius's false flames summoned a certain material that took the form of the flames controlled by the demon Marcosius. Sees darkness engraved the energy of darkness within him. One who received the demon goddess's favor, a mark given only to those she really cares for, could use and learn black magic, gaining +5 demonic energy. The mark on his hand served as proof of his abilities. He considered the black magic the guide of Sin used, wondering if it was an extra service. Decarabia's distorted flora, a low-rank black magic, used mana to summon plants controlled by the demon Decarabia. Rom's emotional agitation, another low-rank black magic, used mana to stir emotions. The manipulation ability of the demon Rom could show the target an awful hallucination, but only what was within a human's imagination. The blacksmith wondered if Kong Tae-san could smelt something. He had checked all of his skills, finding this very interesting item. The blacksmith confirmed that if he was asking if it was possible, then it was. However, the materials needed to be of a similar level to a dragon's claw. He knew he'd most likely have to dive 10 floors deeper to barely get something on that level. He told the blacksmith to hold on to it, and he would come find him once he got the ingredients. The blacksmith agreed, telling him to come by him when he was ready. If it's after floor 20, spirits are next. A spirit appeared, and he wondered how someone knew this. Starting from floor 20, spirits began to appear. Since physical attacks didn't work, the woman with short hair struggled a long time. The first spirit was. He closed his eyes, sensing something new in the air, something fiery. A flame spirit, he thought, appearing on this floor. A labyrinth's low-rank flame spirit had indeed appeared, just as Anesha had predicted. It floated amidst the foliage. Floor 21's quest began. Defeat the boss to pass through. The reward, a spirit jade, with a secret reward remaining unknown. Kong Tae-san focused, energy crackling around him as he prepared to engage the flame spirit. He unleashed a blast of fire, the energy surging forward with intense heat and force. A notification appeared. He had activated Air Leap, granting him enhanced mobility. The protagonist used Air Leap to maneuver around the flame spirit, preparing another attack. He activated both Frost Arrow and Fire Blast, combining opposing elements for a potentially devastating effect. The combined attacks slammed into the flame spirit, a vortex of fire and ice engulfing it. The attacks connected, creating a massive explosion of energy, but the spirit remained unharmed. The system indicated 0 damage to the labyrinth's low-rank flame spirit. It hadn't taken any damage. He realized he needed to try another method, as his initial attacks proved ineffective against the spirit. He wondered if using divine power would work, unsure how to wield it. The protagonist activated Marcosius's false flames, hoping for a different result. The flames engulfed the spirit, dealing a small amount of damage. 302 damage was inflicted upon the labyrinth's low-rank flame spirit. The protagonist was victorious against the labyrinth's low-rank flame spirit. He received the spirit's core. Anesha noted that it was black magic that inflicted damage. The spirit explained that spirits are nature's life forms. Attacks originating from nature or aura won't work, but black magic, originating from demons, will inflict damage. Anesha confirmed that was the basic concept. Kong Tae-san noticed he was low on demonic energy. He still lacked enough demonic energy to attack. First, he should move according to Lee Tion's information. Meanwhile, Kong Tae-san leaped forward, following the directions he was given. He thought he didn't even need to be told where to go. The strategy for floor 21 is laid out. Ignore the spirits. Following the plan, he advances toward a door, ready to receive the quest. The door creaks open, and Kong Tae-san is greeted by a chorus of giggles. The spirits announce his arrival, their voices echoing with eerie glee. A guest. Kong Tae-san steps forward, a glowing aura emanating from his hand as he enters the room. A system message appears. He has encountered an insane spirit, who greets him cheerfully. The insane spirit grins widely, its eyes gleaming with manic energy. Surrounded by the spirits, Kong Tae-san declares his intention to delve deeper into the labyrinth. One of the spirits asks if he wants to go down, and Kong Tae-san confirms his resolve. He pauses, realizing that to proceed, he must first defeat the spirits. The spirit shouts, consumed by rage at those who discarded and deemed it abnormal. Kong Tae-san stares intently at the insane spirit, his expression unreadable. The insane spirit shook, its form jittering erratically as it declared its unchanging nature. The spirit demanded the return of the hidden core, promising power in exchange for the retrieval. A subquest initiated, tasking him to retrieve water from the nature's spring protected by the golem, with a skill that can hit spirits as a reward. The insane spirit urged him onward, promising to wait at the doorway. The insane spirit had always been like that, Anesha observed, calling it an insane existence. Anesha explained that the spirit's role was to teach him how to handle spirits on the 21st first floor, and that he wouldn't see it again after the quest. He wondered if that was really the case. Floor 21, Hidden Room. The sign declared the location, revealing that a spark golem created by the flame's spirit resided within. A spark golem had appeared, its body glowing with intense heat. The insane spirit explained that the golem stops working for 1 minute each day, suggesting he grab the water then. He considered defeating the golem instead, wondering if it would be too dangerous. Then doing so is the correct answer, he thought, his expression hardening with resolve. The spark golem stood ready, crackling with fiery energy. He soared through the air, the leap skill fully engaged. The blue-haired hunter closed the distance to the spark golem. Kong Tae-san slashed at the golem, but the attack did no damage. The Flame King's creation remained unfazed. The protagonist frowned, realizing his attacks were ineffective. He thought, these days, I'm encountering too many enemies that my attacks don't work on. Kong Tae-san channeled his aura, hoping for a different result. He wondered if that would make a difference. He struck again, the blade flashing with ethereal energy. The hunter pressed his attack. Kong Tae-san's expression hardened with determination. He knew he had to find a way to break through the golem's defenses. 2 hours later, the battle raged on, neither combatant giving an inch. The clash of steel and stone echoed through the chamber. Kong Tae-san continued his relentless assault. Finally, a blow connected with significant force. The golem staggered. A series of system messages appeared. His level had increased multiple times, and his strength, agility, and health had permanently increased. Kong Tae-san stood over the defeated spark golem, panting slightly. The battle was finally over. Anesha watched him, impressed. Incredible. It's almost like I'm looking at an automaton race. How can you fight so repetitively like that? Kong Tae-san obtained a fragment of the Spirit King. He obtained Core Keeper Ore, and through unwavering repetition, the continuous trigger skill, Tenacity, was unlocked. A digital chime echoed as he finally obtained all the base skills necessary to learn Addition. A grin stretched across Kong Tae-san's face, a hint of satisfaction in his purple eyes. Detection's proficiency reached 100%, evolving into the trigger skill, Surveillance, which allows acquiring general information about the target. He wondered if he should try out Surveillance right away, as a notification confirmed its activation. Anesha reacted with surprise, a visible WH, expressing her shock. The protagonist stood in a ruined room, as Anesha floated nearby, and a ghost-like figure lingered in the background, described as one who has entrusted his dream to someone. The dilapidated room was overgrown with vegetation, hinting at a long period of neglect and decay. Anesha announced that she brought the spring water, as the protagonist activated Surveillance once more. The ghost-like figure, seemingly reacting to something, gulped and exclaimed that it was close to completion. Meanwhile, the protagonist and Anesha stood in the overgrown room, unaware of the ghost-like figure's reaction. The spirit declared that he would grant the skill. He stood, a notification appearing before him. He had cleared the spirit's quest and obtained the continuous skill. The protagonist now had the trigger skill, Spirit Strike. Anesha added that he also defeated the golem. The spirit seemed surprised. He asked the protagonist to wait a moment. The system message described the Spirit King's fragment as a portion of the power the Spirit King has stored away, something all spirits want. The spirit exclaimed that the protagonist was different from the other guests, incredible, and could help him. He asked if he would help. The protagonist simply stated that he shall. The small spirit seemed surprised. The spirit then said to gather the cores, needing the cores to become a complete spirit. The spirit declared that with that, he'd become great again. A subquest started. The insane spirit wishes to become great again by resolving his instability, planning to leave that up to the protagonist. The reward, everything the insane spirit can give. The spirit demanded that he gather cores to become complete once more. A subquest began, The insane spirit wished to become great again by resolving his instability. Anesha wondered if Kong Tae-san would accept the quest, noting that he already had a skill to attack spirits. Kong Tae-san reflected that he never planned on descending the labyrinth like everyone else, but he would become stronger after receiving the reward. The spirit was pleased, and Kong Tae-san agreed to accept the quest, asking the spirit to tell him what he wanted. The spirit explained that he was very unstable and needed to achieve a stable state. The spirit continued, saying that he wanted to become complete and needed to gather strength to do so. Kong Tae-san learned that he must first hunt the owner of the 21 first floor. The spirit ordered him to kill the owner and bring back his core, just like that slab. The spirit declared that vengeance would be his, excited to have a safe trip and an incredible guest. Anesha wondered why the labyrinth even created that thing, given that hunting the golem was a prerequisite for an additional quest. Even when she was alive, subjugating that golem was impossible, Anesha thought. It should have been an unreceivable quest, the spirit mused, looking at it objectively. But Kong Tae-san avoided the easy method and achieved the impossible, she realized. It may be that the gods of the labyrinth were hoping for someone of this level, Anesha considered. Those are really scary words. Well, it should have been something impossible in the first place, Kong Tae-san thought, his expression stoic. Of course, almost no adventurer can become that strong, Anesha thought, watching him. She floated behind him. The protagonist advanced, his footsteps echoing through the labyrinth's corridors. Meanwhile, Kong Tae-san stood before the entrance to Labyrinth Floor 21, ready to face the challenges ahead. With a surge of power, he activated Frost Arrow, preparing to unleash its icy force. The Frost Arrow struck true, and Kong Tae-san defeated the mid-rank flame spirit of Floor 21. His level had increased, and his spiritual increase activated, permanently boosting his strength, agility, intelligence, and health. The spirit obtained a flame spark, the labyrinth's mid-rank flame spirit's core, and a spirit. Anesha noted that he seemed to be obtaining a lot of smelting material rewards. Jade wondered if his increased stats were because he'd met Harpon. He considered paying him a visit. The status window appeared before him. Anesha floated nearby, observing the display. Anesha confirmed that his demonic energy would increase when he slayed an enemy and when he leveled up. His mana was full, his demonic energy was at 27, and his strength was 984. The protagonist had cleared the entire 21 first floor, but the rate of increase was merely in the teens. He guessed he'd come to know if it increased by a lot or not. The spirit floated before him. Then, Anesha asked if they should report to the spirit that they completed the quest. Standing before a red door, Anesha wondered if he'd already cleared it. The area glowed with magical energy. Anesha zoomed excitedly, asking what floor the next objective was on. The protagonist looked on, considering their next move. A system message appeared, detailing the labyrinth's mid-rank flame spirit's core. It stated that if a certain unstable someone absorbed it, they should become stabilized. Anesha thanked him, stating that next was the 23 third floor. The spirit and the protagonist stood before a hidden room. Anesha exclaimed that there should be a hidden room there. Anesha was excited, saying that he was amazing. She giggled, repeating that it was a hidden room. A disembodied voice echoes, commanding the challenger to defeat the owner and return. Floor 22's quest begins. Defeat the boss to pass through, with a secret tome of darkness as reward. The protagonist faces a low-rank ice spirit. Kong Tae-san observes that Harpon made the weapon properly. Anesha notes that the weapon is so great, he could clear the floor without a skill. The protagonist acknowledges that even he didn't expect the weapon to be this effective. He steps forward, ready for the next challenge. The weapon has taken the lives of many of the Imperial bloodline, granting attack plus 40. When facing an enemy of noble lineage, attack plus 15 and a flame attribute has been imbued. After being enhanced, its attack increased by 10, and it gained the flame attribute. Kong Tae-san wonders about the other ingredients he left with Harpon. Anesha mentions the ore obtained after defeating the golem, suggesting Harpon was surprised by it. An old man looks forward to what that will become. The core keeper, or is a special, or used to protect the golem's core and can be smelted. The spirit Jade is an orb containing the energy of a spirit, useful for a blacksmith. Meanwhile, Kong Tae-san steps forward, wondering what he's found. A system message appears. You have discovered the altar of Pavsha. Kong Tae-san questions why an altar is on the 22nd floor. Anesha recalls that last time, it was in a much deeper place. The god's name is Pavsha, the god of validation. He stood before the altar of Pavsha, its ethereal glow illuminating his determined face. Anesha wondered aloud what sort of trial the altar administered. The trial, she mused, was just as the title suggested. The spirit Jade floated between them as Kong Tae-san considered the implications. Prove yourself, validate what you've built so far, something along those lines, Anesha explained. Anesha noted that if you just look at the clear rate, it's a very easy trial. But it's quite iffy to really claim that, she admitted. Most of the adventurers, Anesha remembered, received Pavsha's trial. The altar loomed large before them. The trial was just as the title suggests, she thought. And even those who weren't great, even the ones close to average, all succeeded. The labyrinth isn't kind to normal adventurers, Anesha recalled. That clear rate doesn't make any sense. And after passing the trial, some of them changed a little. Whether in their manner of speech or their behavior, something was different. The adventurers were never quite the same. Kang Tae-san wondered if they were doppelgangers. Anesha dismissed the idea, stating that they weren't doppelgangers. But we did call those who changed like that fakes, Anesha explained. What did those who returned from the trial say about it? Proving oneself, that's it, Anesha declared. There are too many unusual points, she continued, adding that there's nothing you can learn about this trial. Kang Tae-san recalled that he had no plan on being reckless, so he didn't accept it. Kang Tae-san declared that he obviously had no plans on stopping now. His resolve was unwavering. He regarded the space around him, a sense of anticipation building. A system message appeared before Kang Tae-san, indicating the start of a subquest initiated by Pavsha, promising a reward based on his results. Kang Tae-san's eyes glowed with determination as he considered the implications of the trial ahead. Far in the distance, a figure stood, bathed in an ethereal glow, prompting him to wonder where he was. The figure, surrounded by dark energy, stood ready to prove something. The figure stood opposite Kang Tae-san, a mirror image, challenging him to prove himself. He wondered if the figure was completely identical to him, a complete reflection. The figure mirrored his stance, and he wasn't too sure about the situation. The figure's face, height, build, and even gear were identical to his own. The figure dashed forward, leaving a trail of blue flame in its wake. The two figures clashed, the sound of their weapons echoing through the arena. He recognized the weapon of his doppelganger as the sword of the Scarring Storm. The clone of Kang Tae-san smirks, observing that he even possesses his skills. A deafening clang echoes as the clone's blade meets an unseen force, energy crackling between them. He is sent flying. The clone's foot connects, sending Kang Tae-san tumbling backwards through the air. The clone, eyes blazing with murderous intent, declares that Kang Tae-san's soul will be his. The force of the blow sends him reeling. Kang Tae-san grits his teeth, acknowledging the clone's power. Another strike lands. Kang Tae-san cries out as the clone's sword finds its mark. The force of the attack sends him crashing to the ground, the impact echoing through the arena. Pavsha's disembodied voice offers Kang Tae-san an empowered trial, a chance to overcome his current predicament. Pavsha is satisfied, the trial proceeding as planned, the stakes growing ever higher. Another soul enters the clone's body, strengthening the doppelganger's power. He nods, accepting Pavsha's offer, a new determination hardening his features. Kang Tae-san grips his sword, acknowledging that it has been a while since he last fought in the labyrinth. He is greeted by a floating entity, who introduces itself as the great Pavsha's apostle, Malastine. The warrior grips the hilt of his sword, ready for whatever comes next. Anesha seems shocked by the sight of Kang Tae-san. Kang Tae-san remains stoic, his expression unreadable. He tilts his head slightly, curious about the situation. Anesha wonders who Kang Tae-san is, and if he is someone she knows. Anesha recalls that he was an adventurer who passed the 74th floor and used twin swords, holding one in reverse grip. More than skills, Anesha remembers that he was someone who mainly used sword arts. Kang Tae-san asks what floor this place is and why the warrior is here. The screen displays that they are on the 22nd floor, as Anesha is shocked by Kang Tae-san's stats and skills. Malastine activates Frost Arrow and Magic Acceleration. Kang Tae-san prepares for battle, ready to face whatever Malastine throws at him. He grinned, a cruel glint in his red eyes. This will definitely be a fun experience. The blade hummed with power, a crimson light bathing his gauntlet. The swords clash with explosive force, each strike carrying immense power. The blue-haired swordsman and his opponent trade blows in a whirlwind of motion. He activates Air Leap, gaining a burst of upward momentum. The system message confirms the skill's activation. Kang Tae-san leaps into the air, propelled by the force of his newly activated skill. He soars above the battlefield. The protagonist activates Magic Acceleration, preparing for another swift attack. Frost Arrow is at the ready. The smirking man grunts in pain, recoiling from the protagonist's assault. He is clearly struggling to keep up with Kang Tae-san's speed. Malastine's complete nullification of first attack has been activated. The system message appears, confirming the activation of the skill. Kang Tae-san activates another skill, a determined look on his face. He thinks this will be quite fun. The smirking man's expression shifts to a predatory grin. He seems to be enjoying the challenge. A sword slices through the air with incredible speed and precision. The attack is swift and deadly. The smirking man questions what Kang Tae-san is doing. He seems surprised by the protagonist's actions. The smirking man demands to know why Kang Tae-san is combining others' sword arts with his own. He is clearly confused and intrigued. The air crackled with energy as the warrior's sword art manifested in crimson streaks. He moved with blinding speed, his blade meeting the onslaught head-on. The smirking man found Kong Tae-san's style intriguing. Kong Tae-san had already integrated the sword of the Scarring Storm into his own sword art, making him a formidable opponent. The system announced the activation of freedom of choice, but the smirking man seemed unimpressed. The sword shimmered, ready to strike. Kong Tae-san stood firm, his resolve unwavering as he prepared for the next exchange. A crushing blow was imminent. The smirking man realized that Kong Tae-san had more than one trick up his sleeve. Malastein's freedom of choice had been activated, but the smirking man believed it was too late. The system announced the activation of Marcosius's false flames. The smirking man cried out, his eyes widening in disbelief as the flames engulfed him. A massive explosion rocked the area. The arena still blazed with the remnants of Marcosius's false flames. Anesha watched the scene unfold. Well, of course, this is what happens. A system message appeared. Malestein has activated Endure. A fatal attack has been nullified for 1 second, and all damage is reduced to 0. Kong Tae-san crouched low, his expression thoughtful. He mused, this is the first time I've lost so one-sidedly since fighting the warrior. A shimmering barrier surrounded him. He thought, I feel sorry for Lord Pavsha. Lord Pavsha's face was contorted in defeat. Ah, Lord Pavsha. Kong Tae-san stood over the defeated foe, Anesha watching from short distance. Kind words. Thank you, my god. Lord Pavsha lay defeated. He thought, I had a lot of fun for the first time in a while, adventure. A system message appeared. You have completed Pavsha's quest. A system message appeared. Your level has increased. Anesha looked up at Kong Tae-san, who seemed surprised. Another system message appeared. Your spiritual increase has activated. Proficiency has increased for all skills except the soul skill, spiritual increase. Anesha looked up at Kong Tae-san, her expression questioning. Tae-san, is this for real? Kong Tae-san stared at the system messages. Huh, all my skills proficiencies increased by 2% to 3%. That even includes black magic, which I haven't used much yet. He notes that he has roughly 80 skills, and the total proficiency increase is around 200%. Calm-Mind's proficiency has reached 100%, evolving into the continuous trigger skill, Clear Mirror, Tranquil Water. The continuous trigger skill, Line of Death, has reached 100% proficiency, allowing him to detect when he is close to death. Pavsha offers him an apostle contract, but he refuses, his expression firm. As always, Pavsha's range of influence shrinks, and he has passed Pavsha's trial, earning a reward. He has obtained the Dagger of the Validated One, a reward from the God of Validation, an exceptional piece of equipment. Kong Tae-san thinks it's about time for him to change weapons, as he has cleared an empowered trial and receives bonus rewards. He also receives the continuous trigger skill, Spirit of the Validated One, after being victorious against another version of himself. Kong Tae-san wonders if he'll receive Pavsha's trial, and if Anesha knows what this is. Anesha responds that she knows what they mean by close to death. He reflects that there are often skills which save your life, so it's like having a second life, most likely. Anesha notes that this means he'll be facing much more difficulty moving forward. A spectral figure muses on Malstein's decision, noting the apostle contract binds the soul even after death. Kong Tae-san walks forward, seemingly unaffected by the previous statement. Anesha considers the labyrinth, deeming it nearly impossible to clear, even for the skilled, requiring talent and luck. She reflects on those who lost their will or gave up entirely. Anesha continues, stating that those who fear death tend to be the ones who accept a proposal for an apostle contract. The spirit explains that one's strength will be maintained completely, making it quite tempting. He questions if they don't want to lose what they've achieved so far. Anesha confirms, adding that they'll lose everything once they die. Malstein believes there's no correct answer as to which is more painful, adding that one can maintain their ego to their god. Anesha states that Kong Tae-san decided on the latter, though. She says it's not necessarily a bad ending, so he should take his time thinking it over. He agrees, stating that he also thinks that. Anesha suggests they stop thinking about things and get moving. Floor 22's secret room held a treasure chest, promising valuable rewards for those who dared to venture within. He considered the necklace's stats, finding them more than sufficient to warrant a swap. Anesha watched with curiosity. He was victorious against the labyrinth's mid-rank ice spirit. His level increased, and his spiritual power surged. A secret tome of darkness appeared, promising forbidden knowledge and a high price at the shop. Wrist protectors made from dragonkin leather offered defense and attack. Leather seemed like it would protect the wearer well. He continued his journey through the labyrinth, the red glow of his weapon illuminating the path ahead as Anesha followed. Meanwhile, on Labyrinth Floor 23, surveillance was activated. He had triggered something new. A faint light emanated from stone block. That must be it. He approached the stone block, Anesha floating behind him, ready for whatever lay ahead. A ghostly figure appeared, issuing a command. Defeat the owner of that place and come back. He understood the quest, the Floor 23 secret room boss subjugation. Once he cleared this quest, that guy's mission would be completed. Let's go. He ventured deeper into the forest, ready to face the challenge that awaited him. The hooded figure senses a powerful energy in the air. Anesha notes the air feels difficult to breathe. He moves forward, his expression focused as he enters the new area. The sound of footsteps echoes around him. The footsteps grow louder, revealing the source. It's a deer-like creature, glowing with an eerie green light. The spirit deer speaks, questioning the presence of a human. The creature identifies itself as the high-rank wind spirit of dappled shade. Kashpar has appeared. Kong Tae-san explains that he received a request from a white-colored spirit. Kashpar retorts, assuming they're referring to the spirit who went insane. He asks if that lowly thing told him to kill him. A distorted spirit lurks nearby. It's described as a distorted spirit who couldn't obtain intelligence. Kashpar warns that if he moves according to his words, ruin will someday come to find him. He pleads for him to go back and fulfill his duty. Kashpar declares that is what he should do as a human. A flare ignites in the background. The protagonist's eyes narrow, his expression hardening as he prepares for battle. A sword flares with power. Kong Tae-san apologizes, stating that this is his duty. He stands ready, his sword drawn. The forest floor ignites as the battle begins. Kashpar stands defiant, ready to defend himself. Kashpar, in his wolf form, is enraged. "You dare," he bellows. A notification appears. Kashpar has activated Stag that walks the wind's path. The wind spirit continues his tirade. He showed mercy to the lowly human, but Kong Tae-san dared to burn his lands for petty objectives. Kong Tae-san grips the hilt of his sword, his knuckles white. He prepares to face the enraged Kashpar. The protagonist remains unfazed by the spirit's anger. He retorts, "That's not something you should be showing me." Kashpar's rage intensifies. "I can't bear to hear any more. Die," he roars, his voice echoing with fury. The wind spirit prepares to unleash his power, the air around him crackling with energy as he lunges forward. He stands firm, his stance unwavering as he faces the approaching Kashpar. The wind howls around them. The protagonist's expression hardens with resolve. "I don't need any mercy. I'm just going to move forward with resolve." A close-up reveals Kong Tae-san's determined gaze. He is ready to fight, his grip tightening on his sword. Kong Tae-san, eyes narrowed, dares his unseen opponent to approach. The forest floor erupts as the golem roars, declaring it can't bear to hear any more. Blades of wind tear through the landscape, a furious assault against the protagonist. The golem's attack slams into the earth with a resounding boom, shaking the very ground. He activates surveillance, the system message flashing before his eyes as he prepares to evade the next strike. The protagonist dodges a barrage of wind blades, narrowly avoiding the golem's relentless assault. The golem's power intensifies, revealing blades of wind that Kong Tae-san couldn't perceive before. Kong Tae-san braces himself, preparing to counter the golem's overwhelming force. The golem, a creature of leaves and stone, acknowledges the protagonist's strength, noting he's at the level to defeat the king's golem. The golem gathers its energy into a swirling vortex, declaring that if that's all he has, he cannot win. The golem unleashes its full power, a torrent of wind and energy aimed directly against him. He moved with blinding speed, the golem's massive form lumbering into view. The protagonist unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike accompanied by a surge of power. Kong Tae-san grunted, his attack seemingly complete, but the golem remained unfazed. Skills activated in rapid succession. Nullification of first attack, acceleration, and leap. The golem stood tall, wreathed in swirling green energy, untouched by the assault. Power strike activated, but the golem absorbed the blow, the impact echoing through the arena. The wind howled as the golem stood firm, a silent challenge to the protagonist. Anesha observed, impressive. No low or mid-rank spirit could stop you. The golem's power intensified, the air crackling with energy as it prepared its next move. Anesha continued, noting that acceleration and power strike weren't working, and the golem couldn't be touched. The support analyzed, that guy's skills are more focused on defense than offense. The golem stood defiant, as Anesha concluded, but that's all there is to it. With your strength, you cannot even. Kong Tae-san finds that a skill activation window hasn't appeared. He realizes he can't prepare ahead of time. He grits his teeth, a determined grin spreading across his face as he prepares for the next attack. The spirit wonders if this is a spirit's technique, as it prepares to unleash another attack. The spirit taunts, calling him a bastard and questioning his expression, declaring him a mere moth to a flame. The protagonist's eyes burn with resolve. He wants to take that skill for himself, no matter the cost. Decarabia's distorted flora activates, surrounding the spirit in a swirling vortex of energy. The spirit explains that it uses black magic, which has a predominant affinity over spirits, to suppress him. The black magic slams into something with a resounding crack, the force of the impact visible in the air. The spirit's form flickers, its essence destabilizing. It shouldn't be a demonkin, it thinks in a panic. The spirit declares that Kong Taesin's use of such twisted powers to dirty a spirit is useless. The spirit is struck by another blast of energy, the impact shaking its very being. Kong Taesan activates Marcoja's false flames, surrounding himself in a dark aura of power. The false flames, a material taken the shape of fire, promise continuous damage. How much can it block? The flames writhe and churn, a chaotic display of destructive energy unleashed upon their target. The spectral deer-like figure is struck, taking 210 damage. A voice booms, promising judgment from their king. Engulfed, the spirit roasts. The price for harming another of their kind will be paid in full. The hunter wonders if the spirit king is also present in this place, sensing a greater power at play. A figure wreathed in flames stands silhouetted, residing on a deeper floor, a place of immense power. The fiery figure declares that it is a place Kong Taesan could never reach, promising retribution for his arrogance. Unfazed by the threat, he retorts that he was going to fight them all anyway, his resolve hardening. Having defeated Kashpar, the high-rank wind spirit, he is notified that he has leveled up multiple times. His spiritual increase activates, permanently increasing his strength, intelligence, and mana. He also obtains the spirit skill Stag that walks the wind's path. The Stag that walks the wind's path, a spirit skill, allows spirits born of the wind to move the cradle in which they were born, influencing the wind with their will. He activates the Stag that walks the wind's path, but notes that it feels a bit unstable for now, requiring further refinement. He felt the power he now wielded was unstable, as if it could collapse at any moment. The information screen detailed the nature of a high-rank spirit's core, explaining its strength and composition. On floor 23, the protagonist continued his ascent as Anesha greeted him. The Spirit King had been seen before, but he was of no interest to Anesha. She knew he was a member of the Guide of Sin. He considered that the being he fought was not a monster or an NPC, but an adventurer. Spirits were species like humans and demonkin. After all, now that he thought about it, he wondered if that bastard was also involved in getting him killed. Anesha declared that they had their objective, and they were also going to tear that bastard apart. For now, he decided to push that off for later. They had to sweep up what was left, and then return to the 24th floor. He had defeated a mid-rank wind spirit on floor 23. The screen showed the victory. He leveled up. His level was now 55, the screen announced. His spiritual increase had activated, permanently increasing strength by 15 and agility by 22. Using the labyrinth system, he had arrived at the entry level that the mage was hoping for him. The mage, who is delighted by his growth, offers him a perk. He stood before the reward selection screen, options shimmering before him. Anesha seemed surprised. She noted that he was receiving this reward earlier than expected. The chosen equipment materialized, a gleaming set of armor radiating power. Anesha remarked that the equipment wasn't as good as his weapon or ring, but still useful. Kong Taesan considered the proficiency increase. The reward screen listed the options again, including knowledge of the labyrinth's hidden truths. Despite receiving the equipment, Kong Taesan decided to choose the sixth option, a piece of information. With a click, the reward screen vanished, replaced by the labyrinth's stark stone walls. The hunter continued deeper into the labyrinth, the sounds of his footsteps echoing in the stone corridors. A voice echoed, declaring, "I am the great mage's minion." The speaker identified himself as Valvabamba. Valvabamba's voice continued, stating that he sees everything. He asked what the hunter was curious about. Anesha wondered if this was the one who would answer Kong Taesan's question. The mage's minion was described as a guide who teaches basic strategies. Valvabamba explained that he appears from time to teach about the labyrinth. He declared that the absolute laws are in his hands. The labyrinth stone had declared that all knowledge within it was equal. He paused, considering the implications of the labyrinth's words. Among the skills he had learned, some were nearly impossible to acquire. He wondered about the requirements for acquiring skills, questioning if they were created by the mage. He nodded, awaiting the labyrinth's answer to his question. The labyrinth confirmed that it had received his question, comparing it to the chicken or the egg dilemma. A resonating hum filled the air as the labyrinth prepared to answer. The labyrinth explained that his judgment had been too hasty, as the act of creating something useless was indeed possible. He mused, seeing the results before him and wondering which path to take. The labyrinth answered that skills are not created ahead of time, but are born from absurdity or excessive repetition. The labyrinth's skill and the mage's grace were at play, shaping the world around him. He realized he could become much stronger than he was in his past life. He stood before the strange structure, a curious amusement coloring his features. Had his curiosity been sated by this construction? Kong Taesan affirmed that it was. Then, he would be told the condition. The protagonist turned away, the explanation echoing in his mind. It was exactly as described. In return for the information, conditions and restrictions would apply. Kong Taesan looked back at the structure. He was told to tell no one of the information he received. His purple eyes narrowed, the weight of the condition settling upon him. Each step he took echoed with the weight of the secret he now carried. The labyrinth demanded silence. A disembodied voice promised a deadly reckoning. I will come to kill you. Having answered the question posed to him, Kong Tae-san began his descent. He was warned to take heed of what was said, for the mage was watching over his every step. The landing was rough, but the hunter remained unharmed. Kong Tae-san considered the mage who created the labyrinth. He felt himself growing stronger. The guy finally left, so Anesha suggested they check the rewards. Kong Tae-san agreed. A snake leather belt appeared, boasting increased strength and defense. Gauntlets used by the battle god also appeared, offering a significant attack boost. Anesha remarked that it would be great if magic items started popping up, as his talent and growth were imbued within. Kong Tae-san equipped the snake leather belt. The dungeon remained dark and silent. He descended the winding staircase, the air growing heavy with anticipation. Elsewhere, the spirit giggled with glee, clutching a swirling vortex of energy. With a satisfying crunch, the spirit devoured the energy, its form growing more defined. The spirit burped, its body glowing brighter as Kong Tae-san continued his descent. The spirit consumed the last vestiges of energy with a final chomp. He activated surveillance, the dungeon's secrets slowly revealing themselves. The unstable energy surrounding him dissipated, leaving a sense of calm in its wake. He knew he was close, the end of the spirit's quest within reach. The spirit stared intently, focused on the final floor. He learned the skill, natural alignment from the spirit, a surge of power coursing through him. The spirit had become completely calm, as if a different being, nearing the end of its quest. It was the land of the spirits, a paradise for those who fled, maintained by the tree roots. The glowing spirit seems to be in distress, wishing for something to end. Anesha observes that Kong Tae-san seems more uncomfortable than before. She urges him to leave quickly. Tae-san, looking serious, seems to agree with Anesha's assessment. Anesha suggests they retrieve the equipment she left with Harpon. He walks onward, deeper into the dungeon's depths, his destination set. They descend to floor 19, arriving at Harfan's room, the air thick with anticipation. A voice calls out, offering the shoes crafted from the materials they provided. Harpon stands amidst the forge's flames, his expression serious as he presents his work. The shoes, made from a golem's ore and forged with a spirit, boast impressive stats, including increased attack, defense, and agility. Harpon explains that the shoes can be empowered with the energy of spirits, enhancing their capabilities. He elaborates, comparing the effect to the power he once imbued in Sir Warrior's sword, improving its features. Harpon requests that if they ever obtain a spirit's energy, they should bring it to him, so he can use it for his craft. He held out the orb, stating that he didn't think there was a need to wait. Harpon explained that he obtained the unfettered spirit's energy after defeating a high-rank spirit. The neutral being mused that it was something like that, his curiosity now sated, and asked them to wait just a moment. Clang and clang echoed as the spirit energy was imbued into the shoes, the protagonist and Anesha watching on. The system message indicated that it would be completed soon, imbued with the spirit's energy, and that it was a reward. The shoes gained a skill that removes status conditions, as the protagonist stood ready to test them. Kong Tae-san tested the shoes, noting that the once-per-day cooldown was on the shorter side. The protagonist thought the shoes were pretty good. As Harpon mentioned, he needed to receive payment of 3,000 gold. Kong Tae-san looked over his potions and books, ready to continue his adventure. The protagonist had saved up quite a bit of gold, and a quest to defeat the boss of floor 24 was starting. The quest began, and Kong Tae-san faced the labyrinth's low-rank dark spirits, seeking a secret reward. With a final ching, Kong Tae-san sheathed his sword. The battle concluded. It seemed their arrival was imminent. A small, white creature decided to hide, not wanting to ruin the fun. He activated surveillance, his purple eyes gleaming in the dim light as he looked up at the creature. The red-haired man questioned, "Who are you?" Kong Tae-san's eyes narrowed as he thought. So they came. The group was known as the Allies of Labyrinth Quitters, Guides of Sin. They demanded to know who he was and why he dared enter this place. The blonde-haired man stood ready, his sword gleaming. A status window identified him as Horian Albin, level 65. As they descended the floors, their ranks increased. The blonde man declared that the scrubs of the upper floors couldn't come down to the lower floors as they wished. The man with black hair and purple eyes was unfazed. He apologized, stating he wasn't a member, despite the level difference of 10. The blonde man pressed, demanding to know who he was. His eyes narrowed with suspicion. The blonde man admitted he didn't know how he avoided the watch of the underlings to come this far. He commanded him to just calmly die. The blonde man leaped forward, declaring he would make him feel the difference in status. The swords clashed with a resounding clang. Kong Tae-san seemed surprised by the attack. The swords continued to clash, the sounds echoing through the area as the white creature watched from above. His face contorted with rage, the blonde-haired enemy spat out a curse, his eyes burning with fury. The enemy declared that even deflecting his sword was meaningless, boasting of the superior equipment between the 24th and 34th floors. He sneered, confident that Kong Tae-san could not damage him. Kong Tae-san, surrounded by a swirling aura, was unfazed. The enemy possessed a skill that ignored physical defense, making him a dangerous opponent. The attack landed, dealing significant damage to the blonde-haired enemy. He cried out in pain as the force of the blow struck him. Staggering back, the enemy struggled to maintain his footing. He questioned who Kong Tae-san was, claiming to have never heard of someone like him. Kneeling on the ground, the blonde-haired enemy glared up at Kong Tae-san, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Kong Tae-san inquired about the enemy's friend, asking if he had gone up not long ago, and then died. The enemy, visibly shaken, muttered the name Juggin, recalling that he had heard they died together. Kong Tae-san dismissed this as a blatant lie, wondering what the leadership was doing right now. The blonde-haired enemy stated that those people had been stuck on a floor for a long time and cannot come up here right now. The enemy's face was marred by a scar, his expression grim as he spoke of being stuck on a floor for a long time. A white-haired figure was seen amidst flames, stating that they had heard they'd been gone for a long time to try and pass that floor. The scene blazes with infernal energy. Someone will not pass this place. The protagonist stands with Anesha. She asks if he knows about something. The further down one goes, the more illogical the floors become. It's possible to clear an entire planet within an hour. 3 enemies of equal level must be faced simultaneously. One can hunt a dragon using only beginner equipment. There are special floors like those. Anesha asks if Socie Gardentia is still alive. Anesha floats beside a woman in a white dress, the question of Gardentia's fate hanging in the air. A warrior has not heard news of her death. That must mean she's alive. Kong Tae-san kneels, hearing that Gardentia is alive. Then that's enough. The character hopes to have a peaceful death. Kong Tae-san's level has increased. Health increased by 120 and mana by 22. A status window appears. Kong Tae-san's stats are displayed. Level 56, Protective Shield 292 to 292, Health 3460 3460, Mana 652 652, Demonic Energy 4141, Strength 1145, Intelligence 812, Agility 984, Attack plus 145, Defense plus 172. Target is in P condition. Anesha observes the numbers, finding them nonsensical. She questions if a level 56 having those stats and health even makes sense. He states that they should go down for now. Kong Tae-san thinks to himself that he needs to get even stronger, after all. Kong Tae-san looks down, lost in thought. The images in his mind show a burning building and a smiling girl behind glass. A voice echoes, stating the need to change the future. The words shimmer with an ethereal glow. The orbs shatter, the name of Horian echoing in the air as they break apart. The loss is palpable. A question hangs in the air. What could it be that he tried to go to floor 31 for? A cloaked figure wonders if the Tier 4 Guides of Sin killed him because of that. The group stands in a circle, cloaked in shadow. A man with light blue hair states that Horian died on floor 24. He called for them because of that. Anesha wonders if it could be that guy, the one who is said to have killed Juggin a while back. She recalls the warrior's ghost. Another man states that Juggin died after going up to floor 20. He questions if that guy also died. Anesha recalls that they said he also died. She wonders what if that was a lie. He looks down, his expression unreadable. Anesha watches him, her expression thoughtful as she considers the implications. He takes a measured step forward, his boot landing silently on the ledge. Doubts began to surface among the group. What if the information they had received was a deliberate deception? The possibility that their target was still alive hung heavy in the air. Someone descended, boots echoing against the stone steps. The figure moved with purpose, cloaked and carrying a blade, ready to face whatever awaited below. The man with blue hair listened intently, his expression unreadable. He considered the implications of the news. Was their target truly coming down, or was this another trap? The surviving members of Tier 2 might have gone along with the lie out of fear, one of them speculated. They would do anything to survive for as long as possible, even spread false information. Another man recalled the adventurer, a young man who had ghost with him. He had died facing Juggin from floor 30, who now had jurisdiction over them. Kong Tae-san held a golden cube in his hand, its facets catching the light. He declared that they would all go up together, his gaze firm and resolute. The man with blue hair was questioned about his decision. Was he suggesting that they should all go just to catch one person? Was there really no need for everyone to go? The bandaged man spoke, reminding the others that their target had beaten Juggin. They couldn't afford to be complacent, not against someone so powerful. The man with the spear questioned the bandaged man, asking if he wasn't worrying too much. The tension in the air was palpable as they debated their next move. The woman with the hat agreed, stating that no matter what, just 3 people should be enough. The group seemed to be divided on the best course of action. The woman with the trident scratches her head, eager to finish this task quickly and get some sleep. The protagonist, cloaked in purple, warns that if anything goes wrong, they should run away immediately. The protagonist continues onward, his small, floating companion trailing behind him. The armored figures are greeted by the protagonist, who notes they are younger than he thought. The group continues to move forward, the protagonist's words echoing in the dimly lit corridor. Appearances, however, don't matter. The protagonist's companion remarks that the target is probably 20 at most. The floating creature shakes its head, noting that only 4 people showed up, despite the many deaths so far. A lone figure descends the stairs, noting that those guys remain on the same floor for decades. Without any challenges, they become lazy and increasingly overconfident, the sweet safety and peace having ruined them. It might not have been the case in the past, but now their strength has faded, the cloaked figures seem to say. The protagonist activates surveillance, thinking that even if they all showed up, it wouldn't matter. The man with gray hair and a spear regards someone with a smug expression. He notes that these guys also gave up on becoming stronger. The man with the spear asks if they are done getting ready, noting that they've divided up their roles properly. Kong Tae-san replies that there's no need to waste time talking, asking if they'll be all right with just 4. He activates Stag that walks the wind's path, stating it's fine if they call for all the others. Someone says they are willing to wait, but then expresses confusion. Acceleration is activated, accompanied by a swoosh sound. Kong Tae-san rushes forward, a red glow emanating from his blade. Anesha activates Madness, warning someone not to come closer. He stood firm, unaffected by the incoming mental assault. It was deemed unnecessary. Several figures moved to intercept, one shouting to block him. They rushed forward to engage. An archer, positioned behind the others, released a volley of arrows. "I hit him," he exclaimed. The arrows struck, but were deflected by an unseen force. The archer was surprised by the spirit magic. The archer's expression shifted to shock as his arrows were blocked. He couldn't believe what was happening. The protagonist remained calm, the magical barrier still protecting him. How convenient, he thought. An older man with gray hair stepped forward, preparing to strike. He swiped his blade, ready to attack. The older man's attack connected, but the damage was minimal. He was shocked by the low impact. The older man, now visibly frustrated, urged his allies to do something. He realized magic was in play. The witch-like figure watched, equally surprised by the protagonist's ability to use magic. She wondered how he was able to use magic like that. He declared that he would handle the situation himself. The protagonist prepared to engage. The protagonist dashed forward, meeting the older man's attack head-on. The clash was imminent. He lunges forward, his blade a blur against the unseen enemy, ready to strike. Suddenly, the environment shifts as Decarabia's distorted flora activates, changing the battlefield. The flora creaks and groans, a cacophony of unnatural sounds as it closes in around him. Did he even try? He finds himself surrounded, the monstrous flora looming over him, ready to ensnare him in its grasp. He wonders how they are able to use black magic when they aren't even demon folk. What is the secret to their power? Meanwhile, a witch-like figure stands alongside another, observing the unfolding events with a detached curiosity. What in the world? Frustration mounts as one of the figures screams, realizing they are losing to someone who is just hanging around at Tier 2. The system announces that they were victorious against Hajing, marking a significant turning point in the battle. Hajing collapses, defeated, the sound of impact echoing through the distorted landscape as their body hits the ground. No matter their tier, no matter their numbers, the tide of battle has turned against them, leaving them vulnerable. He stands firm, resolute in his determination, vowing that those who have given up on becoming stronger will never defeat him. The witch-like figure cries out in anguish, unable to withstand the onslaught any longer, their defeat imminent. He activates Storm Arrow, declaring it the only way to defeat their foe. The figure stands ready, prepared to unleash the activated skill. Anesha observes, noting that if she's Tier 3, she should be able to use at least one mid-rank spell. The protagonist prepares to cast a spell, his hand glowing with power. A forced battle has been activated, and for the next 10 seconds, only Anesha can deal damage to him. She seems confused by this development. The protagonist unleashes a flurry of attacks, the air crackling with energy as he declares, "It's over." The protagonist's victory seems quite tempting. The protagonist was victorious against Aranesia, Kashin, and Vernluda. His level has increased, and his spiritual increase has activated. Agility, strength, and intelligence have permanently increased, along with his health. Compared to before, Kong Tae-san's stats increased by about 100. He wonders if stealth is the skill version of invisibility. The protagonist triggered the skill stealth, which uses 20 mana and has a 1% proficiency. It hides his body and conceals his presence. He activated Wind Burst, a low-rank spell. Mana usage, 9. Proficiency, 1%. The protagonist watched as the instant skill took effect, a blue aura emanating from his hands. Anesha noted its similarity to the thunderfall he received from the secret room. Its power wasn't impressive, but it had no delay. Meanwhile, The figures stood around a table, discussing the recent events. All 4 of them died. One stated grimly. Hours had passed since the incident. Another figure gulped, worried. Do we all need to go and fight him before he gets any stronger? A cloaked figure didn't think anything would change if the 6 of them went. We can't do that. He's someone who killed the 4 of them in 2 hours. The group considered their options. Then what should we do? One of them wondered aloud, their voices hushed. Another figure suggested buying themselves some time, as their chances of winning were low anyway, and contact the lower floors. The figures gathered around a round table, their discussion continuing in hushed tones. Let's wait for the leadership. For now, they waited. That guy was still on floor 24, unaware of the plans being made against him. He listens as Anesha confirms that their predictions were correct. No one is coming. The spirit guide floats, explaining that the guides of sin are people whose spirits have been broken. Although Kong Tae-san isn't sure if that's the right answer, he knows he'll have to give them something regardless. Sometime, he stares at the screen, wondering why a quest just popped up, indicating it's time to return home. The screen displays the details of the special quest, Return to Earth. 1 week from now, everyone will return to the lands they've left behind. The rewards will vary based on the results, but the most pressing detail is clear. You cannot reject this quest. A special quest has begun, Return to Earth. In 1 week, everyone will return to the lands they left behind, surviving to reap the rewards. This quest cannot be rejected. The news of the quest stirs mixed feelings. One figure murmurs, going crazy, hating it, yet liking it here all the same. The other wonders where they're being sent this time. A figure in the distance declares they don't want to return to Earth. People are quite flustered by the announcement. The man with brown hair looks concerned, while the woman with blue hair clasps her hands. The woman explains that many people died the first time they returned. She adds that the labyrinth feels much safer to easy and normal mode players. Kong Tae-san states that he's posted a strategy guide on the community board. He suggests that those with the determination to climb should take a look. The man with brown hair confirms they were on the 4th floor, and the woman agrees they were both on the same floor. He asks if they should be able to do it. Kong Tae-san suggests they might as well make the 4th floor their objective. He adds that there, they will find Omen, the god of tests, and his trial is worth taking. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure stands before a large chalice. A voice says that he won't have to risk his life, so a desperate plea echoes. Mr. Tae-san, please help me too. Kong Tae-san arrives, his expression unreadable. 2 armored figures greet him, one exclaiming, "Oh, you came?" and asking how hard mode is these days. The situation was somewhat manageable. Fewer people were dying, and they were slowly working their way down. The man with blue hair looked ahead, a slight smile gracing his lips as he considered the information. The woman with black hair felt like throwing up, thinking of how the lives of 30,000 people were in her hands. She felt like she was about to die. The smiling man reminded her that she had to do it, right? She responded that she was working on it, but just needed to complain, you know? Kong Tae-san listened, thinking that each and every hard mode player was precious. They were doing well. A message appeared on the screen, stating that they would see him all in a week then. It felt like it hadn't been long since the last time, and they sure did call him back often. Kong Tae-san stood, looking at the screen. A small, red creature wondered how they could understand the thoughts of the mad. The protagonist knew what to do for this second return, since he'd experienced it once already. However, Kong Tae-san couldn't be completely certain that it'd be identical to before. He shouldn't be content with just this. The protagonist stood, cloaked in purple energy, his gaze fixed forward, the small red creature floating beside him. Floor 24, boss room. The screen flashed, indicating he was victorious against the floor 24 boss. He stood amidst the light, a notification appearing. Kong Tae-san had obtained Bale's staff. The system described Bale's staff as a black magic artifact, created by the demon ball to kill time. It warned that even touching it could drive low-level individuals insane. Kong Tae-san considered the staff, thinking he could offer it to the demon goddess. The system displayed the stats for the ring of spring water, +5 to attack, defense, strength, and agility. It could also create small amounts of clean water. He wondered if he should try using it now. Kong Tae-san looked surprised, his eyes widening slightly. He observed the water source, estimating it was worth about 3 bottles. Meanwhile, 2 figures were seen inside a tent, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. Kong Tae-san held the ring, thinking that at the very least, he wouldn't lose anyone to dehydration. It would be very useful on. Anesha looked on, the text indicating that after that, the preparations moved quickly. The text revealed that a tribute was made to the demon goddess, and a black magic spell was obtained. Kong Tae-san stood with a woman holding a staff, the scene bathed in a purple glow. He recalled purchasing equipment from the shopkeeper, preparing himself for the challenges ahead with newly acquired gear. And finally, the time had come. He would learn a new skill, adding another tool to his growing arsenal. Meanwhile, Kong Tae-san arrived at his destination, Labyrinth Floor 25, a new arena for testing his abilities. Anesha, floating beside him, exclaimed at the skill's description, a skill that doubles damage without any restrictions. The words Dark Spirit were emblazoned on the skill description, showing the monsters splitting apart. Anesha confirmed that the monsters on floor 25 split if hit with a physical attack, and the cooldown was around 3 minutes. Kang Tae-san listened intently. He considered the information, thinking to himself that he would make good use of that skill, but he needed a lot of enemies to test it. The skill was received, ready to be put into action against the Dark Spirits. Kang Tae-san knew he needed to obtain this skill within a week, understanding the urgency of mastering it. He thought about the demon goddess, who seemed to know about his past and the time distortion, wondering if the old gods really did not know. The demon goddess loomed above him. As Anesha floated nearby, she stated that he already knew. The demon goddess observed, stating that there was no way she wouldn't know what was happening to something of hers, finding those guys quite annoying and their methods equally so. He paused, a question forming on his lips, wondering why they were pushing him this way. Anesha demurred, stating that she couldn't reveal the full reason just yet, and that he needed to delve deeper. So, she was getting to the main point. The goddess continued, confirming that he wished to obtain a skill. For this staff, Anesha declared, a beginner black magic spell should suffice, since she wanted to screw him over. The goddess offered an extra service, promising to grant him something he needed most right now. A screen appeared, detailing the beginner black magic prayer to the demon goddess skill, which allowed the user to offer a prayer to increase her granted power. Anesha stated that this was something he'd definitely need once he went outside, as he'd likely be in a situation where black magic would be very useful. The goddess continued, stating that he'd be super thankful to her, and then told him not to die and come back. Anesha observed that those things won't stay still, so it'll be quite difficult. Since even the demon goddess was taking an interest in it, Anesha was sure the old gods would interfere. He looked out at the shadowy figures surrounding him, thinking that this skill should be enough to face those guys. The dark spirit skill began to manifest. He wondered when the dark spirits had become so numerous. Anesha noted that he hadn't moved much or even attacked them yet. The protagonist protector was the reason for his safety. He realized it was much more useful than he had thought. The wrist protector contained killing intent. It boosted attack and defense, but tried to kill everything but its owner. It was made on a whim by a witch, and something was hidden about it. Kang Tae-san guessed so, thinking there was equipment with auto-attack. The protector whipped around, seemingly of its own accord. Luck really did follow him around, he realized. He knew it, right? It was almost as if a god was playing a trick. He was going to buy that. The shopkeeper explained that it was a piece of equipment no one bought, because it was a wrist protector with only a high attack. That was a first, the shopkeeper said, asking if he had money. Kang Tae-san confirmed that he did. It seemed to like him, having its own intelligence. The protagonist had forgotten for a moment. The shopkeeper reminded him that he had that skill that old geezer gave him, right? Anesha guessed he was fated to obtain that item. The shopkeeper added that he was going to buy that. While it may have some unusual characteristics, it's a pretty well-made item. If it's him, he'll come to like it. He considered the purchase, thinking the equipment was well worth the cost. The protagonist felt this much should be enough to obtain the skill, though he wasn't sure if he had enough time. Anesha reminded Kang Tae-san that he needed a large number of enemies, questioning what exactly he was going to do now. Kang Tae-san recalled the skill Tenacity. He knew it was the skill he obtained after hunting the golem guarding the spring, increasing the effectiveness of repeated actions. If he could succeed in using Tenacity, he'd be able to obtain Addition, which doubles all the damage he dealt. The protagonist stood, his expression unreadable. He wondered what the conditions were, and if it only increased the base attack, or if it was difficult to link with other skills. Anesha looked on as Kang Tae-san held his blade, ready to test its capabilities. There was nothing like it, doubling all damage dealt no matter what, Anesha exclaimed, surprised by the skill. Anesha was shocked, asking what he meant by no matter what. Kang Tae-san knew he didn't have much time. The horde of shadowy creatures milled about, their movements accompanied by a wet, splitting sound. An unseen figure demanded silence from the chattering mass. The field stretched before them, an endless expanse filled with the diminutive monsters. The air crackled with anticipation as they awaited their master's command. He approached the swarm, his back to some unseen observer. Kang Tae-san gripped a pair of crimson blades, ready to cut through the darkness. A confident smirk played across Kang Tae-san's face. His violet eyes gleamed with anticipation of the coming battle. Kang Tae-san declared his intent, ready to unleash a storm of steel. The sound of blades tearing through the air echoed. The hero faced a horde of dark spirits, their shadowy forms swirling around him. He prepared to strike, the air crackling with energy as he readied his blade. With a swift motion, Kang Tae-san unleashed a powerful slash, cleaving through the dark spirits. The sound of the blade echoed as he cut down the shadowy figures. Anesha observed the fight, noting the protagonist's technique. She mused that it looked like he was just swinging a sword around, but it was actually a method for obtaining Addition, which doubled all damage dealt. Kang Tae-san continued his assault, each strike dealing significant damage to the dark spirits. Numbers appeared, quantifying the force of his blows. The hunter's blade continued to cut through the dark spirits, each slash reducing their numbers. The damage inflicted was evident with each strike. Anesha watched as the damage increased little by little. She wondered if he would keep doing this until the number was effectively doubled. The protagonist's face was set with determination. The effect of the tenacity skill was that repeatedly doing something increased his efficiency, and damage was included within that effect. Kong Tae-san raised his blade once more, the sunlight glinting off its edge. He prepared to unleash another devastating strike. He moved with practiced ease, his legs carrying him swiftly through the battlefield. The dark spirits continued to surround him, but he remained undeterred. The hero gripped his sword tightly, knowing it would take at least 200 attacks to achieve his goal. He steeled himself for the long fight ahead. He unleashes a powerful slice, dealing significant damage to the unseen foe. The attack connects, registering 249 damage to the target. Kong Tae-san steels himself, preparing for the next strike. Another strike lands, but the protagonist grunts in pain. The dark spirits swarm around him, their attacks landing with a resounding POW. He feels his strength waning with each blow, the effort taking its toll. I'm losing strength. Kong Tae-san continues to fight, dealing 243 damage to Dark Spirit 44. The dark energy crackles around him as he battles on. Anesha observes, noting his repeated efforts. You're back at the starting point. How many times does this make it? Anesha wonders if an achievable skill is within reach. The number of dark spirits you've hunted is already over 1,000. The sheer number of dark spirits is overwhelming, but Kong Tae-san presses on. Anesha questions, is it even possible to delicately avoid all their attacks while controlling your own? Anesha emphasizes the value of the potential skill. That's how valuable the skill is. Many adventurers have obtained augmentation, which adds to their attack. Even then, most who have are hard mode players. Even still, they keep increasing in number. Anesha observes that it will only become more difficult. The dark spirits advance, their numbers seemingly endless. Kong Tae-san thinks it's doable. Compared to when he first obtained Edition, this is nothing. In easy mode, he had to obtain it against other monsters. The spirits close in. Unlike now, there were no areas where tons of monsters gathered. Kong Tae-san prepares to strike. Compared to back then, this is actually beneficial for him, Anesha thinks. Kong Tae-san grips his sword, ready to unleash his power. The delicate movements of his arm muscles, the distance between his feet, the speed at which he swings his sword, the direction of the sword and his gaze, the location of the point of impact, and his breathing as well. This entire process must be completely identical for tenacity to activate. He sliced through the dark spirit, the sound echoing in the confined space. Anesha watched, a critical eye assessing the situation. She thought to herself that it's easy to say, but this doesn't allow even the slightest mistake. The dark spirit's form pulsed with dark energy. Because of the proof of combat skill he received from Lacarotas, his stats increase every time he slays an enemy. Kong Tae-san swung his blade, a golden arc cutting through the air as he continued his assault. Since stats have a direct influence on his movements, every time he slays a dark spirit, he must readjust how he controls his body and strength. Not only that, but the spirit's movements are constantly changing, forcing him to adapt. The dark spirits swarmed around him, their forms menacing. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Anesha's frustration grew. She exclaimed, "Again? Hey man, it's already your 4th day doing this." Anesha continued to vent her frustration. It would have been fine if it only took around 3 tries. But no, whenever you're close to succeeding, you slip up. Don't you even get angry? Kong Tae-san responded calmly. I'm human. Of course I get angry. He thought to himself, but at least I'm not dead, right? Kong Tae-san looked towards Anesha, who was looking at him. What's that look for? Heeding Anesha's words, Tae-san acknowledged the wisdom in her assessment, even if her delivery was a bit rough. Looking at the skill differently, it seemed easier to obtain, a much more manageable path forward. With a determined gaze, Kong Tae-san steeled himself, preparing to face the challenge ahead. He resolved to clear his mind and begin anew, surrounded by the shadowy figures of his adversaries. The hunter felt himself adapting, starting to grasp the intricacies of the technique he was attempting to master. Anesha, watching him, couldn't help but exclaim, "You're such an extreme bastard." Her concern was evident. He steeled himself, muttering that he would try one more time, determined to succeed. Kong Tae-san unleashed another attack, dealing 243 damage to Dark Spirit 44, his movements becoming more fluid. Again, he pushed forward, his expression a mix of determination and frustration as he fought. The protagonist continued his assault, dealing 246 damage to the dark spirits, his attacks precise and relentless. His face contorted with effort, Kong Tae-san gritted his teeth, pushing himself to the limit once more. No matter how many times it takes, Kong Tae-san resolved to keep fighting, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve. He faces the dark spirit, multiple damage numbers appearing as he attacks. The hunter unleashes a final blow. The system declares it's over, dealing significant damage to the dark spirit. The system notifies him that he has doubled his damage without any special methods. The protagonist looks surprised as the system informs him he has obtained the trigger skill, addition. The system details the new skill, addition. It uses 30 mana and doubles his damage. After 6 days of repetition, 132 hours of hard work, and 1,012 failures, he finally obtained that new skill, addition. He wonders if he should take a look at how much power this skill truly has, as the system announces he has activated Power Strike. The hunter prepares to strike, a golden aura surrounding his blade. The system confirms that he has activated addition in consecutive attacks. He slashes through the dark spirit, empowered by his newly activated skills. The attack connects, dealing massive damage to the dark spirit. The system displays the damage dealt, and the dark spirit seems confused by the sudden increase in power. The small, white creature's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down. Kong Tae-san stands amidst the aftermath, damage numbers floating above the defeated enemies. The synergy between his skills is, according to Anesha, insane. How can such an absurd skill exist? The creature wonders, aghast. Kong Tae-san smirks, asking if Anesha thinks it's useful. Anesha shouts, declaring that it's not useful, but cheating. Anesha reminds him that there are only 2 hours left until they return to Earth, questioning if he'll go back with that shabby appearance. Kong Tae-san pauses, a realization dawning on his face. Elsewhere, the labyrinth stretches before him, marking the 25th floor. He leaps into action, striking down another monster with practiced ease. His level has increased, and he has returned to peak condition after that close call. Anesha urges Kong Tae-san to hurry, reminding him that it's time to go. He descended through the portal, the familiar cityscape slowly resolving below. The portal shattered behind him, leaving a trail of energy in its wake as they returned to the world. Anesha offered a good look as the protagonist prepared himself. He had no plans to fall for their traps. The air crackled with residual energy. A special quest was starting. Prepare for the next quest at the city hall over the next 24 hours. The city buildings loomed, a stark reminder of what they were fighting to protect. The citizens longed to return to their normal lives. He landed softly, Anesha close behind. The weight of the city's fate settled upon them. The citizens were downtrodden, wondering how many more would die this time. They just wanted to return to the labyrinth. Anesha observed the citizens, noting their rotten mental states, no matter how many times she saw them. He guessed they were starting at the city hall this time. Anesha floated beside him. Compared to last time, the citizens were definitely much more withdrawn. It was impractical to lead those people in an attack. If he wanted to prepare for the next quest within 24 hours, he stood ready, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. He stood there, the weight of the task ahead pressing down. He knew, deep down, that he couldn't face it alone. Elsewhere, Anesha sat at her desk, a pile of papers scattered before her. She bit her lip, realizing she needed to get some help. A sudden unease washed over Anesha. She paused, a chill running down her spine. Was someone talking about her? Meanwhile, during the first return to Earth, 70,000 of the 100,000 surviving members of humanity died. The weight of that loss hung heavy in the air. Right now, many people tremble with anxiety as the second return looms before their eyes, a terrifying unknown. The city stood as a silent testament to the survivors' resilience, a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. From above, the city's layout revealed a carefully planned defense, a network of streets and buildings designed to withstand the coming storm. The woman sighed, overwhelmed by the task ahead. Finish organizing all this, she muttered, the weight of responsibility etched on her face. After figuring out the stats and gear of all players in Yongin City Hall, she still needed to assign roles. The woman wondered how she would manage it all. Moreover, there were only 12 hours left. The woman felt the pressure mounting as she considered the task before her. A man exclaimed that this was too much. The woman responded that she was sure plenty of others could do a better job than her. With a slide, Kong Tae-san entered through the window. Kim Hyo-yeon thought to herself that there was no one like him. The woman, Kim Hyo-yeon, exclaimed in surprise, asking if Mr. Tae-san had come in through the window again. The protagonist mused that entering through the window was more comfortable than walking through the hallways. He noted the large number of documents, a disgustingly large number, piled on the table. The protagonist thought that it was a lot compared to last time, which wasn't a good thing. Kim Hyo-yeon rested their head on their hand, listening to the others. Even if they said that, wasn't there anyone else who could do this? Kong Tae-san considered that it couldn't be him, because he had too many other things to do. He was better suited for assisting than managing. The group determined that Lee Tion was too passive, and Kong Junhik was too young. But that didn't mean they could leave it to those rotten old geezers either. They should already know not to descend the labyrinth. The group knew they couldn't become the fulcrum for the group, right? Kong Tae-san added that they needed someone who could quash the voices of those with some power. So they needed to be a hard mode player. At the very least, that's why Kim Hyun was the right person. During the third return, due to the Choi Jung-heek incident, only about 5,000 people were left. And when even E and D rank monsters appeared, everyone was crushed. Most people gave up on life here and fled. Even though it was such a hopeless situation, Kim Hyun, more than half of the remaining players were saved and sent off to Seoul. The memory stings. If she had lived even a little longer, perhaps the situation would have been a little better, the woman thinks, her expression grim. Kim Hyun's face is etched with concern as she reflects on the past. She gets up from her desk. Kang Tae-san watches her, his expression unreadable. Then, work hard. You don't have much left, right? The support is overwhelmed. This is too much, she cries out, flustered by the workload. Now, let's hurry up. The chosen one, Big Sis Hyun, the floating head exclaims. Meanwhile, a ruined city stretches into the distance, skyscrapers cracked and broken. Kang Tae-san stands amidst the devastation, the scale of destruction immense. Tae-san, the cracks have definitely grown bigger, the floating head observes. He stands firm, his gaze fixed on the source of the tremors. Right, it's shaking like crazy because it wants to go wild. At the very least, it's C or B rank. You mean the old gods? The floating head asks. He walked through the ruined city, the wind whipping around him. Those bastards are strong, unreasonably so. The floating companion pondered aloud. If they really wanted to, they could very easily crush a tiny world like this. At first, it was believed the most the gods could do with their power was interfere with us through the cracks. There's no way the old gods, who are the nemesis of the gods of the labyrinth, would only be at that level, so it really is weird. The old gods have destroyed 258 worlds over the past 12 years, right? Given the strength at their disposal, isn't the speed of destruction way too slow? Did the gods of the labyrinth interfere? But the demon goddess crushed an entire star with a single hand. That seems the most likely explanation. Kim Hyun stated that she didn't know, but she was sure they'll find out more as they go further down the labyrinth. Kang Tae-san drew his sword, or maybe they'll find out soon enough. A special quest was being given to every player in the southern Gyeonggi region. They were asked to please gather at the Yongin City Hall. The crowd murmured, wondering how to reach Yongin from their current location. One of them mentioned having a friend in the Yongin area. The group continued onward, their faces etched with concern. They hoped their loved ones were still alive. The armored woman led the way, but even she couldn't hide her worry. She knew there were tons of monsters all over the place. A voice reassured them that everyone had become stronger while descending the labyrinth. Hard mode players would be by their side to protect them. The woman in armor spoke, her voice firm despite the circumstances. Once they reached Yongin, there would be a lot more people. They just needed to hang in there a bit longer. Her eyes widened in alarm. System messages blared, announcing the appearance of multiple monsters nearby. Kim Hyun stood ready, drawing her sword. The monsters were closing in, their forms grotesque and menacing. A monster lunged forward, its claws extended. Someone screamed for everyone to run, but others insisted the hard mode players would take care of it. The battle began. Kim Hyun and the others fought bravely against the monstrous onslaught, their swords flashing in the dim light. No, she cried. A figure with a fiery aura prepared to unleash a powerful attack. Will also help, he shouted, his hands glowing with energy. Miss Tion, wings spread wide, prepare to strike. Eek! Mr. Junheek, thank you, she exclaimed, ready to unleash her power. Mr. Junheek activated Frost Arrow, his hand glowing with icy energy. He was ready to support Miss Tion in the fight. He surveyed the scene, a grimace twisting his features. Damn, what a disgusting number of them. The monsters writhed, their forms grotesque as they were struck by a flurry of blows. The blue-haired protagonist prepared to strike. He declared, let's end this quickly. The monsters were slapped aside by an unseen force, their advance halted. Support Kim Hyun watched the whip in action. Tae-san, this whip, it's really good, huh? Protagonist Kang Tae-san landed softly, the impact barely registering. The blue-haired protagonist's expression hardened. He thought, it's quite useful, but I don't have the time to go around and hunt them one by one. A system message appeared. You have activated Decarabia's distorted flora. Vines erupted from the ground, their power evident as they cracked the earth. The group of people looked on in shock. What? Is it a different monster? Support Kim Hyun stared at the flora. And no, it's protecting us. Protagonist Kang Tae-san gazed at the protective barrier. Hey, isn't this overprotection? There's something I want to try out. He activated Frost Arrow, the skill surging to life from his outstretched hand. Magic acceleration followed, the protagonist thinking the wide-range skill would work well here. The skill manifested as a massive, glowing orb descends, obliterating everything in its path. The monsters are caught in the blast, their forms dissolving under the intense energy. The protagonist says goodbye, the skill taking effect. The energy surges outward, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The buildings are struck, the force of the impact visible as the energy rips through them. Kim Hyun and the others react with shock, realizing the direction of the attack. The others are worried, asking if it was Kong Tae-san, their big bro. The protagonist stands alone amidst the destruction, the aftermath of his skill visible around him. He is approached by a small companion, who notes that he really can't help himself, and that his side is done. A chibi character shivers, wondering if it is this person. The landscape lies in ruins, the question hanging in the air. Actually a monster? The energy dissipates, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation and lingering power. A few hours later, the system notifies that Decarabia's distorted flora has been activated as the stronghold is built. The protagonist, Kong Tae-san, gazes up at the towering stronghold, its structure entwined with strange flora. The group decides to enter and rest, knowing they'll need to move on again tomorrow. Kim Hyun whispers that most normal monsters won't be able to get through, so they can rest easy and go to sleep. She says Tae-san's name. Kong Tae-san walks past the group, and he wonders what's with the atmosphere of these people. The others watch him pass, whispering amongst themselves, wondering if he is really human. The chibi character rages, thinking it's all thanks to Tae-san that they're able to survive even a day. The chibi character continues to rage, wondering why they are all blatantly wary of him. The chibi character thinks it doesn't matter. He's used to this sort of reaction, and what's important right now is completing the quest and discovering more about the old gods. He's still angry. Someone approaches, calling out to Mr. Tae-san, saying they heard he was looking for them. He was being watched. Kim Hyun and two others seemed concerned as they looked at Kong Tae-san. Kong Tae-san returned their gaze, a hint of annoyance flickering across his face. Was there a problem? Kim Hyun stood beside a man in red armor. Are we going to train with you like last time? She asked. Kong Tae-san's hand began to glow with a crimson light. Yeah, come out immediately with your weapons. We're going to start right now. The man in red armor grinned, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Great. This time, I won't go down as easily as before. The man clenched his fist, ready to fight. He was eager to test his skills against Kong Tae-san. The man looked forward to the battle. A system message appeared. The battle between Kong Junheek and Kong Tae-san will begin. Kong Junheek lunged forward, ready to strike. Titan, here I come, he shouted. Kong Tae-san drew his sword, preparing to meet Kong Junheek's attack head-on. The green lines of the training area shimmered as Kong Junheek said, yeah, let's see your skills. The night air hung heavy as the figure gasped, his arm refusing to rise. He sighed, the training having stretched on for what felt like an eternity. Kong Tae-san knew they'd have to continue training for as long as they remained on Earth. One of the others apologized for troubling him, but Kong Tae-san waved it off. He reminded them that they would be leaving soon, so complacency was not an option. Kong Tae-san wondered if they thought it was common for someone strong to generously teach them. A small, fiery companion raged, declaring that he would have tossed the weak bastard aside. Kong Tae-san resolved to push them even harder, sensing something ominous in the air. One of the chibi companions reassured him that he was probably just imagining things. 3 days later, they arrived at Yongin City Hall. The group gazed up at the imposing building, relieved to have finally arrived. The building looms large, its entrance beckoning. Wow, it's huge, one of them exclaims, awestruck by the sheer scale. The group moves forward, their footsteps echoing in a vast space. They hurry to enter the building. Inside, a tense standoff unfolds. Stop! Where did you all come from? A man demands, brandishing a sword. Kim Hyun recognizes someone. Anyang. Huh, aren't you Baekwon? She asks, surprised to see him. Baekwon seems just as surprised. Oh, so you were in Yongin. I'm so glad to see you again, Hyun, he exclaims. Kim Hyun nods, relieved. Yes, me too. Please wait a moment. I'll call over our king, she says. Baekwon responds with a simple, sure, his expression a mix of surprise and anticipation. A thought bubbles in Kim Hyun's mind. But did you really say, king? The question hangs in the air. The man with the sword wonders. Hey, did you say you came from Anyang? The group advances, their determination evident. They move forward, ready to face whatever awaits them. A figure emerges, identified as Seo Jang-san, a hard mode player. He steps forward, his presence commanding attention. Kim Hyun is surprised. Huh, Seo Jang-san? Seo Jang-san? So you were also here, she exclaims. Kim Hyun's expression hardens as she listens intently to the conversation unfolding around her. The man with short dark hair smiles, a grin spreading across his face. The man with short dark hair clasps hands with the woman in armor. He says it's nice seeing her like this. She agrees. The man with short dark hair glances around, wondering why there's so many people. He questions if they're all from a single district. The woman in armor states that there are roughly 20,000 people, and they were lucky. The man with short dark hair seems surprised by the number, questioning how there could be so many. The woman in armor explains that there were a few especially powerful solo mode players in the labyrinth. She says it's all thanks to these people. The man with short dark hair wonders if those people are mentioned often in the community. The man in red armor wonders if that is so. He asks why the man with short dark hair is looking at them like that. The man with short dark hair claps his hands, saying they did good work making it this far. The man with short dark hair states that since the quest isn't over yet, they should rest up until then. He will leave the guiding to these guys. Footsteps echo as someone walks away. A sterile hallway stretches into the distance, illuminated by cold, artificial light. The group walks together, their footsteps echoing in the otherwise silent space. Kang Junheek speaks, relieved that they can finally rest comfortably. Kim Hyun voices her unease about Seo Jang-san. Kang Junheek suggests it might be due to their unfamiliarity with him. The hunter, Kang Junheek, looks concerned. Kim Hyun's expression mirrors his worry as she glances down at Kang Tae-san. Kang Junheek asks if Kang Tae-san felt something, noting his gaze seemed troubled. He adds that it was too blatant to be a misunderstanding. Kang Tae-san remains silent, his expression unreadable as he looks down. Kim Hyun wonders if it wasn't just a misunderstanding. She asks Kang Junheek if he also saw it that way. Kang Tae-san declares he should take a look around. He tells those who want to rest to do so, and those who want to follow him should follow. Kang Tae-san begins to walk away, his cape billowing behind him as he takes long strides. Elsewhere, a modern skyscraper pierces the sky, its glass facade reflecting the clouds. Two figures tremble, fear etched on their faces. A voice declares easy, normal mode player housing. Below, two armored figures are visible. A man is held in restraints, the scene labeled as hard mode player housing. The woman with dark hair notes that something feels off, questioning the lack of solo mode players. The proportion of easy and normal mode players is also too small, an imbalance in the player base. He is getting a bad feeling about this place, Kang Tae-san says as they walk through the city. The man with brown hair agrees, stating that the situation is definitely not normal. After looking around Yongin City Hall, the people's expressions could be divided into two categories. Like how a commoner would behave around nobility, the atmosphere felt rotten. Kang Tae-san's expression hardens as he considers the implications of the situation. The woman with dark hair greets them, mentioning she heard something about this place. She reports that she's back from hearing about the Yongin City Hall's population, hard mode player ratio, and rations. She also heard about where they're storing rations, asking if he wants to go together, and Kang Tae-san agrees. They descended the steps, the weight of their mission pressing down on them. Kim Hyun felt it too. Something was unusual about the situation. Kang Tae-san wondered what it was, feeling as though the easy and normal mode players were avoiding him. Kang Junheek wondered if it was because of the difference in strength between them and the others. Tae-san decided to keep watching for now, pondering the situation. Kim Hyun noted that with the amount of instant ramen and canned goods they had, they should have plenty to eat for now. Tae-san considered that even if not everyone was here, people would continue to come to Yongin City Hall, and food would still be in short supply. They needed to prepare for it. Kim Hyun was relieved that Seo Jang-san was here, making things more doable, remembering their past talks in a labyrinth. The woman with black hair thought that Tae-san was strong and could make composed decisions, which was why so many people followed him. The man with short hair reflected that Tae-san was a bit violent sometimes, but it wasn't to the point where it became a problem. Tae-san wondered about that, his expression grim. 2 days later, the city skyline shimmered under a strange, ethereal dome. He stood among the crowd, the towering city hall looming above them all. During the special quest, there hadn't been much reason to move around, and now they were blocked off, unable to leave. Kang Tae-san sat perched high above, the city spread out before him, a landscape of enforced idleness. Someone shouted, their voice laced with anger. It was Kang Junheek. The small flying creature seemed equally bored. It seems there's a fight down there, right? The figure stood atop a building, observing the unfolding events below. A man with a ponytail stood defiantly, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Leave the people who just got here alone. Kang Junheek's voice echoed, filled with disbelief. A woman with short hair stood beside him, equally shocked by the situation. The man with the ponytail sneered, dismissing their concerns. They're mere easy mode players. The man with the ponytail, flanked by others, asserted his authority. If you come to Yongin, you gotta follow our rules. Kang Junheek's expression hardened, his eyes filled with anger. You guys really? The man with the ponytail's face contorted in rage, his teeth bared in a snarl. He raised his hand, a desperate shout tearing from his throat. The armored woman stood firm, the source of the commotion unclear. The man with short hair narrowed his gaze, a silent warning in his eyes. One of the armored figures addressed him, acknowledging his authority. They claimed the crowd had broken his laws. The crowd shifted uneasily, weapons glinting in the dim light as they braced for conflict. The armored woman's expression flickered with concern, a silent question in her eyes. Footsteps echoed, each step deliberate and heavy with unspoken intent. He seized the armored woman, his grip tight around her neck. He accused her of breaking a law and demanded agreement on the need for punishment. The man with short hair smirked, revealing the chilling truth. The original punishment called for execution. He relented, stating that because she was ignorant of the law, he couldn't give her such a hefty punishment. The man with short hair proposed a simpler alternative, the red background hinting at something sinister. The armored woman's face contorted in fear as the hand tightened around her neck, the threat now palpable. Footsteps echo as someone approaches. Kong Tae-san arrives, asking if he can join in. The scene shifts to a tense standoff, where a woman is being held. Several others watch with concern. The man holding the woman glares intensely. Tae-san's eyes glow with a menacing light. The man with the sword shouts, daring someone to look at him with such disrespect, and orders them to stop. The woman with purple hair coughs as the man raises his arm. Junheek asks if she is all right, while the man holding her claims he was just discussing how her comrade was breaking the rules. Tae-san smirks, questioning who decided these rules, and asks if it was him. The man responds that Tae-san may be the master of those guys, but shouldn't force his laws onto them. The man with long brown hair nods, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips as he prepares to attack. "You cocky bastard!" he shouts, energy crackling around his outstretched hand as he prepares to strike. He brings his hand down, a concentrated beam of golden energy following its trajectory with deadly precision. The energy slams into its target, sending splinters of light and debris flying in all directions from the point of impact. Landing on the ground, the man with long brown hair wonders aloud, questioning what his opponent wants to do. He declares that he will make his opponent regret insulting the king, his stance shifting as he prepares another attack. The man with long brown hair unleashes a flurry of attacks, each strike accompanied by a swoosh of displaced air. The attacks continue, the air shimmering with the force of each blow as the man presses his advantage. Elsewhere, Junheek watches with wide eyes, clearly surprised by the intensity of the battle unfolding before him. Tae-san observes the fight, noting that the man is dodging a hard-mode player's attacks with ease, a fact that seems to concern him. The man with long brown hair grabs his weapon, preparing for another strike as the fight intensifies. He declares that he is now acting in self-defense, his expression a mix of anger and desperation as he lunges forward. The man with long brown hair prepares his next strike. He focuses, muttering about relaxing his entire body. He attempts to control the energy as much as possible, striking slowly. The attack inflicts 51 damage to Kim Ga-han. The energy explodes outward, a concentrated blast of power focused on the downed opponent. Kim Ga-han lies defeated on the ground, surrounded by the remnants of the devastating attack. Tae-san observes the damage inflicted. He notes that it was quite a lot, his expression a mix of concern and surprise. The lingering energy dissipates, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The man with long brown hair stands over Kim Ga-han, questioning if he wants to continue the fight. Tae-san intervenes, declaring that enough is enough, his expression firm. Meanwhile, an unknown man apologizes for the attack, promising severe punishment for the attacker. A group of figures walks away from the scene, the ground stained with blood, indicating the severity of the conflict. Seo Jang-san's face is filled with rage. He warns that next time, he will kill the man with long brown hair. The man with long brown hair stands with Seo Jang-san and the others, the tension palpable in the air. Three distinct expressions flashed across his mind: anger, calculation, and a cold, distant resolve. The weight of the situation settled heavily, and Kong Tae-san swallowed hard, processing the implications. He wondered if the other party realized that he had ordered Kim Ga-han to pick a fight to test his strength. The hunter acknowledged the threat, resolving to keep it in mind as he moved forward. Meanwhile, a man erupted in fury, dismissing the pleas as worthless trash, his face contorted with rage. Kong Tae-san was asked to explain what had happened, the severity of the situation becoming increasingly clear. 30 minutes ago, the narrative shifted to a flashback, revealing the events that led to the present conflict. A desperate plea echoed, a woman begging for food, explaining that her child was sick and in need of help. The man swung his arm, rejecting the woman's request, declaring they didn't have enough food to share with someone sick. Kim Hyun, witnessing the scene, shouted for him to stop, her expression a mix of anger and determination. The flashback continued, revealing the moment Kim Hyun decided to intervene in the situation. Back in the present, the tension between Kong Tae-san and Kim Hyun was palpable, their expressions reflecting the weight of their past actions. He declared that they could rest, as he had dealt with their opponents. The protagonist sat perched high above the city, contemplating the world below. He found the guides of sin disgusting, no matter where he went. Was comparing the guides to these guys doing them a disservice? At least the guides of sin acknowledged someone who's strong. The protagonist's companion remarked that he only takes care of hard mode players, so he's shittier for sure. In a past life, Seo Jang-san claimed only hard mode players could save the world. He created all sorts of rules and regulations, dividing players into ranks. He wanted to return to the feudal ages. The only person who could restrain Seo Jang-san was the only solo mode player, Lee Tion. However, she alone wasn't enough to handle all the hard mode players. Someone was too preoccupied with battling monsters to intervene. Thus, the situation was allowed to unfold as desired. Kong Taeson's expression remained unreadable, his thoughts hidden behind a stoic mask. Whispers spread among the crowd. If this continued, Kong Taeson would earn the ire of other players, even those in solo mode. Despite the odds, the floating figure knew that Kong Taeson wouldn't give up easily. Taeson clenched his fist, a grim resolve hardening his gaze. He had been warned, but he wouldn't regret his choices. 2 days later, it was the last day of the quest. A total of 100,000 people from the southern Gyeonggi region had gathered at Yongin City Hall. The survivors of the southern Gyeonggi region stood dejected. This was all that remained of their population. They began to mourn the deaths of their family and friends, the weight of their losses heavy on their shoulders. And so, the quest started, a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. A special quest had begun. The people were instructed to choose their king. After choosing the king, the people must survive for 1 month, growing food, protecting their land, and fending off monsters. Rewards would vary based on performance upon returning to the labyrinth. The room hummed with anticipation as the group gathered, the weight of the quest heavy in the air. The assembled warriors sat around the table, each lost in thought about the task that lay before them. The air crackled with unspoken tension as the leaders considered the implications of the king's quest. One of them mused aloud, wondering if the quest was truly about finding a king or simply a leader. Another woman, holding a glowing cube, suggested that the quest was about establishing rules through the system. A man with a ponytail declared that if it was about rules, he had already made some, and it was right that he be made king. The woman with the cube questioned his claim, asking if anyone had any complaints. Another man challenged the idea of trusting him, questioning how he could be trusted and allowed to be king. The man in red armor retorted that he was a king, and they were all refugees who should follow his orders. The man with short black hair listened intently, his expression unreadable as the argument unfolded. The man with brown hair slammed his fist on the table, declaring that the quest was just the destination. However, he continued, stating that they had no right to give orders, as this place was chosen as the destination. He scoffed, accusing others of already considering themselves royalty. The man in red armor questioned what was wrong with that. Kong Junheek argued that to control so many people, they needed a king who would rule strictly. He declared himself the one for the role. The man in red armor pressed, asking who else would be king if not him. He questioned if people would follow a kid who wasn't even an adult yet. A woman with purple hair flinched, wondering if a girl who couldn't even assert herself properly could be a leader. The man in red armor continued, questioning what was wrong with his qualifications. Another man shook his head, disagreeing with the assessment. The man with the glowing blue aura stated that Kong Junheek didn't want to do it. He questioned who would trust a group where only 3 people could properly fight. He continued, saying that while there may be several solo mode players, besides them, they're all weak. He also questioned how they could be sure. The text declared that solo mode players wouldn't sacrifice them all for their own gain. Co Jangson's words were too harsh, and she was told not to go too far with her statements. Kim Gahan apologized, stating that his emotions got the better of him. He then asked if there were any counter-arguments to his becoming king. It seemed there were none. Kim Gahan grinned, a sinister expression on his face. Then, Kim Gahan declared that starting now, he was the king, as a surge of power emanated from him. A digital chime echoes as the system announces its decision. The screen identifies Co Jangsan, as a royal decree begins to load. A disembodied voice declares that a royal decree will be issued immediately. Another chime rings out, heralding the king's latest order. The decree descends, solidifying into a tangible form, law. Someone looks on, stunned by the sudden proclamation. The new law dictates that all must show respect to hard mode players, or face punishment. Ever since arriving in Yongin, a sense of unease had settled over the group. While Co Jangson's methods were a bit radical, they were deemed necessary to control so many people. The woman's eyes widened as she read the list of rules. What is this? She wondered. Each of these orders is too overbearing. Meals are restricted, and orders can't be refused. Not to mention bowing their heads to show respect. The man smirked, his expression suggesting he was enjoying the situation. Is there anything wrong with that? It seems there's a lot you want to say. The woman slammed her hand on the table, her frustration boiling over. And no matter what, telling easy and normal mode players to go out and look for food is too much. The man leaned back, a smug look on his face. Why should we have to do that? The woman glared, her voice laced with anger. Lots of people will die in the process. And what's wrong with that? The man on the throne declared that there's a right job for the right person. 2 figures crouched, acknowledging that the sentiment was a truth passed down since ancient times. The wall was riddled with holes, a testament to the dangers outside. The hard mode players would be saving the weak for monsters, so they should reap the benefits. He insisted that if they had to risk their lives, the easy and normal mode players should be doing their best, too, gathering provisions. A man and a wolf-like creature stood together, the man seemingly defending the beast. Kim Hyun questioned the established order, asking if she was wrong. Her expression hardened, her eyes narrowing as she clenched her teeth. Seo Jangson looked on, the other man stating that it's not like he's. Three figures knelt, listening as the speaker insisted they weren't saying anything wrong and that they weren't killing anyone themselves. The speaker slammed his fist down, declaring it natural for them to have that authority. Kim Hyun stood firm, the woman stating that if they treat them as disposable because they're weak, how are they any different from beasts? She shouts, her expression a mix of anger and disbelief at the callousness of the statement. Kim Hyun makes her position clear. She can understand their perspective, but not the treatment of others like slaves. Kim Gahan simply shrugs, stating that they can do as she wishes, unbothered by her outburst. Kim Hyun is shocked by his response, calling out to Seo Jang-san in disbelief. Kang Tae-san watches the exchange, wondering if what Kim Hyun says is really the answer. Kang Jun-heek believes that they are mistaken about something, observing the situation with a thoughtful expression. Kim Gahan asks if she is saying that he is wrong, defending his position that sacrificing the rest is acceptable if it means the stronger survive. The sound of something breaking punctuates the tense atmosphere as Kim Hyun states that she cannot say he is entirely wrong. Kang Jun-heek acknowledges that easy and normal mode players are weak, but questions if they are any different. Meanwhile, as time passes, the monsters become stronger, a looming threat to all players regardless of their mode. Eventually, even hard mode players will be unable to handle that strength, foreshadowing a future challenge for everyone. And in the end, they'll also become useless, a grim reminder of the ever-increasing difficulty and the fate that awaits them all. A figure looms, their words laced with disdain for the perceived weakness around them. Kim Gahan questions if they could even resist if everyone tried to trample and tear them apart. The king's expression shifts, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes as he hears something. A surge of figures, a mass of bodies, presses in, a visual representation of the threat he dismisses. The voice continues, stating that no matter how weak they are, if they all rushed in at once, they would definitely die. Kim Gahan remains impassive, his gaze distant as he considers the implications of the warning. Kim Hyun speaks, her expression thoughtful as she poses a question to the king. The king's eyes narrow, a subtle shift in his demeanor hinting at a deeper calculation. Kim Gahan declares that he has no interest in whether they all live or die, rejecting Seo Jangson's plans. Kim Hyun apologizes, stating that it's not possible, her tone laced with a hint of resignation. A display outlines the conditions under which the king may be changed: death, request of majority, or self-abdication. Kim Gahan states that he has no intention of stepping down on his own and cannot be stopped by the second condition. He held up a peace sign, a smirk playing on his lips. Was someone thinking about ending his reign? Kang Tae-san's expression was serious. Why would he think there was no way? They had the second condition. Kim Gahan scoffed, his eyes narrowed. He dismissed their claims as utter bullshit. The antagonist declared that every hard mode player supported him, save for those two dissenters. A group of players stood in the background, their faces obscured by shadow, observing the unfolding drama. It was obvious only hard mode players had the right to vote, so they had no chance of winning, one of the players thought. Kim Gahan grinned, saying that wasn't the case. Kim Gahan raised his hand, a blue glow emanating from his palm. He requested a change in kings. The system acknowledged the request, stating that if a majority of players agreed, the request would be granted. The system declared that no other player with the right existed, and the request was granted. The group of players stood around a table, the tension palpable in the air as the system prepared to initiate the change. The system prompted them to choose a method: debate, duel, or battle. The fate of the king hung in the balance. Kim Gahan's eyes widened in disbelief. He never agreed to this, the shock evident on his face. The decision to allow a vote was met with immediate resistance. Kim Gahan stood firm, a smirk playing on his lips despite the challenge. Not just easy, normal, and hard mode players were present, ready to participate in the vote. Kim Hyun stood among them. Even Lee Tion couldn't change it, so people thought it was a meaningless condition. The standards for being granted the right by the gods were extremely high. Kim Gahan questioned what the system meant, asserting that he was the only one who had the right. His expression hardened, a clear indication of his displeasure with the unfolding events. The sound of a foot stomping echoed as Kim Gahan addressed Seo Jang-san, reminding him of a previous warning. He threatened to kill him next time, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Kim Gahan offered Seo Jang-san one last chance, demanding to see his final death throes. His gaze intensified, a mixture of anger and anticipation swirling within him. A surge of energy crackled around them, the air thick with tension. The hard mode players who followed Kim Gahan were ready to act. He scoffed, observing the assembled crowd from a distance. There sure are a lot. The crowd of opponents surged forward, eager to prove their worth. One shouted, "You'll regret giving me a chance." One of the fighters stepped forward, ready to engage. "Then let's get started right away. You remember the conditions, right?" Nearby, Kang Tae-san watched the unfolding scene with Kim Hyun. "I know, a non-lethal 1 versus. Many battle with defense set to 0. Kim Go-han smirked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Then let's begin. The crowd surged forward, weapons raised, ready to strike. They jumped at him simultaneously. One of the fighters yelled, "I'll block him, so everyone jump in." The opponent's attack was so or something, right? A fighter raised his shield, preparing to defend against the incoming attack. That's quite strong, but it's definitely something I can face. This is it for you. Kang Tae-san watched as Kim Go-han was swarmed by opponents. The blue-haired protagonist remained stoic. Kim Go-han gripped his weapon, activating a new ability. The text reads, "You have activated addition." With a resounding whoosh, Kim Go-han unleashed his power. Red energy emanated from his weapon. Kim Go-han declared, "Sorry to destroy your hopes, but I only gave you all a chance for one reason, so I could utterly crush you." He came down with force, the impact creating a shockwave of energy. The attack registers, dealing 452 damage to Kim Min-jun, who has been neutralized. The remaining soldiers watch as the dust settles around their fallen comrade. Kang Tae-san is sent flying by an unseen force. One of the soldiers remarks on his trajectory. Two soldiers shudder, their swords trembling in their hands as they witness the power of their foe. Kim Go-han leaps forward, declaring that if they won't come to him, he'll go to them. One of the soldiers shouts for everyone to focus, warning that he's coming. Kang Tae-san is sent hurtling through the air, the force of the blow evident. Kim Go-han strikes another soldier, who cries out in pain as the blade connects. The attack registers, dealing 443 damage to Kim Go-han, who has been neutralized. One of the soldiers expresses disbelief at the damage. A soldier with a sword comments on the situation, stating that it's bullshit and that he's actively working to limit himself. With a leap, Kim Go-han launches himself towards Kang Tae-san and another soldier, ready to strike again. He descends, bringing his power down with a resounding crash. Someone shouts, declaring that they are people who risk their lives to become stronger, demanding everyone get their act together. Park Dae-in has activated Mitigate, bracing for the incoming attack. Lee Se-in has activated Dodge. Kim Go-han scoffs, finding their efforts pathetic. He continues his descent, a blur of motion and dark intent. His expression is cold, his eyes narrowed with disdain. Park Dae-in has been neutralized, defeated by Kim Go-han's overwhelming power. Lee Se-in has also been neutralized. Kim Go-han questions how they're any different from the easy mode players they look down on. His eyes glow with power as he declares that they're all bastards who can't do anything to him, even when he is alone. The sounds of destruction echo around him, a symphony of violence. The city below is visible, a stark contrast to the chaos he is creating. He stands triumphant over a pile of bodies, a lone figure against the backdrop of the city. Footsteps echoed, each one a heavy declaration of intent. He stood, facing his opponent. Kim Go-han stated, "So you're the last one, Co Jang-san." Co Jang-san stood firm, unflinching. Elsewhere, a figure watched from the shadows, observing the confrontation. Kang Tae-san's eyes glowed with an inner light. He thought, "You'd better be different from them." The force of the blow sends him reeling, a guttural cry escaping his lips as he slammed against a barrier. Kim Go-han stands over his fallen opponent, declaring, "It ends here, Co Jang-san." A figure in a purple cloak stands with a red blade, looking down at someone and saying that they are useless. The cloaked figure asks what the other person will do now, stating that they won't stop them if they want to continue. The figure's eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening his gaze as he thinks, "I do want." The woman on the ground struggles, declaring that it's not worth throwing her life away, but she is determined. Kim Go-han trembles, but he says that he will step down. Someone off-panel says that it is a good choice, then addresses Kim Hyun. Kim Hyun grips something, stating that she has no intention of becoming king, and asks if the other person is confident they can handle it. Someone off-panel tells Co Jang-san that it seems he is the next king. Footsteps echoed through the chamber as figures moved, their purpose unclear in the dim light. Co Jang-san knew that in the end, only the hard mode players could face the monsters. The weak would only become a burden. Kim Hyun stood tall, her sword gleaming as she watched over the huddled figures below. Kim Hyun considered how things would end, knowing she was also set on protecting them. The man with messy brown hair seemed to understand, finally grasping his position. With a swoosh of energy, Co Jang-san declared he would transfer his position to Kim Hyun. A notification appeared. Co Jang-san had transferred the seat of king to Kim Hyun. The king had been chosen. Kim Hyun, bathed in light, stated that she was the king, demanding the previous ruler hand over the throne. Kim Hyun gripped her hand, declaring that she would work hard, as the notification stated that Kang Tae-san was most involved in changing kings. Co Jang-san seemed sure, as a notification appeared stating there would be a bonus upon returning to the labyrinth. A fractured purple crystal pulsed with an inner light, its energy barely contained. The city's towering structures pierced the sky, reflecting the ethereal glow above. Kim Hyun bowed their head. They thanked Kang Tae-san. Kang Tae-san stood beside them. explaining that he hadn't killed Seo Jang-san. He admitted he hadn't really thought about it. Kang Tae-san's expression remained unreadable, a mask of stoicism hiding his thoughts. A figure stood silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling energy, musing that Kim Hyun was quick to notice things. Had he requested a change and killed Seo Jang-san afterward, the other hard mode players might have turned rebellious. A crowd of people stood in silhouette. Since Kim Hyun gained the most, they became king. Kim Hyun's expression was serious. They realized that malice would have been directed at them. Kang Tae-san told them that if they knew that, then they should work hard. That's how they could repay him. Kim Hyun was confused. They wondered why Kang Tae-san was being so nice to them. A small creature thought Kim Hyun was looking at Kang Tae-san, as if asking why he was being so nice to them. Kang Tae-san smirked, telling them to consider it a debt. Kim Hyun looked at Kang Tae-san, questioning if it was a debt. There was something for which Kang Tae-san was indebted. Although Seo Jang-san had the wrong philosophy, he still tried hard to save humanity. During the second return, Seo Jang-san himself stood at the forefront to slay monsters. Even if it weren't for Kim Hyun, Kang Tae-san would have considered working together with him as much as he could. While Seo Jang-san's personality might have been a problem, Kang Tae-san was sure he'd have listened to him if he beat the shit out of him. The problem was the third wave. Due to the revolt instigated by Choi Jun-heek, most of the hard mode players, including Seo Jang-san, disappeared. As a result, on the next return, the road to Seoul was complete hell. Many monsters we couldn't resist appeared. And many people died, broken like toys. Right when everyone thought everything was over. In that hopeless situation, Kim Hyun managed to save the lives of half of them. Many monsters appeared, and among that half was Kim Hyun. Even though she could have run away, she remained and fought. Her only reason was that she didn't want to just watch as people died. She stood alongside Kang Tae-san, the weight of their responsibilities etched on her face. Kang Tae-san acknowledged her gratitude, but Kim Hyun insisted that Seo Jang-san's usefulness extended beyond just her. She urged him to focus on the immediate problems. Kim Hyun, her expression troubled, simply stated that she already had many concerns. The easy and normal mode players were happy to escape oppression, while the hard mode players felt their privileges were being taken away. In addition to everything else, there wasn't much food left to go around. Kim Hyun explained that they were distributing the supplies that easy and normal mode players were being denied, but it likely wouldn't last until the quest ended. She stated that was most likely the case, and that they already knew there were a ton of different problems. Kang Tae-san, cloaked in purple, declared that if he was going to be king, he must play the part. 100,000 lives were on the line, and they had no time to waste on lamenting. Kim Hyun mostly kept Seo Jang-san's rules as they were, barring a few that were very unreasonable. Everyone received points upon returning to the labyrinth after the first return, and the quest information included something similar this time as well. The more you do to obtain food, the more points you can earn, Kang Tae-san knew. He hoped they could team up with easier players to scavenge for food. He wouldn't ask them to risk their lives, but beg them to protect the others. Still, that wouldn't be enough. With 100,000 people, no matter how far they spread out to look for food, there were limits to what they could find. Even if they found enough for a week, what about the week after? How would they last a month like that? The man in armor wondered, his brow furrowed with concern. Seo Jang-san was told to shut up, as he wasn't permitted to say that much. He apologized, shrinking back in his seat, intimidated by the reprimand. However, Kang Jun-heek made a fair point. Then the scene shifts, the blue-haired man listening intently to the other's words, his expression thoughtful. That's because you're noisy, the annoyed character thought, his face contorted in frustration. He slammed his fist on the table, the sound echoing in the room. The man in armor already had a way to handle the concerns mentioned, so they didn't have to worry. He had also been an easy mode player in the last life. Thinking about the times he had to scrape the bark off tree roots just to try and sate his hunger all because of Seo Jang-san, the man clenched his fists, his face a mask of grim determination. He was already showing plenty of mercy by not killing him outright, the unseen figure thought, his words laced with a dark, simmering threat. GM Jungian was asked to take out the things he got earlier. He looked up, his expression a mix of surprise and anticipation. Yes, the things he was asked to get the last time they talked about food supply. A hand reached into a bag, the sound of rustling fabric filling the air. Someone he knew was obsessed with plants, and he remembered his address, so he brought some seeds from there. Big Bro said he needed the seeds, GM Jungian explained. He presented a variety of seeds, corn, watermelon, and wild greens, among others. However, there's uncertainty about whether they can actually grow. Kang Tae-san clarifies that they aren't trying to grow these crops to eat them. He then wonders how everyone obtains skills in the labyrinth. A flashback shows a woman standing at the head of a long table, seemingly addressing a large group of people seated around it. Two people react with shock, their eyes wide with surprise at whatever is being said or shown. Two women look on with concern, their expressions reflecting worry about the situation at hand. Kang Tae-san recalls that players can find a role they can play, and that they achieve something similar to a skill's effects. A few days later, a building is shown protected by a dome-shaped barrier, suggesting a controlled environment for growth. Kang Junheek notes that the plants are growing better than expected, despite the lack of visible sunlight. Kang Taesan agrees, but is still worried. Kang Taesan kneels near the sprouts, thinking they'll grow to the point where they can eat them, even though the environment is awful. He adds that it doesn't matter, they just need to obtain the skill. Close up on the sprouts, and then a close-up on Kang Taesan's face, his eyes glowing with determination. The dome-shaped barrier is slowly starting to activate, its energy crackling around the building. The barrier shudders, the sound of splintering crystal echoing in the air. Cracks spiderweb across the surface as a voice commands Kim Hyun to prepare for battle. With a final, deafening crack, the barrier shatters, the pieces falling away. The team braces themselves, the air thick with anticipation of the coming onslaught. A system notification declares the first wave is beginning, as a monstrous form looms. The notification rings, promising rewards based on performance upon returning to the labyrinth. A shadowy figure emerges from the darkness, its form vaguely humanoid but undeniably menacing. A monstrous dragon descends, its jaws open wide, ready to unleash its fury. The battle begins, Kang Taesan and his allies charging into the fray against the monstrous horde. The system announced the beginning of the first wave, promising rewards based on performance upon returning to the labyrinth. A horde of grotesque monsters began to pour into the area, their forms varied and menacing. The sheer number of enemies was overwhelming, a chaotic swarm descending upon them. One of the fighters, eyes wide with terror, voiced the growing dread. Why were there so many? The monsters were completely different from the last time, their forms more twisted and aggressive. Another man, cornered by a monstrous figure, desperately cried out for help. A woman's voice cut through the fear, urging everyone to focus on the fight ahead. A blade flashed, ready to meet the onslaught of the approaching monsters. The woman's determined face showed her resolve. As long as they kept their heads on straight, they could survive. The battle was joined, steel meeting flesh as the fighters clashed with the monstrous invaders. The clash of steel echoed as Kang Taesan and Jeom Jungian joined the fray, their blades a blur against the monstrous tide. He lunges forward, his blade a blur of motion against the encroaching darkness. The monsters fall, their forms dissolving into particles of light as they are defeated. The force of the attack sends shockwaves through the air. The woman with black hair steals her resolve, shouting encouragement to her comrades. He continues his assault, a whirlwind of steel and determination. The sky glows with the fading light of the battle. Jeom Jungian and the others fight with renewed vigor, pushing back the remaining monsters. Meanwhile, the building stands tall against the night sky, bearing the scars of the recent attack. Explosions rock the structure, but it remains standing. A figure steps forward, declaring their victory over the monsters. The man with the sword raises his weapon in triumph, surrounded by his comrades. The team celebrates their hard-fought survival, relief washing over them. Kim Hyun expresses relief that there were almost no casualties. Kang Junheek simply exhales, the battle having clearly taken a toll. Kim Hyun believes that at this rate, they should be able to survive until the fourth wave without any problems, her expression hopeful. Kang Taesan observes the crack in the sky, his purple eyes narrowed. He realizes this wave is more dangerous than he expected. The crack in the sky is twice as powerful as when they first returned. How much stronger is it going to become? A small, white creature warns that Taesan is a target. Once that crack opens, it won't be easy. Kang Taesan is sure that's the case, but he is not deterred. His gaze is firm, his resolve unwavering. Kang Taesan declares that he won't go down that easily, his fist clenched in determination. The monsters that attacked were mostly F ranks, plus a few E ranks. Different from the first wave, the number of deaths gradually decreased. The people happily celebrated their victory, a brief respite in a world of constant struggle. Continuous trigger skill, simple cultivation. All aspects of cultivation are hastened. And since they'd acquired the simple cultivation skill, it seemed the food shortage had been resolved. During that time, when everything appeared to be working out perfectly, danger was approaching at every moment, though Kang Taesan remained vigilant. One day before the fourth wave, he declared they would stop here for today, his expression unreadable. Kang Junheek looked up, surprised. Kim Hyun stood beside him, equally caught off guard by the sudden stop. Junheek wondered aloud if they still had some time before dawn breaks. Hyun looked concerned. Someone in the crowd muttered that something might be happening tomorrow, as Hyun had been planning ranks since this morning. The man in the red apron gulped, sweat beading on his brow as he listened. Kang Taesan considered the coming battle. Tomorrow would be very difficult, and conserving energy would be best. Kim Hyun wondered aloud if it would be difficult for them. Taesan simply hoped they wouldn't die. Kang Taesan's expression remained stoic, but he admitted that he would be sad if they died. Meanwhile, the next day, the day of the fourth wave, loomed. The formation stood ready, prepared for the onslaught. The troops had been deployed according to plan. The question hung in the air. Had they done well enough in their roles? Kang Tae-san and Kim Hyun stood side by side, ready to face the coming storm. This wave will be different. Tae-san was told to be careful as well. The deployed formations braced for impact. The barriers shattered, the wave crashing down upon them. The system announced the beginning of the fourth wave. A swarm of monsters descended upon them, a dark cloud against the sky. A massive, avian-like monster led the charge, its beak a deadly weapon. The armored figures recoiled in horror. They had never faced anything like this before. Kim Hyun's eyes widened in alarm. "Mr. Tae-san, this is," she exclaimed, goosebumps rising on her skin. One of the fighters identified the creatures. They were E-rank and D-rank monsters. Kang Tae-san grimly assessed the situation. They were at a level beyond what Yongin City Hall's combined firepower could handle. A shadowy monster loomed, its form barely visible in the gloom. The monsters attacked, the sound of crushing bones echoing through the air as someone screamed in terror. The blue monster's jaws snapped shut, another scream cut short. Chaos erupted as the monsters tore through the ranks, desperate cries for help filling the air. The monster's red eyes glowed with predatory hunger. He stood, sword planted, gazing up at the monstrous form looming above. The man with brown hair trembled, his eyes wide with fear. He couldn't do this. How could he possibly face something like that? The man's voice was barely a whisper. The massive monster loomed, its shadow falling over the battlefield. Kang Tae-san heard the desperate shout. Someone was urging him to get up. The monstrous roar echoed through the city, a sound of pure dread. Panic seized the crowd. They didn't want to die. They just wanted to escape. The observer watched, a detached horror in their voice. People were dying like bugs. The monster's attack was swift and brutal, leaving no room for escape. Screams filled the air as the monster unleashed its fury, a symphony of terror. The monster's attack connected, and someone cursed their helplessness against the overwhelming power. The man with black hair clenched his teeth, a grim determination hardening his features. He slashed, the blade singing through the air as he fought. Kim Hyun, breathing heavily, watched the battle unfold. The others fought alongside her, their attacks barely scratching the surface of the massive, grotesque monster. Chains bound the creature, but they seemed more like decorations than restraints against its immense power. Kim Hyun stood, her back to the unseen threat, ready to face whatever came next. The chained monster strained against its bonds, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. A scream tore from Kim Hyun's throat, a desperate cry against the overwhelming odds. Arcane energy crackled, a desperate attempt to break through the monster's defenses. The magical assault slammed into the chained beast, a futile explosion of light and force. Kim Hyun looked up, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes as something shifted. Kang Tae-san appeared, cloaked in shadow, his presence a beacon against the encroaching darkness. Kim Hyun stared at the monster, her voice trembling as she called out, "Mr. Tae-san." Relief washed over Kim Hyun's face. "It's a relief as long as we have you." He states his confidence, believing that they can win this fight. But the figures in the distance seem to disagree, knowing that won't be enough. The team stops in their tracks, as Kim Hyun voices her confusion. Kim Hyun realizes that something is finally coming, her expression a mix of fear and anticipation. A crack forms in the sky, a sign of the impending arrival. Goosebumps rise on Kim Hyun's skin as she wonders what in the world that monster is. A monstrous eye, glowing with an eerie light, peers out from the darkness. The creature's form begins to materialize, its presence radiating immense power. A system notification announces the arrival of Monster 48881. A system message appeared, indicating the arrival of Monster 48881. The monster loomed, its form shrouded in purple energy, a single, massive eye glaring. Kang Tae-san's expression hardened, his purple eyes narrowed as he stared at the approaching threat. The monster's singular eye focused, a beam of green energy charging within. A small, floating creature warned, "Tae-san, I think it's aiming for you, right?" He responded, "Probably." The monster unleashed its attack, a devastating beam of energy. A massive explosion erupted, sending shockwaves through the area. A man screamed in terror, caught in the blast's destructive path. "What the hell is that monster?" Kang Tae-san stood firm, Kim Hyun at his side, ready to fight. He thought to fight here. "I'll be moving." Spots appeared as Lee Tion declared, "Lee Tion, I leave this battlefield to you." They launched themselves away from the immediate area with great speed. The figure soars through the air, cape billowing behind them. Meanwhile, a ruined cityscape stretches out below, the scale of devastation immense. The monster floats amidst the destruction, pondering its purpose. It wonders aloud if it is the true objective. The creature seems almost resigned to its fate, a strange acceptance in its posture. The system activates surveillance, identifying the monster as an undefeatable enemy. The system deems further checks unnecessary. The monster's power is self-evident. A craving for battle activates, followed by the activation of impartial duel. Contempt for the strong activates, along with the skill antithesis. The monster's eye focuses, a malevolent green glow emanating from within. The monster's attack detonated in a burst of raw power. The smoke cleared, revealing Li Tion, who stood his ground against the 5-digit B-rank monster. Li Tion realized the monster's speed was its greatest weapon. Was speed its specialization? A system notification chimed. Complete nullification of the first attack had activated. Purple energy surged around Li Tion, preparing him for the coming onslaught. He steeled himself, knowing he couldn't let his guard down for even a moment in this battle. The monster lunged forward, claws extended, aiming to tear through Li Tion's defenses. The hunter realized that the monster moved so fast, he could barely follow it with his eyes. What could he do? Another system notification appeared. Stag that walks the wind's path had activated. Li Tion narrowly dodged the monster's attack, his movements now enhanced by the activated skill. The monster's eye glowed intensely as Wolf Fong activated. However, this still wasn't enough to completely avoid its attacks. Li Tion prepared to counterattack, his resolve hardening with each passing moment. He thinks, the Scarring Storm's first sword, Wolf Fong, is working. Your complete nullification of the second attack has activated. Addition and consecutive attacks have been activated. 895 and 412 damage is inflicted to monster 48881. It suddenly disappeared. Your complete nullification of the third attack has activated. 895 and 412 damage is inflicted to monster 48881. The monster is slashed. The monster thinks all attack nullifications have been used, and this is where it truly begins. He thinks it's a mere specialized type, and he's faced thousands of them in his past life, but if it's fast, he thinks he just needs to make it unable to move. The monster is cracking. Acceleration has been activated. Li Tion activates Frost Arrow, shards of ice erupting around the monster. The monster is then struck by a magic explosion and thunderfall. Despite the barrage, it's clear the monster's speed is making it difficult to land a clean hit. The monster dodges a sudden strike, unimpressed by the assault. The monster looms over Li Tion, who finds his movements predictable. Li Tion slashes at the monster, dealing 432 damage. The monster's eye glows menacingly as it prepares to retaliate. Li Tion wonders if the monster has anything besides speed. The hunter continues his assault, dealing 921 damage to the monster. Li Tion's expression is intense as he focuses on the battle. With a final, echoing groan, the monster collapses. Li Tion smirks, remarking that it has been a while since he had fun. The protagonist stands amidst the ruins, a massive, glowing structure looming behind him, ready for what comes next. A system message appears. His spiritual increase has activated, and his proficiency has increased by 5%. Kong Tae-san recalls the monster he faced, a monster that should not have appeared in his past life, but he survived, a thorn in someone's side. A voice booms with amusement as another system message appears, declaring a secret quest success. The god of battle and death descends. The protagonist stands his ground, a sense of foreboding washing over him as the presence grows stronger. A small, winged figure warns Tae-san that he is coming, the urgency clear in its tone. The protagonist remains vigilant, his eyes scanning the environment as the ominous presence draws nearer. Before Kong Tae-san, a monstrous figure looms, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent, ready to speak. The monster declares, with booming authority, that he is Lakarada's, addressing the mortal being before him. Lakarada states that he is the existence in charge of battle and death, questioning why he has descended to this place. The god of battle and death explains that for one who resides in the labyrinth to descend here, they would need to pay a corresponding price. Lakarada reveals that it's because of a contract, a type of transaction, and suggests that Kong Tae-san try making a conjecture. The powerful monsters appeared much earlier than his past life. Could this have to do with the monsters, not the old gods? The monstrous entity cackles, confirming something with a sinister, echoing laugh. Lakarada states that those things tried to cross the line, and that's why they made a contract. The entity declares they will begin executing the contract as a blessing is granted, manifesting God's authority. Lakarada proclaims this power is a reward, as well as a gift to all mortals. Kong Tae-san considers this power. The blessing manifests as a surge of energy, empowering not only him, but every human in this world who's survived. The entity clarifies that it isn't some simple reward like a stat increase or a level up. It's more of a fundamental strength and an acquisition of battle sense. Kong Tae-san wonders if this is Lakarada's power. Lakarada says to be grateful and respect him, mortal. Originally, this blessing was granted only to a very small number of those who believed in and followed him. The entity states that originally, this sort of power would not be granted to such lowly things. But things have become very interesting. They gave out a god's blessing this great as a reward. With this power, even the weakest easy mode players can become at least twice as strong as they were in his previous life. Kong Taesan wonders what exactly has happened, looking up at the sky. He stood amidst the destruction, a silent testament to the power he now wielded. Before him, Lakarada's revealed the truth. The labyrinth was created to watch the battles of great heroes and warriors. Lakarada has continued, explaining that gathering the strongest from each world to battle was considered very entertaining. However, those dirty old gods who wouldn't acknowledge their defeat continued struggling, destroying worlds with the potential to join the labyrinth. Monstrous forms lurked in the shadows, a testament to the chaos unleashed by the gods' conflict. Lakarada's admitted that they wouldn't just watch and let that happen, implying a deeper involvement in the unfolding events. He questioned Lakarada's, asking if that was why they were called into the labyrinth, since Earth was a world on its way to ruin. Lakarada's chuckled, confirming that Kong Taesan's assumption was correct. Lakarada's stated that they had taken an interest in his courage and permitted him to ask his question. The monstrous figure of Lakarada's loomed, a stark reminder of the power dynamics at play. A chibi figure offered a thank you, revealing that, according to the one possessing it, most people there had not entered the labyrinth. It was revealed that they had entered labyrinths of other names, called easy mode, normal mode, and hard mode. He wondered if the current situation was also caused by them. The words hard mode appeared before him. Kong Taesan was certain that, excluding solo mode, they're all fakes. He looked up, his expression thoughtful. Lakarada's spoke of how they all should have entered their world, the labyrinth. But because the old gods interfered, things had become tiresome. The dimension became distorted. Lakarada's explained that this was why it was incredibly annoying before, but at least it wasn't this time. Lakarada's continued, stating that if he wished to learn more, he should come find him personally. He would await him at a deeper place. The monstrous form of Lakarada's loomed, a single word echoing from him. I understand. Then, Lakarada's declared it was now his turn to say what he wanted. He commanded the mortal to become his apostle. Kong Taesan's expression remained stoic, his gaze unwavering as he listened to Lakarada's proposition. Lakarada's promised to give him the glory of standing at his side, the offer hanging in the air. A dark presence looms, its form indistinct yet undeniably menacing. Lakarada's extend an offer once more, the same apostle contract as before. Kong Taesan's expression hardens. He should have rejected that offer already. The situation has changed, Lakarada's observes. The old gods may have lost, but they're still too powerful for mortals to handle. Lakarada's is sure that those bastards are aiming for him, and he doesn't wish to disappear, nameless and ephemeral. The dark figure repeats his offer, promising the glory of standing by his side. Lakarada states that he is sure that Kong Taesan already knows his answer. Should he accept Lakarada's offer, Kong Taesan knows he'd immediately become stronger. But that's not enough, he thinks. He needs to obtain enough power to face the gods. He can't be bound to a god and eventually hit a limit. Lakarada's supposes he knew he would reject the offer. Still, it was interesting, Lakarada's muses, looking forward to Kong Taesan's fighting spirit. Against the tools of that trash, the results were satisfactory. Hence, he shall grant a gift. He instructs to check what it is once back in the labyrinth. It will most likely be of great help in plans. Kong Taesan is surprised as he obtains the trigger skill, apostolize Lakarada's. The protagonist wonders if he already knew this would happen. How could he not? Still, since it is entertaining, he has no thoughts of interfering. Moreover, the journey is most interesting. Lakarada's can't let its flow be interrupted and end insignificantly. If necessary, he may borrow his name. Kong Taesan expresses his gratitude, saying, thank you. Lakarada's looks forward to the journey, bringing him joy, mortal. The small figure asks if he is gone, noting that Lakarada's allowed him to use his name, right after the goddess of demon folk. Moreover, he offered a mere mortal a spot right beside him. Taesan, do you understand what that means? What does it mean? It's just as it suggests. You'd basically be in charge of one of God's fingers. You'd become a kind of divine entity, far beyond a simple apostle. Lakarada's gestures, the small figure below, destined for more than mortality. Kong Taesan's gaze hardens, the idea of becoming a divine entity sparking his curiosity. He decides to return, his figure receding into the distance. Meanwhile, after the horrific scene, the survivors stand around a crystal, the population of Yongin City Hall reduced by half. The survivors mourned the dead, collected themselves, and began training their bodies. It took 2 full days for things to finally calm down. The biggest change of this return was the blessing bestowed by Lakarada's, its effects much more surprising than expected, talent in battle and death. The movements and motions that couldn't be learned, even through training, were now possible. It was a change that could definitely be called a god's blessing, now followed with ease. The people began sparring with each other to fully grasp this new power that had been given to all of humanity. Filled with wonder at how they'd become unbelievably stronger than before, some couldn't help but be excited. They struggled to even block, feeling as though their strength waned. The blessing they received felt less effective than it was for him. The man in red armor asked if Kong Tae-san felt stronger. The protagonist admitted that he did, but the situation was still difficult. Someone called out to Kong Tae-san, announcing his presence to the group. The crowd had been searching for him, a fact that Kong Tae-san found burdensome. The people had come to give their thanks. Without Kong Tae-san, they would have lost more than half of their forces, and everyone gained a new skill. The crowd expressed their hope that they would be much more powerful the next time they returned, though they would be unable to help. The man in red armor stated that his comrades were able to survive because of Kong Tae-san. Kong Tae-san addressed the crowd, his expression unreadable. Lacaratas observed that those who were wary of him finally got their act together and were showing him some respect. Tae-san's actions weren't in vain. He grinned, thinking that this was a good thing. Kong Tae-san told them not to die, and to see each other next time. A system message appeared, indicating that the quest was complete and that they were returning to the labyrinth. A monster kill bonus of plus 383 was awarded. First and second wave bonuses are applied, showing the aftermath of the battle. Third wave and secret quest bonuses are awarded, along with suppression and victory bonuses. A hooded figure resolves to fight back even more thoroughly, as accounting completes and 1280p is awarded. Gold, stats, and skill proficiency are converted at different ratios, as indicated by the system. He considers that skill proficiency is probably still the best choice, as a blue light shines. The system suggests it would be more efficient to distribute points to skills whose proficiencies don't increase easily. Kong Tae-san observes the magic, as multiple blue screens appear before him. A warning appears, stating that the point exchange ratio will change as the target skill's proficiency exceeds a certain level. He notes that this sort of thing never appeared before. It's obvious that if the proficiency of high-value skills could be drastically increased all at once, it would destroy the balance. For example, his Sword of the Scarring Storm. He considers Old Man Einsol's Arak weapon arts and the Goddess of Demonfolk's black magic. The small red creature observes that if the balance breaks too much, things would be too boring, suggesting it's something like a balance patch. Kong Tae-san acknowledges that it's unfortunate, but there's nothing he can do, resolving to make an overall improvement this time. He considers raising his skill proficiency by around 75% after converting his points. Some skills will reach 100% proficiency and get upgraded. Clear View has evolved into a continuous trigger skill, Eye of Synchronization. He wonders if this is an observation-type skill. He has activated Stag that walks the wind's path. The Eye of Synchronization allows him to see things beyond his field of vision, even things that aren't visible. He thinks this will help a lot when fighting the spirit on the 29th fourth floor. Now, then, he's looking forward to the others too. Shall we take a look? The protagonist gazes intently at the skill window, a slight smile playing on his lips as he considers his options. Trigger skill, Acceleration, Mana usage, 5, Proficiency, 21%. Continuous trigger skill, Battle persistence, Proficiency, 60%. Continuous trigger skill, Improve sense, Proficiency, 61%. Trigger skill, Unbreathing attack, Mana usage, 2, Proficiency, 62%. He thinks this will be useful. He smirks, finding the power quite satisfying. Low-rank spell, Frost Arrow, Mana usage, 6, Proficiency, 22%. The less resistance the enemy has, the more damage it inflicts. The target must make a check against the status condition, Frostbite. The powerful cold energy may freeze the air. Kong Tae-san's eyes gleam with anticipation as he prepares to test his newly enhanced abilities. He admits that all of this feels good, but those aren't the skills Kong Tae-san is curious about. The floating companion asks if there aren't some skills that he should check out for real. The skill that Lacaratas gave him, Apostolize, once activated, cannot be used again for a full day. The floating companion states that he has seen many who've signed an apostle contract, but it's his first time seeing this. The companion notes that someone is being lent their power like this. Kong Tae-san wonders if it's a good enough skill to be a reward for hunting a B rank. The floating companion asks if that skill hasn't changed at all, and if he still doesn't know what sort of skill that is. It was obtained after hunting Hammond's angel. The text indicates Divine Power Proficiency, 2%. The power of a god, the blessing granted when you believe in and follow one. For now, it seems pointless. He thinks it's not relevant to him right now, since he's not a god, and he can't use it. Kong Tae-san thinks that the skill that he's really curious about is this one. This skill whose name he doesn't even know, Conceptual Skill. Proficiency, 3%. The will of will descend. It's a skill full of mysteries. He obtained it after defeating nature in Harfin's world. He considered the monster he defeated and the spiritual increase that followed. Kong Tae-san knew he needed to return to where he first obtained this skill. He would need to go back and check. Meanwhile, the doors to Harfin's room on the 19th fourth floor of the labyrinth stood open. A figure stepped through the doorway, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the chamber. Kong Tae-san approached the older man, seeking answers to his questions. The older man noted that Kong Tae-san had become even stronger, changing at an incredible rate. He He suggested they skip trivial matters and get to the point. The older man wiped his face, preparing to share a difficult truth. Kong Tae-san asked him to elaborate on how his worlds will brought about its ruin. A dark image appeared, a stark representation of a world scarred and broken. The older man confirmed that the world itself tried to kill his world. He admitted he didn't know the reason why, but the signs were already there. At some point, the birds started to die off en masse, a harbinger of the coming destruction. The land fractured, splitting into several pieces as volcanoes erupted everywhere. Without any discernible cause, the world began to dry up, its green forests transforming into desolate deserts. Vast buildings turned to sand. It was only then that they realized the star of their world was trying to kill them. The older man, cloaked in shadow, recalls the destruction of his world. He stands in a labyrinth, the only one who survived and settled there. He asks, "Does that answer your question?" Kong Tae-san's expression is serious as he asks, "Can I go to your world again?" The older man pauses, his eyes narrowed, considering the question. The man responds, "I was expecting it. There's something there that I need, so I have no real reason to refuse." The older man warns that this time will be much more difficult than before. He explains that last time, the world didn't recognize Kong Tae-san as an existence, so it only interfered a little. Now, it won't be easy to handle a star that's out to kill with absolute killing intent. The older man advises Kong Tae-san to finish what he needs to do as quickly as possible. A subquest begins. Harpon has something he expects from him. Kong Tae-san says, "I'll keep that in mind." A skill's name eludes him, its nature a mystery. Conceptual skill, proficiency, a mere 3%. A subquest begins, promising clues about the entity's identity. Harpon expects something from him. He finds himself in a familiar, yet brutal, atmosphere. They were here again. The air crackles with energy, but something feels different this time. A monstrous eye looms, and a voice rumbles, questioning if he intends to kill it. He expresses his displeasure at the unwelcome greeting from the looming presence. Activating Unbreath, Kong Tae-san prepares to end this quickly. He moves with purpose, a determined glint in his eye as he faces the unknown. He realizes normal attacks are meaningless against these enemies. If possible, Kong Tae-san decides it's best to avoid what he can. The monstrous Lacaratas looms, its tentacles writhing in the desolate landscape. Energy crackles around the beast, the air thick with anticipation of the coming battle. He prepares to engage, knowing the creature won't leave him be. Backlash activates, encasing him in a protective sphere of energy. He thinks that if things are the same as last time, there's no need to face this freakishly large giant. He just needs to find that core. Stag that walks the wind's path activates, enhancing his speed and agility. The protagonist prepares to strike, his movements swift and precise. The Lacaratas reels from the sudden assault, its massive form momentarily staggered. Power Strike activates, focusing his energy into a devastating blow. He wonders where it hit it. The Lacaratas' single eye glows menacingly as it prepares to retaliate. The attack connects, sending a shockwave through the battlefield. He declares that it's over, as he lands a final, decisive strike. He slashed downward, the crimson blade of energy cutting through the air. A sphere of blue energy pulsed, a silent promise of power unleashed. Skills proficiency increased, a sign of his growing strength. Energy crackled around Kong Tae-san as he prepared for the next attack. Lacaratas warned, "Tae-san, a storm is coming. It's incomparably stronger than the last one. Be careful." Kong Tae-san stood firm, surrounded by a vortex of swirling energy. Lacaratas declared, "We can't afford to go around the storm to avoid it. We have to break through." The protagonist's stance shifted, ready to meet the challenge head-on. "What? You're going to try to break through that?" The impact resonated, a shockwave of power unleashed against the storm's barrier. He was surrounded by a brilliant aura, ready to push through the storm's fury. He noticed the cliff directly ahead. Lacaratas exclaimed at the sudden obstacle in their path. The cliff face loomed, a solid wall of rock threatening to halt their progress. Kong Tae-san, undeterred, dismissed the obstacle with a scoff. He found the cliff pathetic. The hunter realized the star was trying everything it could to kill him. The cliff's height wasn't the issue, but the cliff over there was coming closer. Lacaratas warned that the cliff was planning to crush him. The cliff face continued to advance rapidly. Kong Tae-san knew that at his current speed, he wouldn't have enough time. He would be crushed before reaching the top. He activated acceleration, a surge of power coursing through him. With a resounding THWMP, he activated freedom of choice, altering his trajectory. Intelligence translated into agility as he dodged the falling debris. Kong Tae-san activated air leap, propelling himself upwards with explosive force. Lacaratas expressed relief that they weren't crushed, but questioned what he would do now. He activated sturdy. The protagonist considered preparing to obtain a new skill. He spun through the air. He plummets downward, the ground rushing up to meet him. A burst of energy erupts as Kong Tae-san hits the ground, taking damage from the fall. He has obtained the trigger skills Leap and Land, new tools to aid him. The familiar spirit floats nearby, remarking that he already knew what was happening. Kong Tae-san thinks to himself that he was going to check his new skills, but the area isn't giving him the room to do so. He notes that the ruins weren't too far away, luckily. The protagonist realizes that the object Harpon was searching for must be here, and he heads inside. The sound of cracking stone echoes as he moves deeper into the ruins. A door bursts open with a resounding boom, revealing the interior. He observes that the ruin seems too shoddy to be called an important one, and that there aren't any traps. Kong Tae-san wonders if this jewel is the object Harpon wanted, and if it's a material that can be used to make something incredible. Water drips from the ceiling, the sound echoing in the seemingly empty chamber. He watches as the dark energy swirls, coalescing into a vaguely humanoid form. The entity seems to pulse with malevolent intent. The entity lunges, its shadowy tendrils reaching for him with alarming speed. He flinches, barely dodging the initial assault. Tendrils of dark energy spread out, filling the space. The entity continues to take shape. Kong Tae-san eyes the entity warily. Ghosty speaks, questioning the nature of the being before them. The entity continues its relentless assault, forcing Kong Tae-san to evade. Ghosty speculates that it seems like an aggregation of will. Ghosty elaborates, explaining that a powerful will can manifest a physical form. The entity looms large. The entity stands tall, its form now fully realized. Ghosty continues to analyze the situation. Kong Tae-san remains on guard, listening intently to Ghosty's explanation. He realizes the previous attack was some sort of spatial distortion. The entity moves slowly and awkwardly, its attacks telegraphed. The ruins around them begin to crumble. Ghosty urges Kong Tae-san to finish the fight quickly, warning that the ruins are collapsing. The entity prepares another attack. Kong Tae-san deflects the incoming attack. He knows he must act fast to survive the collapsing ruins and defeat the entity. The entity unleashes a barrage of attacks, the collapsing ruins adding to the chaos. The situation grows increasingly dire. The moment he defeated the foe, his spiritual increase activated. So, he had safely returned. With the Crimson Magatama, the man with white hair could make quite an interesting item. However, Kong Tae-san knew he'd need at least 5 more objects of a similar level to create it properly. It didn't matter. He'd request that later. The man with white hair noted that Kong Tae-san's atmosphere had changed again. He asked if he had obtained something from that place. Kong Tae-san looked forward, his expression unreadable. He was sure that once he defeated the aggregated will, he obtained something. His spiritual increase had activated, and his proficiency had increased by 5%. Increase activated in steel is Rowan, and the skill's proficiency increased. It felt as if his senses had changed. Kong Tae-san wasn't too sure yet. What was this feeling, and what was its relationship with the unknown? Skill? He declared his intentions to find out, his gaze intense. A man with white hair and a beard stood nearby, observing. Footsteps echoed through the area, each step deliberate and measured. The determination was absolute. He was definitely going to find out. A strange feeling washed over Kong Tae-san, a sense of something new and unknown. What was this feeling, and how did it relate to his unknown skill? He resolved to find out more about the labyrinth's room of spirits. Purple energy crackled as he moved, cutting through the dark spirits with practiced ease. Kong Tae-san paused, a holographic display materializing before him. What's that? He wondered, studying the information. He stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the hazy form of a dark spirit coalescing before him. The hunter unleashed another flurry of attacks, his blades slicing through the shadowy figures. He could feel a change in his power with every movement of the dark spirits, a tangible shift in the flow of energy. The protagonist could also feel the flow of some unknown power from all over the labyrinth. A small, winged creature hovered nearby, as Kong Tae-san gripped his sword. You attack? I'll have to test it. He swung the crimson blade, the air shimmering with displaced energy. The attack changed as it landed, but what was it? The protagonist stood amidst swirling motes of light, the small spirit floating nearby. He had a guess. Since this place was basically all handled, the spirit suggested they move somewhere else. Kong Tae-san agreed. The spirit had been thinking about the power he felt, wondering if they could simply call it willpower. The spirit continued, explaining that when he attacks this time, he should check whether his body or this willpower moves first. Meanwhile, a system message appeared. Floor 25 boss, mid-rank dark spirit had appeared. Purple energy flared around Kong Tae-san, his eyes glowing with power as he faced the dark spirit. The protagonist unleashed his attack, a torrent of dark energy surging toward the boss. He was victorious against the mid-rank dark spirit. System messages chimed, indicating he had obtained, obtained blue grimoire, and obtained pitch black robe. The pitch black robe granted black magic +4 and defense +20. It was a robe that a devil threw away on the surface for fun, but black mages treasured it. Kang Tae-san thought it wasn't too bad. He considered the floating companion's question about the results of his new power. Tae-san thought his willpower had barely moved first. It was difficult to explain, but when he thought of swinging the sword, his body was already moving. Something like his body moved before he could even think about it. He could see those movements now. The floating companion was surprised, exclaiming that Tae-san had already achieved a certain level. Tae-san considered what it meant to have reached a certain level with his abilities. He realized that this was the power he had obtained, a power beyond simple physical strength. The companion confirmed that when facing an enemy, actions are taken even before attacking. Tae-san wondered if it was like taking a stance. The companion excitedly explained that he was reading movements, muscles, and even minds. Tae-san admitted he wasn't sure if it would be useful, though. The companion retorted that it was only because his proficiency was low. The companion exclaimed how nonsensical this power was. Once used to it, one could counterattack before the opponent even moved. What Tae-san stole was the will of a world itself. There was too much difference in scale to say the power was limited to merely reading the will of others. It might be possible to materialize wills, Tae-san thought. The companion was left speechless. He considered the implications of his newfound power, the ability to steal a world's will. It seemed impossible, a power reserved only for transcendence. The protagonist had never heard of such a thing, especially the spiritual increase skill that activated when he obtained that will. The skill definitely surpassed the level of a mortal. The red companion dismissed the topic. She asked what he was doing and reminded him that they should head down, as they didn't have any time to waste. He agreed, suggesting they go down. The red companion wondered how far the protagonist would go, a grin spreading across her face. She admitted that her expectations kept rising. 426 was clear complete. 427 was clear complete. They had defeated the floor. The 428 boss was a mid-rank light spirit. Ding! He obtained a blue Magatama ring, granting strength, agility, and intelligence. The power of nature gave the wearer a deep, thick power. The protagonist noted that there was nothing good about doing things slowly. Now that he had accumulated a lot of items, it would be good to take a break and organize them. Not to mention, he was still in the middle of a quest. The quest to defeat the boss in the floor 29 secret room that the insane spirit on floor 20 gave him. He didn't like him. The red companion asked if he was taking a break now, noting that he came down to floor 28 pretty quickly. The protagonist stated that whether he liked him or not, floor 29 was right in front of them, and they should rest up here. He suggested changing up the gear that's worth changing before going. He obtained a necklace of a white rune, granting defense, magic, and intelligence. The items he obtained in the secret rooms were quite useful. He examined the earring, noting it drank the blood of 100 people. Since he had accumulated quite a few black magic items, Kang Tae-san decided to offer tribute to the demon goddess. Items clattered to the ground. Books, a key, and a bracelet. Lacaradas appeared, ready to meet Kang Tae-san again. Kang Tae-san thanked her, stating he was putting the black magic she granted him to good use. Lacaradas responded that it was so bad to hear, and asked if he called her to learn some new black magic. With that much tribute, Lacaradas thought this one should be good, and announced that he had learned Mephisto's black lightning. The goddess stated this was a decent skill for him right now, and he may now thank her. Kang Tae-san thanked her very much. Lacaradas noted that was faster than she expected, wondering if it was because he had been to the steel-hammering child's world. Kang Tae-san replied he wasn't sure what she meant, as Lacaradas stated it won't be long until it germinates. Lacaradas told him it was better that he didn't know, warning that if he tried to force a sprout to grow, it would only end up rotting. The goddess added one more thing, asking if he understood the general situation given what that maniac god told him. He commands Kang Tae-san to keep something in mind, that next time, he will be the one who descends to Earth. The contract is of a certain type, Lacaradas explains, trusting Kang Tae-san to go and win. Lacaradas looms over Kang Tae-san, who is kneeling in the background, as the demon goddess calls out his name. Kang Tae-san grins, thinking to himself that he was planning to win even if Lacaradas hadn't told him to. The demon goddess is coming to Earth, which means the old gods will also interfere during the next return. Kang Tae-san stands his ground, deciding he'd better hurry, because next time he's sure it won't end. Elsewhere, the path forward is a staircase leading deeper into the dungeon. The floor is the 29th, and the boss is a distorted homunculus. Kang Tae-san dashes forward, thinking how bothersome is that normal floor 20 adventurers wouldn't even be able to face it. He wonders if he should test whether the newly acquired skills work. First, the magic spell he obtained from Lilith, Random Blink, a low-rank spell with a mana usage of 40. With a proficiency of 1%, Random Blink teleports him to a random location within a set distance from his current position and cannot be used again for 10 minutes. He has activated Random Blink. He dodges the incoming attack, a dark energy swirling around him. Lacaradas warns him about the undodgeable instant cast. The protagonist activates Mephisto's black lightning, a surge of power coursing through him. Blue energy crackles around his form. The black lightning erupts, spikes of energy radiating outward. The air crackles with immense power. The skill description appears. Mephisto's black lightning, a low-rank black magic. Kang Tae-san notes that it worked as expected. A system notification appears. He has obtained the Ring of Obsession. A new item acquired. The Marble of the Abyss floats beside Kang Tae-san. Lacaradas' presence is felt nearby. Kang Tae-san equips the Ring of Obsession, noting that gear that increases action speed is always good. The ring's description details its unique properties. He urges Lacaradas to hurry, sensing they are close to their destination. They proceed forward, their footsteps echoing. Lacaradas confirms that the 29th fourth floor is the place the insane spirit mentioned. Kang Tae-san replies that he's been scanning the area with surveillance since earlier. A vision of a massive tree fills the panel, described as the land of the spirits and paradise for those who fled. It's located where the tree roots maintain the land. A close-up shows a monstrous eye, hinting at a hidden presence. Kang Tae-san wonders what the other guy wants to accomplish and what he means by almost over. He activates surveillance, realizing that finding the entrance will be more difficult than before. The task ahead will not be easy. He considered his options, realizing he needed a higher tier skill. A system notification chimed. Natural alignment activated. Bathed in blue light, Kang Tae-san stood ready, a faint smile playing on his lips. Found it. With a click, a new path opened before him. The world shimmered with vibrant energy. He gazed out at the landscape. This is the secret room? It was vast, and he decided to head toward the tree. The area was as large as most cities and incredibly bright. He knew he was in for some tough times ahead. The sun shone brightly, illuminating the path forward. Kang Tae-san continued onward, step by step. Almost there, right? He sensed a powerful source of energy nearby. Wait, that's... A skeletal figure emerged, radiating intense heat and power. The spirit addressed him. So it's you, the strong guy that spirit mentioned. The spirit apologized, stating he needed the tree roots. Meanwhile, the spirit lamented, accusing the human of killing nature's existence and destroying the blessing left by the Spirit King. The bone-dwelling spirit declared, "This is our territory." A system message appeared. A bone-dwelling spirit has appeared. A disembodied voice echoes through the darkness, commanding an immediate retreat. Embers danced in the air, a silent prelude to the events about to unfold. A disembodied voice echoed, declaring this as their territory, a place where a bone-dwelling spirit had emerged. The skeletal figure pointed, a silent command resonating with dark authority. Go back immediately. The background shifted, a visual representation of the encroaching darkness and the unknown dangers ahead. The skeleton apologized, but firmly stated that he could not comply with the demand. Kang Tae-san pointed, his expression resolute. He questioned if the skeleton would simply stand aside. The insane white spirit seemed to emanate from the skeleton, a source of power or perhaps a shared madness. The spirit questioned if he knew what sort of existence it was when he accepted the quest, calling it a foolish thing to do. Kang Tae-san's gaze intensified. His eyes narrowed as he asked if he knew the white spirit well. He knew the skeleton, of course. Even to him, the skeleton must seem normal, since the Spirit King created him to be like that from the beginning. Elsewhere, Lacaradas leaps from the trees, descending to the forest floor. The nature of spirits is explained. Their existence serves as a mechanism protecting unstable spirits, nothing more, nothing less. Spirits come into being when a part of nature gains an ego. However, nature is supposed to be something that exists together with the world without an ego. As they have obtained egos without the proper qualifications, they are unstable beings from birth. Therefore, something was required to handle all of the unstable spirits. An especially large number of spirits were born of negative emotions. The spirit with the red hood thinks that it isn't that too ugly of a thing for a spirit to do. In a way, they just needed a garbage dump for all their emotions. It doesn't matter to Kang Tae-san what sort of existence he is. That's spirit, and he just came to an understanding. He accepted his quest, and he's worked quite hard all this time. So now, Kang Tae-san needs to be rewarded. Also that he can become stronger. Just for that. Lacaradas thinks of Kang Tae-san as a lowly human who follows the orders of a lowly spirit. A match made in heaven. The current him would not be able to win. So, using that being's power, he unleashes a powerful strike, declaring that the bone-dwelling spirit will die by his hand. The attack lands, dealing significant damage to the bone-dwelling spirit. The bone-dwelling spirit stutters, calling him a human who knows neither manners nor etiquette. Kang Tae-san stands firm, his sword ready for another strike. The protagonist apologizes, his expression unreadable. He states that he doesn't have any manners to spare for a noisy skeleton. The bone-dwelling spirit, enraged, vows to grant him a fitting death by the king. The bone-dwelling spirit has activated a small spark. Kong Taesan continues his assault, undeterred by the spirit's words. The sanctuary granted to them is under attack. The bone-dwelling spirit declares that it is a spirit born to manage that sanctuary. Therefore, the spirit will kill him with the power granted by their king. A system notification chimed, declaring the target a difficult opponent to defeat. He activated Frost Arrow, but the attack evaporated before it could reach its target. The power he faced was a blessing granted by the Spirit King, a force to be reckoned with. The bone-dwelling spirit activated Small Spark, channeling the Spirit King's power, a force he believed the protagonist couldn't resist. Lacaradas commanded him to simply die quietly, confident in the Spirit King's overwhelming power. Kong Taesan remained resolute, his expression unyielding in the face of the bone-dwelling spirit's taunt. He stood his ground, listening to the spirit's words, but not backing down from the challenge. The spirit declared that he wasn't the only one who could borrow a powerful being's strength. Elsewhere, a hooded figure considered the Spirit King, a being who descended to the lower floors. The hooded figure thought that their show against the tools of that trash was adequately satisfactory. The figure considered using the power of one who manages the labyrinth, believing it would be all but over. A sinister intent filled the air as the figure prepared to kill. He prepares to strike, the command to kill echoing from his maw. A system notification appears. Lacaradas has activated Apostolize. Kong Taesan moves with blinding speed, a flurry of sparks trailing behind him. The hunter's attack generates a shockwave, the air itself seeming to tear apart. The bone-dwelling spirit absorbs the blow, recognizing the power of an apostle. Lacaradas scoffs, advising him not to be so proud, as he's barely using a tenth of his original power and will soon be consumed by it. Kong Taesan continues his assault, the sound of his blade cutting through the air. The bone-dwelling spirit retorts that he has nothing to say to a dog of a god who has lost his mind. Kong Taesan's eyes narrow, the voices of the bone-dwelling spirit's minions urging him to start the battle and kill the enemy. He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he endures the voices. He realizes he needs to end this quickly before his will is consumed. The sky shines brightly. A burst of energy erupts, shaking the very ground beneath the combatants. Lacaradas, visibly shaken, can't believe what is happening. How can this be? The skeletal figure unleashes another wave of power. He demands, how can a mere adventurer like you endure the power of the king? Kong Taesan grits his teeth, his eyes glowing with determination as he prepares to counter the attack. The protagonist stands firm, unflinching in the face of the onslaught. I received the power of the king. So what about it? Lacaradas refuses to accept the situation, his form flickering with unstable energy. I cannot accept this. The skeletal antagonist continues his rant, his voice laced with disbelief. Even if you've increased your level, your body shouldn't be able to withstand it. Kong Taesan's expression hardens, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He thinks that's... The hero's power intensifies, swirling around him like a dark aura. He resolves, however, this much is enough. Lacaradas reveals more about his abilities. Now that I've used Apostolize, tons of information came into my head. The narration explains, the source of the power is a shard of the Spirit King. With just the power contained in this shard, it's possible to ruin a world, but that's it. Lacaradas concludes, it's completely lacking compared to something on the level of a transcendent. A mere toy tries to, an AP. He plummets downwards, the words oppose the hostile of a god, emblazoned above. With a final, echoing goodbye, the light fades around Lacaradas. Kong Taesan's strike lands, dealing 1,563 damage to the bone-dwelling spirit. The shattered remains of the spirit fall, as Lacaradas struggles to comprehend the situation. This makes no sense. The skull rolls away defeated. Kong Taesan watches as the power of the wind spirit suppresses the Spirit King's flames. He thinks, is it because of the difference in level? From the defeated spirit, a curse echoes. O king, if you ever meet this insolent person. The spirit's final, pained utterance is a simple, ugh. A system message appears. Kong Taesan was victorious against the bone-dwelling spirit and destroyed the spirit world, obtaining the title, One Who Opposes Nature. His level has increased. Kong Taesan notes that there are a lot of rewards. His spiritual increase has activated, permanently increasing strength, agility, intelligence, health, and mana. The title, One Who Opposes Nature, grants increased damage against spirits, but decreases favorability among them. Kong Taesan activates a skill, thinking it seems iffy now, but it should be useful one day. He notes the skill that grants a buff when facing a difficult enemy, a continuous trigger called Giant Killer. Finally, he reflects on the Apostolized skill, a power granted by the god of battle and death, Lacaradas, for the first time. The skill granted him not only power, but also all sorts of information, flooding his senses. He thinks that if it were anyone but him, that much information would be enough to make them lose their ego. not to mention a world he was previously unable to perceive. He recalls that the Spirit King's fire did almost no damage. The floating companion asks if he knows the reason why. The companion explains that it's the difference in level. Normally, even if you borrow the power of an apostle, it won't be 100% the same. The companion continues, saying that he utilized it to the fullest, maintaining that difference in level. The companion explains that, to put it drastically, the moment he used apostolization, there were almost no entities that could properly inflict damage on him, except other apostles or extremely powerful people. He mutters about leveling up, observing the charred landscape around him. The companion agrees, stating that the entire area was reduced to ash. He thinks how laughable it is that he's the one who set fire to the very world he most wanted to protect. He wonders if it'll be alright even though it's in this state, referring to the small world tree root. He concludes that it should be fine, that it's not what's on the outside that's important, but what's inside, referring to the tree root. That guy's quest is over, he thought, considering the power of apostolize. Since he'd finished the quest, he should become a little bit stronger. The difference in level between him and Transcendence was vast. The gods of the labyrinth and the old gods were all existences way too strong for him to even consider fighting. The lower he went, the stronger the enemies. More power. He needed to become stronger. The weight of the challenges ahead pressed down on him, a tangible burden. Grip. Only then can he actually face them. The hunter's resolve hardened, his gloved hand tightening around an unseen object. The knowledge he had obtained from apostolize vaguely remained in his head. A transcendent is one who's broken free from the yoke of mortality and risen to a seat high above. Even if thousands or tens of thousands of powerful mortals gathered together, it would not matter. They would all collapse at the casual wave of the hand. Such is the difference between transcendents and mortals. Taysan is told that he'll just get hit a lot more and still lose the fight. Normally, since his level is low, he wouldn't get too much stronger, but he's special. When he used apostolize, he became about 30% stronger. But it's not at the level where he can face an overwhelming enemy, Taysan thinks. Being in a different league may reduce the damage taken, but it doesn't mean much if the difference in levels and stats is too great. Still, this much is already basically cheating, the red-hooded figure says. What more does he want? Elsewhere, floor 25, Smithy, Harfin's room. He reflected on his recent battle, acknowledging the power of apostolize. The door creaked open as Harpon announced that he was planning on entrusting some materials to him. Knowing him, Harpon was sure he brought something incredible. A system message appeared, detailing the properties of a seed that was burnt black. It contained the power of a king, enough to burn everything. Another system message appeared, describing a marble of the abyss. It was discovered in a very deep place and had the property of attaching to things that are nearby. Harpon mused that the marble seemed perfect to use for his current shoes. He wondered if it was an obsession or closer to a curse, but something decent would be produced. Harpon declared that he would start by making his shoes. Harpon planned to use the seed later as material with the dragon's claw he gave him. If he gathered about 2 more things, he would be able to see the finished product. He stated that he would leave it to him. A system message appeared, detailing the properties of the boots, made from a golem's or and forged with a spirit. They granted various stat boosts and created a black swamp wherever he stepped. The sound of squelching filled the air as he tested the boots. Every step he took left a trace. He wondered if there was no limit to the number of uses. If someone stepped on it, they would get cursed, which could be quite a useful trap. He thought that just being able to use them without any conditions made these shoes pretty good. He considered the debuff strength, eager to test its limits. The protagonist was gradually gaining more skills, a prospect he found exciting. Elsewhere, in the White Spirit's room on the 21 first floor, a ghostly figure hovered. The spirit declared that the quest was complete, though it had taken some time. A skeleton confirmed the request to retrieve the tree root from the secret room boss on the 29 fourth floor. The skeleton presented the item, and the spirit was praised for its success. The spirit held out its hand, presenting a root that had turned black. The corrupted item pulsed with dark energy. The spirit addressed Kong Tae-san, assuming he had heard of it. It described itself as someone without much of anything. Kong Tae-san seemed to understand, but the spirit continued its somber reflection. It revealed, with a grip on the root, that it was born as it was. The spirit recalled the contemptuous looks of its fellow spirits. The first thing it ever felt was pain and persecution, but still it liked it. The spirit believed that, at least in that form, it could still be with everyone. It longed for connection and acceptance. It thought that if it did its all and fulfilled its role, they would one day accept it as their fellow. It truly thought that, however, that wasn't it all. Everyone abandoned it. Only it was left behind in the spirit world, alone and forgotten. In that empty world, the spirit realized it wasn't like them. It was not a spirit, but something else entirely, something other. The spirit laments being worth less than a blade of grass. The spirit declares that it will have its revenge. The spirit recalls the one who tossed it aside, the culprit who caused all this, the Spirit King. Kong Tae-san responds with a simple, sure. The spirit acknowledges that it already knows this, and that it's not something someone like it can achieve. The spirit admits it could probably just live on after finally finding stability. However, it may be impossible for the spirit, but Kong Tae-san is different. He should be able to kill the king. The spirit moves closer to him. The spirit reflects that they turned it into a tool, and therefore it will get its revenge as a tool. A subquest is completed. He declares that this is the path he has chosen. A spirit longing for vengeance has possessed his weapon, and his weapon's effect has changed. He wonders why the NPC itself became the quest reward, and what happens now, and what about the quest. He doesn't think they need to worry about that, though. He recognizes that it's Rites, apostle of the great mage, who created this labyrinth, Valvabamba. Dust and debris rained down as a section of the labyrinth collapsed. A voice echoed from the depths, remarking that it was him, as expected. He stared down at a small, floating creature. Valvabamba, why are you here? He asked. A disembodied voice declared that, with the contractor of the 21 first floor gone, it must fill the vacancy, as it was part of its duty. The protagonist's boots thudded softly against the labyrinth floor. He considered setting up a temporary quest line, his gaze fixed on a nearby pillar. The floating creature spoke, commanding him to work hard. Kong Tae-san remarked on how neat the labyrinth's maintenance was, wondering if it had always been done this way. A strange energy emanated from the pillar. Then, he considered checking the state of the weapon the spirit was dwelling in. The description of Cavert's relic appeared, a sword imbued with the blood of the ancestors, a relic of a world now in ruins. Kong Tae-san wondered what was up with this option. The sword description states that a spirit longing for vengeance possesses it. The description continues, noting the bonus damage to spirits and the potential to sacrifice oneself to defeat the Spirit King. The floating spirit questions if the sword's option is too much of a cheat. The sword's effect can be released and transferred to a different weapon. He thinks to himself that this is an endgame item and he should be able to use it to the end. Having basically obtained almost every reward the 20s have to offer, he decides to head to floor 30. The labyrinth's floor 30 boss room is revealed. He has activated Small Spark, which is perfect for testing things out, so he can take control of the flames used by spirits of this. He wonders if he leveled up. He defeats Ifrit. He was victorious against Ifrit. His level has increased, and his spiritual increase has activated. He wonders if it's because it's the 34th floor that there's a lot. He has reached a position anyone would acknowledge and obtain the title, Adventurer. His footsteps now leave behind a significant change. He examined the ring, noting its mysterious energy and potential value. The reward from the secret room granted double rewards and increased skill proficiency. The adventurer stepped forward, obtaining a title not easily acquired. Kong Tae-san's status window displayed his impressive level and stats, showing him in peak condition. He found himself appreciating the benefits of his status window. A powerful smash echoed, signifying the destruction of sin. Emerging from the shattered wall, a group greeted him, noting it was their first meeting. One of the figures exclaimed in disbelief at the sight of him. The protagonist walked away from the group, who seemed to be hiding. A strange sound resonated as he prepared to confront them. One of the group warned him against doing something he'd regret, but he seemed unfazed. The group revealed they had contact with the lower floors, threatening him if he interfered. He continued down the corridor, undeterred by the ominous pronouncements echoing around him. The voice declared that strength was irrelevant. The unseen speaker questioned if he could defeat an adventurer who had passed the 74th floor. Each step echoed with the weight of the challenge. Kong Tae-san looked up, his expression a mixture of determination and defiance. He would not be intimidated. A new voice cut through the air, demanding surrender before an unnamed person arrived. The speaker insisted on submission. The pressure seemed to be mounting, but Kong Tae-san stood firm. His opponent sneered, wondering what he would do. A figure clad in black was struck by a powerful blast, the force of the impact visible in the radiating energy. The figure stumbled, legs moving to regain balance. A stunned exclamation escaped their lips. Engulfed in flames, the figure cried out. Two figures with swords stood ready, their intentions unclear. With a resounding slam, Kong Tae-san was driven into the ground, the impact sending debris flying. Despite the assault, Kong Tae-san looked up, his expression hardening. He challenged them, asking what they would do about it. His legs moved forward, each step deliberate and resolute. He was just getting started. The floating creature observed the scene, noting that the fallen had endured for quite a while. Even though they were enemies, it felt a pang of pity for them. The protagonist stood amidst the corpses. The floating creature acknowledged that their teamwork must have been decent, given they survived against him for 10 minutes. Since his spiritual increase activated, they must have been quite powerful. He wanted to check what skills he obtained, but decided to push that off until later. The protagonist stood over the bodies, a look of annoyance on his face. He wondered why they were all dead, now that he had come all the way up here. A man with long, red hair addressed the protagonist, his expression questioning. He asked if the protagonist was the one who killed the men over here. The man's attire identified him as Ambrosia Marin, a guide of Sin leadership. His eyes narrowed, awaiting an answer. The protagonist remained silent, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be considering the question carefully before responding. The scene showed the aftermath of the battle, with corpses strewn across the ground. The protagonist stood tall amidst the carnage. Ambrosia Marin observed the scene, noting that he could already see at least 5 corpses. He wondered how a Floor 30 adventurer managed to defeat 5 adventurers on the same floor. The floating creature inquired how Marin was doing. The red-haired man's expression remained serious, his eyes fixed on the protagonist. Ambrosia Marin recognized the protagonist, noting it had been a while. He asked if he had been well after stabbing someone in the back. She questioned if the warrior had been well, but Kong Tae-san responded with hostility. Ambrosia Marin admitted that the situation was embarrassing and that she hadn't planned to do anything at all. Kong Tae-san, face-to-face with Ambrosia Marin, asked what she wanted him to do. Ambrosia Marin, visibly angered, asked if he thought she would spare him. The protagonist wondered if they knew each other and if he was involved in the ghost assassination incident. Ambrosia Marin stated there was no need to spare him, as the deed was already done and he was already dead. She asked if Kong Tae-san would interfere, but he stated he had no plans to butt in and she could do as she wished. A system message appeared. You have activated surveillance. A system message appeared, stating that due to the level difference, a portion of the skill's effect was sealed. Ambrosia Marin grinned, stating he crossed the line by annihilating them all. Ambrosia Marin lunged forward, preparing to attack Kong Tae-san, thinking she wanted to bring him over to their side. With a crash, Ambrosia Marin declared farewell as she attacked Kong Tae-san. Kong Tae-san's eyes narrowed as he prepared to defend himself from the incoming attack. A system message appeared. Your complete nullification of first attack has activated. He plummets from above, while Ambrosia Marin stands ready below. Ambrosia wonders how the attack could have connected. She resolves to find out for herself. Kong Tae-san grins, his eyes glowing with power. Ambrosia shouts to kill him, identifying him as the enemy. Ambrosia continues her assault, activating the apostolized skill of Lacaratus. The apostolized skill activates, surrounding Ambrosia in a burst of speed. Despite the flurry of attacks, Ambrosia deals no damage to Kong Tae-san. Ambrosia wonders if the skill is truly apostolized as she continues her assault. She asks why he won't hold on for a moment. Ambrosia realizes that none of her damage is getting through to him. Ambrosia doesn't want to accept the situation, as Kong Tae-san activates Mephisto's Black Lightning. She thinks about how he is different from how he usually is and wonders what he is thinking. Despite his efforts, the damage is still 0, and the difference in power is absolute. Ambrosia declares that no matter how hard he struggles, it won't work on her. He moved with incredible arm strength, not enough for what is coming. When facing an opponent far stronger, he knew he had to obtain the continuous trigger skill. He could acquire a skill by fighting with the aim of winning and refusing to let his fighting spirit break. Ambrosia Marin watched, a small, spectral form hovering nearby. Done, she muttered, questioning Tae-san. He successfully obtained it, the power coursing through him. The system notified him that he had obtained the continuous trigger skill, Blade of the Fighting Spirit. Ambrosia Marin shook, wondering why he was fighting recklessly. A god's apostle, and Lacaratus' apostle at that. He also knew black magic. Tae-san knew the next attack would work. Ambrosia Marin asked if he would continue to fight. He couldn't mess this up, or he might end up completely broken. He already knew the gods didn't like them at all. They don't bother them because of the laws of the labyrinth, but should the situation allow, they will try to pulverize them. What if that guy is favored by those 2 gods? And what would happen if they killed this adventurer? Ambrosia Marin asked her friend why they didn't stop for now, thinking he might end up crossing a line he couldn't handle. He took a step forward, telling her to then fuck off. She apologizes, stating that she cannot let him pass as he is still an enemy. Ambrosia Marin insists that Kong Tae-san cooperate with her, her tone laced with urgency. A notification appears, identifying the item as the labyrinth's secret key, which leads to floor 70. Ambrosia Marin questions why he is using the key in this location, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. Ambrosia Marin explains that Tae-san can trust the key, as it is a precious item sold only to those who have reached the lower floors. Ambrosia Marin states that it's simple, he just has to think about going there with his mind. Kong Tae-san, holding the key, declares that there is no reason to delay and that he must return to descending the labyrinth. Ambrosia Marin questions what he is doing, wondering if he doesn't fear the lower floors at all. Kong Tae-san is determined to descend to the lower floors of the labyrinth. The key activates, and Kong Tae-san prepares to teleport. A system message indicates that he has arrived on floor 70, using a secret passageway and obtaining the title One Who Walks Through Cracks. Congratulations appear on arriving on the 74th floor, likely the first to set foot here before reaching level 150, the labyrinth's lower floors. He found a new floor, quite comfortable. Ambrosia Marin watched as he relaxed, stating that the food wasn't poisoned and that he could relax. He mused that these lower floors were quite something, his expression thoughtful as he considered the implications. The scale of this floor dwarfed anything he'd seen before, even surpassing the climb to floor 30. It wasn't even a boss room, yet it was this big. He had successfully made it all the way here. Ambrosia Marin watched him, a small smile on her face as she observed his progress. A woman wondered what she should do next. Li Tion, the only surviving solo mode player in her last life, was on her mind. The woman recalled that in her past life, she had heard what sort of things Li Tion obtained on floor 70. She wondered if she should go look for them. Kong Tae-san ate a snack, his expression thoughtful. Ambrosia Marin watched him, waiting for his next move. Elsewhere, a sign indicated this was floor 70, the Guides of Sin meeting room. Someone wondered what was with all the fuss, gathering everyone up like this. The individual with the long brown hair demands to know why Ambrosia Marin has called them together. Lion King's hand clenches into a fist, resting on the table before him. The figure with the flaming hair believes there's only one reason for this meeting: the adventurer with the ghost. Spirit King states that the purpose of the meeting is to discuss how to handle him. Spirit King acknowledges the adventurer is present. Lion King is shocked by this revelation, his eyes widening in disbelief. Spirit King attempts to calm the others, assuring them that he has his reasons. Spirit King recalls telling them not to talk to the adventurer, but to kill him immediately. Lion King recalls that the adventurer inevitably ended up using their secret key, and that each key is precious. Lion King is sure that Spirit King had a reason for using the key. Spirit King was just about to explain, asking Lion King to calm down. The figure in the chair believes he's receiving the favor of the gods, and that of Lacaratas and the goddess of demon folk. Whispers filled the room as the Lion King spoke with a cloaked figure. They wondered if he was favored by the demon goddess. The Spirit King, flames flickering around his head, considered the implications. Did he attach himself to that adventurer merely to get revenge? Ambrosia Marin listened intently as the Spirit King continued. It seemed he'd also become quite petty, suggesting he was the ghost pawn. The Spirit King questioned if that was really the case. From what he saw, the adventurer seemed to be moving of his own free will. Meanwhile, Kong Tae-sen stood, a determined look on his face, ready to explore the newly discovered area. Step by step, Kong Tae-san advanced, his boots clicking against the stone floor as he ventured deeper into the unknown. Kong Tae-san paused, gazing upon a stone statue. He wondered aloud what this place could be, his voice echoing in the chamber. The system notified Kong Tae-san that he had discovered the stone statue of the goddess who lost her name. He mused that there was a secret room on the 10th floor. Kong Tae-san continued forward, the sound of his footsteps reverberating through the chamber. He wondered if there was something hidden here. The system informed him that he had prayed to the goddess whom everyone forgot. The system alerted him to a special quest, the Forgotten Goddess. Through his prayer, the forgotten goddess who had disappeared had awakened. Those who have received the goddess's blessing can feel the energy of the goddess's stone statue hidden within a labyrinth. The system informed Kong Tae-san that he received the god's blessing, goddess who lost her name's blessing of regeneration. He grinned, realizing he might have missed it otherwise. Kong Tae-san considered that if he'd known such a quest existed, he would have thoroughly searched the labyrinth to find all the goddess statues beforehand. He thought that if he'd prayed to all of the goddess statues, his overall recovery speed would have increased by nearly 10 times. Ambrosia Marin asked if it didn't have much effect. Ambrosia Marin stated that going back up for a reward on a floor he'd already passed through reduces it to the point where it becomes meaningless. Ambrosia Marin wondered if finding all of them would become an amazing ability for him. Kong Tae-san agreed, especially since it increases everything's recovery rate. He noted that he even has demonic energy and protective shield, which others don't have. Ambrosia Marin exclaimed that even a simple calculation shows the effectiveness is already double, complaining that this is cheating and asking why only him. Kong Tae-san realized that he has the opportunity to receive this goddess's blessing multiple times, so it's even better for him. He noted the time, realizing the guides would soon return. Footsteps echoed through the halls as they made their way forward. The group was met by several figures. Ambrosia Marin watched them approach. The man with red hair scratched his head, explaining that some of his companions didn't want to come. The man with red hair wondered if they didn't seem to have the attitude of someone greeting a guest. Kong Tae-san's eyes narrowed. He was surprised that they didn't even flinch after feeling their aura. The blond man spoke, stating that they reigned in their strength somewhat, but for him to not even flinch meant he was quite strong. The man with fire hair felt his energy coming from Kong Tae-san. The man with fire hair could feel the power of the child, created a territory for within him, and told him to speak. Kong Tae-san noticed something. A skeleton appeared before him. A skill activated, small spark. Kong Tae-san stated that he received it after defeating the boss guarding the world tree on the 29th fourth floor, and was using it thanks to that. The figure with flames surrounding his head knew someone might die. However, he remained angered. The flames erupted, engulfing the area in a furious blaze. The attack was swift and devastating. The figure was struck, taking 3,069 damage. Kong Tae-san watched, assessing the impact of the fiery assault. Even though he wasn't attacked directly, Kong Tae-san felt the shift in emotions. It was enough to put him in mortal danger. The figure with flames was told that trying to kill a guest was not very nice. Ambrosia Marin stood nearby, observing the unfolding conflict. The character with long hair urged the figure with flames to stop and control himself. If he killed him, there was no going back. The figure with flames responded with a terse, "Fine." Kong Tae-san knew he had no intention of following them, so he decided to cut the crap. Kong Tae-san thought that in the end, these guides were just cowards. Now that they knew something was backing him, they wouldn't bother him that easily. He decided to drop the obvious act. The character with long hair remarked that the warrior seemed to have obtained quite a nice pawn. The figure with flames stood beside him. For the one who was evaluated as the one who'd conquer the labyrinth and who received the interest of the gods. The character with white hair asked if attaching himself to this lowly adventurer for the sake of revenge wasn't embarrassing. Ambrosia Marin, seeing the laughable state they were all in right now, thought this wasn't too bad, though. A crimson glare emanated from narrowed eyes, a silent promise of something more. A figure in a cloak spoke with venom, demanding to know where someone named Sociate was hidden. Ambrosia Marin chuckled, noting that the warrior had not arrived. The chibi figure scoffed, remarking that she would see her again soon enough. Ambrosia Marin hoped they would come to a conclusion quickly, expressing a desire to leave. Kong Tae-san assured him that they would get to the point. They already knew that the gods lent their power to build the labyrinth, but they would confirm one thing, whether the gods really granted their power. Ambrosia Marin stated that they would be calling for the demon goddess, questioning if their power was really protecting them. Kong Tae-san, with a grip, stated that if they were really protected, she would descend to this place, asking the Great One to come. The blonde-haired man declared he would offer tribute in her name, "O Great One." They would confirm just one thing from them, whether the gods really granted. A demon goddess appeared, seemingly in response to the call. The demon goddess floats, radiating power. She scoffs at those who dared summon her. The Lion King gulps, beads of sweat forming. He is surprised she arrived so quickly with so little offering. Kong Tae-san and Ambrosia Marin stand behind him. He thought they would need more offerings for her to appear. The goddess descends further. The Lion King is told to get his act together as he stammers. The Lion King wonders if her quick arrival has something to do with Kong Tae-san. The Lion King remains standing. He wonders why he isn't bowing his head to her, even if he has her favor. The demon goddess looks down at them. She says she isn't sure if she should be happy to see them. The goddess states that seeing these losers is strange and annoying. She asks why they call for her. The Lion King tells her that he will only listen once, so get straight to the point. He thanks her for her grace. The Lion King explains that the person before him received her permission to learn black magic. He looks displeased. The Lion King says they wish to confirm whether those words were true, goddess of demon folk. He calls the situation vulgar. The demon goddess says they may be disgusting, but since they agreed to minimize their interference as gods, she can't just kill them. She will answer their question. He stood with Kong Tae-san and Ambrosia Marin, the aftermath of a cleared mana quest lingering in the air. Kong Tae-san was granted demonic energy as a reward, a power only those aligned with the goddess could obtain. The goddess considered him one of her most favored existences, a sentiment that carried immense weight. The Lion King knew he needed to forge an alliance with Kong Tae-san, no matter the cost. Kong Tae-san stood silently, the demonic energy swirling around him, a testament to his recent achievement. Ambrosia Marin watched the Lion King, a flicker of surprise crossing her face as she considered his words. The Lion King knew that once he left this place, the first thing they would try to do is eliminate him. He wished for all battles to be on equal footing, or at least at a level where neither side could guarantee victory, not wanting to die without accomplishing anything. Ambrosia Marin giggled, admitting she really liked him and that this was what they came here to see. She didn't want to watch those losers who only cared about their own safety, so she wanted to make a bare minimum line they could not cross. The Lion King declared that he would now decide on the rule, stating it wasn't bad and he wouldn't have had to interfere if it was a fair fight from the start. He announced that from now on, they may fight him, but there's a line they must keep to: those who are too powerful cannot come up without his permission. A figure descends from above, a dark aura swirling around them as they make their presence known. The red-haired man watches with a stern expression, his arms crossed, seemingly unfazed by the display of power. The descending figure speaks, noting that while the challenger may have just arrived on the 34th floor, they are far beyond its level. Ambrosia Marin smiles, stating that this is a bonus for Kong Tae-san for making a very satisfactory decision. Kong Tae-san receives a blessing, a notification appearing that he has obtained God's blessing for being victorious and following the rules. A dense, dark energy emanates, filling the space with an ominous presence, as the figure gestures with their hand. The figure declares that darkness shall come and find whoever breaks it, implying a severe consequence for disobedience. Ambrosia Marin states that she will be waiting for the day Kong Tae-san comes to find where she is. The red-haired man seems surprised, wondering if a god personally called a human by their name. Kong Tae-san is surrounded by a dark aura as he wonders what in the world that guy is. The figure with horns declared that she would be waiting for Kong Tae-san. A hand reached out, as if beckoning him forward to a promised destination. The figure spoke of mortals and gods, and the rarity of a god calling a human by name. Kong Tae-san clicked his tongue, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he clapped his hands together. He stood in a grand hall, the weight of the demon goddesses while pressing down on him. 3 figures stood before him, one declaring that he would be returning to 4:30. One of the figures raised a hand, suggesting that Kong Tae-san should send someone of a similar level. A grin spread across Kong Tae-san's face, a hint of malice in his eyes. The figure with glowing eyes considered the situation, noting that it wasn't too bad for them. The figure continued, mentioning that they could even maneuver the Tier 4 to 6 guides of sin to attack him, which was actually a good thing, and that he would definitely crush this bastard. Another figure stated that he had no more business with Kong Tae-san, but it would be great if they could meet again later, although it would be difficult for him to survive that long. He allowed them to struggle, knowing their efforts were ultimately futile. The protagonist remained confident, sure they would meet again. He noted their safe return to the 34th floor of the labyrinth. The protagonist considered his unexpected gains, acknowledging the strength of the leadership he had only heard about. Kong Tae-san knew that if he continued to crush the guides of sin, he would reach new levels of strength. He felt unbeatable. Ambrosia Marin urged him to check the other skills he received while dealing with the guides of sin, thanks to the spiritual increase. Ambrosia Marin dismissed the earth tremor and alleviation skills as extraneous. She clarified that she was referring to the blade of the fighting spirit, the one he received while fighting her. Kong Tae-san recalled that his level increased by 3, and his stats increased thanks to spiritual. He knew it was frequently used while descending the labyrinth. He realized that the damage would be tripled, then doubled, effectively multiplying the damage by 6, making it a skill on an entirely different level. The demon goddess personally granted him a new skill, one that rewards following the rules. Ambrosia Marin observes that it must be a skill that activates when facing a guide of sin. Though the level of rewards is unknown, it should be good. He believes he should be able to become stronger much faster. Ambrosia Marin notes that getting stronger is literally the only thing he can think about. The labyrinth's theme has darkened. He recalls hearing about it from Lee Tion in his last life, so it's not really surprising. If it's 4:31, he realizes, then the divine escort must be nearby. Ambrosia Marin asks Kong Tae-san if he should be able to complete the quest the divine escort gives. He takes a step forward, ready to face the challenge. The sound is overwhelming, and it feels like his ears will burst. The armored figure declares it's been a while since he's seen an adventurer. He says it's nice to meet him. They have encountered the divine escort, Dargan. He studies the pair. It has been a long time since he has seen a warrior. He notes that it has been a while, only meeting once and not seeing each other since. Dargan acknowledges that Kong Tae-san is standing right next to him. He asks if he is the adventurer Einzel mentioned. Kong Tae-san wonders if he has heard of him, as Einzel is a name he hasn't heard in a while. Kong Tae-san recalls when he was on the first floor, Einzel helped to become stronger. He is still using the Arak weapon art skill, which lets him combine the damage numbers of all his equipment. Dargan confirms that Einzel has been praising him quite heavily. The divine escort's face is illuminated by a golden light. Ambrosia Marin notes that Dargan has met the impressive adventurer. Dargan tells them not to be too alarmed. He is something like an examiner, and they can hear the details from the ghost behind them. Ambrosia Marin wonders if this is a kind of qualification test. Ambrosia Marin asks if Kong Tae-san failed. He confirms that he did. The warrior said he'd reached floor 85 out of 100 when he was still alive. Ambrosia Marin wonders what sort of crazy quest it is for even someone like that to fail. Dargan declares that there are 2 things he tests for. One is to judge whether they are qualified to be here. He activated mental acceleration, focusing his mind. The power surged through him, preparing him for the coming challenge. Kong Tae-san then activated unbreathing attack. A red aura enveloped his blade as he prepared to strike. The protagonist blocked Dargan's charge. The force of the impact reverberated through the air as Dargan expressed surprise. Dargan's face contorted in a grimace. He would be judging whether they were worthy of spreading the grandness of the divine. Kong Tae-san and Dargan clashed swords, sparks flying. The sound of metal on metal echoed through the arena. A text box appeared, explaining the rules of the battle. They could not kill each other. Dargan remarked that Kong Tae-san should have mentioned this earlier. The protagonist's eyes narrowed, a flicker of determination in them. This was an opportunity to face someone strong without dying. Kong Tae-san accepted the battle. Below, Dargan prepared himself, ready to test the limits of his opponent. Dargan grinned, eager to begin. He wanted to prove that Kong Tae-san stopping his attack wasn't just a coincidence. The 2 warriors clashed once more. Dargan realized that the difference in stats was too great. He had little chance of winning head-on. Kong Tae-san activated random blink. With a poof, he vanished from sight, leaving Dargan momentarily stunned. Dargan's eyes widened, Realizing Kong Tae-san was in midair, he declared that the protagonist was done for, unable to avoid the next attack. He is sent flying backwards, surrounded by a swirl of golden energy. Kong Tae-san activates Air Leap, a skill that propels him further away from Dargan. He wonders if he will be able to avoid the attack. Spinning through the air, Kong Tae-san hears Dargan's words, "You won't know until you try." Dargan's attack connects, dealing 64 damage. The blow sends Kong Tae-san reeling. Kong Tae-san grits his teeth, realizing that even with Aura's penetration damage, the attack still got through. Dargan acknowledges Kong Tae-san's incredible battle sense, but declares that the difference in their levels is still too great. The clang of metal echoes as Dargan's blade clashes against Kong Tae-san's defenses. Dargan taunts Kong Tae-san, pointing out that he is still in midair and has lost his balance. He asks what Kong Tae-san will do now. Kong Tae-san activates Land, another skill, as he descends. Kong Tae-san lands, thinking that the exchange was a close one, even with the land skill. Dargan is certain that the man in front of him is not someone he could defeat currently. Kong Tae-san breathes heavily, understanding why Sir Einshol praised Dargan. He realizes he'd most likely need to reach at least floor 60 just to face him. He sees the difference in strength. Is he going to give up just like that? The spirit wonders. However, it's when he faces enemies like this, let's continue, that he can obtain something valuable. Clang. As expected, there's no way he'd give up. That's why I want to keep watching him. Boom. Battle end. He thinks this is enough. He can't go any further. If he makes a mistake, he might accidentally go all out. Dargan finds it surprising that someone who just reached floor 31 lasted this long against him. He reflects that Tae-san was at this level, and he didn't even survive 5 minutes before being sent flying. Dargan recalls calling that a spectacular achievement and giving adequate rewards, but he thinks that to endure for a full hour. Dargan tells him that for him to endure against him for this long, he's in awe. Subquest complete. Dargan is trying to give him a suitable reward. If it's Labyrinth and receiving the qualifications to enter the battlefield of the divine. Subquest start. There are gods who have rejected the intentions of the great mage who created the labyrinth. A towering figure of gold stands guard, twin swords crossed before him. He moves forward, the words above him declaring the next destination, the battlefield of the divine. Kong Tae-san's expression is contemplative as he wonders aloud. The battlefield of the divine? The battlefield shimmers with an otherworldly light, a place of both beauty and danger. A subquest begins, directing them to the battlefield of the divine. The Lion King wonders aloud about this new battlefield. The story unfolds, revealing numerous gods within the labyrinth. The nature of the mage's existence remains a mystery. The gods who agreed with the mages were the ones who entered this place. Those who disagreed remained in the outside world. Yet the gods, too weak-willed to enter the labyrinth, foolishly put on airs. The protagonist wonders if it wouldn't be enough to simply defeat them, or perhaps some gods would just give in and enter the labyrinth. The Lion King wishes it were that simple. Several outer gods have made the battlefield their territory, so even the gods of the labyrinth can't avoid losing some strength there. However, that doesn't mean the outer gods can enter the labyrinth. The risk would be too great. They'd have to change their territory. A fairly strong god's divinity could be shattered. The Lion King exclaims that, as expected, the warrior understands. Meanwhile, Kong Tae-san sees that's why the gods believe it's not worth going so far. He understands that they should just know if they send someone too strong. The Lion King explained that the outer gods would block entry altogether. He continued, adding that they needed someone strong enough to fight the outer god slaves. The Lion King declared that he would be perfect for the task. The Lion King, having thought about it, offered Kong Tae-san his reward. A golden ring materialized, its stats displayed for all to see. The Red Ghost questioned if the Lion King was sure he was allowed to give him such a ring. The Lion King explained that its value would decline as he continued to the lower floors, but it was still excessive. The Lion King disagreed, stating that he didn't think that was the case. He took the ring, stating that he would use it well. He wondered what the rewards were for winning in the battlefield of the divine. The Lion King grinned, his teeth gleaming as he explained the rewards for removing a thorn in the god's side. The Lion King tapped his chest, assuring that he, too, would do the same in that case. He nodded, accepting the subquest, seeing this as an opportunity to become stronger and wonder how to get to this battlefield. The Lion King explained that there was a gate to the battlefield, 2 floors down of floor 33, and a god's altar would be there. Since it wasn't that far, the Lion King excused himself to prepare the reward. He watched the Lion King leave, and Ghost mentioned that he failed to receive that quest. Ghost recalled that he was told it would be too much for him, and that he needed to become a bit stronger. Ghost added that he got so busy descending the labyrinth that he never came back here, but there was something else he knew about this. As he descended the labyrinth, there were some transcendents who forced their way in, going as far as shattering the boundaries, although they're not great gods. Ghost told him that as long as he was careful, it should be fine, but when he said it like that, it felt even more unpleasant. He seemed to be pondering what Ghost had just told him. He trudged through the labyrinth, the weight of past failures heavy on his mind. A notification chimed, indicating the floor's clear reward, 5 blue potions. He finally defeated the goblin. With a triumphant shout, Kim Yo-hin raised his sword to the sky, celebrating his victory. He remembered his past struggles, always running away and getting stuck on the 5th floor for months. Because of his failures, he was labeled as such and unable to join a proper party. In normal mode, nobody would let him join, but that was no longer the case. Thanks to the God's blessing skill he received from his second return to Earth, he was able to rapidly become stronger. Now, he could fight monsters that were once difficult to face. He wondered if it was Kong Tae-san who helped him. He realized that Kong Tae-san had granted him new possibilities, and he should express his thanks if he saw him later. Although words alone couldn't fully express his thankfulness, he knew he had to try as he advanced to Labyrinth Floor 31. A notification appeared. His divine power had increased by 1%. Kim Yo-hin's eyes widened in surprise. Divine power? What the hell? He wondered. He noticed the sudden surge. Why was his divine power increasing so rapidly? Kim Yo-hin considered the implications. There was no way this was normal, even on the 31 first floor. He reasoned that it was just 1%, and he didn't even know its effects. Kim Yo-hin decided to ignore it for now, opening the community window. Meanwhile, Kong Tae-san appeared in the virtual space, greeted by Lion King and Ambrosia Marin. "Long time no see, guys," he said. Lion King was glad to see him. He thought Kong Tae-san had disappeared somewhere like last time. He asked how far down he had come. Kim Yo-hin muttered that it was just 1%, and he didn't even know its effects, so he should just ignore it. Lion King remarked that the God's blessing made things much more comfortable. From what he heard, people were talking about the community board. A disembodied voice explained that other modes were also descending much faster than before, thanks to Lakarada's blessing. Kim Yo-hin thought it was a relief, wondering if there was anything else. He recalled that Kong Tae-san's trial was okay, as Lion King had mentioned. Lion King explained that he also ended up around the quest where you have to fight enemies made of water. He added that things would become easier after passing 410. Ambrosia Marin asked Kong Tae-san if he had checked the community board yet for easy and normal modes. She noted that she hadn't had time to check it. Ambrosia Marin dismissed her earlier question, saying it was nothing important. Lion King looked surprised by her reaction. He stated that it would take too long to explain and to check later. A voice echoed, wishing Kong Tae-san to be careful as well. A sword imbued with holy energy granted an attack bonus, and the secret room reward doubled. The red hooded figure seemed impressed. Kong Tae-san planned to sell the swords, as the title would be quite helpful. Now then, he thought, it was time to use this momentum to keep climbing down. The floor 31 boss was the knight with a fragmented ego. Kong Tae-san stood victorious over the defeated knight, the red hooded figure watching from behind. He was victorious against the knight with a fragmented ego and obtained the golden sword. Since its attack was higher than his current weapons, he would swap them and then focus on skill proficiency. The red hooded figure noted that the climb didn't seem too easy. Kong Tae-san agreed. Floor 32 quest started. Defeat the boss of floor 32 to pass through. The reward was bloodied armor, and the secret reward was unknown. The red hooded figure mentioned that learning a sword art on your own becomes very difficult after a certain level. He knew what he had to do, combine all his sword arts knowledge. The task would not be easy, but he was confident. Ambrosia Marin smiled, suggesting that he might break through this wall very soon. She seemed confident in his abilities. The system notified Kong Tae-san that he had discovered the altar of Ahili. The altar was marked by a giant sword. Ambrosia Marin declared that Ahili is the god of swords. Kong Tae-san thought the timing was perfect. Kong Tae-san gripped the golden sword tightly. He knew he should hurry up with the god of swords. He discovered the altar of Ahili. Strength has permanently increased by 10, and health has permanently increased by 30. Kong Tae-san approached the altar, its structure radiating an ancient power. Ambrosia Marin questioned what he was talking about. Kong Tae-san explained that when he went to Vequesta to save Anesha, he stole the ability to use Aura, a power of the god of swords. The protagonist recalled being involved in Vequesta, which he liked, falling into ruin. He wondered if that would make the god of swords antagonistic toward him. Ambrosia Marin dismissed his concerns, stating that things like that don't matter. Even within the labyrinth, the god of swords is the most indifferent of the gods, Ambrosia Marin explained. She added that he probably doesn't care about Kong Tae-san at all. The protagonist responded that they'll soon find out. The skill to increase attack activated. At the same time, Kong Tae-san felt curiosity, questioning, and welcoming. Fortunately, it seemed he hadn't shown any hostility, Kong Tae-san thought, a slight smile gracing his lips. A subquest started, and Ahili's range of influence shrank. Ahili wishes to test you, who have visited his altar. If you accept, you will get an empowered trial. Ambrosia Marin questioned if he was giving them an empowered trial from the get-go. Even if he's the indifferent Ahili, he must have heard about Kong Tae-san. It seems he has no intention of testing the waters. He encountered Lakarad as his servant. He considered the implications of an empowered trial, wondering what form it would take. Kang Tae-san recalled his own trial against Ahili's servant, Lakarada's, and what he might face this time. A subquest was accepted. The most likely scenario was about to unfold. Ahili's power began to seep into the ghost, empowering it with divine energy. The ghost, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of power, began to crack and distort. The spectral energy intensified, coalescing around the ghost's form. A notification appeared, stating that the quest would not end until all conditions were fulfilled. Kang Tae-san's eyes widened, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he sensed the growing power. He mused on the nature of a god's power, capable of even recreating a dead person's body. The ghost emitted a piercing scream, the sound echoing through the altar. The ghost, now seemingly in control of its newfound power, remarked on how alarming this all was. Prince of a ruined world, Bardray had appeared, a smirk playing on his lips. He stares into a mirror, as a small fairy-like creature speaks to him. The blond man activates a skill, conjuring a large, icy arrow. He remarks on its effect. Bardray seems surprised by the effect of the skill. He didn't expect something like this. The god of swords has quite a wicked taste, he muses as he considers the body he now inhabits. He knows this body was created temporarily, just until Kang Tae-san finishes the trial. Once it's over, he'll return to being a ghost. The spirit wonders if he would ever want this trial to end, as he floats in the air. Bardray draws his sword, resolving to do what he must, regardless of his feelings. He twirls the blade, noting that his stats are identical to Kang Tae-san's. It's quite pitiful compared to his peak, but not too bad. The blonde-haired man smirks, stating that they're completely on the same level, just as the quest says. Kang Tae-san states that they're not at the same level at all, though. The second condition was that all skills unrelated to sword arts were restricted. Bardray says that's what makes this a trial. He asks why Kang Tae-san is complaining. Kang Tae-san is asked if he's scared because Bardray is too strong. He is told this is a great opportunity for him. He stood his ground, as Bardray challenged him to attack. The protagonist knew this trial would not end if he hesitated. To finish this trial, a single strike was needed. The ghost was a big-shot swordsman, so clumsy deception wouldn't work. Kang Tae-san unleashed a flurry of attacks, a spectral wolf, Fong, slashing through the air. Bardray easily parried the blow. He remarked that Kang Tae-san was going all out from the start, calling it the correct answer. The protagonist pressed his attack, knowing that just because it was the correct answer didn't mean it would always work. As expected, there was no answer. The skill gap was too large, he realized. Bardray stated that much wouldn't do, and Kang Tae-san would need a different method. He urged him to come. The white-haired antagonist added that if Kang Tae-san couldn't land a single blow, the trial would be over before it even began. He wondered if this was the 104th attempt, and lamented that it wouldn't work like this. No matter how he changed it up, the foundation of his sword art was the ghost sword art. The first sword, Wolf Fong, and the second sword, Dancer Steps, were all the ghost sword art. That he could block everything with just light movements proved he could predict how he'd attack. As a result, no matter what he tried using this sword art, the ghost would block his attack perfectly. He questioned if he had to give up. But he couldn't give up. In that case, he sought a different sword art, something completely unlike what he had used before. Bardray grinned, observing Kang Tae-san. It seemed he had found a solution. Bardray wondered if Kang Tae-san was able to understand it after only 100 tries. He mused that Tae-san's talent wasn't all that impressive. No matter the difficult situation, Bardray thought, Kang Tae-san uses all his experience to inevitably come up with a solution. That was a much more impressive strength than talent and swordsmanship. The protagonist considered what solution he had discovered this time. Bardray wondered what new method Kang Tae-san would surprise him with next. He knew that Kang Tae-san would never win using the same sword art as him. A notification chimed. Kang Tae-san had started sword art creation. Bardray watched as the sword art creation began. Kang Tae-san's eyes narrowed, focusing intently. Bardray asked if he was done now. Kang Tae-san replied that he was, to an extent. Bardray said he was bored waiting an hour for him, asking if they could get started right away. Kang Tae-san replied, of course. Bardray prepared to attack, declaring that he was coming. He clashed against the blue-haired swordsman, the sound of metal ringing out. The protagonist blocked the attack, but Bardray noted the sword had become more aggressive and violent. Tae-san blocked better than before, but Bardray claimed he was using it incorrectly. The antagonist smirked, stating that it didn't matter. He explained that since the sword of the Scarring Storm wasn't his, he couldn't use it perfectly. Bardray prepared himself, resolving to use what he was most confident in. The protagonist activated acceleration, increasing his speed. The swords clashed once more, the impact echoing through the air. Bardray wondered why Tae-san's speed suddenly increased, and noted that his sword strikes seemed to have doubled in speed. The antagonist was shocked, realizing that Tae-san had found a solution to the god's trials. Tae-san activated Power Strike, preparing to attack. The two swords collided with immense force, energy erupting from the point of impact. Bardray felt the incredible strength of the attack. Tae-san activated Leap, while Bardray prepared to block and endure the attack, knowing Power Strike was a skill that disappears after being activated once. He descends, a blur of motion and light, his blade poised to strike. Bardray, caught off guard, wonders how Power Strike's effects can be used continuously. He also questions why the Leap skill affected him. Bardray exclaims, demanding to know what Tae-san is doing, suspecting he has even changed the skill's effects. A system notification appears. Bardray has activated Dodge. The protagonist continues his descent, the Leap skill propelling him forward. Kong Tae-san, still airborne, prepares to strike with the Leap skill. Bardray curses, realizing that all of Tae-san's movements have become unpredictable. The antagonist is shocked, wondering how such a cheat like sword art exists. Bardray grins, noting that he has seen an opening. The system notifies that he has activated consecutive attacks. Bardray cries out, seemingly struck by an attack. The blue-haired protagonist gripped his sword, determination etched on his face. A chime echoed as he created the high-rank sword art. Kong Tae-san heard his name called, and a figure in a cape smiled. You've truly created a sword art that's just like you. The blonde-haired man smiled, clearly impressed. He complimented the protagonist on creating a sword art that was just like him. Kong Tae-san stared at the notification, wondering if he had also obtained the qualifications of a grandmaster. The blonde-haired man stated that he had received it as well. He had completely rearranged the sword of the Scarring Storm to best suit him. He wondered if a title was allowed to be that good. The protagonist questioned if the proficiency rate increase should be at least 40%. The blonde-haired man reassured him that it was all right since it wasn't something that just anyone could achieve. The man with blue hair smirks, confident in his creation. He wonders if just anyone could have made his sword art. The man with blue hair grips his sword. He asks if the other man is really asking why his sword art can activate and change skills. A notification appears, triggers skill, acceleration. It details mana usage and proficiency as he accelerates toward his target. The notification explains that the acceleration from the sword art surpassed both the speed of sword strike and the agility stat. Another notification appears, trigger skill, leap. The notification explains that the leap skill is supposed to affect whoever activates it, but it sent him flying instead of Tae-san. The sword art can interfere with the labyrinth system. Condition 2 is displayed. He is restricted from using any skill not related to sword arts. Kong Tae-san looks on with a serious expression. The man with black hair states that he is certain the trial restricted the usage of skills. He wonders if there could be exceptions to the conditions of a god's trial. Kong Tae-san replies that he didn't use a skill, but a sword art. The man with black hair is confused, not understanding what he's trying to say. The man with black hair thinks to himself that there was no other way. The man with black hair thinks that the reason he's strong is because of skills. He thought that if he couldn't use skills, he'd have to figure out how to achieve their effects through his sword art. The man with black hair holds his sword, which is glowing with purple energy. Kong Tae-san wonders if, even though he knew about the condition, he still thought that way. He also wonders how he came up with something so unexpected, asking if he had a sudden epiphany. He thought the answer didn't lie entirely with sword arts. Their difference in skill was too drastic. That's why Kong Tae-san eventually looked at what tools he had, considering his roots. The reason he was able to come this far down the labyrinth was all thanks to the numerous skills he had. It was only after thinking about it deeply that he came to a realization, the loophole in regards to this condition. He considered the unbreathing attack, which can be obtained by continuously attacking while holding your breath. There was no need to obsess over not being able to use skills from the beginning, he realized. Dashing toward an enemy, he was in a natural state where he didn't consciously think, I'm using a skill. He also thought of endure, which would be obtained by lowering your health to the limit and enduring an attack. In the same way, he'd been fulfilling conditions to obtain these skills, even the leap and power strike skills. Even before he obtained the acceleration skill, he could quickly achieve the effect of that skill with his body. Since in the labyrinth, to obtain a skill, he decided to stop consciously thinking about activating a skill. The conditions to obtain a skill. He considered the nature of his skills, realizing they were achievable even before acquisition. Bardray stated that one simply needed to achieve an effect equivalent to a skill. Bardray remarked, as expected, that Kong Tae-san was impressive, a small smile playing on his lips. Kong Tae-san admitted he had never even considered something like that before, as Ahili's area of influence shrank. Bardray's form flickered, becoming more transparent as Ahili's influence waned, causing Kong Tae-san to look on in surprise. Bardray stated he was already saying goodbye to this body, calling it a shame as he looked at Kong Tae-san. Bardray told him not to look at him with that kind of expression, a grin spreading across his face. Bardray tapped Kong Tae-san on the shoulder, a final gesture before his departure. Kong Tae-san admitted he also had fun and thanked Bardray, though he said it was nothing and to thank Ahili instead. Bardray stated that if not for Ahili, the god of swords, they wouldn't have even had an opportunity. As Bardray said, This trial was nothing but good opportunities for Kong Tae-san, whose sword art proficiencies weren't increasing against enemies on the 34th floor. The God of Swords put Kong Tae-san against an opponent he could earnestly face with his all, just so he could become stronger. He stared at the notification, a message from Ihili offering an apostle contract. Not accepting the offer, Kong Tae-san turned away, Ambrosia floating beside him. Ambrosia, now in a chibi form, seemed surprised at his decision. Kong Tae-san continued walking, seemingly unconcerned with Ambrosia's reaction. Ambrosia trailed after him, rambling about rumors spreading to all the gods. Kong Tae-san activated Leap, propelling himself forward with increased speed. Ambrosia, visibly annoyed, demanded to know why he was ignoring her. She continued to call out, frustrated that Kong Tae-san was leaving her behind. The pair descended a winding staircase, finally reaching floor 32 of the labyrinth. He reasoned that becoming stronger before heading to the battlefield of the divine made sense. A suitable enemy appeared, and Kong Tae-san prepared to show off his new sword art. He tells Ambrosia Marin that he will only use his sword for a while. A grin spreads across Kong Tae-san's face as he prepares for battle. Kong Tae-san activates the ability of his sword, a surge of power flowing through him. The protagonist leaps into action, engaging the red armored enemies with swift strikes as Ambrosia Marin watches. Kong Tae-san declares that this is his style as he faces the approaching enemies, Ambrosia Marin floating behind him. The hunter prepares to trigger the acceleration skill, enhancing both his speed and that of his blade. Acceleration activates, the world blurring as Kong Tae-san's movements become a blur of motion. His eyes focused, the protagonist prepares to strike with enhanced speed and precision. The blue-haired warrior clashes with a red armored enemy, sparks flying as their weapons meet. Kong Tae-san activates Power Strike, channeling even more energy into his attack. The enhanced strike connects, sending the red armored enemy reeling from the force. Ambrosia Marin watches as Kong Tae-san continues his assault, a blur of motion against the remaining foes. He swung the ability sword, testing its capabilities with a resounding whoosh. Ambrosia Marin wondered if ending the effect caused Power Strike to disappear. She realized he needed to clash swords with steady timing. Kong Tae-san found it surprisingly difficult to activate the sword's abilities continuously. Ambrosia Marin wondered if it was similar for the other skills added to the ability sword. She noted that they all have certain conditions. Ambrosia Marin mused that it was more restrictive than she thought. It's not like enemies will just stay still and wait for your attack. Ambrosia Marin considered the sword's effectiveness against opponents who use the power of nature like spirits or long-range attacks like magic, concluding it would be difficult to use. Kong Tae-san realized it was hard to use against enemies that are difficult to strike with perfect timing. He thought to himself how tricky it was. Ambrosia Marin stated that it's definitely a good sword art. She explained that the moment you do activate it, the opponent will inevitably be startled by the change in stats and skill effects. The red armored enemy was stabbed. Kong Tae-san remarked, "Well, I guess." Kong Tae-san activated Leap. The system notified him that he had activated Leap. The sword glows as he faces the red armored enemy. He thinks that once his proficiency goes up, the conditions will be relaxed. The red armored enemy is struck. The system notified him that the ability sword's proficiency has increased by 1%. He notes that his ability sword proficiency is only at 8%. Ambrosia Marin wonders what Tae-san's proficiency in Sword of the Scarring Storm was originally. She questions why ability sword proficiency is only at 8%. Ambrosia Marin believes the Sword of the Scarring Storm's proficiency should have transferred over. Ambrosia Marin notes that they're both high-rank sword arts, but there's a big difference. She wonders if the skill was created by interfering with the labyrinth system. The figure in the flashback is shown to have a power granted by God. Ambrosia Marin doesn't think it's normally possible. Ambrosia Marin considers the ultimate rank technique Arak weapon arts. The flashback figure was training to overcome his limits. The clash of steel echoed through the labyrinth, marking the 32nd floor. The knights lay defeated, their armor gleaming dully under the cavern's light. The blade hummed with residual energy, a testament to the battle's intensity. Tae-san was alerted to an approaching presence. Ambrosia Marin confirmed that someone was nearby, as Tae-san prepared for another fight, knowing this boss room should be the end of floor 32. A system notification appeared. Frost Arrow had been activated. Ice arrows streaked through the air, as Tae-san wondered if he had dealt with all the knights. A voice echoed, startled by the sudden attack, accusing Tae-san of a cheap sneak attack. Bardre chuckled, revealing he hadn't come to fight, so Ambrosia Marin questioned his presence. Tae-san and Ambrosia Marin faced Bardre, who stated they had already confirmed the conditions for fighting with the demon goddess. Bardre smiled, stating he came to discuss the rules. He is asked if there is something more he wants to say, as Ambrosia Marin floats nearby. Tae-san asks what rules. Elsewhere, Bardre strides forward, his cape billowing behind him as he makes his way through the labyrinth. Bardre explains that once Kong Tae-san reaches floor 40, The Tier 4 fighters will be sent in. He admits he didn't agree with the decision. Ambrosia Marin listens intently as Bardre speaks of sending enemies of similar strength, as decided by the demon goddess. She notes that he will become even stronger. Kong Tae-san, visibly annoyed, demands that if Bardre is done talking, he should leave. Bardre states that things are moving too fast, and that when he sees Tae-san, all sorts of thoughts fill his mind. Bardre turns to leave, stating that he will see him later. Then, Ambrosia Marin observes that when those guys see Kong Tae-san, they all have complicated thoughts. She believes he reminds them of their past selves. Bardre walks away, the narration stating that the other guides of sin are the same, and in the past, they were all adventurers like him. Bardre, brimming with confidence and moving with courage, thinks they definitely succeed in conquering the labyrinth. Kong Tae-san reflects on the past, wondering if that is so. He thinks that it's just that as they took on the labyrinth, they eventually failed and collapsed. Before his regression, he chose easy mode and succumbed to the extinction of Earth. He would no longer entertain thoughts of backing off, nor did he have the leeway to. He was different from those guys, he just had to keep moving forward no matter what. The protagonist looked up, his expression determined as he continued his ascent. Ambrosia Marin's voice echoed, questioning if he would give his quest to just anyone. It was said that she'd be able to sneakily create her own room no matter the floor. This was floor 31, Lilith's space. A voice questioned why he came back up instead of hunting the boss. He wanted to receive magic from Lilith ahead of time. Since the next floor was the battlefield of the divine, he needed to be prepared. Was this the place? If it was her, a figure with green hair panicked, wondering what to do, having failed again. The witch hasn't changed at all, still like this. Her expression is cheerful as she notices someone's arrival. Lilith flinches in surprise. It has been a while since she last saw Kong Tae-san, when he received the air leap spell. For a while, there weren't many things that would serve as a proper tribute. Kong Tae-san stands before her, ready to receive her gift. Ambrosia Marin sees. Then, she decides to get started right away, her expression determined. The witch raises her staff, and green magic crackles around the gem at its tip. Kong Tae-san seems to sense something different. For some reason, he can see the lines of magic much more clearly than before. A blinding light erupts from the staff as Ambrosia Marin prepares to bestow her magic. Is this also an effect of that skill? A conceptual skill is being received, but its nature is still unknown. The movements of objects or enemies become visible to the eye as the magic takes hold. Kong Tae-san is enveloped in the magical energy, feeling the difference as it washes over him. This is the god of magic. It's done, the witch thinks, her task complete. Kong Tae-san opens his eyes, now imbued with new power. He has learned the low-rank spell, Stigma, but it's still low-rank spells. Ambrosia Marin seems to be at a loss for words, trying to explain something. Kong Tae-san stands nearby, thinking that the god of magic must be joking. He wonders what he is doing as he tries out the new skill, Stigma. He wonders what he needs to do now, as he activates Frost Arrow, startling Ambrosia Marin. A large, glowing blue arrow materializes between them. The hunter wonders why the Frost Arrow is moving on its own. The attack flies toward the Stigma, and he realizes that Frost Arrow and Fire Blast can fly in whatever direction he wants, even without Stigma. Kong Tae-san wonders if he should try something else, then. He wonders how this will work as he activates Leap. Ambrosia Marin shouts at him, asking if he is planning to destroy everything as he leaps. The hunter is surrounded by a blue aura as he leaps through the air. He activates Random Blink, teleporting to a random location within a set distance from his current position. He vanished in a burst of displaced air, leaving a lingering scent of ozone. A startled cry echoed in his wake. Ambrosia Marin watched him go. She realized that with the Stigma as a target, the teleport was no longer random, which could be pretty useful. Clearing her throat, Ambrosia Marin called out. Tae-san confirmed he was ready to listen, curious about what she had to say. Ambrosia Marin explained that God had stated that not too far into the future, he would grant Tae-san a mid-rank spell. Both Ambrosia Marin and Tae-san were surprised. What, a mid-rank spell? Why was he already granting that? Ambrosia Marin admitted she wasn't too sure why he was already granting that to Tae-san. Ambrosia Marin wondered if he was serious or just joking. She thought to herself that Tae-san was still just a 34th floor adventurer. Ambrosia Marin stated that it was unusual. Even in his case, low-rank spells could sweep through foes on the 34th floor. She reminded him that he rescued Anesha for the quest he received from the demon goddess. Ambrosia Marin continued, explaining that while it's called low rank, the value of magic is much greater than sword arts. It's only because his situation is unique. Without talent, it's usually impossible to learn magic. Ambrosia Marin added that starting from mid-rank spells, she was sure he could actually injure even the guides of Sin's leadership. Elsewhere, a man with red hair stated that they also mostly use mid-rank spells, and only a very small number of them can use high-rank magic. Tae-san asked when he could start learning mid-rank spells. Ambrosia Marin responded that it wouldn't be right away. A figure in a green robe and pointed hat declares that when the time is right, God will give a trial. He looks forward to it, a swirl of blue energy gathering in his outstretched hand. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the floor 32 boss room, a dark and cavernous space. Slashes of energy tear through the air, the sounds of battle echoing. He activates Leap, a burst of speed carrying him through the fray. Consecutive attacks activate, a flurry of blows raining down on his foe. Victory is his. He has defeated the floor 32 boss, the Black Knight, and obtained bloodied armor. The bloodied armor, once worn by someone now forgotten, grants a defense of plus 40. The protagonist notes that the armor's defense is quite high as he examines a red rose thorn. The red rose thorn, removed from a witch's garden, protects its owner, but it seems to be wriggling. He wonders why the thorn is acting that way, a strange energy emanating from it. A surge of power courses through him, his eyes widening in surprise. He stared at the thorns, now pulsing with a strange energy. The wrist protector had consumed the red rose thorn, increasing his attack power. Ambrosia Marin floated nearby, observing the transformation. What? It enhanced itself on its own? It's my first time seeing something like this. Kong Tae-san turned to her, a puzzled expression on his face. Who? He questioned, unsure of what to make of the situation. Ambrosia Marin tilted her head, her expression thoughtful. The gear had consumed an item on its own and was enhanced, right? The image shifts to an old man with white hair, standing in a shop. This doesn't seem like a typical item, he mused. Kong Tae-san's expression hardened with resolve. Then let's go right away, he stated, his eyes focused. He glanced down at the wrist protector, the thorns now glowing faintly. The thorns pulsed with energy. He was determined to understand the change. If there's any way to get stronger, no matter what it is, he wanted to know that piece of information. An item that grows on its own. Kong Tae-san considered the implications as he and Ambrosia Marin approached their destination. If it's the shopkeeper, he'll really know something about it. The labyrinth quest had begun. Defeat the boss of floor 33 to pass through. The reward, Guardian Shield. Secret reward? It's finally floor 33, he thought, the battlefield of the divine. Let's visit the shop first. The shop creaked open as they entered. The shopkeeper, pipe in hand, greeted them. What's the occasion? Are you here to buy something? The shopkeeper has a shop on all floors of the labyrinth. Kong Tae-san stepped forward. No, he said, I have something I want to ask. The shopkeeper listened intently, his expression thoughtful as he puffed on his pipe. The wrist protector pulsed with a strange energy. What exactly is this? It consumed an ingredient on its own and changed. The shopkeeper stroked his beard, considering the question. It changed on its own? The shopkeeper responded, I sold it, but it's not something I made. The person who made it was recorded there, right? The wrist protector contained killing intent. There's still something hidden about it. The item description read, attack plus 25, defense plus 1. It said it was made on a whim by a witch. Kong Tae-san nodded. Do you know who this witch is? The shopkeeper puffed on his pipe again. I know who she is, but we're not that close. That woman gave it to me, and since there were no issues with the item, I put it up in the shop. I never thought it would actually be purchased. The shopkeeper looked at Kong Tae-san. I see. If it's someone who can craft gear on this level, there's a good chance she's in the labyrinth. The more information I have, the better. The wrist protector pulsed again. Is that person in the labyrinth? The shopkeeper strokes his beard, considering the request. He muses that it is possible. Ambrosia Marin and Kong Tae-san listen intently. The shopkeeper doesn't think she'll come here, but she's quite the whimsical woman. The shopkeeper continues, stating that while she isn't too eccentric, she's an opinionated woman. He wasn't too interested in her, but some people like her a ton. The shopkeeper declares that's enough. Kong Tae-san wonders if the witch is still in the labyrinth, and if she came in through a path the shopkeeper doesn't know of. How interesting. He thinks if he can meet her, he can obtain a method to become stronger, and he's looking forward to it. Meanwhile, on Labyrinth Floor 33, the protagonist faces the Black Hammer Knight. The knight prepares to strike. The protagonist counters with a swift, purple-hued strike. He recalls that a witch created an item that can enhance itself and grow stronger on its own. A system message announces victory against the Floor 33 boss, Black Hammer Knight, with only instincts remaining. He also obtained Guardian Shield. The system informs him that he used and obtained Fama's Hammer. He thinks there isn't anything useful. Another system message indicates that ability sword proficiency increased by 1%. His high-rank sword art. Ability sword proficiency is now at 12%. Kong Tae-san reflects that he thought it wouldn't increase by much because the enemies were too weak. But it increased by 5% for clearing the entire floor because of the sword art he created himself. He acknowledged the situation, understanding the consequences of his actions. Enemies wielding swords were uncommon, but one approached, ready to strike. He resolved to use minimal power, focusing on efficient movement as the knight launched. A skill triggered, enhancing his understanding of aura. The continuous trigger skill, Vital Point Strike, activated, promising increased damage by targeting the opponent's weak points. Footsteps echoed as he advanced, his destination drawing nearer with each stride. He had arrived at the place Bargain mentioned, expecting someone to guide him through the labyrinth. The door creaked open, revealing a figure bathed in red light, an ominous sign of what awaited. Ambrosia Marin questioned the situation, confused by the sudden turn of events. An ominous voice echoed, belonging to the god of battle and death, Lacaratas, who seemed to know him. The entity welcomed him to the entrance of the battlefield of the divine, a place of unknown challenges. The figure inquired if he was in charge, hinting at a deeper purpose for this battlefield. The entity declared that the fight was about to begin, despite the seemingly insignificant nature of the battlefield and its creators. A booming voice echoes, addressing Kong Tae-san. It asks if he is the mortal who will bring joy. The hero stands in a dark place, Ambrosia Marin floating beside him. It seems like no one else could do the same. The disembodied voice continues, stating that it took some time to find someone suitable. Now, their long wait is paying off. The voice declares that it's time to sweep away those who disagreed with their vision. A sinister smile spreads. The voice asks if Kong Tae-san will bring joy once again. The hero stands before a holographic display. The holographic display details the quest. Participate in the battlefield of the divine against the outer gods. The reward will depend on the results. The disembodied voice expresses its entertainment. Kong Tae-san accepts the quest. The voice exclaims that it has been forever since it felt something like this. It is very entertaining. He declares that he will open the pathway that leads to the battlefield. Red energy crackles around him. A sign appears, urging him to enter through here. The pathway to the battlefield of the divine is open. The hero notes that besides the level, there isn't much of a restriction. He wonders if they don't look at stats or skills. He thinks that putting only a simple level restriction is actually advantageous for him. He has abilities that surpass those of a level 75. He felt a strange pull, a sensation like being dragged into another world. Ambrosia Marin cried out, seemingly affected by the same force. The protagonist's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he muttered about the sloppiness of the situation. A dark figure declared it was time to set foot on the battlefield and display strength. The figure continued, commanding to sweep through all those insects who opposed them and show the grandness of a labyrinth. The protagonist braced himself, hearing the disembodied voice looking forward to another entertaining fight with him. The world around them dissolved into a swirling vortex of red and black. Meanwhile, Ambrosia Marin appeared on a grassy hill, looking slightly nauseous. Ambrosia Marin felt dizzy, urging the protagonist to look up, sensing unpleasant things were nearby. He stood before a massive, glowing fissure in the sky, understanding that the outer gods wouldn't be able to interfere directly. Ambrosia Marin, still floating, expressed shock at the possibility of meeting Lacaratas there. Ambrosia Marin observed that the environment seemed less scary than last time, wondering if the monsters had become softer. He nodded, his expression grim as he prepared for what lay ahead in the battlefield of the divine. He continued forward, the path ahead unknown. Was he being thought of well? He wondered. Ambrosia Marin's voice echoed, explaining the choice to fight the guides of sin. Cooperation was always an option, she noted. The protagonist paused, Ambrosia floating nearby. Why would anyone choose that option? He wondered aloud. Ambrosia countered, explaining that the guides of sin were too strong for most adventurers. Their will shattered. Choosing cooperation wasn't so strange. The floating red and white creature continued, stating that the path ahead would be full of battle and death. Lacaratas would be very satisfied with his choice. The adventurer stood, a red blade in hand, since he was already favored by many gods. From the guides of sin's perspective, he was an object of envy, Ambrosia stated. The protagonist listened, Ambrosia floating beside him. One could gain a lot of benefits with the favor of a god, she explained. He activated Leap. The ground rumbled as he prepared to jump. With a burst of speed, he launched himself into the air. The adventurer soared through the air, Ambrosia trailing behind. A barrage of projectiles rained down upon them. He activated surveillance. The area around him lit up with scanning beams. He gazed up, his purple eyes scanning the horizon. Was this the place he was meant to be? The world rushed past him as he plummeted from the sky. A voice echoed, commanding him to go and die. Steel clashed against steel as soldiers fought. One soldier accused the other of being a heathen, believing in a god without foundation. Ambrosia Marin tilted her head, a silent question forming in her expression as she looked at Kong Tae-san. The soldier admitted his opponent was skilled, despite believing in a bad god. The sound of clashing swords filled the air. Ambrosia Marin wondered if she was hallucinating. This pathetic display was the battle with the gods on the line. He gazed down at the battlefield below, a sense of disbelief washing over him. Is this really the battlefield of the divine? The battlefield stretched out before them, a scene of chaos and conflict under a hazy sky. A special quest notification appeared, detailing the participation in the battlefield of the divine against the outer gods. The reward would depend on the results. Ambrosia Marin peered up at Kong Tae-san, questioning if this was truly the battlefield of the divine. Kong Tae-san surveyed the scene before him, a vast expanse filled with soldiers clashing. He thought to himself that it looked somewhat shabby. Ambrosia sensed the energy coming off the soldiers, noting that they were about as weak as something from the 24th floor. The sounds of clashing steel echoed as soldiers fought, their weapons meeting with resounding impacts. Kong Taesan glanced around, observing the battlefield with a critical eye. It felt like the guys looked a bit busy. The battlefield stretched out before him, a chaotic scene of conflict under a canopy of trees. A soldier leader, hidden amongst the trees, wondered if they should ask those guys over there for help. The soldier leader's face was partially obscured by the shadows of the forest, his expression a mix of hope and desperation. A soldier was suddenly struck by an unseen force, exclaiming in shock and pain, wondering who the hell they were. He approached, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Hello there. May I ask you something?" The soldier, face contorted with rage, spat back. "I've never seen that uniform before. Are you a heretic?" The other soldiers, weapons drawn, advanced. "We have no reason to listen to the words of a heretic. Attack him immediately." Kong Taesan drew his blade, the metal singing as it left its sheath. A system message appeared. "Your complete nullification of first attack is activated." Ambrosia watched with mild interest as the soldiers approached. The blonde soldier reeled back, utterly bewildered. How did this happen? The force of the blow sent the soldier flying, a grimace of pain etched on his face. The soldier cried out in agony as he crashed through the foliage. The soldier, now prone and defeated, could only utter, "Wait, what is this?" A foot landed heavily nearby. "It's difficult to control my strength. These weak things die the moment I use even a little bit of force." Kong Taesan, Ambrosia trailing behind, continued on his path, leaving the defeated soldier in his wake. The soldier, lying on the ground, could only scream in impotent rage, "Heretic! Our God will punish." Gah! He had something to ask later, but for now, the only thing to do was make them sleep. More soldiers descended, questioning why they stopped what they were doing before. One of the soldiers demanded that he not come any closer, asking who he was. He responded, "Me? Kong Taesan." Kong Taesan thought he might as well use this opportunity to ask about this world, wondering which god they believed in. The soldier scoffed, declaring that the battlefield was for devout believers of God, and non-believers could not enter this place. Another soldier accused him of making fun of the great believers of the sun god, stating that the price for such a sin would be death. Kong Taesan smirked as another soldier declared that he was talking big in front of an outsider. The soldier proclaimed that the sea god born of the land was the great and eminent god, saying that Kong Taesan was talking like a man asking for death. The soldier humphed, stating that he would send him to his god's side before charging to attack. Ambrosia Marin watched as Kong Taesan thought that none of them were normal, giving up on obtaining information through conversation. He activated Fire Blast, silencing the soldier's scream as the attack connected. Kong Taesan wondered where such scary power came from, telling the soldier to be quiet. The last soldier struggles to stand, his armor battered and broken. He groans, attempting to rise amidst the fallen. The soldier looks up, seeing the protagonist approach. "So you're the only one left," he rasps, preparing himself for questioning. He stands over the kneeling soldier, Ambrosia Marin, floating nearby. One last time he asks, his voice firm, "What is the purpose of this place?" Sweat beads on the soldier's brow as he struggles to speak. "This place is the battlefield of the divine," he gasps. The soldier continues, explaining their purpose. They gather in one place to battle it out, proving that the god they worship is great and powerful. Ambrosia Marin watches the exchange with concern. "Taesan, I think this place really is the battlefield of the divine," she asks. The soldier coughs, continuing his explanation. He says they spread the name of their god by killing those who believe in other gods. A sinister smile creeps across the soldier's face. "And among them, only the most powerful can enter this place," he says, chuckling. The soldier collapses, dead before he could explain everything. "How weak," the protagonist mutters, looking down at the body. Activating surveillance, he identifies the fallen soldier as Malaka's Harvan, a fanatic. He wonders if he is unable to understand. The system message declared the elimination of believers of the sun and sea gods. He surveyed the fallen, noticing their energy flowing upwards towards the sky. The energy was being sucked into cracks in the sky, a consequence of losing on the battlefield. He admitted he still had no idea what was going on, wondering if he was the only one left. Malaka's Harvan was slapped awake, groaning in response to the rude awakening. Kong Taesan had something to ask him, specifically what level he and the others were. Malaka's Harvan was shocked by the question, feeling belittled by it. He thought Kong Taesan was a monster, believing there was no way he could survive against him. Ambrosia Marin asked if he saw the enormous pillar over there. The closer one was to the pillar, the stronger the people were, and from there, the gods could deliver their will. Several cloaked figures stood at the base of the pillar, seemingly in worship. He realized there might be a method to drive out the gods or completely conquer this place. The scarred antagonist suggested that Kong Taesan break the statues, just as he had done. The map showed each god's territory, marked by a statue made in their image. The rules of the battlefield were simple. If a statue was broken, the god would be banished, and their believers would lose their god. Ambrosia Marin, in her chibi form, wondered aloud if this was all just a territory game. Standing before the statues, Kong Tae-san realized this must have been what the labyrinth gods were expecting all along. Malaka's Harvan spoke, his expression unreadable. Kong Tae-san demanded that he tell him everything he knew about the gods in this place. Having learned what he needed, Kong Tae-san prepared to leave. Malaka's Harvan begged to be killed, apologizing for not meeting his lord's expectations. A statue shattered, its destruction echoing across the battlefield. Kong Tae-san considered his next move. A system message appeared, indicating that the believers of the green god of vegetation had been eliminated. Ambrosia Marin and Kong Tae-san discussed the conditions to clear this world, realizing they simply had to destroy the statues one by one, but questioned if they had the time. He held the object aloft, a soft light emanating from within his gauntlet. Ambrosia Marin tilted her head, a silent question hanging in the air. The man with the scar considered his options, either kill the believers or break their statues. Each god's territory contained a statue made in their image. If one were to break that statue, the god would be banished, and the believers would lose their god. When every statue in this place is destroyed, the battles will end. The temple of the god of self-validation stood tall. Ambrosia Marin found the situation amusing. She was sure the labyrinth gods would be very entertained from here on. Ambrosia Marin wondered what was so entertaining. Didn't he just have to destroy the statues? Kong Tae-san wondered if just breaking the statues would be the end of it. It said the reward would depend on the results. A special quest started. Participate in the battlefield of the divine against the outer gods and display the greatness of the labyrinth. The reward. Bargain and the labyrinth gods will give a fitting reward depending on the results. Kong Tae-san recalled that the next god he'd encounter is the god of self-validation. Ambrosia Marin thought the title sounded familiar. Ambrosia Marin had an idea. The god of validation. Pavsha? That's right. As a trial on floor 22, he met an apostle who took on his form and battled him. The god he met then. Since they're the god of self-validation, it's basically the same aspect. Not to mention, the labyrinth gods dislike the gods here who didn't cooperate in creating the labyrinth. She observes that the labyrinth god's perspective feels refreshing, especially since many gods have eerily similar titles. The floating entity wonders what he plans to do. Kong Tae-san's violet eyes narrow, a hint of determination flickering within their depths. The protagonist states that he will completely eradicate them, very thoroughly, using their methods. Ambrosia Marin watches him intently. The temple stands silently in the background, a silent witness to the events unfolding. The soldiers rush forward, their footsteps echoing as they hurry to stop him. The soldiers yell at Kong Tae-san to get away from their god. The protagonist is asked if he is finally here. The soldiers demand that he get away from the statue that belongs to their god. The soldiers prepare for tribulation, their faces grim. Kong Tae-san wonders why he should validate himself, just as their god would expect of him. The soldiers look up at him with concern. He states that if things continue like this, they will be unable to protect their god. He offers them an opportunity, since their god is the god of self-validation. The protagonist tells them to come and validate their existence, or they will suffer extreme consequences. He hears the challenge, a mocking tone laced within the words. An order rings out, demanding everyone gather. The soldiers assemble, their presence a rumbling declaration of force. Ambrosia Marin states that everyone is gathered, adding they'll regret the time given. The soldiers cry out to their god, begging for acknowledgement and manifestation of worth. Kong Tae-san is surrounded by a shining light. The soldiers stand ready, bathed in the light of their god. One of the soldiers exclaims that their god has suppressed the enemy. Ambrosia Marin questions why they were given so much time, stating it's fine. He acknowledges the situation where everyone is gathered together in peak condition. A system message declares that he has activated proof of self. The soldiers are shocked by the sudden burst of power. The armored soldier commands his comrades to remain calm, insisting their god is with them. The protagonist declares he will shatter their mistaken faith, his fist clenched and ready. Kong Tae-san raises his hand, questioning if there's any real difference between their god and the labyrinth gods. The soldiers are in disarray, one yelling at the others not to retreat as their faith weakens. A soldier wonders how Kong Tae-san achieved such a high level of existence. The protagonist states that those on the soldier's level are nothing to him, his eyes glowing with power. The soldiers are shocked, unable to believe that a heretic could take their validation. Kong Tae-san shatters the statue, stating that self-validation is all that matters, and they should accept their difference in rank. The statue of the god of self-validation is destroyed, driven from the battlefield of the divine. The labyrinth gods are satisfied, and the god of validation is happy with Kong Tae-san's actions. Kong Tae-san realizes that using the disparity was the correct answer. He states that the labyrinth gods will be entertained, and it's time to move on to the next location. The temple of the god of mystery, who crawled up from the bottom, loomed. He mused that it was called the God of Mystery. But wasn't it just magic? The apostles stood ready. The system notified him that he had activated Fire Blast. Then he would show them. The apostles cried out, overwhelmed by the power. They wondered how he could possess such strength. The fire sparked. He wondered why it was so weak, noting there was nothing to gain here. The system notified him that he had destroyed the statue of the God of Mystery, who crawled up from the bottom. The God of Magic was incredibly happy. He asked if the Labyrinth gods were watching. He would make sure to entertain them properly, so they should stack up all those rewards and wait for him. Flames danced around him as he prepared for the next challenge. Meanwhile, the temple of the god who moves the distorted cliffs rumbled. The apostles urged each other to push, to crush, and kill the heretic. The apostles begged their god to grant them power. Ambrosia Marin watched, thinking that the apostles were behaving strangely. The apostles felt the overwhelming strength. They declared that they would crush that insolent heretic just like this. The ground crumbles as the battle intensifies, the protagonist standing firm amidst the chaos. Ambrosia Marin observes the fight, remarking that it's pretty heavy. She wonders if granting power during battle is cheating. She considers that the gods should be allowed to grant their believers some of their power on the battlefield of the divine. Still, she notes that he keeps intervening throughout the battle. Kong Tae-san activates Power Strike. He seems unfazed by the potential consequences, thinking, well, so what if they do? The ground continues to crumble. An unseen observer wonders how he can have such strength. With a powerful strike, Kong Tae-san unleashes his strength, the force of his blow evident. Meanwhile, a god observes the battle, expressing dissatisfaction. They believe the fighters are too weak. Ambrosia Marin retorts that he is the one who's too strong. She explains that the gods here don't know the labyrinth that well. Ambrosia Marin continues, stating that the gods likely made a judgment call based solely on Kong Tae-san's level. She notes that his skills and stats aren't at the normal level. The dissatisfied god believes the gods will definitely be in chaos right now. They might start moving personally. Kong Tae-san continues his assault, unfazed by the approaching gods. He hears someone exclaim about the devil and that they're coming. He glanced upward, a small figure with a red hood floating above. From above, a golden-skinned god observed the protagonist. He thought, you see, I just can't understand. The god, Mantra, the god of the extravagantly embellished sword, wondered why a mere mortal was already at this level. Below, Kong Tae-san was surrounded by a strong, golden aura. He now faced Mantra, the god of the extravagantly embellished sword, who towered over him with an air of divine authority. The protagonist considered the situation, wondering if this form was merely an avatar. Mantra, looking down at the protagonist, scoffed at the idea of being evaluated by a mere mortal. The checks ran, testing intimidation and fear, as the god loomed over him. The protagonist, unfazed, told the god to fuck off. All checks cleared, but the god was still incomplete, somehow. Mantra dismissed the protagonist's origins, stating that it didn't matter. Mantra offered him a chance, a path to glory if he became his servant and offered his soul. The protagonist scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. He looked up at the god, a glint of defiance in his purple eyes. Mantra, his expression cold, declares that the protagonist has chosen death. The god unleashes a barrage of attacks. A running instant death check begins as the hero is assaulted. The system reports a failure. Death bears down on him, as Ambrosia Marin watches in shock. The attacks intensify, each blow threatening to overwhelm Kong Tae-san. He acknowledges the opponent's divine power, realizing he can't even struggle against it yet. However, a plan begins to form. The onslaught continues, each strike a testament to the god's overwhelming strength. A surge of power emanates from the protagonist, and a voice declares, enough. The system announces that the instant death check has been released. Both he and Ambrosia Marin cough, recovering from the assault. Lakarada smirks, revealing his true identity. You were later than I thought, he says. The god of battle and death explains that he was aiming for a dramatic moment, of course. Lakarada continues, stating that only then would they be much happier to see him. The system announces the arrival of Lakarada's, god of battle and death. Far below, Ambrosia Marin observes the scene. She notes to Kong Tae-san that the situation seems to be escalating. Two opposing gods have met, but what are they supposed to do? The other god wonders how this could have happened. He believes they shouldn't be able to descend to this place. Well, that was the case for a while, but now the balance of power has collapsed. The other god wonders if it could be that bastard. Ambrosia Marin watches from below. During his time in the battlefield of the divine, Lakarada's has toppled many gods with his own hands. He wonders if the battlefield's power has decreased in proportion to how many gods he's defeated. The labyrinth gods and the gods of the battlefield each have their areas of influence. The other god states that it seems that enough of a gap has emerged for the labyrinth gods to use their strength. However, this is their territory, and even they won't be able to win easily. The other god tells Lakarada's to wait and calm down. Even if they fight each other, the results are pretty obvious. Isn't that just boring? The other god asks what Lakarada's is scheming. From what he knows, his saint is also here. The other god suggests that they leave the business of mortals to the mortals. He asks if Lakarades doesn't think that's fair. He questioned the suggestion of a battle between their chosen saints. The yellow-skinned god wondered why Kong Taesan descended for someone who wasn't even his apostle. Kong Taesan clarified that the god misunderstood. He wasn't his apostle. He then turned, asking if the god would accept his offer. It seemed the saints represented the gods of the battlefield. The yellow-skinned god would fight, representing the labyrinth gods, as Ambrosia Marin looked on. It didn't matter to him, Kong Taesan thought, or so he said. The yellow-skinned god stated that he would make him regret this. The yellow-skinned god prepared to attack. Kong Taesan walked away, with Ambrosia Marin following close behind. He would turn his toy into his little plaything, he thought. The yellow-skinned god wondered if he was gone. He sure was in a hurry, the cloaked figure thought. That god is much more emotional than he thought. Kong Taesan wondered why that was weird, stating that it was nothing unusual, as they were once mortals as well. He just ascended to a grand position and became transcendence. Aside from the old gods, that's how they all achieved this level. Gears turn, and a figure lies prone, unmoving amidst the machinery. Another figure lies defeated, a testament to the battles fought and lost. A figure with long hair and piercing red eyes believes that one day, he will rise to a higher position. Kong Taesan's gaze drifts to the side, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the words. A grin spreads across the long-haired figure's face, awaiting the day Kong Taesan rises to his seat. The figure turns, walking away with a determined stride, leaving a trail of red energy in his wake. The protagonist looks up, realizing that he might still be far off from transcendence, but someday he'll also reach it. Suddenly, a hand strikes him, the force of the blow sending him reeling. Kong Taesan smiles, stating that they should just keep doing what they've been doing and do what they can right now. He declares, "Let's go," and begins to run, a determined look on his face. Leaping forward, he recalls that after that, they knocked out another 3 gods. Kong Taesan and Ambrosia Marin stand together, ready to face whatever comes next. 2 gods remained within the temple of the spirit god born of the spring's source. The enemy spirits surged forward, intent on destruction. They screamed, declaring themselves the enemy of spirits. Kong Taesan stood firm, unflinching in the face of the onslaught. Ambrosia Marin wondered why these spirits were so hostile. Ambrosia Marin wondered if their hostility was due to Kong Taesan's title, one who opposes nature. The title granted him increased damage against spirits, but decreased their favorability. The protagonist had defeated all the spirits in the labyrinth. He had also activated Small Spark. Ambrosia Marin recalled the skull head. Kong Taesan activated Stag that walks the wind's path. He declared that he wouldn't just sit there. With a resounding boom, the spirits were obliterated. The air crackled with energy as they were eliminated. All the spirits of the spirit god born of the spring's source had been driven from the battlefield of the divine. The primordial spirit god remained silent about Kong Taesan's actions. Ambrosia Marin wondered if a spirit god could have good feelings toward him. The opponent was called a saint, and they would borrow the power of their god. Kong Taesan prepared for the coming battle. Kong Taesan stood ready, his expression determined. Ambrosia Marin observed him, a small smile playing on her lips. Ambrosia Marin found Kong Taesan reliable as always, because he was always prepared to fight. He considered the risks, the willingness to gamble everything for greater strength. The destination was a grand structure, bathed in the warm light of the setting sun. Footsteps echoed on the stone floor as someone approached the doorway. "You're here, agent of the labyrinth," a voice declared, filled with anticipation. The figure announced himself. "I am Cain, the saint of Mantra, the god of the extravagantly embellished sword." Cain took a step forward, his presence radiating power. The protagonist, Lakarades, observed the saint, sensing the immense energy emanating from him. "That's a strong aura." Cain admitted that he wished for a fair fight, but Lakarades was too powerful. He apologized, stating he must use the power his god lent him. Lakarades responded with a challenge, ready to face whatever Cain had planned. "If that's how you want to do it, go ahead and try." Cain gripped his sword, declaring that he would not be entertained otherwise. "Come and fight me earnestly." Raising his sword, Cain cried out a prayer, begging his god to grant him power to serve. "O God, your servant raises a prayer to you. Please grant me your power, so that I may serve you." A surge of power erupted, shaking the very foundations of the structure. Lightning crackled across the ruined landscape, illuminating the battlefield. The saint of Mantra stood, wreathed in divine energy, facing Lakarades. Lakarades, tears streaming down his face, expressed his gratitude. "My dear god, Mantra, thank you. This is..." Kong Taesan watched the scene unfold, Ambrosia Marin floating beside him. Taesan, he just completely became an apostle. The apostle's hand glowed with power. A system message appeared. The target is a difficult opponent to defeat. Lakarades steeled himself, resolving not to embarrass his god, mantra. He vowed to fight as hard as he could. The clash of titans echoed across the desolate landscape. Kang Taesan faced his armored opponent, the air crackling with energy. Ambrosia Marin watched intently. He wondered if the god directly intervened. The armored opponent stood tall, confident in his divine blessing. It seems you haven't received the blessing of your god? The armored opponent's power surged, radiating outwards. Kang Taesan's expression hardened. I don't believe in a god. The armored opponent sneered. A non-believer? Then there is no. I still received something from the gods. The armored opponent dashed forward, empowered by divine energy. You who only believe in yourself. I shall bury you in the ground. Kang Taesan prepared to meet the attack head-on. He wondered if it might not go as he expected. Kang Taesan activated his skill. Ding craving for battle has been activated. All stats increase when facing a difficult opponent to defeat. The armored opponent activated his own ability. Ding, you have activated ability sword. Kang Taesan activated a counter. How can this be? I heard you were not an apostle. The armored figure swings his blade down with tremendous force. He remains calm, stating that he is not an apostle, but merely received something. Kane demands to know what's wrong, urging him to hurry up and try to bury him. The swords clash, energy crackling between them as the counter activates. Kane believes it is an offense against their gods that someone who doesn't believe can receive such power. He is becoming agitated, realizing he absolutely needs to win while apostolize is maintained. The counterattack connects, sending a shockwave through the battlefield. Kane declares such petty tricks are laughable, though his expression betrays his concern. The blade glows ominously, ready for another strike. Kane is hit for 150 damage and is shocked that the blade didn't touch him. Kane angrily accuses him of using cheap hexes in the sacred battlefield of the divine. Ambrosia Marin observes that the fact that the opponent can never predict what's coming makes that sword art scary. The ability sword that Kang Taesan created has different effects depending on the skill. Ambrosia Marin observes that the proficiency is still low, but the opponent has never seen anything like this. Kang Taesan scoffs, asking how Kane could call it a hex when it's a part of his sword skill. Kane retorts that such a sword art cannot exist. Taesan thinks to himself that no matter how Kane tries to reject its existence, this is his way. Kane, enraged, accuses him of being a mere non-believer, mocking him. Kane grips his weapon tightly, preparing to attack. Energy crackles around Kane's weapon as he prepares to strike. Kane declares that he shall smash apart that haughtiness of Taesan's. Kane swings his weapon with immense force. Kang Taesan smirks, remarking that Kane sure does squeal noisily. A system message appears. Kang Taesan has activated Power Strike. He invites Kane to come and try him. Kane is shocked, wondering how Taesan can have such power when he's not even an apostle. A system message appears. Kang Taesan has activated Acceleration. Mantra, enraged, curses his opponent, calling him a little rat as he prepares to strike. Kang Taesan, bathed in purple energy, prepares to meet Mantra's attack head-on. Ambrosia Marin urges Taesan to finish things quickly, but he acknowledges that once Mantra's apostolize ends, his attacks will be useless. Mantra declares that his power will not lose to anyone, noting that only 3 minutes remain and he must end this at once. Kang Taesan prepares to strike, a voice echoing in his mind about death being at his door, and the mind growing numb. Kane is surprised by the consecutive attacks, wondering what is happening. Mantra grits his teeth, determined not to let something happen. Mantra declares that he will not lose to someone who doesn't believe in anything, stating that his opponent has lost his faith. Taesan's memories surface, recalling his past self when he was an easy-mode player, ignorant about the labyrinth. He remembers blaming others, not believing in his weak self. However, the opportunity to change everything by climbing the labyrinth appeared with his regression. The system declared this a solo mode, a place where only the strong survive. Kang Taesan steeled himself, resolving not to repeat the mistakes of the past. Kane, wide-eyed, could only shout in disbelief. That's why this time, he activated Leap. The skill surged through him, empowering his movements. The protagonist and the antagonist clashed once more. The attack landed, dealing significant damage to Kane. The antagonist, wounded, begged Mantra for forgiveness. Taesan declared that this battle would end in his victory, determined never to lose his faith. The protagonist pressed his attack, his blade meeting the antagonist's defense. He eliminated the god of the extravagantly embellished sword's final believer. His spiritual increase activated, and his divine power's proficiency increased. The battlefield gods are being driven out, and the god of the extravagantly embellished sword has been driven from the battlefield. The labyrinth gods are satisfied with the recent turn of events. He watches as the notifications continue to appear, one after another. The god of swords silently smiles, endlessly content with his actions. The fact that the labyrinth gods and the god of swords, Ihili, are satisfied makes Kang Taesan wonder if the divine quest is over. He was victorious against the god's apostle and obtained the apostle slayer skill. Kong Taesan finds the Apostle Slayer skill amusing, a smirk playing on his lips. Ambrosia Marin looks at him with a questioning expression. He says that it was a joke, his expression unreadable. Ambrosia Marin scolds him for joking like that, as it sounds like he is being earnest, and he apologizes. Alone, damaged knight lay fallen in the graveyard, his sword beside him. It seemed that only he had the damaged status window show up. The pair continued onward. Ambrosia noted that those directly related to the gods had the damage check used on them. Kong Taesan considered Ambrosia's words. That might be the case, he thought, recalling a similar event in Vequiseta when he battled Hammond's angel. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of blue energy materialized behind them, crackling with power. Turning to face the anomaly, Kong Taesan stared at the swirling blue mass. "That's a gate?" he questioned. Ambrosia's voice cut through the air, warning Taesan to look behind him. The battlefield was collapsing. Kong Taesan realized that since he had defeated all the gods there, the land was losing its power. It was artificial land the gods created in the first place. With the ground rumbling beneath them, Kong Taesan and Ambrosia dashed forward, fleeing the collapsing battlefield. Ambrosia urged him on, stating that this wasn't the time to reflect on things comfortably, and that they needed to hurry up and run quickly. A notification appeared, indicating that a special quest had been completed. Ambrosia, looking up at Taesan, asked what he had been talking about while fighting that apostle. Taesan dismissed her concerns, saying it was nothing important and not to worry about it. A notification appeared, stating they were returning to the labyrinth. A special quest is marked as complete, a chime echoing through the digital space. Returning to the labyrinth, the entrance to the battlefield of the divine on labyrinth floor 33 shimmers into view. Kong Taesan, cloaked and armed, steps back into the labyrinth. Ambrosia Marin floats beside him, relieved to be back. Having completed the battlefield of the divine quest, he considers checking his skills. Apostle Slayer, Counter, Divine Power, and Conceptual Skill are displayed. For now, it seems pointless. The conceptual skills proficiency is at 24%, and he has received something unknown. At least the Apostle Slayer skill seems more interesting. It forcibly lowers an apostle's level when battling them. Ambrosia Marin watches as Kong Taesan notes that the Apostle Slayer skill drops their level. It had been a close call returning. To put it simply, even if there's a difference in level, he'll be able to deal at least a certain amount of damage. Ambrosia wonders what the counter skill is. Kong Taesan reflects on how he should use the counter skill during battle. It was the skill he tested out on Kane before. The counter skill isn't counterable. It requires a high-rank sword art and has 2 conditions for activation, resulting in an attack that ignores the opponent's attack and defense. The apostle is shocked that the blade didn't touch. He wonders why he was flustered for a simple reason, realizing it was too much of a cheat. He noted that he was actually injured, but the advantage of his sword art was its unpredictability. However, it was risky since there was a condition that he needed to have failed a counterattack. Ambrosia Marin added that it was still a great skill. A notification chimed, declaring the labyrinth gods were very satisfied with the results of the battlefield of the divine quest and would grant an appropriate reward. The notification also stated that a majority of the gods were questioning the decision of a small number of gods. Kong Taesan guessed this was the reward the labyrinth gods were giving him. Kong Taesan stared intently at the message, his expression unreadable as he processed the information. The goddess of choice's range of influence shrinks, as does the god of validations, the god of victories, and the goddess of demonfolks. He was confused by the messages. The god of battle and death's range of influence shrinks, as does the god of swords's. Ambrosia Marin wondered what this was. The god of magic's range of influence shrinks. A majority of the gods have accepted the opinions of a small number of gods. Kong Taesan and Ambrosia Marin observed the messages. Ambrosia Marin wondered if it was a majority of the gods. Ambrosia Marin noted that it seemed the gods were overdoing it quite a bit this time. Kong Taesan asked what she meant. Kong Taesan and Ambrosia Marin continued to observe the messages. The message asked when they enhanced the trial, or when they granted a reward for passing the trial. It was when they were willing to lose something of theirs in order to accomplish something. Ambrosia Marin stated that all the gods who popped up on his status window were gods who've personally given him. She observes that the gods have also decreased their influence to give him a better reward for the trials. He grimaces, acknowledging the god's decision to honor him with these rewards. The protagonist smiles, stating that he is starting to look forward to what is to come. After checking the god's rewards one at a time, he prepares for the next boon. He felt that the rewards were directly better than before by another tier. The god of battle and death, Lacarutas, granted a bonus for lengthy battles, as expected of the aspect he was in charge of. His continuous trigger skill, Battle Frenzy, increased in proficiency. Next was the goddess of choice, Maria. The trigger skill, Freedom of Choice, evolved into continuous trigger skill, Selfish Choice. The god of validation, Pavsha, also enhanced the skill Lacarutas already had, granting a bonus COD by Q 10%. Continuous trigger skill, Proof of Self has evolved into continuous trigger skill, triple validation. The effects were similar, but could now physically affect his surroundings. From the god of victory, Balthazar, he received the title Authority of Matter. He received the title Authority of Victory, which increased almost every stat, making him about 10% stronger. Next were the rewards from the goddess of demon folk and the god of magic, each offering unique benefits. While it was surprising that she increased the difficult-to-increase demonic energy stat and black magic proficiency, the most surprising thing was the god of magic's reward. He not only received a title, but also a low-rank area of rejuvenation spell, capable of healing health and mana. He also gained the magic qualification title, granting him the qualifications to learn the secrets of a deeper floor and 50 mana. The goddess of demon folk expressed dissatisfaction at another god's choice, perhaps because the reward was too good. Kang Tae-san could understand the demon goddess's reaction, as Ambrosia Marin seemed to be smiling at the rewards. The fact that it could help not only him, but also others made its value on Earth unfathomable. He thought that should something like before happen again, it would be of great help to have such a spell. Finally, the god of swords, Ihili, gave him a very useful sword as a reward. Kang Tae-san held the sword, a gift from the god of swords, Ihili, with Ambrosia Marin looking on. The sword of someone who has disappeared has an attack of plus 70. It was embedded alone on that ownerless piece of land. Kang Tae-san realized this was dangerous, and his sword might have been abandoned. He needed to find the swords he used. The grip tightens around the sword's hilt, ready for the next challenge. A voice calls out, urging him to hurry, as steps echo in the distance. He is greeted with a boisterous welcome upon his return, Ambrosia Marin floating nearby. Bargain, the quest giver, expresses his anticipation, acknowledging the adventurer's power. Bargain asks how long he has been waiting, while Ambrosia Marin observes his unusual appearance. Bargain expresses his gratitude for completing the quest, his joy almost overwhelming. The quest giver's happiness manifests as damage, prompting an apology for being too happy. The battlefield of the divine is completely captured, Bargain standing tall before Kang Tae-san and Ambrosia Marin. Bargain acknowledges Kang Tae-san's right to receive a reward, preparing to hand it over. He tosses a pair of earrings made of white gold, their stats displayed for all to see. Kang Tae-san catches the earrings, their value beyond words, as Bargain looks on with anticipation. Ambrosia Marin observes that the jewel seems like a high-tier ingredient item. The jewel captured the pitch-black light, engulfed in darkness, hiding what lies within. He examined his reward, a jewel radiating a soft, inner glow. It seemed like they'll be useful. Bargain seemed pleased with the adventurer's satisfaction. He declared he'd be headed back. Bargain hoped they could meet again when the opportunity arose. He stepped down. The protagonist wished that he would see the ends of strength at the end of the labyrinth. He gave a curt reply, his expression unreadable. Of course. Ambrosia Marin observed that Bargain had also been left completely satisfied. She thought they should check with Harpon about the jewel. Ambrosia Marin asked why he was asking something so obvious. She urged him to hurry and head to Harfin's smithy. Meanwhile, the protagonist arrived at floor 30, Harfin's room. The smithy's hammer lay still. He wondered what was up with Harfin's reaction. Harpon trembled, staring at the jewel in disbelief. This, how could you? Harpon questioned if he received this as a quest reward. Even if he were a god, it was questionable whether he could obtain this. He examined the jewel, wondering what made it so shocking. What sort of material could it be to cause such a reaction? Harpon stared intently at the jewel, his expression unreadable as he trembled slightly. The jewel pulsed with an inner light, trapping the light of origin deep within. It was said to be light that had existed since the creation of the world. Surpassing time and continuing to the end of the world, it was a fantastical material said to one day be the first to arrive at the world's end. Kang Tae-san wondered if it was truly that rare. Kang Tae-san recalled that he had left materials that couldn't be used immediately, like the gold dragon's claw and the spirit spark, to Harpon. Since the rarer the material, the better the resulting equipment. Harpon paused, considering. Ambrosia Marin wondered if he would be able to use this with the dragon's claw, tossing the jewel in his hand. Harpon admitted he honestly didn't know if he could use it, his brow furrowed in thought. Ambrosia Marin chimed in, reminding Harpon that there was no blacksmith better than him. Why didn't he just try it out? Harpon grimaced, thinking that it might be true, but he wasn't sure if it was really okay. Kang Tae-san insisted that there was no need for him to hesitate if it could make him stronger. It didn't matter. He asked Harpon to please take care of it for him. Kang Tae-san stated that it wasn't like he could use it in any other way, his expression firm. Ambrosia Marin advised that if he could give a piece of advice, it'd be best if everything he'd gathered was combined to create one piece of equipment. No matter how great the material, if it's made roughly, it will eventually be surpassed by the gear of the lower floors. He listened intently as the material's strong characteristics were described, each one high-tier and powerful. The protagonist considered the difficulty of combining such potent materials into a balanced item. Ambrosia Marin wondered if there was any way to combine these materials into one. The old man admitted he didn't know what would happen, but he knew of one method. He knew who the ruins belonged to and just happened to obtain the key to the path. In that world, there was an item that could combine them all into one, although this information wasn't certain. Kang Tae-san felt that energy, remembering the goddess who lost her name's blessing. The protagonist recalled previously going to floor 70 together with Ambrosia Marin of the Guides of Sin. There was a quest that he completed, prayer for the goddess who lost her name. He had obtained the god's blessing, goddess who lost her name's blessing of regeneration. Those who have received the goddess's blessing can feel the energy of the goddess's stone statue hidden within. The labyrinth. When he received the goddess's blessing on the lower floors, it said that he'd be able to know the locations of the other statues. The way to the ruins was seeping into his mind. If it's a relic of a god, it'll be more than enough to combine the materials, Kang Tae-san thought. Ambrosia Marin questioned if it was a relic of a god. By relic of a god. No way, she thought. Were the ruins that of a god? Ambrosia Marin asked if he was sure he could return from there alive. The man with gray hair warns that the ruins are on a level where one needs to have reached floor 40 to get through it. Kang Tae-san is told that if he ever feels like he's in danger during the exploration, he can come back. The protagonist disagrees, stating that it would be best if it's on a level where he can barely succeed, shattering the window. Ambrosia Marin questions what is happening as the protagonist prepares to enter the portal. The man in front of the portal tells Ambrosia Marin not to be scared, explaining that it's a portal to the ruins. She notes that there wasn't an effect like this when she went. The protagonist states that he has a connection to the other side, and that he'll be back. With a yell, he leaps into the portal. Ambrosia Marin yells, asking if they are on the move again, calling Tae-san outrageous, but then states that whatever happens, it has nothing to do with her. The hidden ruins held a statue of the goddess, a deity whose name had been lost to time. Kang Tae-san considered his objectives, knowing there were two things he needed to accomplish in this place. A metallic clang echoed as he activated something, the air shimmering with golden light. A subquest began. To complete the perfect piece of gear, the blacksmith Harpon requested a specific material. Kang Tae-san paused, taking in the surroundings. Ambrosia Marin wondered aloud how old this place was, noting the cold air and spooky atmosphere. Ambrosia Marin explained that the goddess was forgotten even by the labyrinth, meaning this place existed even before then. The goddess's relic must be found, and her blessing received. The labyrinth creation was more recent than this place. He continued onward, his footsteps echoing through the ancient halls. Kang Tae-san recalled Harfin's words, that if it was on a similar level to a floor in the late 40s. Another click resonated as the protagonist activated something once more. A ding announced that he had activated mental acceleration. He noted that the ruins didn't seem to be welcoming him. Suddenly, Ambrosia Marin warned Kang Tae-san that an arrow was coming back towards him. The arrow, glowing with energy, hurtled through the air. The arrow moved with incredible speed, slicing through the air as it pursued him. The traps weren't too different, even though this was a ruin of a god. The floating arrow was no ordinary projectile. It was an item with its own ego. That it protected its owner was quite tempting to Kang Tae-san. He considered using the arrows from the secret rooms. He wondered if he could use those arrows too, deciding it was worth trying out. A fist smashed against the wall. Ambrosia Marin questioned if Kang Tae-san was tripping the traps on purpose. He had activated mental acceleration. Kang Tae-san thought, why else would he activate them? He needed to obtain something he wanted. He lunged forward, narrowly avoiding the arrow's initial strike. The arrow smashed into the ground where he had just been standing. Ambrosia Marin watched as the arrow wobbled erratically. Kang Tae-san declared he wouldn't let it break. He gripped the arrow tightly, commanding it to calm down. Kang Tae-san noted that his plan had worked as a barrier materialized around the arrow. Ambrosia Marin wondered if he had really tamed it, as the barrier began to take shape. The arrow was now encased in a protective shield. Ambrosia Marin wondered if it was trying to act cute. Kang Tae-san grinned, confident in his control over the situation. He couldn't overlook this good item, Kang Tae-san thought, observing the arrow. The arrow, now under control, was redirected to strike a nearby wall. Kang Tae-san watched as the arrow glowed with power, now fully under his command. He declared that he would leave one of the arrows for Ambrosia Marin. He grabbed another arrow, a digital notification appearing before him. This one, too, possessed its own ego. With a satisfying slam, he added it to his growing collection. That made 2 arrows obtained so far. The notification confirmed his acquisition. He had obtained another arrow with its own ego. Good. The protagonist wondered if he should get one more. Purple energy emanated from the arrow. Ambrosia Marin watched him, stating that he really couldn't be stopped at this point. Ambrosia Marin noted that Kang Tae-san normally didn't smile that much, so she wondered why he was suddenly so happy. He looked at the arrows, wondering if that was all for the arrow traps. For in total, how unfortunate. Ambrosia Marin stood nearby, watching the protagonist's progress through the traps. The spirit noted that the number of arrows kept increasing, and suppressing them wasn't easy. He should consider obtaining more. Another thing was just as impressive. Kong Tae-san thought that a ruin like this should have more things to obtain, deciding to keep going. More traps continued to appear after that, deeper into the ruin. He found himself in a room filled with giant, spinning saw traps. Below, landmine traps awaited any misstep. The path forward was fraught with peril, and wall traps threatened to crush him. The labyrinth's traps weren't too difficult to pass. He landed safely on the other side. The floating companion watched as Kong Tae-san stood atop a pile of rope. And while since I had this much fun, you weirdo. He examined the nets. These nets seem like they'll be useful. Is there a method to bring them with me? The floating companion stated that physical attacks didn't work on them at all. He decided to try using magic. He activated Fireball. The fire crackled against the ropes. As expected, it doesn't work. The floating companion suggested using black magic, which he hadn't used yet. He agreed to try it out then. He activated Mephisto's Black Lightning. The black lightning crackled, and the ropes fell away. Ambrosia Marin watched, surprised. He noted that the ruin was full of things he couldn't understand. He obtained a burly net that had received a god's blessing. It seemed pretty good, something he could use to bind people who only used regular attacks or magic. Ambrosia Marin spoke, noting that he seemed to be passing the traps too easily for someone seeing them for the first time. She wondered what was going on. He explained that, thanks to his skill, he could feel something coming from the traps. He wondered if it was similar to the prognosis he had mentioned before. His conceptual skill proficiency was at 20%. The will of something unknown would descend, and he had received something. He recalled that feeling during battle where he could see a little into the future. He thought that, thanks to that skill, he could instinctively find a strategy for them. At first, it only looked like small vibrations, but as the proficiency increased, he could see it more clearly. Ambrosia Marin remarked that it was quite a useful skill. Steps echoed through the halls as he continued forward. He could feel the goddess's energy from there. The conceptual skill seemed similar to the prognosis he had mentioned before. A creaking sound echoed as he approached. He noticed something, his eyes widening in surprise. He realized that it was Tae-san. He had found it, the goddess's statue. He had encountered the forgotten goddess's apostle. The statue of the forgotten goddess's apostle stood tall. The system chimed, warning that the target was a difficult opponent. Craving for battle, the armored figure activated its abilities. An impartial duel was initiated, the arena materializing around the protagonist. Contempt for the strong, the opponent activated its own power. Proof of limitations, giant killer, and antithesis all activated. Purple energy crackled around Kong Tae-san as he prepared for the coming battle. He steeled his resolve. It didn't matter what happened. He just had to defeat him, no matter the cost. The darkness seemed to pulse with anticipation. A single, echoing command reverberated through the arena. Fight me. The stone apostle stood, a formidable opponent, ready for battle. Skills activated, enhancing his abilities for the coming fight. More skills activated, purple energy swirling around Kong Tae-san. Kong Tae-san's expression was grim, focused on the challenge ahead. Activating reconnaissance, he wondered why so many apostles were appearing lately. The apostle, however, found his own reconnaissance failing, unable to gather information. The apostle moved, its massive stone feet crushing the ground. The ground shattered as the apostle's attack landed with tremendous force. The apostle continued its assault, a relentless barrage of power. Kong Tae-san watched the apostle's movements, preparing to counter the attack. The apostle seemed to be losing its intelligence, rushing in ignorantly. Kong Tae-san met the apostle head-on, energy crackling as they clashed. The stone apostle's massive foot crashes down, shaking the very ground. He grits his teeth, the clash of stone on metal echoing in the chamber. The protagonist realizes the apostle is too strong. He thinks he won't be able to hold out much longer, and he may have no other choice. A system notification appears. Kong Tae-san activated Apostolate Rakaratas. He recalls that when he uses the Apostolate, information about the opponent will enter his mind. Blue energy crackles around him as he wonders what kind of information he would find from an apostle who protects the goddess. Nothing seems to be going the way he wants it to, he thinks, finding the situation interesting. If there's no information, then he has no choice but to find it out himself. He activates Apostle Slayer. He is surprised that he didn't get any information even after using the Apostolate. Even after activating Apostolate and using Apostle Slayer to lower his level, he still got pushed back. The protagonist stands his ground, his sword gleaming with blue energy. He wonders if this is what a real apostle is like. He clashed against the stone apostle, sparks flying as their weapons met. The apostle remained a formidable opponent, its movements powerful and relentless. Ambrosia Marin observed the battle, noting the goddess's weakened state. She cautioned that even so, her apostle was unbelievably strong and to be careful. Kong Tae-san studied the apostle's movements, a holographic display floating before him. He determined that the situation was doable, despite the apostle's strength. He called out, needing assistance to hinder the bastard's movements. Energy surged around him, as he prepared to unleash another attack. The apostle's massive foot crashed down, shaking the ground. The weight of its attacks threatened to overwhelm him. The stone apostle stood tall, its imposing figure radiating power. Cracks formed in the ground beneath its feet as it prepared to strike again. He knew that even a small chance to catch the apostle would affect him. The protagonist activated Ability Sword, hoping to turn the tide. He activated Leap, launching himself toward the apostle. The protagonist aimed to strike a decisive blow, empowered by the activated skill. The apostle activated Weight of Will, its form glowing with intense energy. The forgotten goddess's power surged through the stone construct. The protagonist clashed against the apostle once more, the force of their blows creating shockwaves. He fought with renewed determination, fueled by his skills. Kong Taesan grimaced, realizing the apostle was giving him no time to rest. The relentless assault continued, pushing him to his limits. Ambrosia Marin watched as the battle intensified, wondering if they were going to make the maze collapse. The apostle's power threatened to destabilize the entire structure. He continues his assault against the stone apostle, blue energy crackling around him as he moves. The protagonist activates Random Blink, thinking that he has enough time to place the mark, seeing this as a great opportunity. Kong Taesan activates Addition, his blade glowing with golden energy as he prepares another attack. The hunter slashes at the apostle with a blade of purple energy, the force of the blow evident. The apostle takes 345 damage, but Kong Taesan is surprised. He wonders how it could only take that much damage even if it dodged well. The protagonist continues his assault, blue energy swirling around him as he clashes with the stone apostle. The apostle's massive foot comes down, shaking the very foundations of the maze. Ambrosia Marin observes, noting that the level difference isn't that big, but the apostle's defense is extremely high. She advises Kong Taesan to think about a long-term battle. Kong Taesan activates the Deer Walking on the Wind path, realizing this won't be easy. Ambrosia Marin thinks that it looks like it's going to be a long-term battle, and that there's no way Kong Taesan will be able to maintain his senses. The apostle's foot slams down again, and Kong Taesan activates Acceleration, resolving not to avoid the attack. Kong Taesan activates Blade of Fighting Spirit, Addition and Strong Attack, preparing to meet the apostle's attack head-on. He faced the stone apostle, the massive figure looming before him. Kong Taesan moved with blinding speed, his blade a blur against the stone guardian. The apostle took 4,130 damage. Ambrosia Marin noted, "You activated Absolutely Nullify the first attack." The apostle remained standing, unfazed. "One more time," Ambrosia Marin announced, as Kong Taesan activated Absolutely Nullify the second attack. Kong Taesan pressed the attack, his movements precise and deadly. Ambrosia Marin observed, "His response is too fast." Kong Taesan activated Absolutely Nullify the third attack. The hunter continued his relentless assault, his blade meeting the apostle's defenses. The apostle didn't show the slightest change even after he had his attacks nullified. It meant that he has no emotions. Kong Taesan's eyes burned with determination, his grip tightening on his blade. Ambrosia Marin analyzed. After checking it, it seems that spirits and magic don't affect him. In the end, the only option I have is swordsmanship. Kong Taesan resolved, "There is no other way but to keep pushing him back with my swordsmanship." He lunged forward, his sword a streak of light against the unyielding apostle. He activated Firmness, bracing himself as he sustained 743 damage from the apostle's relentless assault. The stone apostle loomed, its massive form a stark contrast to the agile figure of Kong Taesan. Kong Taesan grunted, pain etched on his face. Ambrosia Marin watched with concern. He's in trouble. His apostolate is about to end. He gasped, the pain evident. "That hurts. You damn bastard." But he steeled himself, thinking, "However, this is nothing." Kong Taesan, undeterred, activated Strong Attack, preparing to unleash another powerful blow against the stone apostle. The forgotten goddess apostle sustained 564 damage. He activated Leap, launching himself towards the towering figure. With a burst of speed, Kong Taesan struck the apostle, the impact sending shockwaves through the battlefield. He activated Consecutive Attack, his movements becoming a blur as he pressed his assault. The apostle staggered, the force of Kong Taesan's attacks beginning to take their toll on its stone armor. Kong Taesan activated Evasion, narrowly dodging a counterattack from the wounded apostle. Ambrosia Marin watched, amazed. Amazing. The number of mistakes in Taesan's movements is gradually decreasing. Moreover, he's still enjoying the fight, even though he's in a difficult situation. The always activated special skill Combat Frenzy was taking effect. She wonders if his skill is the reason he enjoys fighting. The stone apostle lies defeated, its massive form broken and still. Is it over? Kong Taesan stands over the fallen apostle, his expression unreadable. Ambrosia Marin floats beside him. He guesses so. Ambrosia Marin is surprised that Kong Taesan managed to defeat the apostle with his concentration alone. Now that he has taken down the goddess apostle, all that's left is to receive the reward and pray to the goddess. The apostle's body begins to glow with an ominous light, energy crackling around its form. The forgotten goddess apostle activates spiritual fall, and Kong Tae-san watches with a wary expression. Ambrosia Marin is surprised by the apostle's transformation. Kong Tae-san wonders what exactly is that. Kong Tae-san's eyes widen as he stares intently at the apostle, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The fallen apostle appears, its form radiating power and menace. He wonders if it wasn't just an ordinary apostle. Ambrosia Marin looks on with concern. A formidable presence descends, the announcement echoing. The fallen apostle appears. A looming figure, shrouded in darkness, prompts a question. Shadow, what's that? Ambrosia observes the apostle, noting that only those of high status can achieve such a transformation. He activates firmness, a surge of power coursing through him as he prepares for the coming battle. Despite his preparations, the apostle's power is undeniable. He sustains 45 points of damage. Kong Tae-san is shocked by the apostle's strength. He wonders how strong the apostle has become. Ambrosia explains that apostles reach a high level by devoting their souls to the gods. Ambrosia adds that these individuals surpass the limits of mortals. The apostle forcibly lowered his status, dragging his soul back down to the level of mortals. He dragged down his status and exchanged it for strength, but there's no going back for him. The question hangs in the air. Will he die once the duration of his spiritual fall is over? He listens as Ambrosia declares the situation has deteriorated further than previously imagined. A vision surfaces showing the fate of souls. They can remain as spiritual beings or be resurrected by borrowing a body. But that one, Ambrosia warns, faces only one end, oblivion. The words echo in Kong Tae-san's mind. His opponent is impossible to defeat? A dark, monstrous figure descends, looming over the battlefield. The only path is closed, Ambrosia exclaims, as a barrier slams shut. Kong Tae-san's expression hardens, his resolve solidifying in the face of the encroaching darkness. The monstrous figure continues its descent, a harbinger of destruction. He stands ready, sword in hand, prepared to confront the impossible foe. A foot slams down, the impact resonating through the very ground beneath them. Seriously, Kong Tae-san thinks he's experiencing all sorts of things here. His sword glows with power, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with unseen energy, a prelude to the onslaught. He activated evasion, as a monstrous shape lunged from the shadows. The attacks came relentlessly, distorting the very air around him. The track was distorted again, a testament to the enemy's strength. The monstrous figure continued its assault, each strike a thunderous blow. He took 1130 damage, a searing pain that forced a cry from his lips. Activating mental acceleration, he focused, trying to anticipate the next attack. The protagonist realized the enemy was trampling his evasion skill with unbelievable power. He thought, if he kept waiting until the spiritual fall, he could die before it even happened. Keeping on dodging his attacks wasn't the right answer. He needed to counter. He activated Leap into the air. So he was able to. Should he put it here? He activated Mark, preparing to strike back against the overwhelming force. He managed to create a loophole, but the fallen apostle still looms, a dark and imposing figure. The protagonist activated Random Blink, hoping to gain an advantage against the powerful foe. Kong Tae-san activates a series of skills, Aura, Addition, and Acceleration, preparing for a strong attack. Despite the skills, the fallen apostle still took only 102 damage from the blow. Kong Tae-san realizes that even after using almost all of his skills, the damage inflicted was minimal. The protagonist's attack connects, dealing 30-12 damage, but the impact is uncertain. The force of the blow sends a shockwave through the area as Kong Tae-san's attack lands. Kong Tae-san cries out, seemingly overwhelmed by the battle's intensity and the damage he sustained. Ambrosia Marin observes that the monster is slowly collapsing due to the spiritual fall, but Tae-san's stamina loss is much faster. The fallen apostle remains a formidable opponent, its power seemingly undiminished despite the damage it has taken. There's no way this will end if they keep fighting that way. Ambrosia Marin realizes that Kong Tae-san cannot win and will die before the monster is destroyed. She resolves to save his soul. Ambrosia Marin pleads with Tae-san not to come this way, fearing the worst possible outcome. He reels, the force of the blow threatening to overwhelm him. Ambrosia Marin can only think, no way, as the protagonist's opponent refuses to give up. The protagonist struggles to maintain his composure, muttering that he shouldn't be killed so easily. He steels himself, remembering that this is just one of many seemingly unbeatable foes he has faced. The protagonist recalls that he can still win, even against an unbeatable enemy. He reflects that he wouldn't have come this far if he gave up so easily. The protagonist remembers experiencing desperate situations more than a dozen times, stealing his resolve. He recalls overcoming two S-class monsters, refusing to give up and winning again. The protagonist apologizes for his despair, admitting he is very used to it. He declares that he is the type of person who never gives up, no matter the odds. The protagonist realizes that he cannot win with the damage he can currently deal. Therefore, perfect evasion is the priority. He is struck again, taking significant damage, but his resolve remains unbroken. He leaps into the air, a surge of power coursing through him. Ambrosia Marin notes that the protagonist is gradually reducing the damage he's taking. Kang Tae-san grits his teeth, enduring the pain as he takes 9 damage. His competency level increases by 1%, a small victory in the face of adversity. He activates landing, his senses heightened. He can see the monster's movements better than before. The protagonist prepares to strike, his grip tightening on his weapon. An unseen force suppresses his collapse, fighting against the encroaching darkness. He lands heavily, the impact reverberating through the chamber. The monster looms, a terrifying presence that fills his vision. The air crackles with energy, a prelude to the coming storm. Kang Tae-san steels himself, preparing for the next attack. He can feel the monster's will, a dark and oppressive force. He is surrounded by swirling energy, bracing himself against the unseen force. The attack slams into him, registering as 8975 damage, but he remains standing. Kang Tae-san activates endurance, nullifying the attack that would have meant certain death. The Apostle Rakaratas stands firm, his blade glowing with power. He continues to level up, his power growing with each strike. More levels are gained as the battle continues, pushing him further. Having won against an undefeatable enemy, his stats increase dramatically: stamina, mana, strength, agility, and intelligence. The Apostle Rakaratas increases 1 level higher, his spiritual power enhancement activated. His spiritual fall changes, and he learns the specially activated skill, Spiritual Conversion. Meanwhile, Ambrosia Marin celebrates his victory, exclaiming that he won the fight. Tae-san is surprised by the news that he completed the Forgotten Goddess quest. Ambrosia Marin congratulates him on completing the Forgotten Goddess quest. He plummets through the air, Ambrosia Marin's voice echoing distantly. The world spins as his strength gives out. It's all right, Kang Tae-san tells himself, try to regain his senses. He's just going to rest for a moment. He lays still amidst the ruins, the altar of the goddess who lost her name looming above. His eyes fluttered open, a soft glow emanating from within. Kang Tae-san sat up, rubbing his head. How long had he been sleeping? Ambrosia floated nearby, relieved. She exclaimed that he had slept for so long, she thought he wouldn't wake up again. She wondered how he managed to avoid those monster attacks. The protagonist looked at Ambrosia, a questioning gaze in his eyes. He asked what she could see. Kang Tae-san considered the will of that monster. He realized it was probably because of his skill. The conceptual skills competency level was at 36%, allowing him to see and feel the will of all beings. The protagonist mused that maybe it was because his competency level in that skill increased. He hadn't known it was such a useful skill. Ambrosia continued to look around, her expression unreadable. The hunter stood, his sword gleaming in the dim light. Kang Tae-san admitted that in the end, he got lucky again this time. He wondered what Ambrosia was planning to do if he died earlier. He huffed, wondering what he would be able to do now. Ambrosia dismissed the thought of Kang Tae-san dying. She wasn't too worried about him. Ambrosia knew that if he died, the gods would take his soul and offer him an apostle contract. Kang Tae-san considered Ambrosia's words. That might have been the case, he thought. He wasn't interested in that kind of thing, however. Kang Tae-san continued onward, deciding that it was all right then. The only thing left was to receive the goddess blessing. Ambrosia was surprised, wondering what was happening. She noted that the statue was the same as before. He clasped his hands together, realizing that the monster was subconsciously protecting its goddess. How amazing. He prayed to the goddess whom everyone has forgotten, obtaining the goddess blessing. It was the goddess blessing. His soul received the blessing and rose to a higher status. He wondered if that meant he could deal damage to apostles, even without the apostolate skill. Ambrosia stated that it was probably the case. At the end of the day, an apostle is also someone whose status was raised by God. That's a good thing for him, since enemies with high status will appear more often from now on. He considered Ambrosia's words, realizing he couldn't approach every enemy the same way. Some skills, it seemed, grew more potent the more they were used in combat. The always activated special skill, sensory enhancement, strengthened his senses, allowing him to detect the invisible within a certain range. He could feel it. He could feel everything within 2 meters, as if he could hold it in his hands. He could feel it very clearly, the power emanating from within. The IROC weapon mastery, a skill that applied the combined power of his equipment, had also changed quite a bit. Kang Tae-san wondered what IROC weapon mastery was. Ambrosia Marin exclaimed that there was no longer any limit on the damage dealt. Ambrosia Marin asked if that meant even attacks using his feet or fists would deliver 100% of the damage. Also, he didn't know about the skill he obtained after killing that monster. It converted the soul level into power and inhabited the body, but the user would lose their life after a certain amount of time from the activation. The fallen apostle appeared. The user would lose their life, not their soul. He thought it changed because of spiritual power enhancement. Spiritual fall was a skill that could make someone extremely strong to the point that the user had to sacrifice their soul in exchange. But the price of that power is only the user's life now, because it will be impossible to conquer the maze the moment you die. He thought that might be possible if he combined all the skills he's acquired up to this point. The same extraordinary power as that apostle, without having to lose my life. He might be able to unleash it. He found this a bit confusing. It seems like there's still some skills that have changed. Ambrosia Marin points out the apostolate skill, a special activation skill of Rakaratis. The duration of apostolate has also been extended by 10 minutes, also because of spiritual power enhancement, Ambrosia Marin notes. Ambrosia Marin wonders if it even changed the apostolate skill. Apostolate is a power granted by a god, a skill granted by Rakaratis, the god who handles two domains, battle and death. Does that mean spiritual power enhancement is higher than that? Nice. He had a good rest after so long, and a lot of time has passed here, so he guesses he should get going. Ambrosia Marin thinks, what an unbelievable guy. The floating, red-caped figure expresses its annoyance with the current situation. Ambrosia Marin suggests they return to the maze, concerned about Hafren in his blacksmith's room. The scene shifts to the 34th floor of the maze, specifically Hafren's room, where preparations are complete. A hand reaches out towards a glowing, swirling orb of power, ready to grasp its potential. The man with gray hair holds the orb aloft, declaring that it will be sufficient for their needs. The man's expression is one of disbelief, acknowledging the golden dragon's toenail and the spirit's ember. The items float in the air, each possessing a high level of difficulty to obtain, a feat rarely accomplished alone. The man asks what equipment Kong Tae-san desires, urging him to simply state his preference. Ambrosia Marin looks on. He considers that a weapon would be good, ideally one with the highest attack power. Kong Tae-san stands with Ambrosia Marin, contemplating his options for new equipment. Ambrosia Marin suggests an alternative to a weapon, recommending a different item altogether. Ambrosia Marin believes they will be able to get the weapon he used to use, as Kong Tae-san stands with his party. He decides that with his IROC weapon mastery, he will choose a ring. The blacksmith agrees that with the materials he was given, he might be able to make a pair of them, though he can't guarantee it. Ambrosia Marin asks how long it will take for the blacksmith to make it. The blacksmith replies that at the very least, it will take a month to finish. Kong Tae-san says that he will look forward to it, a slight smirk on his face. He wonders how strong he will become once he uses the equipment made from the materials he's collected so far, and that makes him look forward to that equipment. Meanwhile, on the 34th fourth floor of the maze, the 34th fourth floor quest begins. Defeat the 34th fourth floor boss to pass. The reward is Hathuria's ring, and the secret reward is unknown. The enemy looks similar to the Death Knight. Is it just a look-alike? He decides to move to a higher place than the opponent, wondering if this is enough. The system informs him that he activated landing as he descends towards the enemy. He thinks this is how it feels, guessing it's not much different from leap. The system describes the specially activated skill, landing, mana consumption 20, competency level 5%. It lands the body floating in the air onto the ground. He thinks there's one more skill, just in time, wondering if he shall try the reduction skill too. He activated reduction, the skill surging with power as it impacted the armored figure. The skill appeared to have little effect. Ambrosia Marin remarked that he should try it on a stronger enemy. Kong Tae-san found that boring. He wondered if the others were doing well. Messages flooded his screen. Lee Tae-yun reported they were conquering the 12th fourth floor, all thanks to Mr. Tae-san. Kong Tae-san was surprised, and Kong Jun-hyuk added that everyone was worshipping him in the community. The protagonist questioned the worship. He wondered if they could figure things out with such a level difference. Kim Sae and had likely passed the 54th floor, and Lee Ha-na was sure he would rescue them. Ambrosia Marin noted that the people seemed to be really looking up to him. Ambrosia Marin didn't think it was that strange. Of course, everyone worships the one who has accomplished that feat. Kong Tae-san thought they were making such a fuss over it. It wasn't a sure thing to do when the fate of a planet was at stake. It wasn't that bad, but Ambrosia Marin wondered if Tae-san could be. He confirmed that they had arrived at the demon god's location. A question lingered. Was the demon god personally escorting them? The corridor stretched far ahead, a crimson carpet guiding them toward a distant figure. The protagonist greeted the demon god after a long time. Her expression was unreadable. The demon god greeted him as her child, seated upon a throne adorned with dark energy. She noted he seemed to have grown stronger. Bad news hangs in the air as Ambrosia Marin's voice echoes, a greeting tinged with concern. The support's expression is unreadable, but her words betray a deep curiosity about the protagonist. She admits to enjoying watching Kong Tae-san fight in the battlefield of the gods. Ambrosia Marin finds relief in the fact that her observations satisfied Kong Tae-san. The support senses a change in him, a power that directly interferes with his soul, describing it as dangerous yet powerful. Kang Tae-san is questioned about the origin of this strange power, the ethereal form of ambrosia looming behind him. The protagonist admits that even he doesn't know where this power comes from. Ambrosia Marin seems taken aback by Kang Tae-san's admission, her expression shifting to one of surprise. Kang Tae-san acknowledges the situation, his gaze steady as he stands in the territory of the forgotten goddess. Meanwhile, the statue of a winged warrior stands guard, a silent sentinel in a place where even the god's knowledge seems to falter. Even so, Kang Tae-san seems unbothered by the revelation, his expression calm as Ambrosia's hand reaches out to him. Ambrosia Marin assures him that he'll be able to get stronger with that power, and that she will also get stronger, as Kang Tae-san seems surprised. She questioned what his increase in power had to do with her own, a hint of concern in her tone. Kang Tae-san stated that this was basically bad news, but before that, Ambrosia would explain why she was here. He had grown stronger, much faster than expected. Ambrosia considered it a good thing, but too fast, so she was speeding up the execution of the agreement a bit. The agreement? Was she talking about the agreement with the Guide of Sin? Was she referring to the rule that their higher-ups were allowed to place their personnel on every floor to harm him? She agreed that it seemed a bit unfair, and that if he conquered the 44th floor at this rate, he'd become so much stronger that they couldn't handle him. Ambrosia had no choice but to let them go up to kill him soon. Kang Tae-san was really getting stronger too fast. He understood, asking on which floor he would face them. Ambrosia noted that, as usual, he didn't hesitate one bit. The Guide of Sin divided their personnel into 10 units and placed them on every 10 floors. She noted that he had already wiped out the first 2 tiers of them. Originally, it would only be fair for him to fight against those who belonged to the 4th tier on the 44th floor, but she guessed she'd have to forgive their superiors for dispatching the personnel from the 4th tier. Ambrosia stated that Kang Tae-san really was getting stronger too fast, and that those bastards were waiting for him on the 4th floor. A voice echoed, telling Kang Tae-san to return in victory, and that there was someone waiting for him. Then, farewell. Ambrosia hoped to see him in a deeper place next time, stating that she would see him next time. Dark tendrils dissipated as the protagonist landed, his expression unreadable. She announced their arrival. They were back. She mused that he must be the first human the demon god had shown her emotions to. Kang Tae-san admitted that may be true. The protagonist gripped the hilt of his blade. He was not intimidated, no matter how strong his opponent was. He would take care of the boss of the 35 4th floor first. As soon as his conversation with the demon god was over, he had conquered the 34 4th floor. As a reward for completing the quest, he was able to replace his old ring, robe, and belt. He equipped Hathuria's ring, increasing his stamina, mana, attack power, defense power, strength, agility, and intelligence. He also equipped the Ancient King's robe and the belt of the snake hidden in the residence, further increasing his defense power and strength. She stated that the 35 4th floor was right in front of them. She added that the demon god told her that those bunch of trash were already there, and that they were annoying, so get rid of them quickly. He notes that they've gathered, Ambrosia floating beside him, ready for a fight. The members of the 4th tier discussed the challenger who dared to reach the 35 4th floor, activating a reconnaissance skill to assess him. The man with green hair introduces himself as Khazard, the leader of the 4th tier, his stats displayed for all to see. Khazard declares that under the orders of his superiors, he will tear his opponents to pieces, ordering them to move away. Arbin, another member of the 4th tier, is reminded by his comrade that Sir Ambricia instructed them to keep the rules. Arbin silences his comrade, questioning if they want the 4th tiers to join forces to fight a lowly adventurer who just reached the 35 4th floor. Arbin activates his red-maned wolf skill, declaring that he can't tolerate this. The protagonist is too fast for Arbin, who is caught off guard by his speed. Kang Tae-san levels up, his power increasing dramatically. His spiritual power enhancement activated, Kang Tae-san wonders who will be the second one to step forward, noting that it will make Sir Ambricia sad. The members of the 4th tier are shocked by Arbin's sudden defeat, questioning how he could have died so easily. Khazard realizes that their opponent is alone after all, and tells his comrades to get started. He stood surrounded by shadowy figures, admitting that his opponents were stronger than him. Khazard declared that he was receiving the power of everyone in the area, making it impossible to defeat him. Kang Tae-san wondered if Khazard had a method to gather everyone's power into one person, acknowledging his strength. The protagonist realized that Khazard was on a higher level than the apostle before the spiritual fall, but that didn't matter. Kang Tae-san activated Strong Attack, his power surging as he prepared to strike. Khazard, face contorted in rage, vowed that he would not let his opponent descend to a deeper floor, declaring that he would die here. Despite using a strong attack, Kang Tae-san was being pushed back by Khazard's overwhelming power. The difference in strength was not narrowing quickly, as both fighters activated Frost Arrow. The two combatants unleashed their frost arrows, the icy projectiles streaking across the battlefield. Khazard cursed, realizing he couldn't overpower Kong Tae-san with magic alone, and considered another approach. It was hard to fight an enemy who used both sword and magic, but Kong Tae-san could see that Khazard's previously invisible will had gotten stronger. Kong Tae-san's purple eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable as he assessed his opponent. He could see it, a subtle shift in the enemy's stance. A strange device materialized before Khazard, glowing with arcane energy. Khazard scoffed, dismissing the attack. That petty trick. The antagonist didn't realize the arrow only dealt 1 damage as the protagonist moved. He just needed one small opening. Khazard took 753 damage. The protagonist struck, a flash of red energy accompanying his blow. Khazard cursed, "You damn bastard." Khazard, eyes wide, declared that he had the power of 10 united in one body, and that he wouldn't lose. The villain was astonished, wondering when he'd gotten so high up there. It was impossible. Khazard wondered if he could win against 10 people at once, and that he could find out thanks to him. Kong Tae-san activated landing, thanking Khazard. The protagonist struck again, dealing 840 damage to Khazard. Khazard screamed in pain, unable to believe they ended this way. Purple energy crackled around Kong Tae-san as he looked down at his opponent. "What's wrong? Get up now," he taunted. "Or do you all want to attack me at once?" Nervous, the two cloaked figures looked up, realizing things were going strangely. The figure in gray berated his companion, regretting trusting his clumsy strategy. They demanded their power back so they could escape. The figure with white hair, enraged, shouted that this was driving him crazy too. The figure in the black cloak moved with blinding speed, striking the figure in gray. He questioned how a player from the 4th tier could be stronger. The protagonist, Kong Tae-san, looked down at the figure in gray, uttering a cold goodbye. Kong Tae-san stood tall, his expression unreadable as he prepared to strike again. The figure with white hair, defeated, cursed his fate. Two figures in black cloaks looked down in disbelief, questioning if Khazard was dead. Kong Tae-san stood over the fallen figure, asking if they all came here to kill him. Kong Tae-san's eyes glowed with power as he stated that they should be prepared to be killed if they lose. The protagonist declared that they should accept this obediently. After Khazard was taken down, it was very easy to eliminate the remaining members of the Guide of Sin. Since he was considered a strong enemy, he gained high stats and skills. The always activated special skill, Grip Strength, increases the strength of the fingertips. The advanced level magic, Distorted Barrier, creates a distortion. Ambrosia Marin notes there was no need for him to use the Apostolate skill. She urges Kong Tae-san to go now. Kong Tae-san's level is 84. The subject is in his best condition, with high protective shield, stamina, mana, and demon energy. Ambrosia Marin thinks that an opponent at that level is nothing to him. What Kong Tae-san has accomplished is an amazing feat. Apart from all the action they did, an adventurer on the 34th 4th floor managed to win against the members of the Guide of Sin with ease. Of course, it was thanks to the countless skills Kong Tae-san possessed, but how he used them was more important. Judgment was frighteningly extraordinary. Ambrosia Marin encourages him to keep moving forward. Even to the places he failed to conquer, Ambrosia Marin is there to support him. Ambrosia Marin is sure it's possible for Kong Tae-san to do it. She believes he'll be able to perfectly conquer this maze. The 74th floor of the maze loomed, the Guide of Sin's meeting room nestled inside the black corridor. A gathering of cloaked figures surrounded a central point, their discussion focused on a singular, shared problem. One of them expressed disbelief. They couldn't hold out for long, even with the magic activated. The Guide of Sin was a truly strong individual. Another figure questioned if the magic had been activated properly, his head wreathed in flames. Ambrosia Marin expressed her frustration, wanting to eliminate him immediately. She wondered if there was another way Khalid. One of the figures stated that what they did was already a shortcut. According to the rules, only fights between those with equal skill were allowed. Ambrosia Marin gestured, explaining that they were in a situation where they couldn't even touch him in a normal way. The figure with flaming hair reassured them, stating there was no need to be afraid. The fact that the Guide of Sin controls the entire maze remains unchanged. A cloaked figure lamented that Kong Tae-san used the demon god so that they couldn't harm him unilaterally. He thought he was just a tool, but he turned out to be such a nuisance. Another cloaked figure added that as long as the demon god was still watching them, the executives wouldn't be able to get rid of that bastard together. The figure with flaming hair suggested a justifiable way that the demon god would approve of. He proposed calling the guy who's going down to this place. Ambrosia Marin clarified that she was talking about Quain, a person from the demon clan who was granted permission to go to the deep-level floors after his potential was recognized. Quain, that guy. He was granted permission to conquer the deep-level floors. He has the potential to become one of them one day. If it's him, he might be able to win. The man with red hair reminds everyone to keep something in mind. If even Quain fails, they won't have any way left. The man with fire hair listens intently, his expression unreadable. Two cloaked figures sit at a table, their faces obscured by shadow. They seem to be observing the discussion. The man with white hair states that if Quain wins, he'll become stronger. He decides to call him then. The demon girl questions the decision to send someone from the demon clan to fight an adventurer. The man with red hair asks if it is already decided. Ambricia is told that she is just as evil. She seems very pleased right now. Meanwhile, Quain wonders how strong he has become as he stands amidst the dark, swirling energy. The man with white hair confirms that he will call him then, his expression resolute. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to the 35th fourth floor of the maze, the boss room, where something is about to happen. A distorted barrier is activated, crackling with energy, suggesting a powerful defense or trap. He considered the swirling energy before him, deciding it wasn't too bad. Although there were limitations at his current competency level, the protagonist figured he could use it up to the 44th floor. A flash of light erupted as Kong Tae-san obtained something new. Ambrosia Marin watched on, thinking that Kong Tae-san should also start learning new magic, wondering if anything new would come out. The system displayed the Ring of Deep Scar, boasting plus 20 attack power and a curse for anyone who approached it. Its attack power was quite good, Kong Tae-san thought, deciding he could put it on. Kong Tae-san was surprised, as the system notified him that he obtained hatred-filled armor. The system explained that the hatred-filled armor would increase strength and agility by 20 and activate emotional outbursts if imbued with hatred and madness. Ambrosia Marin wondered if set effects and this kind of equipment came out more frequently the further down they went. Kong Tae-san responded that it rarely came out, but it did, and the downside was that 2 or more pieces of equipment were required, but they had very good effects. He wondered if there would be any additional sets. He decided there was no need to rush things, as he was steadily getting stronger anyway, and they should just check it out as they went down. The 36th fourth floor quest began. Meanwhile, Blue Knights appeared, one asking if he was the enemy this time. He faced the Armored Knights, wondering if these were the main monsters starting from the 34th floor. They might be tough enough for adventurers on the 36th fourth floor, but the protagonist thought they were too weak for him. The protagonist challenged the Knights, telling them to get themselves together before attacking him. Kong Tae-san explained that if their attacks were too weak, his competency level wouldn't increase. Ambrosia Marin observed that Kong Tae-san was just venting his anger and that he was too strong. Seeing them get beaten up made her feel sorry for them. Meanwhile, a mysterious door stood before them, its purpose unknown. Ambrosia Marin asked Kong Tae-san what that place was. They had discovered the ruins of the hunchback who seeks the twisted mystery. The atmosphere was damp and gloomy. They received a first discovery bonus of mana plus 50. Ambrosia Marin wondered how that level of existence could appear already, as Kong Tae-san thought it looked mysterious. Ambrosia Marin recalled that there are transcendent beings who are in charge of their own domains, and those who are not, and that the hunchback who seeks the twisted mystery is an immortal. Transcendent beings are the ultimate goal that mortals can achieve. Everyone who has reached that status is a person who has their own set of qualities that they have accumulated. Those who transcend those qualities and are in charge of their own domains are gods. Immortals, though capable of transcendence, do not gain domains because they cannot build up their levels. Normally, one would have to descend very far to encounter such beings. Kong Tae-san didn't expect to see them so soon. He knew that the difficulty would be harder than the 36th fourth floor, and that they are solely driven by greed, so caution is needed. Whether they're immortal or not, as long as he can clear the quest in the maze, he'll get rewarded. Ambrosia Marin floated beside him, and Kong Tae-san knew there was no reason for him to refuse the quest. The protagonist continued forward, his footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. As long as he can be stronger, Kong Tae-san will keep going. Because there's no such thing as turning back for him now. The creator's first thought after reading the original work was pure excitement. The author's brow furrows, a bead of sweat forming as they contemplate the task ahead. But on the other hand, the author had a lot of worries about whether they could do it well. The author clenches their fists, a determined look on their face, ready to tell a very broad story centered on the maze and interesting characters. For the author, the greatest charm of the protagonist is his cynicism that makes him seem hard to talk to. The author reflects on the protagonist's objectivity, cool-headedness, warmth, charisma, and madness when it comes to skills. The author wonders if they will be able to deliver the story well, questioning if it is too fast, too easy to get, too slow, or correct, and so on. Although the author had a lot of worries, they feel proud that there are readers who enjoy the story and are thankful to the producers who gave passionate feedback. The author bows their head in gratitude. In addition, the author is trying their best to follow the original work without making major changes so that those who have read the original work do not feel uncomfortable. Finally, the author will answer the questions that readers have through Q&A. The structure of the maze is the topic at hand, with the theme changing every 10 floors. Even with the same theme, the composition of each floor may differ, varying in elements like water or fire. Secret rooms are hidden on every floor, and Kong Tae-san always seeks them out for better rewards. The maze's structure descends from top to bottom, making the first floor the first basement level. Taeyun and Jun Hyuk are currently exploring the 12th fourth floor of the maze. Kang Tae-san is currently on the 36th fourth floor, while the executives of the Guide of Sin are on the 74th floor. In the maze's alone mode, players cannot meet each other, but in easy, normal, and hard modes, players are conquering the same maze. What do the Guide of Sin do? The members of the Guide of Sin are addressed directly. The second tier of the Guide of Sin can conquer the maze up to the 24th floor, while the fourth tier can conquer up to the 44th floor. Most members of the Guide of Sin are satisfied with the power they gain from the maze and stay in their current position. A hooded figure expresses satisfaction. The executives who have reached the depths are different, still in the process of conquering the maze. There are also players who conquer the maze to begin with, but the gods of the maze detest their idea of conquering the maze with the power of a group. The gods' disapproval is emphasized with a gesture of dismissal. Of course, getting in the way of those who do not share the same views is also a reason for them to be hated by the gods. The maze looms, a testament to the power of the gods within. They are very strong, a point driven home with a visual exclamation. Not only the demon god that can easily destroy a planet, but all the gods that reside in the maze are very, very strong. Although there are many gods in the world of leveling up with skill, the gods of the maze are described particularly strongly. How strong are the gods of the maze? Powerful. Is there a store owner on every floor? Yes, he's waiting for Tae-san at the entrance of each floor. Additionally, Hafren comes down every time Tae-san conquers 5 floors. The figure seems ready to greet Tae-san, mallet in hand. The map shows the shift in base from Anyang City Hall to Yongin City Hall. Kang Tae-san's image is superimposed over the map. The illustrator, Run Bell, greets the audience for the first time. He is in charge of the illustration for leveling up with skill. He held the weights, a slight frown creasing his brow as others around him wore Santa outfits. Cases of those who transcend the limits of mortals and become transcendent beings are largely divided into 2 categories. The first is God, a being who has built up their own rank and been granted a domain. The other is those who have the power to become transcendent beings. But ultimately, they end up wandering around the maze because they failed to build up their rank to become a god. Is there really an immortal quest here? The 36th fourth floor of the maze, the ruins of the hunchback who seeks the twisted mystery. Has the entire floor changed? He felt a strangely unpleasant feeling. He's sure it's not just his imagination, because immortals hate the god of the maze. Ambrosia Marin remarks that especially, he's favored by several gods at once. The spirit adds that must make them hate him. Ambrosia states that the immortals always try to kill mortals who receive even the slightest attention from the gods. Even when they have enough power to cover an entire floor of the maze, they still hate someone. That's hard to understand, Kang Tae-san thinks. Ambrosia Marin explains that no matter how powerful the immortals are, they're still far weaker than the gods of the maze. Haven't you witnessed how easily the demon god crushed an entire planet? So maybe they're following the gods of the maze, Ambrosia suggests. They're just like children with dangerous weapons, Kang Tae-san observes. The power of the hunchback who seeks the twisted mystery is diminished. He is offered an intensified test. Nevertheless, it seems like it'll be fun, Kang Tae-san thinks. He receives a notification. A sub-quest has begun. The maze itself seems to be reacting to this new challenge. The system announces that the hunchback who seeks the twisted mystery is giving him a test. The modification of the maze begins. Kang Tae-san looks up, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Ambrosia Marin watches with concern, her expression unreadable. He notes that this feels similar to when he gained power from Lacaratas on Earth. The stakes are rising. Is this the kind of test conducted by strengthening monsters of the maze? The air crackles with energy. A blue knight blessed with a twisted mystery has appeared. The knight stands tall, radiating power. The text indicates that the thing on top of the knight's head seems to be the core of the immortal's power. It feels unpleasant. Ambrosia Marin wonders if the knights are experiencing apostolate. She states that this is because he's not a god. The text says that he forcibly put his power into the knight. The knight is surrounded by energy. Kang Tae-san activates Strong Strike in addition. He grips his weapon, preparing for battle. He clashes with the Blue Knight, sparks flying as their weapons meet. The Blue Knight, blessed with Twisted Mystery, took 222 damage. The knight staggers back, reeling from the blow. Kang Tae-san prepares to press his advantage. He wondered why the attack barely scratched the armored figure. The Twisted Mystery only dealt 201 damage. The Blue Knight stood tall, wreathed in crackling energy. It seemed the knight had a physical damage reduction buff. Kang Tae-san readied his blade, a flame igniting around it. He thought to himself, what a hassle this fight was becoming. The protagonist activated Blazing Ball, sending a fiery projectile towards the Blue Knight blessed with power. The attack landed, but the damage was minimal. Even with high physical defense, magical damage remained the same. Kang Tae-san leaped into the air, dodging the knight's counterattack. He wondered if he was supposed to pass this test using magic without swordsmanship. He activated Frost Arrow and Magic Explosion. The combined assault engulfed the Blue Knight in ice and arcane energy. The Blue Knight stood firm, unfazed by the magical onslaught. Electrical energy crackled around his armor. Kong Tae-san landed back on the ground, energy swirling around his blade. He thought the hunchback bastard was mistaken. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, preparing for another attack. It wasn't like he couldn't use magic after all. The Blue Knight stood with other night monsters. Had they all obtained Immortal's Grace on the 36th fourth floor? Kong Tae-san gripped his sword, surrounded by swirling energy. He thought it was a good thing, and that he should increase his magic competency level. He activates Wind Blast, sending a surge of power towards his unseen opponent. The force of the blast erupts, creating a visible shockwave in the environment. Kong Tae-san pauses, sensing something amiss. He wonders about the sudden tremors. The protagonist considers the nature of immortals, pondering if they should be restless after transcending the mortal state. The narrative shifts to a monstrous figure, described as possessing monstrous power but being mentally weak. The text explains that there are generally two types of immortals, those who earn their power and those who obtain it fraudulently. The monstrous figure is shown again, with the text stating that achieving transcendence is nearly impossible for those who take shortcuts. The text suggests that the hunchback who seeks the twisted mystery might be such an existence, with diminished power. The revelation of the hunchback's power activates the twisted distortion more powerfully as the Silver Knight appears. Ambrosia Marin warns Kong Tae-san to be careful, stating that they are not testing him. Kong Tae-san's expression hardens as he realizes they're trying to kill him. The Silver Knight, engulfed in twisted mystery, fully appears, presenting a difficult opponent. He notes that his opponent uses magic to make approaching difficult. Lacaratas assures himself that he predicted this, activating Fair Duel and proof of limitation. Kong Tae-san activates Apostolate Lacaratas, his expression one of grim determination. The Silver Knight's feet tear through the ground as he moves to engage. Kong Tae-san prepares to strike, activating Ability Sword as he moves. He then activates Force Duel, locking the two warriors into single combat. The skill Force Duel restricts combat to only the two participants, swords being the only permitted weapon. The Silver Knight is struck by Kong Tae-san's blade, energy crackling around the impact. The system indicates that the Silver Knight took 2028 damage from the attack. Kong Tae-san believes he made the right choice. The power of the hunchback who seeks the twisted mystery diminished as the Silver Knight is struck. The revelation of the power of the hunchback who seeks the twisted mystery is shown. The twisted distortion is activated more powerfully, but Kong Tae-san realizes it is too late. He trusts his gut, believing he cannot lose while using the ability sword. A surge of power emanates from the protagonist, crackling around him. The power is terrifying, and if he uses a skill with the ability sword, the effect will be completely different. No one could have predicted such a thing, and it would be a great stage for Kong Tae-san to fight against such weaklings. A dark, ominous presence looms, its glowing eyes piercing the shadows. A system message appears. His spiritual power enhancement has been activated. Apostle Slayer proficiency increased by 1%, and sword ability proficiency increased by 1%. The test is over, and he wonders if he will receive his reward. As long as they're in the maze, no one can break it, not even the gods. That's the contract with the wizard who designed this. Forced settlement begins, as a new message appears. The system informs Kong Tae-san that he has permanently increased his stamina by 540 and his strength. He wonders about the forced settlement. He has obtained the bracelet containing nuclear fragments as a reward for clearing the 36th fourth floor. Kong Tae-san decides to save it first. The revelation of the power of the hunchback who seeks the twisted mystery is at hand. He examined the glowing, thorny energy in his hands, a hint of curiosity in his expression. It seemed they had a method to their madness. The protagonist smirked, his gaze settling on the figure below. He stated that the hunchback was right, but it was unfortunate for him. Kong Tae-san stood, staff in hand, as the hunchback sought the twisted mystery. He knew they probably didn't want to give him the reward, but he would use them well. The purple energy pulsed, a sign of the power he now commanded. He wondered if they were coming here soon. A voice echoed, stating they'd been waiting for Kong Tae-san to come here. The stage was set for a confrontation. The dungeon's depths had yielded their secrets, the ruins of the hunchback now silent. He had claimed all the rewards available on that floor, his efforts bearing fruit. Furthermore, he obtained the reward from the secret room as well, so it wasn't bad. The lightning strike on the old tree materialized, and it seemed that significant changes would occur if it were used on a projectile. Ambrosia Marin watched as he considered the items. He mused that there were more of these. It seemed that lightning was the main attribute of this item, he thought, wondering if he should pair it with the arrow he obtained from the ruins of the god. An arrow that has its own ego, an arrow that can move on its own to protect its owner. It moves with its own. Kong Tae-san considered the arrow. Ambrosia Marin noted that it had an attack power of 50 and an electrocution effect added, wondering if it would be useful if he could get 3 more of these, he thought, examining a bracelet containing nuclear fragments. Ambrosia Marin watched him. The gauntlet of the rough hand had an attack power of 50, made from fragment of a gauntlet belonging to someone who crushed everything. Its power still remained, and a mysterious power was sealed within it. He thought its attack power was weaker than he thought, wondering if it was because of the mysterious power sealed within it. Ambrosia Marin said it was still better than the old one, so just wear it, adding that he was too obsessed with efficiency. More than anything, he thought, this one is more disappointing than the gloves. He examines the dried cane of calamity, noting its magic and penalties. Ambrosia Marin suggests hiring Hafren to modify the cane. Kong Tae-san agrees that it's the best option. A surge of magical energy crackles through the air. Kong Tae-san notices the energy. He wonders what it could be. Ambrosia Marin senses immense magic energy. She believes it's calling to them. Kong Tae-san realizes that the magic energy is finally here. The magical energy intensifies. Meanwhile, the source of the magic seems to be coming from Lilith's room. Kong Tae-san is surprised. He notes to Lilith that her proficiency seems to have increased. Lilith thanks Kong Tae-san, attributing her increased proficiency to him. Lilith admits that it's still weak, though. She gets straight to the point, stating that the magic god has directly called him. He stood before Lilith, the request of the magic god hanging heavy in the air. It was for intermediate-level magic, she explained. Runbel, floating nearby, protested the idea. The request was too much, he insisted, his small form radiating concern. Runbel continued, stating that intermediate-level magic is effective for use on deep-level floors. He might be strong, but he's still on the 34th floor. Lilith chuckled, finding Runbel's concern amusing. She assured them that the magic god must have reasons for the request. Lilith then instructed Kong Tae-san to sit in the middle of the beads. The beads were arranged in a circle on the floor. If he closed his eyes and prayed, the demon god would answer him. Kong Tae-san kneeled, folding his hands together. As he kneeled within the circle, a surge of energy enveloped him. Lilith watched with anticipation, her expression unreadable. Lilith asked if he would convey her message to the magic god, to which Kong Tae-san replied that he was always grateful to them. Kong Tae-san prayed, stating that he merely folded his hands as a formality. He wondered what it meant to believe in God. The energy around Kong Tae-san intensified, swirling around him as he remained kneeling in the center of the circle. A dark, ominous shape materialized, surrounded by swirling red energy, hinting at the power being unleashed. With a decisive step, a new journey began. The word special quest begins heralded the start of an unknown adventure. He watched as the space around him began to split. Ambrosia Marin looked on, equally bewildered by the sudden spatial distortion. The return to Earth was beginning, and there was no refusing it. Kong Tae-san was shocked by this quest. He wondered why this was happening right before his talk with the magic god. The magic god's enemies were behind this. They dared to use such petty tricks. Those Goshin bastards were responsible for this. The space rift was closing up again. The witch cast a spell, the energy crackling around her fingers. Magic God was directly taking action. He found himself in a new place. A figure greeted him, welcoming him to their space. The space around Kong Tae-san shifted, the transition abrupt. The figure remarked that those Goshin bastards were quite outrageous. They couldn't believe they did such a thing right before he was about to meet Kong Tae-san. He wondered if the magic god forcibly brought him to this place. Ambrosia Marin remained close by. He felt as if his body was being interfered with. Was it Goshin who did this? This wasn't the relaxed kind of encounter he imagined. Still, Kong Tae-san thought he should introduce himself. As he may already know, someone has been involved since the design of the maze. The one who established and created the skill of magic in the maze. The god who oversees the domain of magic. The figure before him declared, I am the magic god, Jervant. Kong Tae-san stated his name. He could feel it. Those lights literally contain the power of stars. Unlike other gods, he completely stores his power within himself, to reach the end someday. So this is the magic god. Jervin greeted them, asking if he was that kid, and if the other was the Prince of Cabot Bardray. Bardray greeted them. Jervin commended his courage, as he managed to go all the way to the 84th floor. It was truly unfortunate, Jervin thought, that he might be unable to reach the end someday. Even if you can't conquer the maze. Jervin admitted that he let his life be taken by the members of the Guide of Sin. It's something that happened due to his mistake, so he's accepting it. He responds to Kong Tae-san's presence with a simple question. Jervin elaborates, explaining that a moment will come when a choice must be made. The magic god hopes Kong Tae-san will think carefully so he doesn't make a mistake when that time comes. Ambrosia Marin acknowledges the warning, promising to keep it in mind. Jervin states that they should get to the point, asking if Kong Tae-san knows the reason he is here. Kong Tae-san confirms that he is here to obtain intermediate-level magic, as planned. Jervin confirms that he originally planned to give Kong Tae-san a test, one where he would go to a designated world and complete quest. However, Jervin reveals that he was going to give intermediate-level magic as a reward, but those annoying bastards interfered instead. Jervin recalls that they pulled such a trick when he left the maze and headed to his domain. The magic god expresses his anger at their interference when he was about to give Kong Tae-san a test. Kong Tae-san observes the content on the screen, realizing this is a separate quest from intermediate-level magic. Kong Tae-san looks intently at the screen, processing the new information presented to him. Jervin seethed, promising a reward for those who dared interfere. A sub-quest began, tasking him to trample the pride of the Goshins. Kong Tae-san considered the quest, seeing no reason to refuse the additional reward. Jervin scoffed, calling their intervention a petty trick. The god of magic instructed him to meet his child upon returning to the maze. Jervin offered Kong Tae-san another test for intermediate-level magic. He accepted, wondering if Jervin was talking about Lilith. Jervin warned that they would definitely try to kill him. Kong Tae-san prepared to face the challenges ahead. Jervin knew who he was referring to without saying it. He prepared to return to the maze. Kong Tae-san vowed to completely trample the petty Goshins. A sub-quest begins, the god of magic enraged at those who interfered with his meeting. A return to Earth? The question echoes as the world shifts around them. Panic sets in as the Return to Earth quest was not announced in advance. The people want to stay in the maze, fearing the monsters that pour in during the Return to Earth quests. The crowd makes a fuss about the sudden return, their voices a mix of fear and confusion. They must be taken aback by the sudden return to Earth, the change unexpected and jarring. Someone recognizes Kong Tae-san amidst the chaos, a flicker of hope in their eyes. Kong Tae-san looks around, confused by the commotion, as someone shouts his name in excitement. The crowd reaches out to Kong Tae-san, begging him to save them from the impending danger. The crowd cheers for Mr. Tae-san, their proficiency of divine power increasing by 1%. Kong Tae-san observes the chaotic scene, questioning why this sudden return has occurred. He activated reconnaissance, his eyes glowing with a faint purple light. Lee Taeyeon declared that they needed to escape, as Kong Junhyuk emerged from solo mode. Ji Myung-gun, from hard mode, looked on, as did Kim Hwaeun, who seemed to be in charge of commanding. He then activated Leap, preparing to launch himself into the air. A wave of people stretched out before him, their voices rising in a chorus of panic and recognition. The protagonist, Kong Tae-san, carried several people, his expression focused on the task at hand. A building was engulfed in a massive explosion, the force of which sent debris flying in all directions. Onlookers watched in awe, declaring that he was awesome and identifying him as Mr. Tae-san. He walked away from the chaos, his cape billowing behind him as he moved through the crowd. Ambrosia Marin floated beside him, as he admitted he didn't know why people were acting like that. Lee Taeyeon stood nearby, admitting that he had checked it, but didn't know it would be this much. Kim Hwaeun thanked him, stating that she was also having a hard time. He stood, the words of admiration washing over him, a stark contrast to the chaos outside. The praise felt excessive, almost mocking, as he wondered if they were deifying him too much. The character with short brown hair spoke of the current atmosphere, a somber tone coloring his words. People had begun to lose faith, no longer trusting the god, as the forced return quest devastated the earth. If a god was truly protecting them, so many wouldn't have died, the text declared. At least, the text continued, Kong Tae-san was someone who gave them strength, a beacon in the darkness. The monsters flooded the earth and the maze, a visual representation of the chaos and destruction. The forced return quests occurred occasionally, devastating the earth, and if only a god had stopped it, none of that would have happened. Those who believed in God began to disbelieve as they descended the maze, the text explained. People used to believe in God, but now they could no longer believe in one, the text lamented. He stood amidst the destruction, a solitary figure amidst the chaos, declaring that he was the same. In his previous life, he had chosen easy mode, and there was nothing he could trust, the text revealed. For some, God is a bystander, making belief difficult. Did he end up filling that position? The boy with the bowl cut nods, stating that he understands what is being discussed. The cloaked figure stands silently, eyes closed, as if in deep thought. The boy with the bowl cut beams, expressing his gratitude. It will be encouraging for everyone. A holographic display flickers to life, announcing their destination, Seoul City Hall, in 1 week. On a rooftop, the team gathers around similar holographic displays. Has the quest already started? A week. They don't have much time. A gloved hand grips a gleaming blade. Lee Taeyeon, Kong Junhyuk. The cloaked figure, Kong Tae-san, prepares for what's to come. Just the two of you, follow me. It'll be really, already? Hard this time, so brace yourselves. The woman with purple hair tells him to stop talking. They're not ready yet. The sun sets, casting long shadows across the sky. A week later, a park bench sits empty beneath the trees, bathed in the pale light of the moon. Kong Tae-san stands over Lee Taeyeon and Kong Junhyuk, who are kneeling on the ground. He already told them that's not how you do it. He struggled to grasp the concept, the floating companion's words echoing in his mind. It was not easy to be a good teacher. The mentor's words were firm, a reminder of the basics. Hadn't he already learned evasion and strong strike? It was easy for her to say, he thought, sweat beading on his brow. The ability sword required combining skills and swordsmanship. He admitted he didn't know anything about it to begin with. His proficiency was at 0%, making it impossible to get a feel for it. The ability sword proficiency remained stubbornly at 0. How was he supposed to pull the feel from his body and use it on the sword? Ambrosia Marin watched, knowing it would be difficult for him to even get a feel for it. The ability sword had been discovered by Kong Tae-san himself. The woman with dark hair explained that mastering swordsmanship attached to a skill was possible. She was teaching him because she knew it was possible. He needed to remind himself of that feeling when he acquired skills. He needed to use that feel to wield his sword. He knew it was difficult, but he couldn't save everyone alone. The weight of responsibility settled heavily on his shoulders. That's why Lee Taeyeon and Kong Junhyuk also needed to master this swordsmanship. He turned to them, admitting he needed their help. If they could use the ability sword, they could face the challenges ahead. The determination was clear in their eyes. The protagonists declared they should get ready to head to Seoul first. They would train more on their way there, Ambrosia Marin watching over them. The team advanced towards Seoul City Hall, only to find the monsters were stronger than before. With Kim Hwai's command and good role distribution, even players in easy and normal mode could defeat E-class monsters. The team fought bravely, each member playing their part in the ongoing battle against the monstrous horde. He focused his energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack against the encroaching enemy. Kong Tae-san struck true, dealing a massive blow to the monster, inflicting over 2,000 damage. Another member of the team watched in disbelief. Wait, Hyung, isn't the damage you dealt too overwhelming? I barely dealt 40 damage. A message appeared. You activated the area of regeneration. Everyone with half or less stamina remaining, come this way. He knelt, activating the area of regeneration, a wave of restorative energy emanating from him. The others felt the effects immediately. Wow, my stamina is recovering. Mr. Tae-san, you are indeed amazing. One of the team members commented, the recovery speed is not bad. He remained cautious, despite the regeneration. You are still amazing. At this rate, we might just be able to take back Earth. I'm not sure. We still can't let our guard down. The group from Yongin City Hall greeted the arriving party. Choi Baram, a normal mode player, noted the unexpected number of survivors present. Kim Hwaian stepped forward, singling out the leader of the arriving group. Choi Baram confirmed his identity, stating that he had heard a lot about him. A man watched the exchange with a grimace, muttering that he didn't like that name. The survivors were welcomed, but the situation wasn't good. It had been a long time since there were any survivors. The group walked together towards the building, the cloaked figure leading the way. The building wasn't in good condition, and the damage wasn't from monsters. The question lingered. Were they having an internal conflict? The man from before stepped forward, asking if he was Kong Tae-san, and requesting that he not misunderstand them. The group continued their approach, the speaker emphasizing the gratitude of the people of Seoul. The man clenched his fist, admitting that he couldn't suppress it forever. A voice echoed, expressing gratitude to Kong Tae-san, but stating that there was no other choice. It was thanks to him that all of humanity could become stronger after receiving God's blessing upon their second return to Earth. However, he admitted to himself that he didn't have the courage to risk his life suppressing the riots in Seoul. Kong Tae-san stood firm, a surge of purple energy crackling around him. He stated that he was used to this kind of thing. A digital display announced Kong Tae-san's request for a battle. The terms were set. This duel was to be non-lethal. A sudden strike sent the other figure reeling. He could only manage a confused, huh? The yellow energy intensified as the attack connected. The force of the blow was clearly significant. The figure was sent flying backwards, the impact marked by trails of light and force. The protagonist's expression was cold. He asked if his opponent had any complaints now. The figure on the ground retorted that being threatened would be understandable. He added that he didn't intend to ask for help anyway. Kong Tae-san looked down on the fallen figure. He told him to get up, stating that he should be able to do that himself, before adding, you notice that, yes, I'm pathetically weak. The man on the ground reached out a hand. He introduced himself as Choi Baram, expressing gratitude to Kong Tae-san. A special quest begins. Stop the first wave in 2 days. Eliminate the monsters that attempt to enter the safe zone. Seoul City Hall stood firm, nestled safely within the protective embrace of the zone's barrier. 2 days before the wave started, the situation was dire. Everyone at Seoul City Hall was starving. The people from Yongin City Hall solved the problem easily, thanks to their simple cultivation skill. Jang San-hyung was scaring everyone. Kong Tae-san wondered how the smiling face managed to do that, obtaining the rumored simple cultivation skill. They were lucky, more or less, to have obtained some seeds for cultivation when he was in Yongin. The land was incredibly vast for the number of people, but this place was pretty bustling at first. Kim Hwaian wondered how many people were there. Tae-san confirmed that there were supposed to be 50,000 of them, but now only about 20,000 people remained. Monsters would surely pour in from all directions, but were they sure that was all that was left? They were planning a strategy. So, this was the end of Seoul territory. Kim Hwyan realized that they were extremely short on people and wondered what they should do. Kang Tae-san told Kim Hwyan to calm down, assuring her that she would be able to come up with a good strategy. Kim Hwyan was worried, but Tae-san told her that she would have to stay up all night. She emphasizes the importance of her role, as Choi Bae-ram stands nearby, listening intently to the discussion. Kim Hwyan notes that Choi Bae-ram was also good at strategizing in his previous life, expressing confidence in their abilities to work well together. Even so, she would be glad to stay up all night. The leader feels reassured knowing they are there, but she also has things she needs to do. Kang Tae-san stands amidst swirling energy, preparing for what's to come. As they are running out of time, Kang Tae-san plans to change their training methods. Kang Tae-san asks if they remember how they acquired their skills all this time. As Kim Hwyan looks on, he wonders why he suddenly took all that off. He reflects on how he was able to use it unconsciously as he fought monsters. At that time, he was so desperate to survive that he lost his mind. Now that Kim Hwyan thinks about it, he also acquired a skill right before dying, using the same method. Kim Hwyan is surprised, wondering if that could be it, referring to Mr. Tae-san. He is right. You need to risk your life to acquire the skill, as he was on the verge of death, repeatedly blocking attacks that could have killed him, and acquire the active special skill, Endurance. A foot descends, impacting the ground with considerable force, kicking up dust and debris. Kang Tae-san requested a battle with Lee Tae-yeon and Kang Jun-hyuk. The protagonist, blade drawn, faces his opponents. He demands that they fight him desperately, or they will die. A small, floating creature wonders what Kang Tae-san is planning, realizing this was his intention all along. It seems he tried to lower his attack power as much as possible to reduce damage. He intended to attack both from the start. Kang Jun-hyuk took 123 damage. He thinks it's insane that Kang Tae-san didn't use the non-lethal battle requirement. The protagonist continues his assault. He thinks that's not enough, and he needs to focus more. Kang Tae-san's eyes glow with power. He thinks he can't guarantee their life in this battle. Lee Tae-yeon moves to intercept the protagonist's attack. She went straight for the danger move. However, Lee Tae-yeon is expected to have good sense. The enemies in a maze aren't the kind who would be defeated by such slow attacks. Neither is he. The protagonist and Lee Tae-yeon clash, their weapons meeting with a burst of energy. Neither strength nor speed work. So, the skill Lee Tae-yeon has to use is evasion. She activates it, thinking it's not a well-rounded skill. She took 211 damage as Kang Tae-san told Lee Tae-yeon that she needed to focus more. The evasion skill barely worked as she cried out in pain. Kang Jun-hyuk was shocked that he disregarded evasion, realizing he had to use his brain. Kang Tae-san, surrounded by energy, declared that Kang Jun-hyuk was next, wondering what he should do. The protagonist moved in for the attack. Kang Jun-hyuk activated counter, meeting the protagonist's attack head-on. The clash of blades sent sparks flying. Kang Jun-hyuk wondered why he couldn't push him back, even though he was using counter right now, resolving to avoid this. The protagonist continued his assault, knowing that if Kang Jun-hyuk relied on his counter skill, he would be dead for sure. Even so, Kang Jun-hyuk was getting better than before, and the protagonist urged him to keep trying. The chibi figure looked on in amazement. Kang Jun-hyuk and Lee Tae-yeon stood side by side, ready to face their opponent. He holds his sword, ready to continue the fight, now that they've regrouped. Without any significant change, both Lee Tae-yeon and Kang Jun-hyuk were helplessly beaten. But their eyes show a burning determination. Lee Tae-yeon no longer showed signs of wavering. An hour has passed since they wielded their swords at each other, risking their lives. Finally, Lee Tae-yeon's proficiency in sword ability has increased by 1%. Kang Tae-san acquired the always activated special skill, Authority of Devotee. Always activated special skill, Authority of Devotee. Proficiency, 1%. Now that those who are studying the swordsmanship you created appear, as these individuals increase their proficiency, your own proficiency in the advanced swordsmanship skill, Ability Sword, will also increase. Kang Jun-hyuk's proficiency in sword ability has increased by 1%. Lee Tae-yeon exclaims that it's finally over, and she can finally use the Ability Sword from now on. You worked hard. Don't push yourself too hard, and get some rest. He thought to himself that now that they've obtained it, he envies them. They're such lucky brats. Where else could they find someone willing to teach them advanced swordsmanship for free? Kang Jun-hyuk called out to Kang Tae-san, addressing him as Hyung. Kang Tae-san stated that Kang Jun-hyuk seems to have forgotten something. He added that when the first meeting of the solo mode players was held, he considered him his rival. Back then, Kang Tae-san had asked why compete at a time like this. At that time, he realized that his capacity was very small, and it made him ashamed of himself. Kang Jun-hyuk and Lee Tae-yeon expressed that they will use the skills Kang Tae-san taught them well. They are truly grateful to him. Kang Tae-san smirked, thinking that it's too early for them to thank him. The wave starts tomorrow, so they should use it well. Meanwhile, the next day arrived, the D-Day of the monster wave. A protective barrier covered the city. A group of people looked at the city, wondering if it will be enough. Someone commented that they don't know where or how many monsters will appear. The group wondered how strong they will be. He wondered if Kong Tae-san was truly alright. Lee Tion confirmed that they were indeed talking about Mr. Tae-san. The protagonist walked forward, a figure watching him from below, questioning if this was too much for him. The woman with black hair stated that everything would be fine. In fact, the side where Mr. Tae-san was would be the safest. Monsters appeared, their numbers designated as 542, 242, 2335, and 542, 242, 2336, filling the space with their grotesque forms. More monsters manifested. This group labeled 542, 242, 2337, their presence ominous and threatening. The wrist guard, imbued with murderous intent, was ready. An arrow that had its own ego was also prepared for battle. Lightning crackled around the arrows, energy surging as the fight was about to begin. Now it was time for the protagonist to do his part, his expression determined as he gripped his weapon. The monster was commanded to go completely wild now, its form grotesque and menacing. Kong Tae-san moved with speed and precision, the arrows striking true as he engaged the monstrous horde. The protagonist stood amidst the chaos, declaring that the monster was too weak as he continued his assault. A blinding surge of power erupted, filling the space with searing light. A voice echoed through the chaos, taunting, "Is that all you got?" Eliminating the monsters that attempt to enter the safe zone is the special quest. Monsters of various shapes and sizes descend, their forms grotesque and alien. The city lies below, a fragile haven beneath the swarm of approaching monsters. For some reason, Kong Tae-san prepares his weapon, a surge of green energy emanating from it. He declares he'll finish this in one hit, the green energy intensifying around him. Kong Tae-san considers the situation, finding it strange that most of the monsters are F-class. The monsters descend upon the city, ignoring the defenders and heading straight for the safe zone. The person shouts to Mr. Baram that the monsters are coming from the sky too. Kong Tae-san prepares to strike, his expression focused as he aims his weapon. "Those bastards are ignoring us and heading towards the safe zone." The person yells for everyone with bows to get rid of the monsters in the sky first. Inside the safe zone, the situation was unexpected. There were players from easy mode who were weaker. A swarm of monsters approached, their forms casting long shadows across the protected zone. A man in a yellow shirt noticed the incoming threat. He wondered what was flying their way. The monsters had changed their forms, becoming more menacing as they neared the safe zone. The monsters looked stronger than the ones outside. Could they even win against them? The monsters crashed into the forest, the impact sending splinters and leaves flying. The man in the yellow shirt pointed, exclaiming that Mr. Tae-san was there. He was joined by another man in a red shirt. With a single blow, Kong Tae-san defeated those monsters. The onlookers were amazed. Kong Tae-san warned them not to make a mess in their territory. He noted the troublesome equipment they had installed. The situation was far from easy. He couldn't be at ease with the monsters approaching. Kim Hwaian had taken care of all the monsters in the area she was responsible for, including those that entered the safe zone. She also had some information to share. Monsters become exponentially stronger if they cross into the safe zone. It was like the rules on a chessboard. Even the weak ones turn into something useful. So, this is why they can't let them enter the safe zone. Once this battle is over, they'll need to revise their strategy. A directive rings out. Everyone running low on stamina should recover sufficiently and then return to the battlefield. Also, they need to do their best not to let those monsters get close to the safe zone. Mr. Jang-san is asked to take care of the monsters over there. He affirms that he's got it, and to just leave them to him as he prepares to strike the encroaching monsters. A monstrous shriek pierces the air, signaling the ferocity of the ongoing battle. Activating Leap, he declares that he will handle the enemies in the sky, soaring upwards to meet the aerial threat. That's how the first wave was completed without any serious damage, a testament to their combined strength and strategy. Kim Hwaian and Choi Baram began revising the strategy, analyzing the battlefield, and planning their next moves. Currently, the personnel capable of stopping the enhanced monsters were Kong Tae-san, Kong Junhyuk, and Lee Tion. The strategy was to divide the three of them into designated areas and handle the enhanced monsters, maximizing their individual strengths. Special quest started. The second wave begins, signaling a new level of challenge and danger. He and the team continue to eliminate the monsters attempting to enter the safe zone. Kong Junhyuk activates his ability sword, preparing to strike down the encroaching monsters. Kong Junhyuk unleashes a strong strike, decimating the monsters in front of him. Lee Tion activates her evasion ability, swiftly dodging the monsters' attacks. Kim Hwaian notes that there's no activation limit now, expressing her relief. Kim Hwaian believes that at this rate, it should be enough to fight them, activating Earthshake. Lee Tion continues to fight, her movements a blur of speed and precision. Kang Junhyuk remarks that those guys are pretty reliable, agreeing that it was worth it for them to learn all that while risking their lives. He thinks that it should be time for those damn old gods to make their move, wondering what they'll do this time. After clearing, he stands amidst the aftermath, a towering crystal formation looming in the background. The second, third, and fourth waves were safely cleared, and they finally reached the final wave. It's D-Day of the final wave, the city skyline visible in the distance. The city lay protected under a dome, a fragile shield against the unknown. Kim Hwayan sighed, the weight of the situation pressing down on her. The final wave was upon them. Kang Tae-san stood beside her, a stoic figure against the backdrop of impending doom. He told her to get used to it. Kim Hwayan admitted she couldn't get herself to. Kang Tae-san acknowledged that he had to do what he had to do. Kang Junhyuk approached, requesting Kim Hwayan's next order. She addressed everyone, preparing to give instructions. Kang Junhyuk looked determined, his face set with resolve. No one looked depressed anymore, ready to fight to the end. Kang Tae-san affirmed that was right. He couldn't run away. A glowing, crystalline object pulsed with energy. The team gathered, ready to face whatever came next. They were told to get to their positions. The command to take positions echoed. A notification appeared. A special quest had begun. The final wave was starting. The crystalline object glowed intensely. A voice declared that they were now strong enough to fight, urging them to go. Dark, ominous orbs materialized, crackling with unseen power. The air grew heavy with anticipation. The team members reacted with surprise and concern. One questioned what they were seeing, noting that it didn't look like a monster. People gaze upward, fear etched on their faces as dark orbs descend. Inside, those monitoring the situation realize the enemies have entered the safe zone. They must be eliminated quickly. A man's expression is grim as he stares intently at the unfolding events. A scream pierces the air as insect-like creatures descend, attacking those in the vicinity. The insect-like creatures, with their sharp appendages, swarm the area, attacking anyone in sight. A man's face contorts in horror as he realizes what they are facing: mantises. Another man looks on with concern, muttering that this must be the work of the old gods. Someone declares that they can't handle all the enemies alone, urging others to take care of the remaining ones. Kang Junhyuk activates his ability sword, preparing to strike. Kang Junhyuk activates a strong strike, hoping to eliminate the threat. The attack seems to have no effect, as the insect-like creature remains unfazed. He activated his evasion skill, narrowly avoiding the mantis-like monster's attack. Kang Junhyuk gripped his sword, recognizing the familiar feeling from when Tae-san Hyung ignored him. Lee Tion watched the mantis-like monster, noting that it seemed weaker than the ones they had faced before. Why was that bastard so slow? Kim Hwayan observed the battlefield. It was clear that everyone was handling the enemies more easily than before. Choi Baram stood ready, her sword drawn as the mantis-like monsters approached. The team realized that these monsters were created with a specific purpose, likely to handle ability swords. The mantis-like monster screeched, its form a blur of motion. Kim Hwayan watched as the monsters moved, their numbers seemingly endless. Choi Baram wondered if they still had some hidden power left, despite appearing weaker. Choi Baram noticed something strange. The mantis-like monsters weren't attacking. The sheer number of mantis-like monsters was overwhelming, a dark tide spreading across the landscape. Kang Tae-san knew there were too many of them. He wouldn't be able to stop them from gathering. He lunged forward, blade extended, ready to strike the massive insectoid monster. Lee Tion watched, a grim expression on their face. That's right, it's too late. They're already. The monster loomed, a purple crystal embedded in its head, radiating an ominous energy. A notification appeared. Monster 999 appeared. The system identified it as an A-class monster, a specialized type, and a difficult enemy to defeat. It was described as the most powerful monster, one that even hard-mode players couldn't guarantee victory against. The monster was one that had killed countless people in his previous life. A surge of power erupts, signaling the arrival of an A-class monster. The monster descends upon the city, as Kang Tae-san moves to intercept it. The observers watch with concern. One of them exclaims, "Hyung, that monster!" Kang Tae-san activates reconnaissance, his gaze fixed on the approaching threat. He states, "I know." The system identifies the foe as Monster 999, a target specialized type, and a difficult enemy to defeat. The A-class monster looms, its grotesque form filling the sky. The system indicates that the monster killed countless people in Kang Tae-san's previous life. He activates thirst for battle and proof of limitation. Kang Tae-san activates contempt for the strong and antithesis, his eyes glowing with power. He can see right through the monster. Activating acceleration, he prepares to move. Let's change locations first. Kang Tae-san leaps toward the monstrous foe, ready to engage. The battle commences, a clash of power and determination. Kang Tae-san faces the monster head-on, a grim determination etched on his face. Of course you don't get to choose. The A-class monster unleashes a devastating attack, its power shaking the very air around it. A blinding light erupts as the monster's energy surges, illuminating the ravaged cityscape. One of the observers remarks that he has never seen Kong Tae-san make that kind of glare. Another can't believe he can unleash such incredible power against an A-class monster. The ground cracks further as the battle intensifies. The group wonders if he changed locations to avoid them getting caught up in the fight. A woman with black hair observed that the crack is getting bigger, and it's still too early for them to be at ease. More monsters emerge from the widening crack, their forms grotesque and menacing. The A-class monster looms, its presence casting a dark shadow over the battlefield. Elsewhere, the outskirts of Seoul bear witness to the unfolding chaos. Buildings crumble and warp, reflecting the immense power being unleashed. The monster lunges forward, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. He activates evasion, a surge of energy coursing through him as he prepares to dodge the attack. As expected, evasion doesn't work on him, so he activates leap. The monster towers over him, a terrifying presence. He considers his options as the A-class monster looms, ready to strike. Kong Tae-san activates strong strike, hoping to break through the monster's defenses. The monster unleashes a consecutive attack, a flurry of blows aimed at overwhelming the protagonist. Kong Tae-san's attack lands, but the monster barely seems to notice. He grits his teeth, realizing the strike did little to no damage. The monster remains unfazed. Could it be that its defense has been drastically increased, rendering normal attacks useless? The A-class monster completely counters the ability sword, proving its resilience against conventional attacks. Looking up, Kong Tae-san sees the monster looming over him, a dark shadow against the light. He wonders if magic will work, activating Frost Arrow in a desperate attempt to find a weakness. The Frost Arrow impacts the monster, but it's useless. The monster remains unharmed, its defenses seemingly impenetrable. Kong Tae-san activates landing, descending from above. He realizes that magic and spirit skills are likely ineffective now that his demon energy has been depleted. Lee Tion watches with concern. She can't believe that not only does the ability sword not work, but even magic is failing. This monster was literally meant to kill him. The situation is more serious than she thought. Tae-san's chances of winning are low, as a monster as strong as him is the kind you can only find in the deeper parts of the maze. The monster towers over the city, a symbol of the overwhelming power facing Kong Tae-san. The A-class monster looms, its grotesque form dominating the skyline. The protagonist, sword in hand, faces the colossal threat, ready for a last-ditch effort. Kong Tae-san calculates the odds, knowing the monster's health is between 200,000 and 300,000. He recalls a similar incident, facing an S-class monster that covered the earth. Against that creature, Kong Tae-san's attacks only dealt 50 damage, requiring continuous attacks for 2 days. Lee Tion observes the situation, remarking that the others won't be able to hold out for long. But Kong Tae-san thinks that with simple calculations, he can win if he land 1,000 attacks. The monster unleashes a fiery blast, but the protagonist remains focused. He resolves not to look back at the past before turning back time. The scene shifts to a desolate battlefield, hinting at the stakes of failure. Kong Tae-san realizes that if he fails to eliminate this monster, that day will be repeated, so this is a battle of time. He declares he doesn't have any more time to waste, and that he will either kill the monster first or be annihilated. Kong Tae-san taunts the monster, saying it might think it can easily defeat him, but no matter how much it focuses on defense, he is sure it has a weakness. He noted that especially a monster with an insect form had many kinds of unprotected parts. No matter what, the Apostle Slayer was activated, and golden energy crackled around him. For example, he aimed for the monster's joints, a critical point in its armor. The monster shrieked as the attack landed. Now, Kong Tae-san had finished identifying the monster's weak points. The Apostle Slayer was fully activated, and the monster was engulfed in flames. The Apostle Slayer's power burned through the monster's parts, like joints. The floating manager was impressed. He surpassed the monster's strength and speed with Apostle. If he kept attacking its weaknesses that way, he might be able to subdue it instantly. The monster wondered what that energy was. The Apostle Slayer continued its assault. The floating manager noted that they were protecting its weakness. Kong Tae-san couldn't believe they put that much power into killing him. The small, floating figure observes the ongoing battle. It seems attacking the joints is no longer effective. The monster's movements appear slower than before. The monstrous figure looms over the city, its form a grotesque collection of smaller creatures. Lee Tion realizes its weakness has been covered, wondering what Kong Tae-san will do next. Lee Tion comments on the protagonist's ability to find another weakness. The small figure seems amused by Kong Tae-san's tenacity in the face of the monstrous foe. The floating figure watches as Kong Tae-san activates, the deer walking on the wind path. He can feel the power surging through him. ready to strike at the monster once more. The narration notes that the monster is a collection of many smaller monsters gathered together. There are subtle gaps in all parts of it, hinting at potential vulnerabilities. The mass of monsters writhes, a cacophony of unnatural sounds emanating from its form. The subtle gaps within its structure become more apparent under closer inspection. The monster looms, its red eyes glowing menacingly. The gaps in its form pulse with a faint light, perhaps indicating the flow of energy within the composite being. Kong Taesin's face is obscured by shadow, but his determination is clear. He prepares to unleash another attack, his eyes fixed on the monstrous enemy. He moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion against the backdrop of the ruined city. The Apostle Slayer glows with power as he closes the distance. Kong Taesin's red eyes gleam as he prepares to strike. He declares that he will see how great the monster's teamwork is, hinting at a coordinated attack. The system message indicates that Small Ember has been activated. The monster is engulfed in flames, the city skyline visible in the background. Kong Taesin declares that he has opened a path using the deer walking on the wind path. Now he will start burning the monster from the inside, promising a devastating final blow. The monster screeches as it sustains 504 damage. Thanks to Apostolate, Kong Taesin's spirit skill level has increased. The power of the old gods is weakened by that ember. Kong Taesin sees his chance to strike again. Monster 999 takes another 2045 damage. He thinks to himself that he is not done yet. He prepares for another attack, knowing it's going to be even hotter this time. The heat intensifies around him. Kong Taesin activates Small Ember, the skill engulfing the monster in a burst of pink energy. The monster is struck again as Kong Taesin activates Small Ember once more, the flames licking at its form. His eyes glow red as he activates Small Ember, focusing his power on the weakened foe. He won't let the past repeat itself. Purple energy crackles around him as he prepares to strike. He will keep moving forward the way he is now, pushing through the pain and exhaustion. Kong Taesin stands victorious against the monster, having activated Small Ember to deliver the final blow. He perfectly grasped the enemy's nature and weaknesses and achieved victory. He learned the specially activated skill, Nature Comprehension. His spiritual power enhancement is activated. His proficiency level increased by 1%. His spiritual power enhancement is activated, and he learned the always activated special skill, Twisted Spiritual Power Adjustment. He stood firm, gazing up at the floating, fractured entity above him. The protagonist's gaze hardened, his voice echoing with defiance. "You old gods, are you watching this?" The floating entity seemed to respond, its voice laced with mocking curiosity. "Why? Is this over sooner than you expected?" Kong Taesin's expression hardened, his resolve unwavering. No matter the effort, the results would not change. He declared his intent, his voice resonating with power. He would win, over and over again, and he wouldn't let them trample on Earth ever again. The quest to defeat the boss of the 37th fourth floor begins. Kong Taesin resolved to test the skills he acquired from the demon god this time. The protagonist clashed with the Black Knight, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. The force of the blow reverberated through the air, a testament to their strength. The knight's sword gleamed, ready to strike again. He activated Vital Point Designation, a skill that allowed him to target a weak spot. The Black Knight sustained significant damage from the attack. Kong Taesin activated Distorted Vegetation of Decoravia, pleased with the results. The Black Knight was ensnared by the skill's effects. The woman with horns considered starting, as the proficiency of her black magic increased. Putting the skills acquired from the demon god to the test, he faces the remaining armored enemies. The protagonist activates Seer's Black Wind, a dark energy swirling around him. The black wind surrounds him, and he thinks, "It's so convenient that you all came to me at once." The system displays information about the skill. Basic level black magic, Seer's Black Wind, summons the black wind. A small figure observes, "I think you've almost cleared this room up." The protagonist prepares to move, thinking, "You're right, I'll check it one last time and move on to the next one." Kong Taesin activates Larrage's Domain Detection, his eyes glowing with power. The system displays information about the skill. Beginner level black magic, Larrage's Domain Detection, casts a wave that reads all things. One of the armored enemies is surrounded by swirling purple energy. The armored enemy stands ready. As a voice wonders, "There's one more left now. Are you the boss monster of the 37th fourth floor?" A close-up shows the armored enemy's leg and the detail of its armor. Kong Taesin observes the enemy, thinking, "Let's see how strong this one is." He activated Marbaz's Pitch Black Wave, unleashing a surge of dark energy. The beginner-level black magic skill cost him 50 mana and 45 basic demon energy. The Black Knight, caught in the wave, takes 350 damage from the attack. The dark energy swirls around the Black Knight, obscuring him from view. The floating companion observes the skill with curiosity. "What is that?" it wonders. The Black Knight remains shrouded in darkness, the effects of the attack still lingering. The floating companion continues, noting how the skill seems directly related to demons. Kong Tae-san stands amidst the dissipating energy, listening to the companion's observations. The floating companion elaborates, stating the skill is similar to the old gods. A monstrous demon is shown, now under contract with the demon god. A dark-haired woman explains that in return for their service, they lend black magic from the demon clan. The dark-haired woman warns Kong Tae-san to be careful, as these creatures may not be favorable to humans. He clenched his fist, a surge of power emanating from the mark on his hand. The protagonist stood amidst the loot, having obtained Aegis's shield and the ankle protector submerged in the abyss. The ankle protector submerged in the abyss granted strength plus 50, agility plus 50, and defense power plus 45. He considered the new equipment, deciding he could equip it now. Aegis's shield, with a defense power of plus 150, promised immunity to all damage for 1 second if he became immobile. The protagonist paused, a floating companion asking if he'd forgotten something. He realized his mistake. All right, Lilith was waiting. Meanwhile, a hidden room on the 36th fourth floor was revealed to be Lilith's room. Lilith demanded to know where Tae-san had gone, upset that he'd disappeared and put her in an awkward situation. Lilith accused him of being a bad guy, her small form radiating indignation. Kong Tae-san asked Lilith if he could see the magic god again. He was met with relief. Lilith expressed her happiness at his safe return, relaying that the magic god wished to see him immediately upon his return. A circle of glowing blue orbs lay arranged on the floor, a familiar sight to those who travel between worlds. Hands clasped in prayer, he prepared to depart. Kong Tae-san affirmed, stating that he simply needed to pray inside the circle. The air crackled with energy as the blue orbs pulsed, their light intensifying as they prepared to transport him. Meanwhile, he found himself in a different space, a grid stretching out before him. Lilith inquired if he had met the child well, but Tae-san admitted he was a bit puzzled. The woman with white hair regarded him with a knowing expression, her gaze hinting at deeper understanding. Whispers echoed, hinting at the expectations of the gods of the maze and the unusual reward from the demon god, something beyond simple kindness. The grid space seemed to hum with unseen energy as the two figures stood in its center, the air thick with unspoken questions. Lilith stated it was the same with the demon god, and he would find out soon. She added that she also had a request for him, so she should give him a reward as well. The woman with white hair tilted her head, her eyes narrowing slightly. Lilith wondered how the gauntlet ended up in his possession. The gauntlet of the rough hand shimmered with power. Lilith inquired, her voice laced with curiosity, if he knew this gauntlet. Her hand reached out, as Lilith confirmed it was a glove she once used. A wistful expression crossed her face as she admitted she missed it. She notes that the mysterious seal contained within the gauntlet has been released. The gauntlet of the rough hand grants the user plus 50 to attack power and plus 30 to magic. Kong Tae-san is informed that the 30 magic points increase means his magic power has increased by 30%. Now, Lilith states that before she gives the quest, she will answer a few questions. Kong Tae-san is told to feel free to ask any questions he has. Kong Tae-san relays a message from Lilith's child, who wants to convey that she is always grateful to the magic god and to her. Lilith seems surprised, calling her child a pitiful and cute child. It's very rare for someone to come all the way there just to learn magic, Lilith thinks. She thought Kong Tae-san was going to ask his question right away, and is surprised he thought of her child first. Lilith already knows how that child feels, but thanks Kong Tae-san for bringing it to her attention. Now, Lilith asks about Kong Tae-san's question, awaiting his response. Kong Tae-san wonders why they are separated. In 2020, monsters appeared on Earth, and humans were sent into the maze, becoming adventurers. According to Shadow, the maze was originally 1, but humans chose 1 difficulty level out of 4 modes. Why are there 4 modes, and why do solo mode players attack different solo mode worlds? The maze is divided into hundreds of thousands of sections by the players. In Korea alone, more than 10,000 players chose the solo mode. If you count it globally, there are probably much more than that participating in a maze. Not to mention the NPCs and adventurers settled in all those mazes, the Guide of Sin and the Gods. Was it like that from the start, or did something happen? Kong Tae-san stands beside Lilith, listening intently to the explanation of the maze's origins. To answer your question, it's the latter. Due to some event, the maze was copied and separated, Lilith explains. Is that even possible? Kong Tae-san can't believe all beings existing in the maze have been copied hundreds of thousands of times. Shadows who give quests, all the NPCs who give skills, and the weapon merchants. Even the Guide of Sin who is building its organization throughout the labyrinth, and the strong ones who have reached the very edge of mortality? Is that even possible? A dark figure looms over the maze, its intentions unknown. It's not impossible. Their power is set with limits, but it is not depleted, Lilith states. She floats in a sea of stars, an infinity symbol above her head, is unchanging and infinite. Kong Tae-san asks if she's talking about the old gods. He wonders why in the world they did what they did. Lilith raises her hand, a holographic screen appearing before her. That's it, she declares. She states that is all the answer he's allowed to hear. If he wants to know more, he must go deeper. The words that accept your quest appear. Kong Tae-san looks up, determination in his eyes. A screen appears before the protagonist, displaying accepting subquest. Lilith smiles, saying that he hasn't even read it yet, and asks if he's okay with that. She finds him as interesting as the rumors say. The place he will go is the world of arrogant giants, Vaholia. Long ago, giants who delved deeper into the secrets of magic more than anyone else possessed the power to contend with transcendent beings. Lilith explains that the giants have now forgotten her existence, so he just needs to make them aware of her again. The screen displays the next step. First, go there and meet their king. He is the only wise one among the arrogant, and he will give Kong Tae-san the answer. A towering figure looms, the giant king. The words subquest start the magic bond appear on screen. Jervin has tasked him with reminding the giants, who have long forgotten his existence, of the power of magic. The reward is intermediate-level magic. A figure with white hair and a wide-brimmed hat gestures, a faint smile playing on their lips. They declare that the destination is Vaholia, the world of arrogant giants. The giants, who once sought the secrets of magic, have now forgotten the speaker's existence. The landscape is alien, with floating islands in the sky. The system informs that they need to make the giants aware of their existence again. This will be a meaningful experience. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy, illuminating the path ahead. The air crackles with unseen energy. Kong Tae-san walks through the impossibly tall grass. A voice calls out, remarking on the size of the plants. The voice continues, suggesting that it's not the grass that's large, but they who are small. The scale of this world is becoming apparent. He pauses, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. That voice, where has he heard it before? Two men stand near a city, one expressing concern about being too close. He fears the incredibly strong lord of the place and the knights. The other man dismisses the concerns, stating that even if the lord is a monster, they can just run away. He wonders what the problem is. Meanwhile, Kong Tae-san looks up, dwarfed by the scale of the world. A colossal foot looms above him, the grass like tiny blades around his ankles. He gazes up at the massive figures, their size truly astonishing. The small, red-caped companion floats beside him, observing the giants as well. The small companion urges him to focus, but Kong Tae-san has already activated a wind blast. A surge of magical energy emanates from his hand. Kong Tae-san knows that even if he warned them, the giants wouldn't hear him. He resolves to simply blow them away with his magic. The wind blast erupts, striking one of the giants. The giant cries out in surprise and pain as the force of the magic throws him off balance. The giant falls to the ground, stunned. Another giant rushes to his aid, asking if he is all right, while a third watches with concern. Kong Tae-san activates Leap, preparing to move quickly. He is a blur of motion as he closes the distance to the fallen giant. The fallen giant looks up in disbelief as Kong Tae-san stands before him. He wonders aloud if he has something to say to the tiny figure. One of the giants demands that Kong Tae-san reveal his identity. The other giant looks on with a mix of anger and curiosity. The giant realizes that Kong Tae-san seems to be human. He is shocked by this revelation, his eyes widening in surprise. The fallen giant recalls reading about humans, beings as small as chestnuts from another world. He lies on the ground, still stunned. One of the giants muses that he could sell Kong Tae-san as an expensive ornament. He leans forward considering the possibilities. Another giant remarks that Kong Tae-san is small and seems to be able to talk, so he must be very expensive. He suggests they can just. He is told to take it, as a colossal hand descends towards the tiny figure. A man with a shaved head watches with concern. He asks what Kong Tae-san is doing. Trapped within the giant's grasp, he struggles against an unseen force. He wonders why he can't move his hand. The man with the red scarf looks up, his expression a mix of concern and determination. Two men are thrown away by the giant's hand. They shout to Hyungnim. The man with the red scarf looks back, shouting to Kong Tae-san, asking if he is all right. The sound of hooves echoes as a horse gallops forward, kicking up dust and debris. The knights are coming, their arrival heralded by the thunder of hooves and shouts to Hyungnim. The man with the red scarf curses, realizing the knights are approaching. The situation is dire. The man with blonde hair urges his brother to follow quickly. They flee from the approaching danger, calling out to Hyungnim. A desperate plea is cut short as a horse's hoof crushes someone beneath its weight. The giant roars in fury as Kong Tae-san and Lilith are nearby. The situation has escalated. He considered his options, knowing that if they were knights, they should know how to meet the king. The protagonist prepared to use his magic, thinking he should sell them. Meanwhile, the knights found a man sprawled out on the ground, wondering why he was in such a place and where his brother was. One of the knights called out to the protagonist, asking if it was possible to have a quick word. The protagonist raised his hand in greeting as Lilith floated beside him. The knights seemed surprised by the protagonist's small size, wondering if he could be human and why he was in their world. The knight asked if he knew what a human was, explaining that he only knew it from a book he read when he was little. The knight confirmed that the protagonist was the one they were looking for. The knight thanked him, explaining that the thieves really annoyed them and were hard to catch. The knight expressed his gratitude and asked if he would mind telling him his name. He responded, "I'm Kong Tae-san." The knight's words hung in the air, a strange echo in his mind. The giant on horseback extended an invitation. It wasn't much of a reward, but he offered a visit to his fief, promising a grand welcome. Kong Tae-san accepted the offer. He hoped to gather information from the giant. He mused that he would quickly find the king of this world. Meanwhile, the giant knight Umbarak's fiefdom came into view. A feast was laid out, giants surrounding the table. The food was prepared, waiting for the guest of honor. One of the giants remarked that the human was smaller than he'd heard. He asked if the food suited his taste, noting it was made small just for him. Tae-san thanked him for his consideration. Tae-san noted that the place was a bit strange. Lilith wondered why the giants were so friendly toward a stranger like him. He admitted he was wondering the same thing. He thought that the giants were genuinely welcoming him without the slightest bit of wariness. He recalled that when he was in Begwasita and the battlefield of the gods, it was common for him, a stranger, to receive rejection. He wondered if they were confident that his presence would not be a threat to them. He is asked how he is enjoying the festival, the giant's tone polite but probing. The giant lord clears his throat, welcoming Kong Tae-san, but stating he has no choice but to ask. The giant inquires about the protagonist's purpose in visiting their world, his expression serious. He reflects that the giant is only asking him about it now, and decides there's no reason to hide it. The protagonist recalls the magic god's request, to spread magic and engrave his name into their world again. The giant lord listens intently, his brow furrowed as he considers the protagonist's words. A giant child reads a legendary story from an ancient book, a story about someone coming to engrave his name. He states that he came here from a maze to gain magic, because the magic god told him to, but the giant says it's impossible. The giant lord scoffs, declaring that they don't need magic, his fist clenching. The giant lord proclaims that even without such tricks, they won't be defeated by anyone, and the other giants agree. The giants raise their fists in agreement, shouting that they are powerful existences that won't be defeated by any enemy. The text describes the world as the land of arrogant giants. It also mentions the demon god's selective salvation. Lilith wonders why the magic god is trying to make the giants aware of his existence. She also contemplates the benefits of completing the quest. One of the giants states that if Kong Tae-san wants to talk about magic, he needs to meet their king. The other giant admits he lacks the authority to arrange such a meeting. Even so, Kong Tae-san thinks to himself that it's not like there's absolutely no way to meet him, right? The giant declares that they worship the strong. He tells Kong Tae-san that if he can prove his strength, he might get chance. The giant shouts that enemies are approaching. He orders everyone to stand up and face them. People are seen running through the village, preparing for the incoming battle. The giants charge forward, eager to crush their enemies this time. A sinister smile spreads across the giant's face, revealing his eagerness for the upcoming fight. The giant commands everyone to put down their cups and raise their weapons, declaring it's time to fight. A foot activates a skill, preparing for the imminent clash. The group activates the leap skill, charging into battle with renewed vigor. He launched himself toward the giants, a blur against their massive forms. The force of his leap echoed with a sharp fleck. The soldiers watched the battle unfold. One commented that they've been invaded every day for thousands of years, so they can't help but get used to it. The soldier beside Kong Tae-san remarked that the ones who are very troublesome and disgusting. He wonders just who exactly is their enemy. Another soldier looked at the purple energy and exclaimed that the hideous-looking thing is their enemy. Lilith floated beside him, her expression unreadable as she gazed into the distance. The world around them seemed to shift and change. A voice echoed, speaking of the cracks of the old gods. A question hung in the air. Why are the monsters that trampled the earth in this world? Horrific insect-like monsters emerged, their forms twisted and alien. The air crackled with an unseen energy. Other monsters, reptilian and grotesque, joined the fray. Their eyes glowed with malevolent intent. System messages flashed as monsters began to materialize into the world. The newly arrived monsters towered over the landscape, their forms grotesque and menacing. Kong Tae-san's expression hardened as he thought, Asterisk C-class monsters. I can't believe the monsters I fought on Earth appeared in this giant world too. Asterisk. Lilith considered the situation, recalling the demon god's words. The old gods destroyed over 250 worlds in over 10 years. The character considered the implications. If they plan to destroy even more worlds in the future, then it wouldn't be strange for those monsters to appear here. Umbarak's power surged as the monsters were obliterated in a burst of purple energy. Kong Tae-san spoke, his gaze intense. You said that I would be able to meet the king if I prove my strength here, right? The characters stepped forward, determination etched on their face. Then, I'll prove it starting now. Kong Tae-san prepared to unleash his power, his eyes blazing with resolve. I'll crush all those monsters. The system notified him. You activated Frost Arrow. Icy energy began to coalesce around his hand. He prepares to unleash his power, the air crackling with energy around him. An unsettling energy permeates the area, its source unknown, its intent unclear. The oppressive force feels deliberate, as if something is intentionally trying to disturb him. However, the red monster is surrounded by ice shards, seemingly not a threat. The ice shards continue to rain down, impaling the green monster. Kong Tae-san looks on, observing the unfolding events with a keen eye. The C-class monsters, though supposedly strong, are easily defeated by the giants. One of the giants remarks that the monsters are very different from those on Earth, and that he didn't expect them. The giant rallies his comrades, urging them to raise their morale. The giants, filled with pride, declare their intention to easily defeat the weaklings and celebrate their victory. Later that night, after a long battle, the giants prevailed against the C-class monsters, and the days of fighting monsters repeated almost every day. A breeze rustled the curtains in the room, the only sound in the stillness. He lay in bed, pondering the giants. Why had they forgotten magic? Something strange seemed to be happening. At first, Kong Tae-san thought the giants were simply denying magic, but after meeting them, that didn't seem to be the case. Lilith tilted her head, her expression curious. She asked if something had come to his mind. He recalled using magic during his fight with the monsters. He felt something unpleasant pushing into his mind. Lilith wondered if someone was intentionally interfering with the use of magic. Kong Tae-san considered this possibility. Perhaps the giants slowly forgot about the existence of magic because of that feeling. Meanwhile, the man with the axe complained that they were interrupted in the middle of an important conversation. He called the interrupters tactless and senseless. Kong Tae-san decided it was better to face the problem and figure it out himself, rather than just thinking about it. The man with the axe urged his comrades to win this time too, as they charged forward. The man with the axe declared that they would show those bastards their true strength. The armored man observed that the monsters appeared almost every day. He wondered if they were always the same level. The gathered crowd observed the phenomenon, noting that only monsters of similar levels appeared over thousands of years. He considered their words, the purple light reflecting in his sharp eyes as he pondered the implications. But something felt different this time, a subtle shift in the magical energy that heralded a new threat. The armored figure, perched atop a giant, agreed, sensing the change in the air as well. Suddenly, a series of system alerts blared, announcing the arrival of multiple monsters at once. The armored figure gasped, raising their axe in preparation as the monsters emerged from the portal. The monsters attacked, their raw power evident as they easily overpowered the giants. Tae-san watched, noting how quickly they reacted, realizing they were different from the usual foes. The armored figure confirmed his suspicions, stating that these were B-class monsters, far more dangerous than before. The armored figure turned to him, urging him to get behind them, recognizing the imminent danger. The armored figure's eyes widened, realizing the situation was far more perilous than they initially thought. He prepared to fight, the armored figure charging forward to meet the B-class monsters head-on. The disembodied voice questioned if these B-class monsters were the best they could do. The monsters took damage, but the numbers seemed insignificant against their massive size. The armored figure looked on, mouth agape, wondering what was happening. The armored figure couldn't believe the monster they struggled with was defeated in one blow. Was his previous performance just luck? He activated Thunderstroke, electricity crackling around him. Kong Tae-san felt that unpleasant feeling again, but it didn't matter how much they tried to interfere. Bolts of lightning struck the B-class monsters, illuminating the night. That little guy was overpowering those huge monsters, and the armored figure wondered if that magic was what they'd been ignoring. The determined figure's brow furrowed, a grim resolve hardening his features. If that guy took down all those monsters, he couldn't bring shame on the honor of the giants. They were giants. The determined figure charged forward, sword raised high, ready to defend the honor of the giants. The two figures watched in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of awe and disbelief. The soldiers rallied, their voices echoing across the battlefield as they resumed their assault. The giants roared in defiance. He observed the giants, noting the increased ferocity in their attacks. It seemed they had been provoked somehow. The priority was clear. They needed to eliminate the giants as quickly as possible to minimize further damage. The battle raged on, the soldiers struggling against the giants' overwhelming power. One soldier expressed disbelief that it was almost sunrise. The man with the helmet stated that it didn't matter, proactive fighting would finish this faster. He admitted that he was surprised by the protagonist's actions and asked who he was. Before answering, Kong Tae-san stated that there was something he wanted to ask the man with the helmet. The man with the helmet was asked if he had ever thought about blocking the crack. The man with the helmet explained that it was possible to do it temporarily, but they didn't have enough power to stop it completely. Only the king's mighty warriors could stop it. Kong Tae-san listened intently, his expression thoughtful as he considered the man's words. He drew his sword, the steel glinting in the dim light. He understood the situation. The man with the helmet watched as Kong Tae-san prepared for battle, a determined glint in his eyes. A swirling vortex of purple energy crackled with unstable power. He gazed upon the crack, a determined glint in his sharp purple eyes. Kong Tae-san's resolve hardened. Would removing the crack prove his worth to the king? With a burst of speed, he unleashed a powerful strike. The energy crack shattered under the force of his attack. The helmeted man watched in disbelief as the crack was destroyed. The energy dissipated, leaving only fractured remnants in its wake. The helmeted man admitted that they had been living in a delusion, unaware of the true strength of others. The helmeted man expressed his relief, acknowledging that Tae-san was more than qualified to meet the king. Tae-san reflected on his victories, realizing the battles ahead would be even greater. The helmeted man confirmed that there were quite a few strong people in the maze. The helmeted man admitted that while strong, there were others even stronger than him. He was told that there are people stronger than him, a statement he acknowledged. The armored man seemed troubled by this revelation, his expression conveying a deep concern. He reflected on a time when they believed no creatures were stronger, lamenting their past arrogance. Kong Tae-san listened intently as the armored man mentioned fighting against even the gods in the past. The story spoke of giants struggling against even a mere B-class monster, a tale that sounded ridiculous. Giants clashed against a massive, grotesque creature, their battle a desperate struggle for survival. The armored man claimed to know that story too, hinting at a deeper understanding of the past. The story told of giants from all over the world uniting to defeat a transcendent being who tried to trample the world, a legend dismissed as mere fantasy. No giant actually believed it, but the question lingered. What if that legend was true? The armored man stood with Kong Tae-san and another figure, contemplating the implications of the legend. The man in armor stated that they must have forgotten something, and that he would try to make contact so that they can meet. The scene shifted, hinting at the presence of a powerful figure, the king. A voice echoes, insisting that something is unnecessary, but the context remains unseen. Elsewhere, Kong Tae-san approaches a seated giant, the landscape stretching out behind him. Below, another giant, mighty warriors kneel, questioning why they have come all this way. Kong Tae-san is accompanied by a small, floating creature, its expression unreadable. The energy emitted by the giants is palpable, and Kong Tae-san muses that it must be magic as he looks at people in white robes. A man with long white hair and a blindfold stands tall, his presence commanding. The message declared that the destination was Valhalla, the world of arrogant giants. They needed to be reminded of the speaker's existence. The figure instructed them to go there and meet their king. He was the only wise one among the arrogant, and he would provide the answer. The giant king stood tall, his expression unreadable as he gazed into the distance, awaiting the arrival of the warriors. A subquest began, tasking them with reminding the giants of the magic god, Gervant. The giants had long forgotten his existence and the power of magic. The giant king looked down upon the approaching figures. He mused that they looked up to power and worshipped the strong. If they could prove their strength, they might get a chance. The warriors approached, their figures small against the backdrop of the giants' world. A strange energy crackled in the air around them. The giants exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the mighty warriors. One of them questioned why they had come all the way there. The blindfolded giant responded that they had come there to meet the human. The giants were curious about the newcomers' intentions. The giant king wondered how they knew of this place and came, since he hadn't even sent a messenger. He was suspicious of their arrival. The giant king sensed a similar energy to the magic used by that human. He began to suspect a connection between the warriors and the human. One of the giants questioned if that meant they also usually used magic. The giants were beginning to understand the nature of the warriors. A hand reached out, crackling with magical energy. The giants were about to witness the power of magic firsthand. He was told that the king was waiting for him and to follow them. The protagonist followed the giants, making his way towards the castle. The blindfolded giant assured him that there was nothing to worry about and that he would be able to meet him right away. Kong Tae-san acknowledged the giant's words, his expression unreadable. The armored giant lamented that he couldn't properly treat a great warrior and offered a rare or as a gift, noting that Kong Tae-san's vessel was much bigger than theirs. Umbarak watched as the protagonist received the gift. The giant smiled, thanking him for saving his people from the monsters. The giant hoped that they could meet again, little warrior. Kong Tae-san thought to himself that it would be great if they could meet again. The giants continued to lead the way. The castle loomed closer. The castle stood tall, a testament to the giant's power. He followed the guides through the castle halls, their words echoing. They said, "Our king is waiting for you inside." The protagonist considered the magic he'd heard was forgotten in the world of giants. How could he use it? The blindfolded guide spoke of a price paid. They continued, explaining they were covering their eyes and limiting their senses to prevent interference. The guide announced their arrival, commanding respect for the king. The protagonist continued to follow the guides through the massive doors. The light grew brighter as he approached his destination. A small, chibi figure noted that the mighty warriors came by the way Tae-san. He still didn't know for sure why he was here, but it was probably because they're in an urgent situation because monsters are attacking every day. A voice echoed, "Welcome, I've been waiting for you." Before him sat the giant king. Kong Tae-san wondered if this was the giant king the magic god told him about. He felt a familiar energy, the same kind he'd sensed within the maze. The adventurer knew that mortals who surpass their limits and gain domains become transcendent beings. Accumulating more power, they eventually become gods. However, an immortal who has the power to become a transcendent being but isn't granted a domain is neither human nor god. He wondered what the immortal in front of him truly thought. A voice questioned if he was the human sent by the magic god, recognizing the familiar gauntlet. The man on the throne asked if he personally knew the magic god. Kong Tae-san affirmed that there was no way he didn't. A voice declared that they were more powerful than anyone else, not only physically, but also mystically. The man on the throne stated that he was on high alert as soon as he saw him, recognizing the gauntlet and the pinnacle. He had been the weakest in their world, his size as small as a human. So, he lived amidst neglect and ridicule from everyone. But he never despaired, even under the oppression of giants. He did not give up and honed his mysticality endlessly, becoming so powerful that they were unable to reach him. He had stood at the center of it all when they triumphed against the transcendent beings. Even the transcendent beings who invaded them had no choice but to retreat before their great power. The crowned man clenched his fist, his expression grim as he remembered their former glory. The crowned man's gaze hardened. He knew very well what they were like now. The memory of that triumph was a stark contrast to their current state. They were very ugly and weak now, being helplessly played by tricks, Tae-san realized. A voice seemed to echo from the ornate archway, asking if he was curious. Why had they become so weak? The crowned man stood before the archway, a somber expression on his face. What had made them forget magic and become weak? A small figure approached the crowned man, walking towards him in the vast, open space. A very unpleasant energy permeated the air. A voice warned, "Be careful, Tae-san." They had lost magic because of this monster that came down thousands of years ago, the voice explained. Now, only a very small number of giants remembered magic, as the crowned man stood with the small figure. The crowned man explained that this monster affected the entire planet and interfered with magic. Only after he sacrificed all his senses was he able to stop its interference. He must have guessed it by now, the figure mused, as a monstrous entity loomed behind him. What kind of existences awakened it? The answer hung in the air, a silent revelation: the old gods. Kong Tae-san's expression hardened. Elsewhere, monstrous figures clashed in a chaotic battle. The cunning old gods realized they couldn't do anything with strength alone, so they sent something else. A special monster to their world, one that had been eroding their memories for over 1,000 years, slowly making them forget their power. The man's face contorted in a grimace, a silent scream trapped within. The problem, he realized, was the energy it was giving off. He groaned, clutching his head. No matter how strong the giants were, if they got close to it, they all vomited blood and collapsed. The narration continued. But he seemed fine. Was he really okay? A figure fell into the depths below. Yeah, he wasn't really bothered by it, Kong Tae-san thought. He just felt a little uncomfortable every time he used magic. He was more amazing then. If he hadn't suppressed the impact, he probably wouldn't have, he thought. It wasn't easy for him to suppress that monster's energy. He asks if the giant couldn't just kill that monster. The giant responds that he would have done it if it were possible. The giant yells for the bastards to just die. Energy crackles around the monsters. The giant explains that the monster was designed so that even the giants couldn't kill it. He adds, "As you can see, this is the result." The monsters writhe and regenerate. The giant says that as more time passes, it will be able to corrode their bodies. The giant states that is why he has one request for him. The giant, as a king, wants to protect all the giants and asks him to please kill that thing, human. Kong Tae-san listens intently. Even now, Earth is under threat from the old gods, and this place too is on the same path as Earth. He wondered if the giant was ready to proceed with their plan. The giant stated that he couldn't, as a human, possibly understand the situation. Kong Tae-san considered the giant's words, realizing that the enemies they faced were weaker than he initially thought. The giant explained that even ordinary soldiers could easily subdue the monsters, and he had found no noticeable differences after the old god's interference. A monstrous eye glared, a silent testament to the power at play. The giant continued, explaining that the monsters made them sick and acted as a kind of limit. The giant revealed that there was a fixed total amount of power the old gods could send to interfere in a world, and most of that power was used to maintain that monster. The giant warned that if that monster was killed, countless other monsters would come flocking like a wave, but they didn't have enough power to stop that. The giant looked on, his expression unreadable. Kong Tae-san questioned why the giant couldn't just stop them with his powers. The giant explained that he couldn't leave that place, because if he broke the seal, the energy he'd been suppressing all that time would instantly spread. Kong Tae-san then asked how the giant planned to deal with the other monsters that would flock there after he killed that monster. He declared that he must gather those who can still stand strong against the monsters. The giant ordered the mighty warriors to summon the lords of each fief, setting a grand plan in motion. The giant mused that it would take some time for everyone to gather, offering a gift in the meantime. He activated the white rune shield, acknowledging that it was nice and he would use it well. Having received the reward, he wondered if he should begin his training. Meanwhile, while he was training, the mighty warriors delivered news to the lords of each fief. He sparred with them one-on-one as they returned, improving his overall magic proficiency to some extent. He realized he now knew why they made the giants forget magic, a revelation causing him to pause in thought. The strength of a giant comes from the balance of their body and magic. If they forget about magic, their physical strength deteriorates. He looked up, a surge of blue magic swirling around him, the air crackling with unseen energy. The magic pulsed, a voice echoing within it declaring, "But I won't let things go your way." A dark fist crashed through the magical barrier, shattering the protective field with brutal force. Kong Tae-san gazed down at the remaining magic in his hands, a grim understanding dawning on his face as he heard, "Your filthy plan." A grand castle stood tall, its blue roofs piercing the sky. Inside, a voice boomed, echoing through the halls. "Giants, you have all gathered." The speaker continued, his words grave. "You all must have heard the explanation from the mighty warrior." The speaker addressed the giants. "It is truly hard for me to believe that." The speaker's expression was grim as he warned, "You will understand once you see it with your own eyes." Purple energy swirled around the giants, a palpable sense of unease filling the air. The speaker urged, "That monster's energy has grown stronger. Everyone, focus." Some of the giants began to cough, their faces contorted in pain as the purple energy intensified. A voice wondered, laced with worry, "Is it too late?" The speaker observed the scene, realizing, "I guess this is the furthest they can go." The giants struggled, their bodies glowing with a faint light as they fought against the encroaching darkness. A question arose as giants collapsed. Are all the people who fainted here lords? Purple energy swirls around Kong Tae-san as he considers the giant king's condition. The giant king towers over him, declaring that he has made Kong Tae-san see pathetic sights. The protagonist replies that he is used to it. The giant king, visibly strained, questions how Kong Tae-san can remain in his right mind. Kong Tae-san stands firm, magical symbols swirling around his hand. The protagonist admits he is not sure of the situation. The giant king and Kong Tae-san are surrounded by magical energy as they face each other. The giant king's advisor calls out to him, addressing him as Your Majesty. A voice declares that this is magic, the thing people don't believe in, questioning what exactly it is. The giant king states he will send the immobile body to the palace, so they can get some rest and prepare. The giant king prepares for battle. After leaving the royal, Kong Tae-san sits alone, deep in thought. According to the giant, they had forgotten magic, but now know of the magic god. And the next day, all preparations were complete, the stage set for a monumental clash. The towering architecture of the giants' kingdom stood as a testament to their power. The crowd of giants roared, their voices echoing with fervent loyalty to their great king. The giant king addressed his people, urging them to strike down the monsters that had been messing with them. The giants would reclaim their power, a power capable of confronting even transcendent beings. The giant king turned his gaze towards Kong Tae-san, questioning if he was ready as well. It had started. The giant king seemed to have finished with his preparations, a dark energy gathering. A swirling vortex of dark energy crackled with ominous power, a sign of the coming conflict. He affirmed that he knew, his expression unreadable as he stood beside the spirit. The protagonist recognized the energy, a chilling familiarity washing over him. It was the energy of an S-class or higher monster that he fought in his previous life. He stood before the colossal monster, its stamina dwarfing his own defense. The air crackled with unseen energy. Mental domination, instant death, frenzy, madness, all judgments were in progress, the creature a nexus of dark power. The judgments concluded, all successful. The monstrous entity dissolved, leaving Kong Tae-san to observe the aftermath. The monster's energy leaked out, a dark miasma rising towards the palace above. He watched, his expression unreadable. A surge of power emanated from the palace, bathing the structure in golden light as the monster's energy reached its destination. The bearded man, his face grim, declared, "The war has begun." He sealed the energy leaking from the palace, then announced, "Therefore, I will leave the war to you." The man's voice boomed with power as he addressed his forces. "My proud, mighty warriors." A figure responded, their voice filled with unwavering loyalty. "As you command, your majesty." The man's command resonated through the ranks. "Lords, everyone, prepare for war." He rallied his troops, his word to call to arms. "Let us fight against a powerful enemy we have never faced before. We are giants." The warriors surged forward, their battle cry echoing across the land. "We are the strongest." Silhouetted figures fell through a purple rift, their strength comparable to previous foes. A giant with a helmet grimaced. The problem was clear. There were simply too many of them. More of the shadowy figures descended, their forms monstrous and menacing. Energy crackled around a hand, ready to unleash its power against the encroaching threat. A voice commanded others to handle the monsters that had been missed in the initial assault. The giant warriors roared their approval, confident that victory was assured with their might. Meanwhile, in the basement, he moved with purpose in the basement, a determined glint in his eye as he prepared for action. He activated a strong strike, assessing that in terms of strength or speed, it posed no threat. Despite the immense power he felt, something was different, unlike anything he had ever experienced. Kong Taesan considered that it might be specialized in mind control, relentlessly tormenting its victims. The Giant King also had his limits in blocking the monster's energy that had leaked out, Kong Taesan observed. He knew that simply cutting off body parts wouldn't be enough to kill this monster. Kong Taesan resolved to close the distance. A blade of pure energy sliced through the air, aimed at the grotesque, multi-eyed beast. Kong Taesan grimaced, realizing he couldn't cut through the core of the tentacles, even with his strong strike. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, vital point designation activated, highlighting a weak spot on the monster. Kong Taesan activated strong strike, preparing to exploit the newly revealed vulnerability. Another strike, another near miss, the monster proving surprisingly resilient. He felt the sensation as his blade connected, a strange feedback confirming his suspicions. It was the monster's vital point. A sudden impact, a blinding flash, the monster retaliated, striking Kong Taesan. The monster's grotesque form loomed, a mass of eyes and tentacles. Kong Taesan activated random blink, teleporting to a random location, landing precisely on a mark he'd left earlier. He was glad he left the mark earlier. Kong Taesan activated vital point designation once more, locking onto the monster's weakness. With renewed focus, Kong Taesan prepared to strike, his blade poised to exploit the monster's designated vital point. Its eyeball should be weaker, he thinks, as the monster's many eyes glare. He leaps toward the monstrous entity, preparing to strike its perceived weak point. A shield flares to life, a barrier against the monster's inevitable counterattack. Thorns erupt from the creature, a dense barrage of sharpened projectiles. Taesan realizes there's no way to avoid the incoming attack. He notes the thorns can pour out without delay. He activates White Rune Shield, thinking this item is good, and he should thank the Giant King who gave it to him. The shield shimmers, deflecting the initial wave of thorns. He thinks that although it's a monster with poor combat ability, it has power that surpasses S-Class. He activates Acceleration, knowing he mustn't let himself get hit even once. Strong Strike and Consecutive Attack are activated, enhancing his offensive capabilities. He prepares to unleash his full power, his eyes focused and determined. Since it's a motionless enemy, he has to go all out in his attack. Mental Acceleration and Vital Point Designation are activated, sharpening his mind and targeting the monster's weakness. He strikes with incredible speed and precision, aiming directly for the designated vital point. He stands ready, the blade in his hand radiating a fierce, otherworldly light as he prepares for the next attack. The strike, however, ended more blandly than expected, the small creature observing the fight with disappointment. The mass of tentacles, covered in eyes, seems endless, but it believes that once all the tentacles are cut off, it will be over. He faces the grotesque entity, the severed tentacles littering the ground around him, a testament to his efforts. A swirling vortex of purple energy gathers, a sign of the power he is about to unleash against the monstrous foe. The small creature shouts to Kong Taesan, alerting him to something appearing, its tone urgent and concerned. Kong Taesan's expression hardens, realizing that this interference must be the work of the old gods, and this will not end easily. The air crackles with unseen energy, a palpable tension filling the space as the battle intensifies. Dark tendrils lash out, seeking to ensnare him, the monstrous entity pressing its advantage with renewed vigor. The small creature expresses its frustration, noting that the tentacles are regenerating without exception, and wonders if they will ever tire. The mass of tentacles looms, its central eye glowing ominously as it declares that it has grown stronger. He stands firm, the swirling energy around him a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness, ready to face the strengthened foe. The root of all evil in this world of giants, influenced by the old gods. Purple energy swirls around him, as Lakarada's notes that the power has grown stronger. The thorns have grown more numerous, a sign of the encroaching darkness. Once the thorns and tentacles appear without pause, there will be no chance to attack again. Rather than holding a sword in both hands, Lakarada's decides a shield would be best. Aegis's shield, with a defense power of plus 150, will render him immobile for 1 second. An enormous eye stares out from the darkness, a sign of the monster's power. Even if it's only for a moment, Lakarada's sees an opportunity amidst the chaos. Lakarada's charges forward, Aegis's shield raised to deflect the incoming attacks. Judging by the fact that the old gods intervened, the monster suffered damage and won't regenerate infinitely. Lakarada's activates Apostolate and Ability Sword, preparing for the final strike. Confident, Lakarada's declares that he is sure he can take it down. Power radiated, a visual symphony of purple and white energy. Darkness answered, a chaotic dance of black and crimson. The outer part of the giant king's palace shimmered, protected by an unseen barrier. The armored warrior sensed a shift. It seemed the human was gaining the upper hand against the monster. A celestial being watched. However, there was no way those wicked old gods would stay silent. Energy swirled around a dragon-like figure, a storm of purple magic. The red monster loomed, its single eye glowing with malevolent intent. The protagonist blocked a blow, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? He steeled himself, feeling himself grow stronger and advance to a different class. The giants fought desperately. It's gotten to the point that dozens of giants aren't enough to handle a single monster. The warriors cried out, "We can't fall at this point." The mighty warriors are fighting even stronger monsters. The protagonist grit his teeth, determination blazing in his eyes. "We are giants. We can't retreat." He and another figure stood amidst crackling energy, a desperate defense against the encroaching darkness. The white-haired figure unleashed a torrent of power, hoping to stem the tide of the approaching threat. The blindfolded warrior focused, channeling every ounce of their strength into the unfolding battle. Even mighty warriors were being overwhelmed, pushed back by the sheer force of the monstrous entity. The stakes were clear. If the monster reached the battlefield, everyone would be in mortal danger. The monstrous entity loomed large, its dark form dwarfing the figures struggling against it. Energy crackled, a desperate attempt to hold the line against the encroaching darkness. He gripped his shield, a grim realization washing over him. A-class and S-class monsters had appeared. With their current skills, they wouldn't stand a chance. He knew he needed to hurry. He moved with blinding speed, striking with all his might against the encroaching threat. He soars through the air, sword drawn and ready to strike the regenerating mass. The mass of dark energy pulses, its many eyes watching the protagonist approach with a silent malice. The white-cloaked figure observes, realizing that Tayson's foe is regenerating with the power of the old gods. He raises his shield, deflecting the incoming tendrils of dark energy with practiced ease. A system message flashes, confirming the activation of the leap ability. Kong Taesan prepares himself, a glint in his eye as he decides to test something new. The dark tendrils lash out, seeking to bind and corrupt anything they touch. Another system message appears, mental acceleration activated, enhancing his reflexes and processing speed. The dark-haired figure observes that the old god's interference has its limits, and the maze gods have now gained the right to intervene on Earth. Elsewhere, a figure with a wide-brimmed hat holds a miniature planet, seemingly at the request of the god of magic. A voice echoes, filled with determination. If the old gods cross the line this time, victory will be assured. The system confirms twisted spiritual power adjustment, as Kong Taesan is enveloped in a swirling aura of purple energy. It worked. He states that the skill was obtained after defeating an A-class monster on Earth, a fact the monster probably didn't know. The skill, a swirling vortex of dark energy, was supposed to kill him, but it would become the monster's weakness instead. The dark energy surrounds him as a voice marvels at how he repelled the power of the old gods using the power of the old gods too. He confirms this, but notes he can't use it. His eyes glow with purple intensity. Kong Taesan grits his teeth, knowing a prolonged battle is impossible. He thinks to himself that he has to finish it within the remaining duration of the apostolate skill. The dark energy surges forward, poised to strike the monstrous form. Kong Taesan activates a skill, small ember, flames erupting around him. Surrounded by the inferno, he vows to finish it as quickly as possible, his expression resolute. The monster takes 42 damage from the fiery assault, reeling from the impact. A voice cries out, warning Taesan to watch out, danger closing in. He activates multiple abilities in rapid succession, absolutely nullify the first attack, sword, and leap. Sword in hand, Kang Tae-san leaps towards the monster, ready to deliver the final blow. He is a blur of motion, dodging the incoming attacks with practiced ease. The monster wonders if it's impossible to dodge if it goes in too deep. A notification appears. Kang Tae-san activated absolutely nullify the second attack. Another notification, consecutive attack activated, as beams of energy streak through the area. He realizes that to draw out as much interference as possible, he has no choice but to wage a war of attrition. A new notification, absolutely nullify the third attack, has been activated. The monster realizes that Tae-san seems to be figuring out its attack pattern. The monster launches attacks in all directions, boasting that they are undodgeable. The monster smirks, enjoying the challenge now that Tae-san is doing it that way. He activates Aegis's shield, becoming immune to all damage for 1 second, but unable to move. Protected by the shield, he stands firm against the onslaught. The monster declares there's a limit to how much one can interfere in areas that aren't theirs. He heard the monster's words, a taunt about skirting a boundary. With a burst of speed, he launched himself forward, boots impacting the ground. Acceleration and leap activated. The protagonist moved too fast to track, a blur against the monstrous form. The monster, enraged, declared that Kang Tae-san must cross the boundary now. The protagonist dodged a series of attacks, the monster's fury intensifying with each near miss. The monster's attacks continued, a barrage of energy and force directed at the elusive figure. The monster believed that the damage inflicted should have been enough, but something was amiss. Kang Tae-san activated endurance, bracing himself against the onslaught. The attack that would imply death was nullified, leaving the monster in disbelief. The monster was shocked, its eye widening in disbelief as its attack failed to connect. The monster exclaimed Kang Tae-san's name in disbelief, realizing it was too late for the old gods. Kang Tae-san felt the effects of his endurance skill, a sense of relief washing over him. A shadowy figure stands before a large witch's hat, finally able to set foot in their homeland. The figure in the blue cloak is pleased, noting that someone has not disappointed them. Kang Tae-san looks down, inquiring if someone has arrived on the scene. The figure in the blue cloak expresses gratitude to Kang Tae-san for enabling their descent, due to his actions with the old gods. The figure in the blue cloak praises everyone's work, acknowledging their contribution to the current situation. Green energy swirls around a building with a blue roof, hinting at the source of the figure's power. Two figures observe the scene, one blindfolded and the other helmeted, questioning the unbelievable energy they sense. The helmeted man remarks that someone is arriving too late, his expression suggesting a mix of concern and anticipation. The figure in the blue cloak is questioned about their identity, specifically if they're a magic god. Hands are shown with green energy flowing around them, as a voice apologizes for being a bit late. The figure in the blue cloak smiles confidently, their eyes gleaming with power and anticipation. Energy bursts forth, signaling that everyone can now ease their minds and watch what is about to unfold. Bright beams of light pierce the landscape, illuminating the terrain below. The white-haired figure in green regards the scene with a serene expression. A dazzling display of magic erupts, filling the air with swirling energy. The magical energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. Monstrous figures are caught in the magical crossfire, their forms distorted by the energy. The white-haired figure remarks that it has been a while, and this feels quite awkward. The white-haired figure asks Kang Tae-san if it is all right to leave this to him, lamenting that he couldn't stop the regeneration. Kang Tae-san's expression is grim as he stares ahead, sweat beading on his brow. Kang Tae-san realizes that if he takes even the slightest damage, it'll be over for him, and the monster is already regenerating. The white-haired figure assures him not to worry about it. The white-haired figure unleashes a powerful attack, declaring there will be no more interference from those. Raw magical power crackled, energy coalescing into a dangerous display of force. The white-haired figure extended a hand, promising the intermediate-level magic he had spoken of before. He declared that he would give it now, confident that it was a pretty good one, and that the other would definitely like it. The figure stood alongside Kang Tae-san, as the floating character watched with wide eyes, surprised by the turn of events. Kang Tae-san seemed to be processing the information, as a system message informed him that he had learned the intermediate-level magic, Frozen World. The floating character exclaimed that it was a rare skill, effective even on the deep floors of the maze, and how incredible it was. Kang Tae-san was in his best condition, and the white-haired figure assured him that he would naturally figure out how to use it. The white-haired figure declared that he would go do his job, as magical energy swirled around him. A dark sphere of energy formed, crackling with power and casting ominous shadows. The floating character realized that the figure was attacking Kang Tae-san straight away, as if he was waiting for it. The floating character shouted a warning to be careful, as the dark sphere hurtled towards Kang Tae-san. He knew, his expression grim as the attack approached, ready to face whatever came next. He activated Frozen World, a skill now added to his arsenal. The protagonist moved with newfound speed, blades flashing in the icy air. He muttered, observing the effects of his newly acquired power. The magic took form, a construct of ice and raw power. The protagonist stood amidst the frozen landscape, a lone figure against the elements. Runes swirled around the ancient castle, a testament to its magical defenses. Meanwhile, the bearded man with the green hat spoke, a hint of amusement in his voice. He explained that the rune magic could be stopped, as the human he sent had won. The man wondered aloud if it was really possible against that monster, but he knew strength came in many forms. The bearded man with the green hat looked on, a knowing glint in his eye. He stated that not all cases are the same, referring to Kong Tae-san and himself. The protagonist explained that he, once weak, became strong because he received protection from everyone. Now it was time to repay them. He declared that he would remind them all of their long-forgotten memories. The man's eyes glowed as he focused his power, preparing to unleash the memories. He clarified that he was talking about their magical abilities, not just any memories. A surge of magical energy emanated outward, reaching far and wide. The light streaked across the land, impacting various individuals. A group of men looked up in surprise, wondering what the light was. A soldier gasped, remembering that he had previously told the little black-haired human he knew nothing about magic. A girl reading a book realized she was wrong, that she used to be something more. The girl realized that it was the memory of magic that they had forgotten. An eye welled up with tears as the person realized it had been with them all this time, urging everyone to pull themselves together. He shouts, magical energy crackling around him, declaring that the fight isn't over yet. Dark energy swirls ominously, the situation growing dire as the possibility of winning fades. The man with white hair and a bandage over his eyes grits his teeth, sweat dripping down his face as he faces the challenge. A massive explosion of purple energy erupts in the distance, as the figure in white robes notes that there are hundreds of creatures of the same class as the monster they're fighting. The man in white robes raises his hands, glowing blue symbols appearing around him, hoping they will fall onto the battlefield. A swarm of bat-like creatures flies through the swirling dark energy, their numbers seemingly endless. The red, dragon-like monster looms large, its menacing presence a clear and present danger. The figure in white robes declares, "That's it," a surge of magical energy emanating from them. Streaks of magical energy descend rapidly, promising a powerful impact. The magical energy continues its descent, intensifying the anticipation of the coming clash. A close-up reveals a man with a helmet and beard, identified as our longtime enemy. The figures in white robes stand on a hill, one being addressed as Your Majesty, as another warns of danger and offers to step back. He was beset on all sides, the winged creatures swarming him in a flurry of claws and teeth. Meanwhile, in a distant field, robed figures watched as a surge of magical energy pulsed through the air. An old man stood firm, his hands glowing with power. He mused, not knowing how long it had been since he felt this strong. One of the men, blindfolded, told him not to worry, for the one who would finish that monster was coming. Acceleration and ability sword were activated, enhancing his combat prowess. Strong strike was activated, the figure in black preparing to unleash a devastating blow. Consecutive attack was activated, the figure's movements becoming a blur of deadly precision. The figure stood before a castle, thinking it was almost finished anyway, and that he didn't even need to come. Kong Tae-san watched the figure in black from afar, as did the old man with the glowing hands. The old man reached out his hand, even though the figure felt that way, but the figure declared he didn't need it. Kong Tae-san's expression was stoic, his purple eyes focused on the battle ahead. The robed figures looked down at the scene, one of them reiterating that he told him he didn't need it. The king-like figure chuckled, finding the giants surprisingly loyal. He considered how to express his gratitude. The king-like figure held a glowing crystal in his hand, its light illuminating his face. The king-like figure asked if Kong Tae-san had any magic equipment that could be used. He confirmed that he did. Kong Tae-san wondered if he was wasting a precious material. He examined the items on a screen. The screen displayed the dried cane of calamity. A voice in his head agreed with his assessment. Kong Tae-san considered combining a rune with the cane and robe. The floating creature looked on, wondering if it was even possible. The screen displayed the ancient king's robe, imbued with ancient magic, offering magic and defense bonuses. The floating creature marveled at Kong Tae-san's ability to transform a cane. It was an incredible skill. It was a piece of equipment too good to throw away, and now he didn't even have to carry it around. The efficiency was also perfect. He thought that if he became stronger, he might be able to protect Earth as well. He could become even stronger in the future. The king-like figure stood in a field with a small figure and another figure. He declared that it was perfect. The king-like figure wished the human good luck. He smiled knowingly. He acknowledges the words, a slight smile gracing his lips. He thinks to himself that he will use the robe well. The green-robed figure floats, addressing the group. They ask if everyone is finished with their greetings. The figure's ornate clothing and floating posture suggest a being of great power and importance. The green-robed figure declares their work complete, ensuring no further interference from the old gods. A taller figure stands in the distance. The green-robed figure floats away, calling out to Kong Tae-san, telling him that it is time to go back. The figure expresses their gratitude, acknowledging that Kong Tae-san completely cleared the quest they gave him and protected their homeland. The green-robed figure asks that the King of Giants be taken care of, a request of great importance. Kong Tae-san looks up at the taller figure, stating his intention to finally return to the maze. He looks up with a slight smile, perhaps anticipating the challenges that await him in the maze. The background swirls with cosmic energy, hinting at the powerful skills he is eager to test. The system displays the results of Kong Tae-san's recent trials. He has returned from the Maze of the Giants, Vahyulian. The quest is marked as completed. Before Kong Tae-san, a figure in a green robe floats in the air. The figure tells him that he has done very well. The figure in the green robe states that Kong Tae-san has worked hard, so much so that words are not enough to express it. The system indicates that his magic proficiency has increased by 4%. He has also learned beginner-level magic, tracking. Kong Tae-san wonders what this is. The figure in the green robe tells him it is a fair reward for what he has done. The figure in the green robe has done speaking, but seems to have more to say. The figure in the green robe never thought he would see his longed-for homeland again with his own eyes. The figure in the green robe looks down upon his restored homeland, a wide grin on his face. The figure in the green robe doesn't think one intermediate-level magic is enough of a reward to express his feelings. He tells Kong Tae-san to just accept it. The figure in the green robe also thanks Kong Tae-san for restoring his homeland again. Kong Tae-san looks on. The figure in the green robe smiles, his eyes sparkling with gratitude. The figure in the green robe affirms Kong Tae-san's acceptance of the reward. A small, red figure floats nearby. He gazed at the magical energy, something he had longed for. The memory of his homeland flickered in his mind, a bittersweet reminder. This wasn't the time to be sentimental, he knew, closing his eyes briefly. He steeled himself, resolving that he had to move forward, no matter what. Finally, they were back in the maze, but he wondered if they had been sent straight to the next floor. Kong Tae-san considered it a good thing, as he saved some time getting here. The floating companion huffed, remarking on his persistence and wondering why he didn't take it a little easier. The companion sighed, telling him to do whatever he wanted, calling him a skill maniac for only thinking about getting stronger. A notification appeared. The 38th fourth floor quest was beginning, tasking him to defeat the 38th fourth floor boss to pass, with a necklace of spells as a reward and a secret reward listed as. He took a break while talking to the magic god, checking his magic proficiency. His companion noted that his magic proficiency was almost at 60%. Kong Tae-san realized this was all thanks to the reward that the magic god gave him, and that he also got this skill. He studies the information displayed before him, contemplating the possibilities of his new skill. Is it possible to use on distant targets? The armored enemy stands tall, its metallic form gleaming in the dim light. A strange energy crackles around it. What a coincidence, he mutters, as a notification appears. Kong Tae-san has activated Frost Arrow. The command rings out, move. He has activated tracking, and the magic takes hold. The tracking magic finds its mark, icy tendrils reaching out to ensnare the armored figure. Wow, the ice is spreading. The armored enemy is quickly covered in frost, its movements slowing. The armored enemy is now completely encased in ice, a frozen statue in the cavern. The battle is all but over. He reflects on his progress. Not only has his magic proficiency improved, but his frost arrow proficiency has improved as well. The protagonist considers his options. It's still only 41%, but considering its utility, there's no better magic than this. The intermediate level magic he obtained as a reward this time has too much mana consumption, so there's a limit to how much he can use it. He considered the battle, recalling a skill that brought a fatigue unlike any other. The skill allowed him to twist and handle his own spiritual power, bearing a great burden to control it. He admitted to himself that he wouldn't have won without that skill, but the cost was too great. He knew it wasn't a skill mortals were allowed to possess, and even apostles couldn't twist or adjust their own status. The fallen apostle had appeared, and a weak one would be instantly crushed by the spiritual pressure. He wondered if the cost was really to that extent, his expression thoughtful. A flurry of attacks descended, the intent clear, to kill him. He saw an afterimage, a fleeting glimpse of what might be. He questioned if it was the will of those trying to kill him, considering the effect of his conceptual skill. The conceptual skill at 42% proficiency allowed him to see and feel the will of all beings and control his own. Kong Tae-san realized he had something else to try, the coordination of will. He considered that if it was a skill that could provide a tangible impact with just will, he might be able to form a synergy effect. He activated 3 proofs, the power surging through him. A figure was engulfed in crimson energy, a terrifying display of power. The armor of the figure gleamed ominously, a sign of immense strength. A smaller figure was blown away by the force, utterly defeated. The aftermath of the attack left a scene of devastation and ruin. Kang Tae-san observed the scene, realizing the skill difference between himself and his foes. He thought it would be nothing against people at the level of those bastards from the Guide of Sin. Nevertheless, something else with his skill? Kang Tae-san looked surprised by the turn of events. It's simple enough to open. Kang Tae-san prepared to open whatever lay before him. The boss of the 38th fourth floor, Dual Spear Knight, appears. The Dual Spear Knight loomed, its eyes glowing with menacing power. He activated Granule Dispersion, preparing for the upcoming battle. He plummets downward, entering a new floor as his tracking skill activates. Awaiting him is a large, armored knight, standing guard with dual spears at the ready. The knight seems formidable, but magic, when combined with tracking, can subdue even the most efficient of enemies. Kang Tae-san activates Blazing Ball, finding it easier to strike his foes with slower magic now. The Blazing Ball connects, and Kang Tae-san knocks down the boss of the 38th fourth floor, the Dual Spear Knight. Having defeated the boss, he obtains the Necklace of Spells and something else, still unknown. A ring glitters in his grasp, ready to be equipped. Kang Tae-san decides to switch and use the ring for now, wondering why an item that increases all stats wouldn't be better. He rationalizes that it's not a big gain, but he switched because it's an upgraded version of an existing item. He discovers a reward from the secret room. Faram's Ritual Sword, a weapon used for sacrifices with wounds that do not heal easily. He considered his current arsenal, finding it increasingly difficult to acquire truly decent equipment. The items weren't bad, but they weren't particularly useful to him. If it wasn't crafted by Hafren, further improvement was unlikely. Kang Tae-san wondered if it was time to create new skills, his gaze intense. A notification appeared. Proficiency of Divine Power increased by 1%. This divine power meant he was receiving gratitude and respect from other players. Those guys. He seemed to keep breaking through the maze, a testament to his growing power. Kang Tae-san mused that they were all working hard, a slight smile gracing his lips. Jiam Jungian and Kim Hwaiyan fought together in a previous life. Kang Junhyuk he met in this life. Lee Tion was fighting to become strong, breaking free from being a coward. He couldn't be idle, either. Even though it would be impossible for them to keep up with him, he couldn't help but acknowledge their efforts. All right, next up is, the objective appeared. Defeat the boss of the 39th fourth floor to pass. Reward, Lightning Rune. Secret reward. He surveyed the area, noting that there weren't many floors left to clear in the 34th range. Having cleared the current floor, he prepared to move on to the next challenge. The protagonist activated Frost Arrow, channeling icy energy into his hand. Meanwhile, a new area came into view, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Something was definitely there. The protagonist stood ready, the Frost Arrow skill now active and swirling around him. He unleashed the Frost Arrow, sending a barrage of icy projectiles towards his unseen foe. A guttural scream echoed through the chamber as the attack landed, the sound laced with pain and fury. Emerging from the shadows, the night eaten away by the deep abyss revealed itself. The Abyss Knight stood tall, wreathed in dark energy, a formidable opponent ready to fight. Kang Tae-san activated Strong Strike, preparing to meet the corrupted knight head-on. With the addition of Vital Point designation, the protagonist prepared to strike with deadly accuracy. The knight eaten away by the deep abyss sustained significant damage from the combined assault. He couldn't believe the damage he had inflicted, no matter how many times he witnessed it. Something felt off, though. It felt like he hadn't dealt any damage to that knight. Kang Tae-san activated Nature Comprehension, determined to figure out the nature of that bastard. The knight eaten away by the deep abyss's form began to shift, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light. The knight was being devoured into a mysterious, unknown space, falling into a very deep abyss. The knight couldn't die from any wound, his body glowing with an ominous red light. It transformed into an indomitable, unstoppable being, its eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. The knight before his eyes was a mortal, a dangerous foe, to be sure. Kang Tae-san stared intently at the knight, his expression a mix of determination and calculation. Something he probably wouldn't be able to acquire if his opponent wasn't him, Kang Tae-san thought. He'd make this the perfect opportunity to become stronger, his resolve hardening.